100,000 years ago he was one of the founding disciples of the Tianlan Sect. His master ascended while he remained in the qi refining stage. 90,000 years ago his junior nephew ascended and he was still refining qi. 50,000 years ago even the old watchdog at the Tianlan Sect gate ascended, yet he was still refining qi. 30,000 years ago an ancient tree at the foot of the mountain became a demon, failed its tribulation and perished, its Tao extinguished while he continued to refine qi. 10,000 years ago the 9,872nd generation disciple of the Tianlan Sect Zhang Wuji also ascended while Su Yang silently refined qi. He then secluded himself for 10,000 years and at last he broke through to the 9,999th layer of the qi refining stage. 10,000 years later he shattered his seclusion and stepped out. In the back mountain of the Tianlan Sect dust suddenly billowed as in an utterly inconspicuous spot a stone door appeared. The door trembled and slowly opened. From within an old man walked out. With his first step his spirit blazed and all traces of age vanished. With his second step he had already become a man in his prime. As his third step fell he appeared to be only in his early 20s. Another 10,000 years have passed. I still have not broken through to foundation establishment. His name was Su Yang and he had cultivated for 100,000 years. 100,000 years ago he was one of the founding disciples of the Tianlan Sect. His master ascended while he was still in the qi refining stage. 90,000 years ago his junior nephew ascended and he was still refining qi. 50,000 years ago even the old watchdog at the Tianlan Sect gate ascended, yet he remained in the qi refining stage. 30,000 years ago an ancient tree at the foot of the mountain became a demon, failed its tribulation and perished, its Tao extinguished while he still refined qi. 10,000 years ago the 9,872nd generation disciple of the Tianlan Sect Zhang Wuji also ascended while Su Yang silently cultivated. He secluded himself for 10,000 years yet in the end still failed to succeed. He had consumed more foundation establishment pills than most people would ever see in their entire lives. When his master first accepted him as a disciple he called him gifted and extraordinary. Upon ascending his master never spoke of it again. Su Yang's one merit was that he would never grow old. He could forever forge ahead at the realm of the qi refining stage. Others upon reaching the 9th layer of qi refining, even the most astonishing prodigies, might at most achieve perfection at the 10th layer, then directly step into foundation establishment, afterward swallowing a golden core, opening the nascent soul, evolving a cave heaven, forging the primordial spirit, uniting the divine infant with the Tao, and after passing their tribulation achieving great ascension and soaring to the heavens. He however had reached the 9,999th layer of qi refining. 100,000 years have passed and the sect has declined as well. Su Yang let out a sigh. In years past the Tianlan Sect had been the foremost power among the 3,000 Tao provinces. Now, judging from the desolation of the back mountain and the crumbling great halls in the distance, only the main hall barely retained a faint shadow of its former glory. Su Yang's brows suddenly knit, his gaze turning ferocious. The sect's decline could be attributed to the passing of eras and shifts in spiritual energy. What had once been a blessed land had become an utterly ordinary place. Across the generations it was impossible for every disciple to be supremely wise. Decline was understandable. But someone now sought to extinguish the Tao lineage of the Tianlan Sect. Su Yang would not permit it. With a bang, a Tianlan Sect disciple was blasted backward from outside the main gate, tumbling into the hall and coughing blood uncontrollably. Ling Qingshu, I've long said this: as long as you marry me, the young sect master, and relocate the Tianlan Sect from this place, I can guarantee your sect will not be annihilated. In the future, when I become sect master of the Tianyun Sect, you will be the sect master's wife. I will give you one final chance. Otherwise, when I destroy your Tao lineage, do not blame me for being merciless. A man strolled in. With leisurely steps behind him stood dozens of powerhouses whose auras were terrifying. The Yinshan Sect, a great sect of Qizhou, boasted golden core experts. They had coveted the Tianlan Sect's mountain gate for a long time. While the previous Tianlan Sect master, a golden core cultivator, yet lived, they did not dare act rashly. But ever since the previous sect master passed away, the Yinshan Sect had grown restless. Today they finally tore away all pretense. Within the great hall, several dozen core disciples of the Tianlan Sect stood assembled. Seated above them was a woman of delicate features and sharp gaze, yet clouded with despair, Ling Qingshu, the current sect master of the Tianlan Sect. She herself was the strongest cultivator of the Tianlan Sect, yet was only at mid-foundation establishment. Besides her, there were merely 2 elders at early foundation establishment. The Yinshan Sect possessed golden core experts and dozens of foundation establishment cultivators. Their weakest cultivators were about on par with Ling Qingshu. In the Tianlan Sect we have never lived on our knees, we only die standing. Lu Yunqing, come at me as you will. To think I would become your sect master's wife, pure delusion. Ling Qingshu's gaze was resolute as she sprang from her seat without yielding an inch. Her mid-foundation establishment cultivation erupted in full. With a metallic clang she drew her sword. Lu Yunqing licked his lips, his gaze roaming over Ling Qingshu with lecherous intent as he chuckled, I want her alive. In an instant 2 men rushed out from behind him, their auras terrifying. Both were powerhouses at perfected foundation establishment. The three clashed in an instant. Ling Qingshu was already a realm lower, dealing with one opponent was barely possible. The two who stepped forward had come only to end it quickly with no intention of holding back. The young sect master merely wanted her kept alive. Their bodies blurred in the next instant. Ling Qingshu was sent flying, spewing blood, grief and fury burning in her eyes as the longsword in her hand snapped in two. Weakness, despair, she saw not the slightest hope of turning the tide. Suddenly a glimmer of resolve flashed in her eyes. Even in death she would never fall into Lu Yunqing's hands. Ling Qingshu turned her sword horizontally and drew it across her own neck. Why go so far? A soft sigh sounded beside her. The sword in her hand could not advance a finger's width closer to her neck. Ling Qingshu froze in shock. Who was it? She looked up and saw a young man standing before her, yet in his eyes lay an indescribable ancient weariness. With 2 fingers he had pinched her sword between them. This newcomer was Su Yang. Speak, how do you wish to die? Su Yang released Ling Qingshu and walked slowly toward the front of the hall. Lu Yunqing fixed his gaze on Su Yang, then suddenly broke into a broad smile. Another one courting death. I thought it might be some expert, turns out it's just a mere chi refining sweeper of the Tianlan Sect daring to act so brazenly. Su Yang nodded lightly. Since you will not say, I will send you on your way. His figure moved and his targets were precisely the 2 who had just attacked Ling Qingshu. Indeed, those who seek death cannot be stopped. You stay out of this, I'll crush him with a single finger. The 2 men sneered. One stepped forward in an instant, hurling a colossal punch downward. He intended to shatter this man with a single punch so that before death Su Yang would clearly understand that the chasm between chi refining and foundation establishment was something no one could bridge. In the blink of an eye he was before Su Yang. Ling Qingshu could not help but cry out, thinking that this supposed savior was merely here to die, to become a burial companion for a sect whose history she no longer even knew. Yet Su Yang remained as light and untroubled as drifting clouds. He casually raised his hand and slapped toward that man. The man's expression changed drastically as a tremendous force he could not withstand surged along his arm. His body resounded with cracking explosions, every bone in him shattered, even his jaw, leaving him unable to open his mouth. Blood seeped continuously from his 7 orifices. Yet in truth he had not suffered the slightest internal injury. With his cultivation he would not die for a time. The first Su Yang said blandly. Another man's pupils contracted as he shouted harshly, he's not at chi refining. He's golden core, only a golden core expert could so effortlessly crush Lusan. Retreat, retreat at once. We cannot contend with a golden core. Terror-stricken he fell back frantically. Even Lu Yunqing was shocked, staggering backward. When had the Tianlan Sect gained a golden core expert? The problem was that in the past 100 years, aside from the former sect master, the Tianlan Sect had never had any other renowned golden core cultivator. A faint smile played at the corner of Su Yang's lips as he walked into the surrounding crowd without even pausing his steps. I told you I am only at the chi refining stage. Su Yang watched those people flee in panic, yet he advanced without the slightest haste in pursuit. From his movements alone it seemed utterly impossible that he could ever catch up to them. Senior, we must not let them escape. If the sect master Lucian of Yunshan Sect learns of this, it will be an immense calamity for our Tianlan Sect. Ling Qingshu grew frantic and called out to Su Yang. Lucian was an old generation golden core powerhouse whose cultivation time exceeded even that of the former sect master. The former sect master's passing had been due to hidden injuries left from a battle with him. Lucian was a top-tier expert among golden core cultivators. Su Yang nodded slightly and said with a careless smile, they cannot escape and Lucian cannot escape either. He lifted his foot and at the instant it fell he appeared behind Lu Yunqing. Lu Yunqing's hair stood on end as he suddenly sensed the terrifying chi of a supposed chi refining cultivator behind him. Senior, is it amusing for a golden core expert to disguise himself as one in the chi refining stage? Do you dare to fight my father? Lu Yunqing shouted hoarsely. Rest assured I will go seek out your father. I grant you death by terror. Su Yang did not spare him another glance. His palm descended from the crown of Lu Yunqing's head. Crack! The bones of skull and neck were instantly reduced to powder. The organs within his chest cavity ruptured outright. From the instant Su Yang's palm descended, Lu Yunqing was already dead. Yet even so his body staggered forward 3 or 4 more steps before suddenly toppling, his mouth yanked open as blood and shattered viscera sprayed out. The members of Yunshan Sect felt a chill spread across their entire bodies. This man was too terrifying even toward the young sect master of Yunshan Sect. He did not hesitate in the slightest, striking directly to kill. Some were filled with furious sorrow. A golden core expert pretending to be in the chi refining stage. If you wish to kill us, then kill us outright. Why feign weakness before us? With every step Su Yang took, another person died like the descent of death himself, urging souls from behind. I grant you death amidst hope. I permit you to die while begging for mercy. I grant you a painless death. No, do not kill me. I beg you, spare me. The cultivation world is too dangerous. I am willing to abolish my cultivation and return home to farm. Senior venerable ancestor, please spare me. Everyone else was dead. Of all who had come to Tianlan Sect, only he remained alive. Crawling on the ground, he kowtowed madly toward Su Yang. What is your name? Su Yang asked. Ah. This lowly one is Zhang Yi. I do not know what orders Senior has. Through fire and boiling water I will not hesitate. The man who called himself Zhang Yi rejoiced inwardly. Su Yang was never one to waste words. When killing, he would simply walk over and slap someone to death. Yet he had actually spoken to him. This meant there was a turning point. He might not have to die. Good Zhang Yi, you will lead me to Yunshan Sect, Su Yang said faintly. Ah. Zhang Yi was instantly dumbfounded. Su Yang actually wanted him to lead the way. Senior, could it be that you intend to fight our sect master? That's impossible. Our sect master is at the late stage of Golden Core, and Yunshan Sect also has a mountain guarding grand formation. You alone going there by yourself have no chance of victory. Zhang Yi stuttered as he spoke. He would have loved for Su Yang to go to his death, but he did not want to be the one to guide him there. You need not concern yourself. Just lead the way, Su Yang said. Su Yang cast Zhang Yi a sidelong glance, and Zhang Yi instantly felt the chill of approaching death. He no longer dared say another word and scrambled ahead, leading the way in a panic. He could only secretly hope in his heart that Su Yang might defeat the sect master so that he himself might have a chance to survive. Sect master, that Senior left with Zhang Yi of Yunshan Sect. Senior said he is going to Yunshan Sect. A Tianlan Sect disciple hurriedly informed Ling Qingshu. Ling Qingshu's expression changed drastically. What was the Senior planning to do? Did he intend to annihilate an entire sect by himself? Yunshan Sect was the #1 sect in Shizhou. Not only was its sect master Lu Zhen at the late stage of Golden Core, but no one knew whether Yunshan Sect had a second Golden Core expert, perhaps even one stronger than Lu Zhen. Quickly go and bring that Senior back. Ling Qingshu hastily ordered the disciples. We cannot catch up. Senior's speed is far too fast, the disciple replied, drenched in sweat. The disciple spoke, sweat pouring from his brow. Who exactly is this Senior, and why is he helping our Tianlan Sect? He seemed to have come from the back mountain. Ling Qingshu seemed to think of something. Her expression changed, and she hurriedly summoned the disciples. All disciples, hear my order. Aside from those assigned to guard the sect, everyone else will follow me to Yunshan Sect. Su Yang had already brought Zhang Yi to stand at the foot of a towering mountain. This mountain was the highest in Shizhou and also the one with the richest spiritual energy. Following the extremely lofty stone steps upward, a grand sect gate emerged from within the sea of clouds. Yunshan Sect. Elder Zhang has returned so quickly. It seems taking down Tianlan Sect was effortless. The gatekeeping disciples saw Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, with his late foundation establishment cultivation, held high status within the sect, and they hurried to flatter him with cheerful smiles. Take down Tianlan Sect. A nest of ant-like rabble amusing themselves in a corner. What do they know of the majesty of our Tianlan Sect? Su Yang snorted coldly. Elder, this person is the one who has come to send you on your way. Su Yang's aura erupted in an instant, an extraordinary qi refining cultivation pressure surging forth. With a single palm he struck, and the two gate disciples died on the spot. I've heard that the sect master of Yunshan Sect is named Lu Zhen. With a bang, Su Yang shattered the mountain gate of Yunshan Sect, his voice like rolling thunder spreading across the entire sect in an instant. Who dares to cause an uproar in my Yunshan Sect? Tisk, someone actually came to provoke Yunshan Sect. He must be tired of living. Damn, the one coming to provoke us is actually just a qi refining cultivator. He's really picked the perfect way to die. But this qi refining stage is something else. His aura is far more robust than ordinary qi refining. All the disciples of Yunshan Sect were immediately alarmed, and soon someone spotted Zhang Yi and Su Yang. Courting death, daring to destroy our mountain gate. Die. From within the crowd, a disciple suddenly dashed out, sword in hand, charging forward. Kill. In an instant the disciple reached Su Yang, yet Su Yang did not even spare him a glance. He simply extended two fingers and clamped down on the long sword. Bang. The long sword snapped. Since you refuse to come out, I will slaughter every member of your Yunshan Sect and then come for you. Su Yang snorted coldly and gave a casual sideways push. The Yunshan Sect disciples' eyes were filled with terror. How could there be such a gulf when they were both in the qi refining stage? The disciple spewed blood in midair, his body hurtling back into the crowd. As he crashed among them, a tremendous force detonated and he exploded outright, forming an immensely powerful shockwave. The Yunshan Sect disciples surrounding Su Yang were blasted apart, collapsing in layers. Countless bodies fell into pools of blood. No one could believe it. Was this truly just the qi refining stage? No, he is no true qi refining cultivator, he is a genuine golden core. Zhang Yi has already betrayed the sect. Sect master, come out quickly, save us. A severely wounded disciple not yet dead cried out toward the sky with bitter grief. You are of Tianlan Sect. As expected, how could a so-called ancient sect be without some hidden foundation? A middle-aged man walked over at an unhurried pace, a smile on his face, clearly unconcerned by Su Yang's display of might. I killed your son, Su Yang said. Su Yang gazed at Lu Jin with quiet indifference as he spoke. Lu Jin froze mid-step. Instantly a torrent of murderous aura surged skyward. Excellent. 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 How noble, my son's death, fallen for the sect to sacrifice, just and righteous. I shall present the traitor's severed head upon your altar as blood offering. No matter how you disguise yourself, you shall die now. Roaring in fury, Lu Jin shot upward into the air with a single palm strike. A colossal spectral hand manifested overhead and descended with crushing force. At the golden core stage, soaring through clouds was but routine. Su Yang's eyes remained cold and detached. With one hand raised toward heaven, he shattered the descending illusory palm in a single thunderous fist. If you refuse to descend, I shall first obliterate your entire sect. Su Yang exhaled sharply, launched his body forward and leapt from the ruptured void where the giant hand had been, plunging directly into the ranks of Yunshan sect disciples. His form blurred like a fox, swift as rolling thunder. Yet as a mere qi refinement cultivator, Su Yang bore an obvious limitation. He could not truly fly, only briefly ascend above ground. Then I shall slaughter your entire lineage. Lu Jin's eyes bled crimson with rage. Wretched boy, dare you! With a shriek, he dove from the heavens, streaking downward in pursuit of Su Yang. Yet deeper still was his astonishment. Su Yang truly could not soar through the air. Could this youth genuinely be only at the qi refinement stage, or at most foundation establishment? But how then could every disciple of Yunshan sect, whether qi refinement or foundation establishment at its peak, fall before him in a single blow? Even Lu Jin himself could not dispatch foes so effortlessly. This youth must die. Sensing Lu Jin's assault from behind, Su Yang offered a glacial smile, slapped aside a Yunshan disciple with one palm, pivoted nimbly on his feet and thrust his hand forward, claws bared, meeting Lu Jin's strike hidden. Su Yang seized Lu Jin's wrist, then unleashed a tide of overwhelming power. A sharp crack echoed. Lu Jin's face contorted in shock. From that grip surged an unstoppable force, not merely resisting his spiritual energy but surging unimpeded through his meridians, shattering his arm bone with a sickening snap. How is this possible? What realm have you attained? Lu Jin's complexion paled. How could one who could not even fly possess such terrifying strength? Su Yang gave no reply, merely pushed lightly. Lu Jin erupted backward in a spray of blood. I cannot defeat him. Sweat drenched his brow, disbelief paralyzed his thoughts. 18th generation sect master of Yunshan sect, summon the elder ancestor. Lu Jin infused his voice with spiritual energy and roared. The mountains trembled. So there remains a golden core cultivator, no wonder you dared threaten Tianlan sect's annihilation. A faint sardonic curve lifted Su Yang's lips. Suddenly he whirled. On the grand hall's rooftop ahead of Yunshan sect stood an ancient elder. With a single stride the elder crossed impossible distance, appearing instantly at the battlefield between Su Yang and Lu Jin. A nascent soul. No, half-step nascent soul. Su Yang's expression hardened. If qi refinement foundation establishment and golden core cultivated the self, then beyond nascent soul lay cultivation of the Tao itself. Half-step nascent soul signified he had already brushed against the Tao, capable of limited communion with heaven and earth. Su Yang, though still only a qi refinement, possessed a comprehension of the Tao far surpassing ordinary cultivators, for he had lived 100,000 years. Time had etched eternity into his soul. Discerning a half-step nascent soul was effortless. The elder smiled gently at Su Yang. Young friend, what is your true cultivation realm? Qi refinement, Su Yang replied, calm and unflinching. Once this mountain lay barren and forgotten. Then came a prodigy whose brilliance shook Qizhou Prefecture, roaming the world, mastering the Tao and finally attaining nascent soul. With an aged servant at his side, he vowed to found a supreme sect, and thus Yunshan sect rose upon this peak. He trained his servant, then departed in search of the ultimate Tao, leaving him to guard the sect. 5 centuries have passed since he vanished without return. Su Yang nodded. So, you are that aged servant. Or perhaps I should say behind this mountain gate lies a nascent soul, or even a heaven realm master. Young friend, let us end this here. Tianlan sect has declined. Survival of the fittest governs our world. Yet your sudden brutal assault upon our mountain gate proves you hold no restraint. Still Yunshan sect retains the power to retaliate. Cease now, and we shall offer compensation. The elder smiled faintly as he continued. Elder ancestor, this cannot be. Lu Jin's pupils contracted. Silence. Since when did Yunshan sect become the Lu family's private domain? The elder rebuked him sternly. I refuse. Su Yang shook his head. Survival of the fittest is inevitable. Had I not broken through today, Tianlan Sect would have perished, wiped from history. Then vengeance alone would remain. But now that I have emerged, this ends only in mutual annihilation. Very well then. The elder chuckled softly, his gaze sharpened like a blade. From his palm rose a circular disc which he hurled skyward. 10 radiant colors burst forth, a phantom formation unfurled from the disc. Instantly in resonance a vast array shimmered into existence across Yunshan Sect's heavens. Then die. Lu Xun blinked, then erupted in triumph. Earlier Su Yang's intrusion had been too sudden, the mountain's protective formation had never activated. In truth he lacked full command over the formation, yet the core formation disc rested in the elder ancestor's hands. Ha! Today you shall surely perish. Yunshan Sect's grand formation, the azure rank supreme array known as the Seven Slay Formation. Each slaying grows deadlier than the last. Even a nascent soul would fall here today. Lu Xun swelled with pride, he finally grasped the elder ancestor's intent. Stall for time, activate the formation disc. Now that it was engaged, escape was impossible. Yet Su Yang saw through the ruse, and chose not to intervene. Let them taste hope's zenith, only to drown in despair's abyss. To kill was to shatter the heart. Su Yang smiled faintly, brushing his thumb across the storage ring on his middle finger. A longsword materialized instantly in his grasp. Old comrade, today let us begin with a golden core. He drew the blade. The entire Yunshan Sect seemed to freeze, chilled to its marrow. This sword was forged by his master on the eve of ascension. Seeing Su Yang still unable to break through foundation establishment, the master summoned the ninefold heavenly tribulation, harvested meteoric iron from the void and refined it with over 1,000 rare essences, many now lost to time. It bore the name Life-Preserving Sword, crafted solely to safeguard Su Yang's life. First slay of the Seven Slay Formation. The moment Su Yang unsheathed the blade, the elder sensed peril. Icy dread prickled his spine. He seized control of the formation disc instantly. The first slay descended. Spiritual energy coalesced in the sky, a colossal blood-red character for slay plummeted from the heavens. Lu Xun's pupils contracted, he had not anticipated Su Yang's hidden trump card. Gazing upon the life-preserving sword, greed flared fiercely in his eyes. He must die. Azure Nether Seal. He roared. As the first slay fell, the clouds above turned ashen black, condensing into a massive oppressive seal. Yunshan Sect's supreme art, yet Su Yang paid it no heed. He simply lifted his gaze, and as the blood-red slay neared impact, he lunged upward, sword raised. A streak of white light pierced the crimson, shattering the slay character. The blade's radiance did not cease, crushing the azure nether seal. Sword drawn, sword sheathed, golden core extinguished. A single sword. Just a single sword. With one stroke the word kill shattered, the azure abyss fell and the golden core perished. Lu Xun hung in the air, eyes wide with disbelief. How could a golden core powerhouse die so easily? Even if they were to perish, their golden core could still allow them to survive. But Su Yang's sword was simply too fast, so fast that Lu Xun couldn't even react. With 3 strokes he was already dead, for his golden core had already shattered. Suddenly Lu Xun, who was high in the sky, crashed down, becoming 2 halves of a corpse. Fear abruptly rose in the old man's eyes. Terrifying, it was simply too powerful. But why couldn't he fly? He found it unimaginable, and even now he couldn't continue to think, only feeling the impending crisis of death. Su Yang's next target was undoubtedly him. 7 characters combined into 1 kill, the 7 kills united. The old man roared in anger, channeling all the power of his half-step nascent soul into the formation disc, and the skyward formation seemed to solidify, a heavy blood-red character of kill exuding an overwhelming murderous intent. The heavens unleashed the intent to kill, shifting stars and changing residences. This character seemed to embody the will of heaven to kill. It was far stronger than the first kill before. Every stroke of the character seemed to arise from countless mountains of corpses and seas of blood, each stroke akin to heaven's blade and earth's sword, destroying the insect-like beings of this world. Kid, dying under my absolute kill of the 7 kills, you have enough reason to be proud. Unfortunately you are too arrogant, daring to challenge my Yunshan Sect alone, even allowing me to leisurely set up the formation. Now die. The old man's eyes were filled with murderous intent. The 7 kills united, the absolute kill formed. Even a nascent soul old monster would certainly perish under this strike. Then he took out a blade. This blade, named the Mad Blade, was forged by my master with all the power of the Yunshan Sect, painstakingly created over 14 days. This blade will surely drink blood. I send you off with this blade. Mad Blade slash. The old man's white hair flew as he did not follow Lu Xun, but instead directly wielded the blade to kill. 7 kills. Su Yang chuckled. This so-called 7 kills was actually nowhere near half the power of the true 7 kills formation. In ancient times he discovered that many aspects were already fragmented, even lost to time. If he wished to break the formation, it would be easy. But he chose not to. Do you know why you will die? Su Yang asked. Because you talk too much. I cannot fly but I can jump. The so-called 7 kills is merely a jest. Su Yang leapt into the air soaring over several dozen Zhang. Your Dao techniques over the years have disappointed me. Extreme Life Sword. Su Yang lifted the sword in his hand, the tip gleaming with restrained cold light, suddenly stabbing forward. Yellow grade low tier Dao technique Extreme Life Sword. No, this Extreme Life Sword is not right. The old man's expression changed faintly, sensing danger. In an instant the sword collided with the absolute kill of the 7 kills and the overwhelming murderous intent of the character began to tremble violently. Crack! The nearly solid character abruptly split open a crack. Then like a spider's web it shattered. Bang! The formation in the air trembled as such intensity of the absolute kill could no longer withstand the power. The 7 kills united was shattered and rebounded, suddenly collapsing into pieces. The old man's face turned pale with horror. This was not human. How could a person achieve such a level? The blade light he struck down was even shattered by the residual energy of the so-called Extreme Life Sword. However, Su Yan leveraged the explosive residual force, directly using it to charge forward, colliding with the mad blade. Yet Su Yang merely waved his long sword. The treasured blade forged by the founder of the Yunshan sect in comparison was like a piece of paper turning into fragments and scattering. He couldn't even hold his ground. Su Yang's gaze fell upon the old man. The old man was plunging into the abyss, the blazing sun high above, yet not a trace of warmth. He wants to kill me. Run, I must escape. Yes, he cannot fly. Hurry and flee. This grudge, only when the master returns can it be avenged. Though I harbor great hatred, I must endure. In an instant the old man contemplated everything clearly. Su Yang's 2 swords had completely overturned his understanding. Especially the second sword's Extreme Life Sword, just an ordinary yellow-grade Dao technique, concentrated power at the sword tip, a technique that would destroy both man and stone. Yet in Su Yang's hands even the absolute kill of the 7 kills was inferior. At the very least this was the power of earth-grade swordsmanship. Was this still the Extreme Life Sword he recognized? He couldn't comprehend nor dared to think further. The old man turned and fled, his figure like a flash. As a half-step nascent soul, if he wished to escape, Su Yang would certainly not catch up to him. Su Yang watched the old man's fleeing figure and suddenly threw the life-saving sword at him. The life-saving sword sliced through the air, leaving numerous sword shadows. Bang! The old man in the distance suddenly stumbled, a green light enveloping him as a figure abruptly appeared. You little brat, dare to destroy my Yunshan sect. A middle-aged man, seeing the devastation of the Yunshan sect, had flames of fury in his eyes. There really is a master of the cave heaven realm. Su Yan was surprised. No wonder the old man could withstand his sword strike, even if it was merely a phantom of a cave heaven realm master and he had not used much strength. Today you cannot kill my servant. In the future I will personally come to kill you. The old man was overjoyed upon hearing this, saying, ha ha, pity that your Tianlan sect has endured countless hardships, yet in the end it is all in vain. As long as the master returns, even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will undoubtedly die. However, before Su Yan could speak, the life-saving sword suddenly floated up. The middle-aged man immediately sensed something was wrong, and suddenly a hint of shock flashed in his eyes. Spirit sword. This is a spirit sword. The sword births a spirit known as a spirit sword. At its peak it can nurture a sword spirit. This kid actually possesses a spirit sword. Before he could finish speaking, the life-saving sword went berserk and attacked the middle-aged man, enveloped in green light. Clang clang clang, the middle-aged man's face turned ashen while the old man was terrified as the green light shield displayed countless cracks. Run, the middle-aged man shouted. However, it was already too late. Crack! A piece of jade pendant on the old man's chest shattered and the green light shield along with the middle-aged man vanished without a trace. That middle-aged man had merely added a restriction technique to the old man's jade pendant, allowing it to activate his lingering thoughts in the event of a life-and-death crisis. But he never expected that the seemingly flightless Su Yang would possess a spirit sword. The old man turned to flee, only to be cleaved in half by the life-saving sword. A dull golden core suddenly flew out and the life-saving sword directly pierced the golden core, its radiance swirling, actually absorbing all the power of the golden core into the sword body. The sect master is dead. The founding ancestor is dead. It's over, the ancestor has not returned. It's over, all over. Our Yunshan sect has been annihilated by a single person. The disciples of Yunshan sect witnessed the entire battle. Though it seemed to take time, the actual confrontation lasted no more than 15 minutes, during which the sect's substantial foundation was completely wiped out. In the foundation establishment realm only Zhang Yi remained, but Zhang Yi was a traitor. At this moment Zhang Yi found it even harder to suppress the shock within him. Although he hoped Su Yang would win, it was for his own survival. Yet Su Yan single-handedly shattered the entire Yunshan sect. He did not wish for Yunshan sect to be destroyed. He was already dumbfounded. The mountains were strewn with corpses, and the residual waves from the clash of golden core and nascent soul had directly killed countless disciples of the Yunshan sect. The stench of blood filled the air. The first sect of Qizhou Yunshan sect has been annihilated. Quick, go help the senior. A group of disciples from the Tianlan sect rushed into the door only to be dumbfounded by the scene before them. Everywhere were the dead disciples of the Yunshan sect. Ling Qingshu, who had hurried over, was also stunned. Our Yunshan sect, with an inheritance of 18 generations reigning supreme in Qizhou, never expected to be taken down today by one person, one sword. Ha ha ha, supreme, how ridiculous. Without reaching the nascent soul stage, ultimately just a third-rate sect. A Yunshan sect disciple, half crying and half laughing, staggered out. Who destroyed the Yunshan sect? Ling Qingshu immediately blocked that disciple, still finding it hard to believe the outcome. Deep down she had a vague suspicion, but was it possible? How long had it been? In less than a quarter of an hour she had arrived only to be told that the Yunshan sect had already been destroyed. Even if that elder was strong, could he really be that powerful? They are all dead, ha ha ha. The Yunshan sect disciple stumbled out the door and the other Yunshan disciples didn't even stop him. Suddenly Ling Qingshu's pupils constricted as she saw the Yunshan sect leader Lu Zhen lying on the ground, now two halves of a corpse. Beside him stood a person. That person, Mu Ran, turned around. Ling Qingshu's breath caught in her throat. It was a senior, no, it was an elder. She remembered the words left by the previous sect leader that there was an elder of the Tianlan sect who had been in seclusion for many years, unknown if alive or dead. She had thought that unknown elder must have already passed away, but who knew that today he had emerged from seclusion to save the Tianlan sect? This was truly the work of the elder. Just what level of strength did he possess? She had too many questions in her heart, yet at this moment she did not dare to ask, a sudden chill creeping over her as she looked at the youthful face. Fortunately, this was the elder of the Tianlan sect. If it had been the elder of the Yunshan sect, what would have been the fate of the Tianlan sect? You've come. Su Yang had already sensed Ling Qingshu's presence and said with a faint smile. Ling Qingshu hesitated for a moment, then bowed and said, disciple came late, I didn't expect it to be over the Yunshan sect. Su Yang naturally knew her doubts and smiled, saying, I destroyed the Yunshan sect. Indeed, a sect capable of dominating a state has some foundation, with 2 golden cores and one already at the cusp of the nascent soul stage, nearly allowing him to escape. Ling Qingshu's eyes widened. 2 golden cores. The Yunshan sect actually still had a hidden golden core master. And one at the cusp of the nascent soul stage. She suddenly let out a sigh of relief. Since taking over as sect leader, every day had been spent in fear, as the Yunshan sect had coveted the Tianlan sect for over 100 years. Now this hidden danger had finally been eliminated. However, the founding ancestor of the Yunshan sect is still alive, possessing the cultivation of the cave heaven realm. There truly are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this world. Su Yang changed the subject and spoke again. Just as Ling Qingshu had relaxed, a chill suddenly ran down her spine. The cave heaven realm. In all of Qizhou there wasn't even anyone at the nascent soul stage, let alone in the cave heaven realm. How could a cave heaven realm expert suddenly appear? What should we do? A cave heaven realm expert is definitely not someone the Tianlan sect can contend with. Does this mean the Tianlan sect really has to relocate? Ling Qingshu immediately turned to think of countermeasures, worry clouding her beautiful face. They had insisted on remaining at their ancestral site for the sake of the sect's legacy that was said to be over 10,000 years old. However, after today's near annihilation, the opponent was also a cave heaven realm expert. Why cling to a dead place? Relocate. You're thinking too much. Su Yang shook his head and continued, though the cave heaven realm is strong, it's not enough for us to relocate. Although killing him may require some effort, to break into our Tianlan sect is merely a pipe dream. Do you know why others covet our Tianlan sect's land? It's not because they value it. Kill the cave heaven realm. Ling Qingshu swallowed hard. Could one really kill a cave heaven realm expert? In her world, the cave heaven realm was only a legend akin to a deity, even approaching the realm of immortals. Moreover, our Tianlan sect's ancestral site was actually a treasure land. Why had I never discovered this before? Su Yang saw Ling Qingshu's disbelief and offered no explanation, only calmly said, tell the disciples to come quickly, move everything away, don't waste it. The current Tianlan sect has nothing decent left. Ling Qingshu nodded hurriedly and immediately instructed the disciples to empty the Yunshan sect. The disciples of the Tianlan sect were all extremely excited. The Yunshan sect had truly been destroyed. Indeed, our Tianlan sect is an ancient great sect. The elder is our foundation. With the elder's intervention, we have obliterated the number 1 in Qizhou in the blink of an eye. Elder, just what level of cultivation do you have? After hesitating for a long time, Ling Qingshu finally asked. Why had this elder always concealed his true cultivation level? Though it may not seem much for you to call me elder based on seniority, let's leave it at that. You can just call me Su Yang. As for my cultivation level, it's Qi refinement. After Su Yang finished speaking, he casually wandered around the Yunshan sect looking for some materials he needed. As the number one in Qizhou, the Yunshan sect must know quite a bit that ordinary people did not, which was precisely what he needed now. For instance, how did the once greatest sect in the world, the Tianlan sect, fall? As for pills and techniques, he truly looked down upon those remnants. Take his extreme fate sword for example. To current people it was merely an ordinary yellow-level sword technique, not knowing that the extreme fate sword had been renowned as an earth-level technique tens of thousands of years ago. After finding what he needed, he left Ling Qingshu at the Yunshan sect and walked down the mountain. The world had changed drastically from the millennia he had spent in seclusion. He needed to not only look at materials but also see it for himself. Su, all right, Elder Su. In the end, Ling Qingshu still did not dare to call out Su Yang's name. This elder was too mysterious, having hidden his cultivation so deeply yet showed no fear of the cave heaven realm experts. One could only assume he was at least at the cave heaven realm. Su Yang paid them no mind as he encountered several remaining fleeing disciples of the Yunshan sect on the way. Upon seeing Su Yang, they all fled as if they had seen a ghost. He made no effort to stop them. These low-level scattered soldiers were not worth his time. Yet it was because of these people that the news of Su Yang single-handedly annihilating a sect spread like wildfire. This immediately caused a tremendous upheaval in all of Qizhou. The number one sect had been destroyed just like that. What, the Yunshan sect was destroyed? Are you joking with me? Shut up or we'll be in big trouble if the Yunshan sect finds out. Are you a disciple of the Yunshan sect? The Yunshan sect was really destroyed. Or was it the Tianlan sect that did it? Wait, the tyrant of Qizhou has changed its surname. Quick, on the way down from the Yunshan sect there are Tianlan sect disciples moving things. Hurry and go see this is actually true. Without a sound it was destroyed, and reportedly it was the usually inconspicuous Tianlan sect that produced an unparalleled powerhouse. The two golden core masters of the Yunshan sect, one even at the cusp of the nascent soul stage, had perished on the spot, the entire process taking less than a quarter of an hour. Everyone in Qizhou was shocked. Many cultivators in Qizhou city, even ordinary people, began making their way towards the Yunshan sect, wanting to see how the Tianlan sect had destroyed the tyrant of Qizhou. Su Yang ultimately walked down from the Yunshan sect, encountering many travelers along the way before entering Qizhou city. As he observed, he treated the shock of those people as if it were nothing, but the shock in his heart grew heavier. How could there have been such a drastic change in just 10,000 years? In the past, the Su Ling grass, which everyone considered a treasure, how did it come to be everywhere now? Even the techniques and legacies rarely showing the shadow of the past. If I hadn't broken through in the place that happened to be the Tianlan sect, I would almost think I had entered another world. When Ling Qingshu next saw Su Yang, 3 days had passed. Su Yang had returned alone to the Tianlan sect, bearing a few spirit herbs that in these times were regarded as little more than weeds. Under the curious gazes of the Tianlan sect disciples, their ancestor Su entered the main hall. Ancestor Su. Upon seeing Su Yang, Ling Qingshu cried out. During those 3 days she had scoured the scriptures preserved by the Tianlan sect. In some volumes she had found scattered references to Su Yang, phrases like sealed in seclusion and fate unknown, nothing more than fragments. This only deepened Ling Qingshu's conviction that the man before her was truly unfathomable. After all, the earliest of those records dated back 3,000 years. 3,000 years, even nascent soul cultivators rarely live more than a little over 1,000 years. To endure 3 millennia, what could he be if not some otherworldly recluse? Of course, if she had known that Su Yang was in truth the Tianlan sect's original founding disciple, an ancient demon who had lived 100,000 years, Ling Qingshu would likely have been terrified out of her senses. Ancestor, this is the ledger of spirit treasures taken from Yunshan sect that day, together with the offerings some sects have sent in recent days. Leave them all to your disposal. Su Yang did not take the ledger to him. The items listed therein mattered far less than the handful of spirit herbs in his hand. Ling Qingshu admired him all the more, thinking this composure befitted a true master. Those trifles were beneath the ancestor's dignity. Tell me, she asked, which branch are you descended from and which generation sect leader are you? Su Yang sat in the main seat and naturally accepted the tea Ling Qingshu handed him. Hearing his question, Ling Qingshu straightened, her expression solemn as she began to answer. Disciple Ling Qingshu, apprentice of Tianxian, the Tianlan sect's 11065th generation sect leader. I am the 11066th generation sect leader of the Tianlan sect. The number 11,066 felt indistinct in Ling Qingshu's mind. She could not imagine why a sect capable of passing down 10,000 generations had fallen to such a state. In truth, aside from sect leader Ling Qingshu, no one in the Tianlan sect truly understood that their sect was an ancient school transmitted across 10,000 generations. Su Yang went on to ask many more questions, mostly about neighboring powers and certain hidden matters. After all, it had been 10,000 years since he last walked the world. As Ling Qingshu answered each question in turn, Su Yang gained a general grasp of the present state of affairs across the land. The 10 Holy Lands had those forces that once attached themselves beneath the Tianlan sect now risen to become the strongest powers in the realm. Those friends and juniors he had known had one by one been honored as patriarchs and ascended. Over 10,000 years the world had truly changed beyond recognition. While Su Yang conversed with Ling Qingshu, a commotion came from outside. Both frowned at the interruption. Ling Qingshu's displeasure came from someone daring to interrupt her explanation to the ancestor. Su Yang's frown had a different cause. In so short a span, 2 disturbances had already occurred at the Tianlan Sect's main gate. Had this happened 10,000 years ago, anyone who dared make a scene at the Tianlan Sect's main gate would have been severely punished by the countless generations of Su Yang's imitators and disciples. Ling Qingshu strode from the hall to inspect the commotion, and Su Yang rose to follow. Tianlan Sect, so this is all it amounts to. As they stepped outside, a voice reached Su Yang. You talk of your sect slaying the Yunshan Sect leader and Tianlan Sect reclaiming Qizhou, what a laughable claim. A burly man stood at the gate, and before him lay one of the Tianlan Sect's few foundation establishment elders. You malformed lot, you destroyed Yunshan Sect. Pa! I wonder whose luck you're riding on. The man was outrageously arrogant. To him the Tianlan Sect was a mere chick to be toyed with. I heard your sect leader is not bad looking. Make her willingly become my cultivation cauldron. Hand over all the spirit treasures of Yunshan Sect and I'll spare the Tianlan Sect today. Ling Qingshu, having just stepped out and heard these words, drew a precious sword and charged at the brash man. The burly man was not cowed by Ling Qingshu's sudden strike. A powerful aura burst from him. A golden core cultivator, Ling Qingshu's heart lurched, yet her long sword did not falter. Having drawn her blade, she would not yield even if the foe before her were golden core or nascent soul, even if he seemed invincible. It was Ling Qingshu's first day learning the sword. Her master had taught her the first lesson: never give up. What a fine woman, you must be the sect leader of Tianlan. Obey and be my cauldron. The golden core man's power surged as he unleashed a technique that shattered Ling Qingshu's sword aside. Then he reached out with a massive hand to seize her. Just as Ling Qingshu was about to fall into his grasp, another long sword intercepted the path of his hand. Who? The man fixed his gaze and saw Su Yang. Sensing Su Yang's refining chi aura, he laughed rather than bristled, his wide eyes glaring as he jeered. You little brat, how dare a refining chi cultivator strike an elder? Kneel and kowtow 100 times and I'll take you as my disciple. As for your womanly sect leader, once I've had my fun I'll hand her over to you. See? I'm nothing if not magnanimous to my disciples. I think you should wash that mouth of yours. No sooner had Su Yang spoken than his figure vanished and a blade chi flashed at the man's chest. The man stumbled backward, a wound over a foot long carved across his chest. What a fast sword, boy, you're courting death. Wounded by a refining chi cultivator, the man's pride was utterly shattered. Murder flashed in his eyes as he produced a bell. Kid, behold my treasured artifact. Golden core power poured into the bell, and a tremendous sound rang in the ears of every Tianlan Sect disciple present. Every refining chi disciple suddenly felt their true chi thrown into chaos, their practiced methods teetering on the verge of a deviant breakthrough. My chaotic soul bell can unnerve even golden core cultivators, let alone you ragtag trash of the Tianlan Sect. He sneered at the disciples' plight, flicked his wrist, and prepared to shake the chaotic soul bell once more. Ling Qingshu possessed a mid-foundation establishment level of cultivation. She was currently the highest-ranking practitioner in the Tianlan Sect. Upon hearing the sound of the chaotic soul bell, it took considerable effort for her internal true chi to stabilize. Understanding the power of the bell, she prepared to rush forward to stop the burly man from shaking it again. The burly man sneered, little girl, now you understand my might, don't you? And you'll see more of it soon. As he increased the amplitude of his wrist movements, the bell was about to ring when a long sword sliced through his wrist. Surprised, he exclaimed, are you unharmed? How is that possible? His eyes bulged in disbelief as he stared at Su Yang, a golden core cultivator. In his understanding, Su Yang, who only had chi refinement cultivation, should have experienced rampant true chi and nearly gone mad after the first ringing of the bell. Yet here he stood perfectly intact, facing him with a sword. Your bell is ineffective against me, Su Yang remarked coolly before swinging his protective sword once more. A blast of sword energy severed the burly man's wrist cleanly, and another strike pierced through his shoulder. Everything unfolded in a flash, and it was only after being pinned to the ground that he realized what had happened. You definitely aren't at the chi refinement level, you've concealed your cultivation. It was clear that someone capable of dealing with him so easily was undoubtedly stronger. At that moment, the burly man truly believed the rumors circulating outside. It was the people from Tianlan Sect who had annihilated Yunshan Sect, reclaiming their dominance over Qizhou. Feeling a surge of regret, he pleaded, don't kill me. I'm willing to serve you for 100 years, just spare my life. Having painstakingly cultivated to the golden core stage, the burly man was not willing to easily meet his end. Ignoring the man's pleas for mercy, Su Yang thrust his sword into the burly man's mouth, saying, I already told you should wash your mouth out. The sword energy turned the burly man's teeth and tongue into a mushy pulp, and the sounds he could utter had devolved into whimpers. With another strike, Su Yang pierced the burly man's dantian, severing the golden core he had painstakingly cultivated over many years. The burly man, now devoid of cultivation, wore a pained expression. His whimpering voice had changed. Su Yang knew he was definitely cursing him without a doubt. Today I bestow upon you a death under the blazing sun, Su Yang declared as he withdrew his protective sword and turned to Ling Qingshu. You insulted the reputation of Tianlan Sect and bullied its disciples, you must die. Hang him at the entrance of Tianlan Sect so that the blind ones can see what happens. After saying this, Su Yang swept his gaze across some hidden corners of Tianlan Sect. Every cultivator of Peak Foundation establishment who met Su Yang's gaze felt a chill run down their spine. They were spies sent by various factions to investigate Tianlan Sect's strength. They had witnessed the entire process of Su Yang mercilessly slaying the Golden Core burly man. They now understood his strength. 4 words, do not provoke. Su Yang's final glance told them he was aware of their presence. He wanted them to return and inform their superiors that from now on in this territory of Qizhou they should not disturb Tianlan Sect anymore, otherwise they would meet the same fate as this reckless Golden Core burly man. A dignified Golden Core cultivator stripped of his power hung before the entrance of Tianlan Sect to die under the sun. This was Su Yang's way of establishing authority for the current Tianlan Sect, effective and straightforward. It was also simple to understand. Within a short incense stick's time those spies vanished from Tianlan Sect. When Ling Qingshu appeared before Su Yang again, she was exuding a chilling intent. Clearly before the burly man was hung on the flagpole, Ling Qingshu had unleashed her wrath upon him. After all, no woman could endure such insulting words. Ancestor Su, everything has been done according to your orders, she reported. Su Yang nodded. His spiritual sense had been honed over 100,000 years. He had been aware of everything Ling Qingshu had arranged and executed. What pleased him most today was that Ling Qingshu had boldly drawn her sword against an enemy at the Golden Core stage. With her current demeanor, Ling Qingshu was already on par with the outstanding disciples of Tianlan Sect from history. One must understand that in Su Yang's eyes, anyone worthy of being called an excellent disciple was at least a pivotal figure in the sect's revival. Ancestor, since you have emerged from seclusion, I intend to hand over the position of sect master to you. Qingshu's strength is inadequate to shoulder the responsibilities of Tianlan Sect's leadership. As she spoke, Ling Qingshu presented a pitch-black token, the emblem of the sect master of Tianlan Sect. Su Yang did not respond verbally but took the token from her. Su Yang carefully examined the token. The sect master emblem of Tianlan Sect had originally been passed down by him 100,000 years ago. By rights, he as the first disciple should have been the second sect master. However, he had voluntarily given the position to his junior brother due to being trapped in the Qi refinement stage. Now 100,000 years later, the sect master token had returned to his hands, bestowed by a disciple from generations he did not even know. Su Yang found it somewhat amusing. After playing with the token for a while, he returned it to Ling Qingshu. This is yours, no one can take it away, not even me. In Tianlan Sect over the years, the sect master position could only be passed down upon the former sect master's ascension or demise. Are you wishing for such a short life? If Tianlan Sect can once again shine with glory, then Qingshu's death would be worth it. Honestly, you do have a bit of the sect master's demeanor, stronger than I was back in the day. Su Yang chuckled, thoroughly recognizing Ling Qingshu's identity as the sect master of Tianlan Sect. Bring me a batch of spiritual materials from the storeroom, I need to refine pills. Also, let me review the cultivation methods you practice once again. The sect master of Tianlan Sect only has foundation establishment cultivation, which is too low. I give you 3 months to condense a golden core. Ling Qingshu was slightly taken aback at this statement. However, seeing the confident expression on Su Yang's face, she was also inspired. Yes, I will obey the ancestors' decree. Condensing a golden core in 3 months seemed like a fairy tale to others, but when said by Su Yang, it felt entirely different. Having lived for 100,000 years, Su Yang had recorded countless formulas for pills that assist in cultivation in his mind. Not to mention the pills used for foundation establishment and golden core cultivation, he was also aware of several that could enhance the chances of transcending tribulation. Now refining some pills to accelerate Ling Qingshu's cultivation was exceedingly simple for Su Yang. Moreover, in this era of great change, spiritual herbs that were once priceless many years ago had now become as common as weeds. For instance, Su Yang returned after 3 days of wandering, bringing back those spirit herbs. Thousands of years ago, those few spirit herbs were essential ingredients for refining some high-level elixirs. Now these treasures that would cause many cultivators to fight fiercely over are growing like weeds by the roadside. This made Su Yang feel emotional. In this era, heaven has finally stood by his side. It is this unique era that has given Su Yang a glimmer of hope for breaking through the Qi refining stage. He has been stuck in the Qi refining stage for 100,000 years. Even though he has reached the 99 levels of Qi refining, he is still merely at the Qi refining stage. When Ling Qingshu brought back some spiritual items Su Yang requested to the Great Hall, she was momentarily taken aback, for the technique she had just handed to Su Yang was floating in midair. Su Yang was using his finger as a pen, sketching on the technique he had submitted. It seemed he was modifying the technique he practiced. How could that be possible? This was the truest voice from the bottom of Ling Qingshu's heart. The technique she practiced was the most unique in the Tianlan Sect, said to be one that only the sect master's lineage could cultivate. This technique is exceptionally outstanding in both foundational skills and combat strength. Her master had once said that this technique was already a very perfect one. If it weren't for the lack of several legendary elixirs needed to assist in cultivation, her master would definitely not have been merely at the golden core level. Ling Qingshu herself would not still be at the mid-foundation establishment stage today. Ancestor Su, I have brought everything you asked for. Seeing Su Yang sketching for a long time, Ling Qingshu could no longer help but interrupt his actions. Su Yang glanced at the tray Ling Qingshu was holding, gesturing for her to set it aside before continuing to write about her technique. This technique of yours was created by a genius of our Tianlan Sect 30,000 years ago. It emphasizes foundational skills, making it a decent choice for those in the qi refining and foundation establishment realms. A scholar's figure emerged in Su Yang's mind. He still had a deep impression of this junior. However, what you are currently practicing is just the initial framework he drafted. Later he made several modifications to this technique, removing many restrictions in pursuit of it becoming a truly perfect technique. Upon saying this, Su Yang paused, returning the modified technique to Ling Qingshu. He then walked to the tray, picking up several items and examining them one by one. There was a fateful connection regarding the technique Ling Qingshu practiced. The creator of that technique was a descendant of a junior Su Yang had once regarded highly. With this connection, that person made great progress in his cultivation and became aware of Su Yang's existence. Therefore, whenever he perfected the technique, he would send a copy to Su Yang's cave. Su Yang occasionally glanced at it, and over time he became more familiar with this technique. After Ling Qingshu received the technique, she initially thought that Su Yang's modifications would be nonsensical. However, upon closer inspection, many of Su Yang's modifications addressed the difficulty she had encountered in her cultivation until now. Seeing the contents Su Yang had revised was like lifting the clouds to see the bright moon. Her true energy involuntarily began to circulate according to the new technique's route. In just a few breaths, Ling Qingshu's aura suddenly changed, her cultivation remarkably breaking through to the late foundation establishment stage. Sensing her breakthrough, Su Yang nodded in satisfaction. To be able to quickly comprehend the content he had written, Ling Qingshu's talent is indeed impressive. While Ling Qingshu was still closing her eyes to feel the changes from her recent breakthrough, Su Yang waved his hand and a Dan furnace appeared in the Great Hall. This was the best Dan furnace of a former ascendant adept in alchemy from the Tianlan Sect, brought out to honor Su Yang, this ancestor, before ascending. Similar events had occurred many times within the Tianlan Sect. Several ascendants had left treasures for Su Yang, the ancestor, before they ascended. However, over the course of 100,000 years, Su Yang had also seen many promising juniors who had indeed sent him numerous treasures. Now, aside from a few with special significance, what he could keep were rare treasures of this world, such as the Dan furnace before him. Su Yang casually grabbed 2 spirit herbs and tossed them into the furnace, where the flames that hadn't extinguished for thousands of years danced. At that moment, a portion of the flame separated. The fire enveloped the spirit herbs Su Yang had thrown in, and after a few breaths the herbs transformed into a medicinal liquid. Su Yang carelessly tossed in a few other spirit herbs, finally throwing in the Lingshu herb. Just then Ling Qingshu woke from her comprehension and saw Su Yang tossing the Lingshu herb into the Dan furnace. Regarding this matter, Ling Qingshu was very surprised. She recognized the Lingshu herb based on records from ancient texts and statements from alchemists. The outside world had already concluded that although this herb sounds profound, in reality it is useless weeds, even considered undesirable for burning fire to cook. Now Su Yang actually intended to use this commonly acknowledged weed for alchemy, which left Ling Qingshu astonished. Ancestor Su, may I ask what elixir you are refining? Hearing Ling Qingshu's question, Su Yang looked up at her and found her expression one of confusion. He had some guesses regarding her question. Are you curious why I am using the Lingshu herb? Ancestor Su is indeed wise. It's fine to tell you, but you must keep it a secret. Su Yang laughed heartily, not paying attention to the scene inside the Dan furnace, and began to explain the Lingshu herb to Ling Qingshu. 100,000 years ago, a Dan recipe appeared, and its effects were quite exaggerated, as it could increase the chances of ascension. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Ling Qingshu gasped in shock. Increase the chances of ascension? Exactly. Su Yang nodded. Those who can reach the tribulation transcendent stage are all exceptional individuals in terms of talent and willpower. However, when faced with the barrier of ascension, they have little confidence. Because cultivation is inherently difficult, and crossing the tribulation to ascend is even more challenging. At this point, Ling Qingshu roughly guessed that it must be this elixir which could enhance the chances of ascension that had caused a bloody storm. Countless cultivators and powerful beings fought fiercely over a single elixir. What does this elixir have to do with the Lingshu herb? This elixir that can increase the chances of ascension is called Lingshu Dan. Its main ingredient is the Lingshu herb, which you currently regard as a weed. Su Yang recalled that when he was young, the Lingshu herb was also considered worthless, just as it is now. However, after the Lingshu Dan made its appearance, finding a single Lingshu herd became exceedingly difficult. As for the Lingshu pill, Su Yang recalled that there had been no more than a handful of them in the storage rooms of the Tianlan Sect. Ling Qingshu couldn't help but ask, Master, since this Lingshu grass is so precious, why has it turned out this way? Is it that the recipe for the Lingshu pill has been lost? Has no one recognized the value of the Lingshu grass anymore? Or is there some other reason that after the Lingshu grass has surged again, its effects have become unclear? While chatting with Ling Qingshu, a fragrant aroma wafted from the alchemy furnace. Su Yang had already used his divine sense to grasp the situation inside the furnace. Thus at this moment he felt no great surprise, he merely circulated his true qi and formed several hand seals. Once the last hand seal was completed, the alchemy furnace opened automatically and several round pills were drawn out by Su Yang. These pills are for you, I will refine another batch later. The effect of this batch is to accelerate your cultivation speed, while the next will enhance your chances of condensing the golden core. 3 months to condense the golden core was already the latest deadline Su Yang had set for Ling Qingshu. Although there is a saying in the cultivation world that it takes 3 years to refine qi, 10 years to establish a foundation, and 100 years to form a core for those talented individuals with sect resources and guidance from powerful mentors, refining qi and establishing a foundation is merely a minor path. Most can achieve golden core cultivation in just 3 to 5 years. Now that Ling Qingshu also had the support of sect resources along with guidance from someone like Su Yang, 3 months seemed a bit long. Ling Qingshu entered seclusion after receiving the techniques and pills from Su Yang, resolutely stepping into a secluded stone chamber. With Su Yang present, she had no worries about any issues arising in the Tianlan Sect. Moreover, if something were truly beyond Su Yang's control, her coming out would be of no use. With Su Yang presiding over the Tianlan Sect, she felt assured in her seclusion. Su Yang sat in the main seat of the Great Hall, observing the few remaining disciples of the Tianlan Sect. Although their numbers were few and their talents were average, Su Yang was still quite satisfied. At the very least, these disciples and elders of the Tianlan Sect had stood by the sect during its recent crises. How does the saying go? This generation of disciples may not be the best I have taught, but they are the ones I am most satisfied with. Su Yang was generous towards the disciples of the Tianlan Sect, personally refining a significant number of auxiliary cultivation pills. Among them, the foundation establishment pill was something Su Yang regarded as mere candy, so he refined even more. For those stuck in the qi refinement stage, unable to break through to foundation establishment, Su Yang generously distributed 2 pills to each. 2 pills, is that too much? For the disciples of the Tianlan Sect, those 2 pills were life and hope for their cultivation. Yet for Su Yang, 2 pills were less than the taste of candy. Over the past 100,000 years, Su Yang had consumed enough foundation establishment pills to form a small mountain. If one were to insist on a specific number, it would undoubtedly be an astronomical figure. For these elders and disciples of the Tianlan Sect, Su Yang had truly exerted himself. For those lacking offensive techniques, Su Yang passed down some attack techniques practiced by disciples of the Tianlan Sect from 1,000 years ago. For those lacking defensive measures, Su Yang went out to slay spirit beasts and used their blood to draw talismans. Each person received 5 or 6 defensive talismans. In short, whatever you lacked, I provided. Although the Tianlan Sect was no longer the #1 sect in the world, for these remaining disciples, Su Yang felt he absolutely could not be stingy. In the past, when the disciples of the Tianlan Sect traveled, who wasn't envied? Such incidents as the tiger falling to the plains, being bullied by dogs, would no longer occur. Su Yang wanted to ensure that even if the Tianlan Sect had declined, they were not to be easily bullied. Hanging on the flagpole at the entrance of the Tianlan Sect, the skeletal remains of a golden core expert served as the best warning. During this time, the disciples of the Tianlan Sect also noticed this. This Su-old ancestor, whose cultivation remains unfathomable and whose age is indeterminate, is indeed approachable, offering maximum support for their cultivation. Moreover, this Su-old ancestor is truly versatile, skilled in alchemy, weapon forging, formation setting, and talisman crafting. He seems to know it all. Coupled with Su Yang's previous destruction of the Yunshan sect and the slaughter of golden core experts, the reputation he had established was formidable. Now the disciples of the Tianlan sect enjoyed treatment in the Qizhou region that was identical to that of the former Yunshan sect disciples. Wherever they went, they were the most dazzling presence, drawing attention. As the disciples of the Tianlan sect moved about, the title Su-old ancestor gradually etched itself into the hearts of the cultivators in Qizhou. Some say this Su-old ancestor is a white-haired Taoist with half-step nascent soul cultivation capable of astonishing feats. Others claim Su-old ancestor is the previous sect master of the Tianlan sect, their words or reason making them believable. Those who have truly seen Su Yang, however, do not speak of him at all, fearing that even the slightest mention might provoke Su Yang, bringing forth the shadow that haunts their dreams. The leader appropriately interrupted the quarrel between the two, glancing at the other 9 before asking indifferently who will take in this old ancestor Su. A glimmer of divine light flickered in his eyes, clearly indicating his reluctance to personally intervene in such matters, preferring to leave it to these people. Among the various states under Tianwu County, there were approximately 100 golden core cultivators. These cultivators either depended on the royal house of Tianwu County or had signed some form of contract with it. It is precisely because of this that the high-end power among the cultivators in Tianwu County is highly concentrated. Almost every individual under certain conditions would accept the management and dispatch of the royal house. Ill go. Yusan Yang looked at Su Yang's portrait, licking her dry lips, feeling a surge of heat in her heart. In an instant many images flashed through her mind. The leader ignored Yusan Yang's eager offer, furrowing his brows as he turned his attention to the others. The man who had just argued with Yusan Yang laughed heartily at the scene. Yusan Yang, it seems the boss is afraid you might drain that pretty boy dry. Not at all. I'm very gentle with beautiful things. A handsome guy like him definitely deserves to indulge a few times. The man stopped responding, finding the banter with Yusan Yang amusing. If it were to get serious, even a nascent soul cultivator might fall under her charm in bed. He certainly didn't want to become a notorious playboy dying at the hands of a woman. Her skill in seduction was indeed formidable. Seeing that no one was willing to take on such a task, the golden core cultivator referred to as the boss by the man ceased to press the matter. Since Yusan Yang wanted to go, then let her go. However, he always felt that Su Yang was not an ordinary golden core cultivator. Yet seeing Yusan Yang turn and leave without further ado, he said no more. 3 days later in Shizhou City, a voluptuous woman swayed her body as she walked down the main street. She appeared stunningly beautiful, with every movement radiating an enchanting charm. Many wandering cultivators harboring improper thoughts quietly followed the woman. When they saw her leaving the city alone, their eyes sparkled with excitement. No one would notice that their minds were gradually fading as they followed her. After today, none of these wandering cultivators would return to Shizhou City. More than an hour later, the woman stepped onto the path leading to Tianlan Sect. If someone had observed closely, they would have noticed that her appearance seemed to have rejuvenated since leaving the city. This woman was Yusan Yang, who had come from Tianwu County, and those wandering cultivators who had followed her had naturally turned into a pile of bones. Yusan Yang arrived at the gate of Tianlan Sect and was slightly taken aback upon seeing the corpse of a golden core cultivator hanging as a banner. It wasn't out of fear, but rather found it quite amusing. Yusan Yang wondered if she should also display the corpses of the cultivators she had drained in the same manner in the future. As she walked towards the main hall of Tianlan Sect, not a single person came to obstruct her progress. This was due to the technique she practiced. Besides her seduction skills, she had also mastered an illusion art. An illusion crafted by a golden core cultivator was certainly beyond the detection abilities of the current Tianlan Sect disciples, who only had foundation establishment. Upon entering the main hall of Tianlan Sect, Yusan Yang saw a young man sitting there in meditation. From his appearance, he seemed even more handsome than in the portrait. At the sight, desire filled Yusan Yang's eyes. She walked gracefully, and with each step a unique aura radiated from her. At the same time, with each step her clothing slipped away. By the time she approached Su Yang, only a thin veil remained on her. The seductive and ambiguous aura had already enveloped the entire hall. Yusan Yang parted her lips, exhaling a fragrant breath, and softly called out, "Old Ancestor Su." As soon as the words reached his ears, Su Yang opened his eyes, finding the scene before him filled with temptation. The thin veil on Yusan Yang seemed ready to fall at any moment, with a fragrance like orchids and musk wafting towards him. "Old Ancestor Su, do you think San Yang is beautiful?" Yusan Yang swayed her figure, an invisible aura starting to invade Su Yang's body. Based on Yusan Yang's experience, after a while Su Yang would become a wild beast driven by desire, dropping all defenses and violently throwing her to the ground. Imagining Su Yang's handsome face pinning her down, Yusan Yang's eyes became even more dazed. For her, once it reached this stage, Su Yang would transform into the beast of desire she could control. After that, Su Yang's every move would be entirely under her control. "Old Ancestor Su, am I beautiful?" Yusan Yang's figure became even more enchanting. In her eyes, Su Yang's gaze should have been filled with flames of desire. However, the reality was quite the opposite. "Are you done performing?" Su Yang's eyes were clear, devoid of any hint of desire. "Your illusion is impressive, but it doesn't work on me." Su Yang merely circulated his true energy slightly, completely isolating the seductive and ambiguous aura outside his body. Upon hearing this, the dazing Yusan Yang's eyes vanished in an instant. She truly did not expect that a technique she had nearly perfected against nascent soul cultivators could fail against Su Yang. "If you have nothing else to do, keep your distance. I find you dirty." As soon as these words were spoken, Yusan Yang's expression changed dramatically. The thin veil that had been swaying with her figure suddenly shot towards Su Yang like a blade. Su Yang raised a hand and sent out a fireball. The flames engulfed Yusan Yang's veil, yet the veil remained completely unscathed. In truth, from the moment Yusan Yang stepped into Tianlan Sect, Su Yang had already noticed her. During this time, if Yusan Yang had dared to harbor any murderous intent towards the disciples of Tianlan Sect, Su Yang would have acted. But he never expected her to come all the way to the main hall and even cast an illusion on him. If Su Yang's real age appeared to be that of a 17 or 18-year-old, he might have indeed fallen for it. But Su Yang had lived for 100,000 years. In that time he had seen it all. How could a mere illusion possibly affect Su Yang? The reason he had refrained from acting was that he wanted to see what tricks Yu San Yang had up her sleeve. The confrontation between them had actually begun the moment Yu San Yang entered Tianlan Sect. However, the outcome was clear: her illusion had no effect on Su Yang. And once Su Yang made his move, it could very well cost Yu San Yang her life. Old ancestor Su, why are you so rude to me? The alluring demeanor of Yu San Yang could undoubtedly captivate anyone's soul. However, for Su Yang such illusions were utterly tiresome. If your tricks remain this ineffective, I might have to consider whether to kill you or not, Su Yang said as the murderous intent in his eyes began to coalesce. Facing Su Yang's gaze, Yu San Yang felt a bone-chilling dread. Kid, you can't drink the wine of respect and only end up with the wine of punishment. With the stakes raised, Yu San Yang's golden core power began to circulate within her. The sheer veil she wore flew out like a great net, attempting to envelop Su Yang. As the veil soared, Yu San Yang's figure abruptly retreated. Most of her abilities lay in illusions and absorption techniques, and close combat was not her forte. At this distance, if Su Yang made a direct move, her chances of survival would be less than 30%. Without seeing how Su Yang moved, by the time the veil enveloped him, his figure had already vanished from the original spot, while Yu San Yang's hasty retreat came to a sudden halt. Su Yang had already positioned himself behind her, and if she took another step back she would collide with him. This little trick is not enough to impress me. Then let me show you something more spectacular. Yu San Yang's body darted away like a fish heading in another direction. At the same moment, the mysterious aura she had spread throughout the hall suddenly converged. Pink wisps of energy gathered in midair, forming stunningly beautiful figures. These enchanting figures were holding flower baskets, paper umbrellas, or cradling pipa instruments. Under Yu San Yang's manipulation, these lovely beings charged towards Su Yang. The beauty cradling the pipa plucked its strings, sending an invisible sound blade slicing towards Su Yang. Meanwhile, the figure with the flower basket tossed flowers that transformed into flying daggers, sweeping towards him. The last beauty unfurled her oiled paper umbrella, casting a divine light that directly illuminated Su Yang. In that moment of being bathed in divine light, Su Yang felt a slight pause in his body as a binding force enveloped him. Su Yang let out a cold snort, and the binding divine light lost its effect on him. With a slight wave of his protective sword, the flower petal daggers were shattered. As for the invisible sound blade, it crumbled inch by inch as Su Yang snorted. Yu San Yang's expression changed dramatically as she realized her methods were easily dismantled by his every movement. This was even more shocking than if Su Yang had remained unaffected by her illusions. Just this one confrontation made Yu San Yang understand. Su Yang's strength before her was far superior to what was described in the reports from the Lord's Mansion of Tianwu County. Such a person should never be underestimated, or it would be tantamount to courting death. The veil that Su Yang had dodged earlier returned to drape over Yu San Yang. Clad in the veil, her alluring figure was half concealed, making her appear exceptionally tempting. However, she had lost her seductive mood, and upon hearing Su Yang's subsequent words, her expression grew even darker. The Grand Tianma dance has turned into this under your hands. Su Yang looked at Yu San Yang's form, shaking his head in dissatisfaction. He had witnessed the techniques Yu San Yang used before tens of thousands of years ago. The scenes he remembered were absolutely incomparable to the methods she displayed today. The sight of hundreds or thousands of Tianma women appearing at once was something even a cave-dwelling master would struggle to maintain their composure. Anyone who had witnessed it would find it unforgettable for a lifetime. Yet what Yu San Yang displayed was nothing short of an insult to such grand abilities. Clearly a power that could dominate its surroundings, yet in your hands it has devolved into this trivial technique. How pitiable. Su Yang swung his protective sword, and the veil summoned by Yu San Yang was directly severed in two. Such a newly minted magical treasure was no different from flimsy paper against the edge of his sword. Seeing her painstakingly refined treasure destroyed, Yu San Yang spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The veil was intrinsically linked to her life. When it was cut by Su Yang's sword, the backlash she suffered was considerable. With a single step, Su Yang was already in front of Yu San Yang. She circulated her internal power, and an illusory ghostly head appeared before her. Just as the ghostly head was about to break free from its binding cage, Su Yang grasped it tightly, causing it to dissolve into nothingness. Do you have any other tricks? Su Yang sheathed his protective sword, his eyes filled with disdain as he looked at Yu San Yang. The recently famed Su Laozu of Tianwu County truly lives up to his reputation. I can see your methods now. Though Yu San Yang had just had her painstakingly crafted treasure destroyed and her internal cultivation severely damaged, she could only force herself to suppress her hatred and present a submissive demeanor before Su Yang. Su Yang, uninterested in the thoughts swirling in Yu San Yang's mind, felt no need to concern himself with them. In the face of such overwhelming power, even her deepest grievances and hatreds would be useless. I am Yu San Yang, one of the offerings of the Lord's Mansion in Tianwu County. I have come to discuss some matters with you, Senior. Yu Sanyang spoke truthfully. She was indeed sent by Tianwu County to make contact with Su Yang. Although her original intention was to use her illusions to seduce Su Yang into becoming a beast of desire under her control. On the bed, she aimed to turn Su Yang into a creature of her desire, thereby enhancing her own strength and elevating her status within Tianwu County. After all her scheming, Yu Sanyang never expected Su Yang to be so powerful. Her fully exerted illusions had no effect on him, and the treasure she had painstakingly refined was cut through by his sword. This trip had truly resulted in losing both her honor and her troops. Not to mention, she now had to face the immensely powerful Su Yang. All her methods were utterly ineffective in the face of Su Yang's formidable strength. Yu Sanyang had already confirmed that Su Yang's power was far beyond that of an ordinary golden core. At the very least, he was on the verge of the nascent soul stage. It was even possible that Su Yang was already a nascent soul cultivator. There were hardly any nascent soul cultivators to be found in Tianwu County. With this thought, Yu Sanyang's heart began to stir with other intentions. A nascent soul cultivator was undeniably a significant ally. If she could attach herself to him, her own cultivation could very well rise to new heights. At this moment, Yu Sanyang's heart was ablaze with ambition. Allying with a nascent soul cultivator could bring her endless benefits. I, Yu Sanyang, am willing to follow you from this day forth, serving at your side. Serving beside you. Do you think you are worthy to serve by my side? Su Yang had lived for 100,000 years, and although his cultivation remained stagnant at the Qi refinement stage, his status as the eldest disciple of the Tianlan Sect was undeniably exalted. Throughout these 100,000 years, countless daughters of great sects and powerful factions sought to cling to Su Yang, hoping to attach themselves to the mighty Tianlan Sect. Now a golden core cultivator like Yu Sanyang, who achieved her current status through alchemical techniques, dared to express her willingness to follow Su Yang and serve him. Had this been 100,000 years ago, it would have been regarded as a tremendous joke. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, the smile on Yu Sanyang's face suddenly turned awkward. In her view, having a beautiful golden core cultivator like herself would undoubtedly be a delight. She never expected Su Yang to respond with the words, "You are not worthy." If not for the fact that she was truly no match for Su Yang, Yu Sanyang would have likely erupted in fury at this moment. Get out of the Tianlan Sect and tell your backers that if they dare to appear within the territory of the Tianlan Sect again, they will die. As soon as the words left her mouth, Yu Sanyang felt herself struck by a tremendous force, sending her flying away. This was naturally the work of Su Yang, who, finding her displeasing, directly expelled her from the Grand Hall of the Tianlan Sect. Being thrown out of the Grand Hall of the Tianlan Sect created quite a stir, attracting the attention of many Tianlan Sect disciples. Hearing the discussions among the disciples, Yu Sanyang's brows furrowed deeply, and she seemed to harbor a desire to kill. However, thinking of Su Yang in the Grand Hall, she quickly dismissed that thought. Ignoring her disheveled appearance, Yu Sanyang immediately channeled her energy and flew out of the territory of the Tianlan Sect. After leaving the sect, she did not rush back to the Tianwu County city, but instead flew towards the direction of Qizhou. This action had caused her considerable losses, and she naturally intended to seek revenge on the cultivators of Qizhou. Without the sun and moon in the mountains, otherwise Su Yang's 100,000 years would not have passed so quickly. In the blink of an eye, Ling Qingshu, who had been in seclusion at the Tianlan Sect, had emerged from her retreat. The commotion when Ling Qingshu exited was indeed substantial, and the entire Tianlan Sect felt the powerful aura of a golden core. The news of Ling Qingshu's breakthrough to the golden core stage further excited the disciples of the Tianlan Sect, who had been diligently cultivating. With the mysterious Su Laozu in the Grand Hall, they felt that their day would come when they too could break through to the coveted golden core realm. Once all the disciples of the Tianlan Sect congratulating Ling Qingshu on her breakthrough had dispersed, Su Yang approached her. Sensing the aura emanating from Ling Qingshu, he was very pleased. The cultivation method he had imparted to Ling Qingshu last time was indeed highly suitable for her. In just over a month, Ling Qingshu had already condensed her golden core following the method and techniques he had provided. In this manner, Su Yang could only express 4 words regarding Ling Qingshu: great prospects ahead. I have met Su Laozu, and thank you for bestowing the methods and pills which allowed me to break through to the golden core so quickly. Ling Qingshu quickly bowed upon seeing Su Yang, feeling very grateful. After a brief exchange, Su Yang encouraged her in her cultivation before heading alone to the back mountains of the Tianlan Sect. Recently, Su Yang had taken up a new hobby, which was walking through the mountains where the Tianlan Sect was located. Each time he returned, he could find rare spiritual herbs that had been considered treasures 1,000 years ago. After more than a month, Su Yang had collected countless spiritual items for refining ancient pills. These would indeed represent a considerable fortune even 1,000 years ago. Watching Su Yang's retreating figure, Ling Qingshu turned back to the Grand Hall to handle various matters of the Tianlan Sect. During this month, the sect had indeed undergone significant changes. Most of the disciples and elders had advanced in their cultivation levels, and many factions expressed their intentions to form alliances with the Tianlan Sect. Ling Qingshu sensed that once the news of her breakthrough to the golden core spread, this situation would intensify. Moreover, over this period, the number of disciples in the Tianlan Sect had actually doubled. The newly joined disciples of the Tianlan Sect were mostly talented youths from Qizhou. Although there were no outstanding prodigies, their qualifications were not particularly poor. These individuals had been vetted by Su Yang, and as long as they were not spies, he recruited them all. In Su Yang's eyes, talent alone did not determine a cultivator's lifetime. Just like himself, his initial talent had left many in awe. Yet now, after 100,000 years, was he not still merely at the qi refinement stage? For these newly recruited disciples, as long as they were loyal to the Tianlan Sect, Su Yang would allocate ample resources to elevate their cultivation. At the very least, the Tianlan Sect would ensure they reached the foundation establishment stage. This confidence stemmed from Su Yang's undeniable talent. Su Yang was proficient in alchemy, artifact crafting, formation arrangement, and talisman drawing. In certain aspects, he surpassed even some masters. If not for unknown reasons preventing Su Yang from breaking through the qi refinement stage, he might have been recorded as the strongest in the history of the Tianlan Sect. Ling Qingshu was busy managing various matters in the Grand Hall, while Su Yan was joyfully collecting spiritual herbs in the mountains behind the Tianlan Sect. The news of Ling Qingshu exiting her seclusion and becoming a golden core cultivator created a tremendous stir in Qizhou City. Just as Ling Qingshu had anticipated, those factions that had previously expressed intentions to ally with the Tianlan Sect increased their stakes. Meanwhile, those sects that had been in different rush to send representatives to form connections with the Tianlan Sect upon learning this news. As the news of Ling Qingshu's breakthrough to the Golden Core spread, the Tianlan Sect once again entered the sights of the cultivators in Qizhou, with Su Yang's name frequently appearing. Many understood that the recent events surrounding the Tianlan Sect were orchestrated by Su Yang, the mysterious Su Laozu. Numerous factions had already marked his name as one not to be provoked. After all, offending such an enigmatic figure whose exact cultivation level was unknown but whose combat power was formidable would surely be a loss regardless of the perspective. No matter how many years passed, cultivators would always seek to befriend the strong rather than make enemies in the world of cultivation. The principle of the survival of the fittest holds true. In Qizhou City, a special force had also taken note of the situation at the Tianlan Sect. After much contemplation, this force sent out a letter. The following day, this letter appeared on the table of Ling Qingshu in the Grand Hall of the Tianlan Sect. Elder Su, are we going to the auction or not? Ling Qingshu stood in front of the table while Su Yang sat across from her holding a special letter. This was a special force in Qizhou City, the Lingbao auction house, sending out invitations to Ling Qingshu and Su Yang, who had never shown themselves in front of outsiders. An auction? How interesting, and the name of this auction is even more intriguing. We will definitely attend in a few days. Su Yang looked at the signature of the auction. The words Lingbao felt very familiar to him, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Ling Qingshu was also delighted by Su Yang's affirmative response. Lingbao Auction House was something she had heard about long ago, but in the past, with her foundation establishment cultivation, she was naturally not destined to have any connection with it. Now that she had broken through to the Golden Core realm, the Lingbao Auction House sent her an invitation. For such an event, Ling Qingshu was eager to broaden her horizons. Su Yang had no particular objections to this auction. In fact, he was quite curious about what treasures he might encounter there. Calculating carefully, it had been 15,000 years since Su Yang last attended an auction. Since then, despite traveling through many places, he had never stepped into an auction house again. 3 days later, Su Yang led the way with Ling Qingshu following behind as they entered Qizhou City. Elder, just ahead is the Lingbao Auction House. I've heard it's a branch of a major power. Ling Qingshu pointed to a huge plaque in the center of Qizhou City, introducing it to Su Yang. Su Yang's gaze was fixed on the sign of the Lingbao Auction House, and he gained a general understanding that this auction house was wealthy. At the very least, in this era in Qizhou City, the Lingbao Auction House was among the top establishments. When Ling Qingshu presented the invitation letter, a foundation establishment cultivator came out from within the Lingbao Auction House, guiding Ling Qingshu and Su Yang inside. Along the way, this foundation establishment cultivator introduced Ling Qingshu and Su Yang to the situation of the Lingbao Auction House. Indeed, this particular branch in Qizhou City was quite small. However, in the eyes of the cultivators in Qizhou, this branch was already a massive entity. The Lingbao Auction House in Qizhou City had 6 floors, with the 2nd to 4th floors dedicated to selling various spiritual items. The 5th floor was for the auction itself, while the 6th floor housed the residences of the auction house's cultivators. After leading Ling Qingshu and Su Yang to the 5th floor, the foundation establishment cultivator turned to attend to others. Su Yang, being restless, heard that there were spiritual items available on the 2nd to 4th floors, and he headed down 2 more flights. Ling Qingshu felt quite at ease with Su Yang's independent actions. She remained on the 5th floor, and soon someone approached her for conversation. Su Yang descended to the 2nd floor, planning to start by examining the least valuable spiritual items from the Lingbao Auction House, intending to check all 3 floors 2, 3, and 4. If he came across something he liked or felt a connection with, Su Yang would not hesitate to purchase it. As he wandered alone on the 2nd floor, his aura only revealing his qi refinement cultivation, he appeared very youthful. Before long, trouble found Su Yang. After he took a liking to a particular spiritual herb, a young man dressed in luxurious attire nearby spoke up, wanting to compete with Su Yang for this herb.
Kid, do you know who I am?
Hand over the spiritual herb I want. If you know what's good for you, don't bring trouble upon yourself. The young man's arrogant demeanor and the implied powerful backing in his words were evident.
Rather than being angry, Su Yang found it amusing.
It had been countless millennia since he encountered something like this. He never expected that attending a small auction would bring this situation back upon himself. Holding the spiritual herb, Su Yang asked with a smile, "You want this herb too?"
"Exactly, kid.
You seem quite reasonable. I have my eye on you." The young man reached out directly to grab the spiritual herb from Su Yang's hand, believing Su Yang would readily give it up. Su Yang observed the young man's actions, and with a slight movement of his wrist the herb slipped from the young man's reach. As a result, the young man grabbed it, nothing, looking at Su Yang in astonishment.
"Kid, do you not know my identity?
Tell me, what price will you offer for this herb?"
"I want it."
Upon hearing this, Su Yang shook his head and replied to the young man, "In my eyes, this herb is priceless." In reality, the herb was not a rare item, it merely had some peculiar effects. To the young man, this kind of herb was akin to weeds. He only sought to compete with Su Yang because he thought the herb looked decent.
"Priceless? This is clearly just an ordinary herb. Truly priceless herbs will only appear at today's auction."
The young man commented dismissively, looking at the herb in Su Yang's hand. "You know this herb is very ordinary to the point of being commonplace, then why are you still competing with me?"
The
young man was momentarily at a loss for words due to Su Yang's question. After pondering for a while, he finally gave himself a reason.
"Because I like it. Isn't that enough?"
Su Yang couldn't help but smile wider upon hearing this, nodding repeatedly as he handed the herb to the young man.
All right, if you like it, then this herb is yours."
After saying this, Su Yang turned to examine other herbs, leaving the young man standing there in a daze.
What just happened?
He clearly got Su Yang to relinquish the herb, yet why did it feel like he was the one who lost out? The image of himself accepting the herb just now resembled that of a beggar receiving alms. Thinking this, the young man hurriedly threw the herb back. As the eldest son of the Feng family in Shizhou City, a wealthy character with nothing but money, how could he possibly resemble a beggar? Shaking his head, he cast aside his wandering thoughts and went to look at other herbs. Meanwhile, Su Yang, who had turned to leave, felt quite pleased at this moment. He never expected to encounter such an interesting young man during a casual stroll.
Reflecting on the entire process of what had just happened, Su Yang couldn't help but smile.
If it had been himself from 20,000 years ago with his mindset back, then he would have surely made that young man suffer a bit today.
However, now Su Yang faced the situation with a light-hearted attitude. This was the difference in mindset.
Over these 2,000 years, his state of mind had indeed progressed significantly. On the path of cultivation, one must not only cultivate strength but also cultivate the heart. By the time Su Yang returned to the 5th floor, the auction was about to commence. Guided by a maid, he learned the location of Ling Qingshu's room and followed her inside. What Su Yang did not know was that after he entered the private room, the young man who had contested with him for the spiritual herb downstairs had come out. "I can't believe I can't find that guy. He actually played tricks on me." As he walked, the young man muttered under his breath. Clearly he was still brooding over what had just happened.
Once Su Yang settled into the private room, the auction officially began.
A Foundation Establishment cultivator stepped onto the stage, evidently the one to host this auction.
"Ladies and gentlemen, this old man greets you. I will be hosting this competition, and I hope everyone leaves with a bountiful haul." The Foundation Establishment cultivator wasted no time and commenced the auction. The first item was a mid-grade yellow rank technique manual.
After the Foundation Establishment cultivator announced the requirements for this technique, two factions showed interest and began a new round of bidding. However, neither Su Yang nor Ling Qingshu found the mid-grade yellow rank technique manual appealing. Su Yang had already mastered enough high-level techniques, rendering this low-grade manual insignificant. Ling Qingshu's disinterest stemmed from Su Yang's presence in her mind. As long as Su Yang the ancestor was around, the Tianlan Sect would never lack for powerful techniques. For a mid-grade yellow rank technique manual, the representatives of the two factions engaged in a minor competition.
Ultimately, the manual fell into the hands of the person willing to pay a higher price.
With the successful sale of the first item, the auction progressed smoothly. Techniques, spells, treasures, pills, and talismans. The items auctioned this time were truly diverse. Many of them had powerful effects even for golden core cultivators. Watching the spiritual items that once tempted her, Ling Qingshu now felt less desire. Under Su Yang's influence, her perspective had greatly expanded during this time. In the past, she might have been excited over a spirit item that could enhance cultivation, but not anymore.
Today's auction has been unusually smooth, and there are only 2 items left. Let us take a look at the finale of this auction. 2 staff members from the auction house brought an item onto the stage.
After the Foundation Establishment cultivator finished speaking, they unveiled the red cloth. Once the true form of the finale item was revealed, Su Yang's usually indifferent expression turned serious.
Gazing at the item on stage, Su Yang felt an uncanny sense of familiarity. Get this item was Su Yang's directive to Ling Qingshu.
On stage, the Foundation establishment cultivator continued introducing the mysterious object that had been brought out.
This was brought back by several loose cultivators from a secret realm. We can only ascertain that this item is extraordinary, but we cannot specifically identify what it is.
At these words, all attendees were captivated.
The terms secret realm and unknown often signify great opportunity.
Items that emerge from secret realms are all considered top tier as long as they are usable. This item is being exchanged for assisting cultivation pills. Please place your bids now.
Upon hearing this, everyone in the auction hall, whether in the audience or in private rooms, was momentarily taken aback. This auction was surprisingly to be exchanged for assisting cultivation pills. What was going on?
Was spiritual stone burning a hole in their hands? Ling Qingshu, sitting inside the private room, changed her expression upon hearing this news, but it was a change of joy. The Tianlan Sect seemed to have an abundance of assisting cultivation pills at present. The elder Su who sat beside her possessed a terrifying alchemy ability that Ling Qingshu had personally witnessed. After a long wait with no bids for the item, Ling Qingshu spoke up. A vial of golden core assisting cultivation pills can increase cultivation efficiency by 30%. After her statement, no one came forward to compete with Ling Qingshu's bid. If nothing unexpected occurred, this item would belong to Su Yan behind Ling Qingshu. I have similar effect pills. I offer 1.5 vials. A vial typically contained 12 pills, so 1.5 vials meant 18 pills. To suddenly produce 18 assisting cultivation pills was a sign of considerable wealth from the bidder.
After all, not everyone had a terrifying alchemy ability like Su Yang.
Upon hearing someone bid against her, Ling Qingshu knew she could not fail Su Yang's instructions. She promptly raised the bid to 2 vials. The opponent seemed determined and raised the bid to 2.5 vials without a second thought. With another round of pressure, Ling Qingshu's expression darkened. This was something Su Yan had arranged, and failing to accomplish it smoothly was a significant mistake.
I want this item no matter what.
Su Yan listened intently to the bidding process and was well aware of what was happening. Su Yang had a rough estimate of the pills Ling Qingshu possessed. After all, they were all provided by him. Receiving such orders from Su Yan, Ling Qingshu raised the bid to 3 vials. The opponent, sensing the determination in Ling Qingshu's voice, fell silent, uncertain if competing for this unknown object was wise. After a prolonged silence, the opponent finally ceased bidding, clearly conceding the item to Ling Qingshu. When the Foundation establishment cultivator auctioned the last item of the day, Ling Qingshu summoned the maid at the entrance to find the person in charge. Once Ling Qingshu handed over the 3 vials of assisting cultivation pills to the auction house's manager, the item Su Yan desired was delivered to their private room. It was an oval-shaped object, pitch black all over, lacking any sheen, making it difficult to discern its material. As Su Yang circulated his true qi in his hand, each time he rubbed the object it emitted a dim glow. Su Yang treated this oval object with the utmost care, akin to handling a delicate porcelain piece, not daring to exert excessive force. Ling Qingshu had been closely observing Su Yang's actions. Upon seeing the object emit bursts of light as he rubbed it, she understood that the item the ancestor had instructed to purchase was extraordinary. Thus Ling Qingshu paid extra attention, her gaze fixed on Su Yang, fearing she might miss any detail of what was to come.
Su Yang's fingers tapped the oval object in a peculiar cadence.
The instant he first set eyes on it, recognition blossomed within him. It was a divine egg, a method by which powerful bloodline beasts seal away their young in moments of peril. He recognized it because 70,000 years ago he had once owned a mount hatched from such an egg. That beast had accompanied Su Yan for thousands of years and had ultimately died of old age before his eyes. The moment he saw the egg placed on the auction stand, memories of his former mount surged back. He was moved to act, and so he had Ling Qingshu place the winning bid on the egg. As Su Yang infused spiritual energy into the egg, the halo upon its shell pulsed in time with his fingertip taps. Gradually the egg itself began to stir. A sound like a heartbeat emanated from within, resonating with the rhythm of his tapping. Su Yang allowed himself a faint smile. He knew the egg had been awakened. Sure enough, in the next instant a small paw probed through the shell and a furry little head emerged. After the youngster pierced the egg's exterior, the shell dissolved into a viscous liquid that flowed entirely into its body. Su Yang was not surprised. The shell served not only as protection but as a vessel of inheritance. When the shell's liquid had wholly been absorbed, Su Yan lifted the creature to his face. He murmured that it was in fact a Yun beast, and that whatever years it had spent within the egg had nearly extinguished its life force. Ling Qingshu caught a crucial detail at Su Yang's words. In her memory, the Tianlan Sect's records contained mention of the Yun beast. Those records appeared to be accounts regarding this very kind of demonic beast. The Yun beast could ride clouds and mist and subsist on vapor. Those were the sparse notes Ling Qingshu remembered, and what lingered most vividly was the book's single dominant impression: terrifying. Once matured, such a beast would possess at least nascent soul-level combat power. Even though Ling Qingshu had broken through to Golden Core, nascent soul remained a distant realm to her. She could see no sign of nascent soul within her own path. The road ahead felt like a blank. Yet the yin beast in Su Yang's hands, if allowed to grow to adulthood, would naturally attain nascent soul strength. The contrast struck Ling Qingshu as unfair, and she could not help but marvel at Elder Zu's discernment in securing a yun beast at such an auction. After teasing the yun beast a moment, Su Yang produced a spirit stone and placed it into its mouth. These creatures did not live by cloud and mist alone. Spiritual energy was an indispensable nourishment. The final item on the auction roster was a treasure great blade. Several factions had been bidding fiercely for it, their faces flushed with rivalry. Su Yang and Ling Qingshu observed the quarrel without joining, and Su Yang's life-protecting sword was already among the world's foremost spiritual treasures. Ling Qingshu was a swordswoman, and her own sidearm was of respectable grade. She would not abandon it to purchase a great blade. In the end, the long blade was purchased by the Fong family of Qizhou City. The voice that announced the winning bid made Su Yang smile faintly. He recognized it as the youth who had earlier tried to snatch his spirit herb on the second floor. Ordinarily, with the last item sold, the auction would conclude. Yet that was not the case. The Foundation establishment cultivator returned to the stage and addressed the hall. He said the day's auction was over, but that Lingbao auction house had another matter to discuss and asked for the attendees' indulgence. Some in the crowd grumbled about the delay, while others bluntly demanded to know what business the Foundation cultivator had come to raise. In truth, everyone privately wondered what scheme Lingbao auction house was hiding. When the auction representatives returned to the stage, it was no longer the Foundation cultivator who stood there. A middle-aged cultivator took the rostrum, his aura that of a mid-golden core. His presence naturally quelled the previous clamor. The golden core cultivator swept his gaze over the assembly and then looked again toward the curtained private boxes and those within. He proclaimed that anyone present at the auction must be a person of remarkable ability within Kizis borders, thereby elevating the status of those assembled. He explained that Lingbao auction house had other motives for hosting the sale, motives closely tied to those in attendance. Some days prior, they had discovered a secret realm at Kizis border. The two-word secret realm sent a ripple of astonishment through the hall. A newly found realm promised untold possibilities. Inheritance, cultivation techniques, alchemical pills, treasure, spirit stones, such things could be unearthed within a secret realm. History bore many tales of those who, upon finding great opportunity in such places, rose meteoritically. Thus, whenever a new secret realm appears, countless cultivators rush to seize its fortunes, each hoping to claim a faithful advantage. We judge this newly found realm to be the ruins of some ancient sect, the Golden Core cultivator continued, but our branch lacks the strength to fully explore it alone, so we intend to share access to the realm. Where is the realm? Who expects Lingbao auction house to be so magnanimous? Someone demanded. Not all present had been blinded by the phrase secret realm. This query struck at the heart of the matter. We want only one item from within the realm, the cultivator declared. Once we secure that object, Lingbao auction house will withdraw from the exploration and will not interfere with any of you. The Golden Core cultivator had evidently anticipated such questions and laid his cards on the table. We will guide you into the realm and provide a general briefing of its interior. Moreover, upon your return, any spoils you wish to trade may be brought to Lingbao auction house for exchange, he added. Stated plainly, the arrangement was clear. Lingbao auction house sought to leverage the strength of many cultivators to retrieve a single object from the secret realm. Everyone understood this logic, yet tempted by the prospect of a secret realm, most chose to accept being used. After all, such an opportunity is extremely rare. The rumor of the secret realm ignited a feverish fervor among the cultivators present. Ling Qingshu was no exception. Yet Ling Qingshu swiftly regained her composure. Su Yang, who had been observing coldly from the shadows, nodded in quiet satisfaction upon noticing the subtle shift in her demeanor. To recognize the anomaly concealed beneath the allure of a secret realm, such clarity of mind signaled that Ling Qingshu's Dao heart was ripe for nascent soul formation. As for the secret realm described by the Golden Core cultivator below, Su Yang felt little genuine interest. Having lived for 100,000 years, wealth had long since become meaningless to Su Yang. Even at Tianlan Sect's zenith, the combined treasures of 1,000 secret realms could never rival its former glory. Yet recalling Tianlan Sect's current decline, Su Yang concluded he ought to investigate this secret realm after all. Having resolved his course, he gently sharpened his attention and turned his ears toward the Golden Core cultivator's words. In half a month, please gather at the Tenli Pavilion north of Qizhou City. There I shall guide you all into the secret realm. With those words, the Golden Core cultivator withdrew behind the curtain. Even the maids and servants waiting by the private boxes quietly dispersed. This entire floor had been ceded by Lingbao auction house, reserved exclusively for cultivators to deliberate on the secret realm. Casually plucking a cloud beast that spun idly upon the table, Su Yang led Ling Qingshu out of the private box. Just beyond the doorway, they encountered the young master of the Fong family, who had just spent a staggering sum acquiring an extraordinary magical blade. Strolling down the corridor, Fong Yin beamed so broadly his mouth refused to close.
His spirit blazed with such vigor it outshone even the invigorating effects of a potent vitality pill. Directly ahead walked a man and a woman, the woman strikingly beautiful, the man coincidentally none other than the one who had declared an ordinary spirit herb priceless. Fan Yan stepped before Su Yang and greeted him with effortless familiarity. "Brother. We meet again, my spirits are high today. Care to join me for a few cups at Zui Menglu?" At Fan Yan's words, Ling Qingshu's brow tightened. Not only was Zui Menglu Qizhou City's most notorious pleasure house, but how dare a mere playboy presume such familiarity with Su Yang? Instinctively Ling Qingshu unleashed the aura of her golden core. One more ill-considered word from Fan Yan and she would draw her sword without hesitation, cutting down this reckless scion where he stood. To Ling Qingshu's astonishment, Su Yang showed no trace of anger, instead he engaged Fan Yan in easy conversation. "Since you've put it so warmly, I'll accompany you, but I never carry coin when I go out. With me, Fan Yan, you'll never need to spend a single copper." For reasons inexplicable, Fan Yan found Su Yang increasingly congenial, every glance deepened their unspoken rapport. Behind Fan Yan, one of his guards stepped forward. Leaning close, the guard murmured into Fan Yan's ear, "Young master, we've just secured a magical artifact at auction, shouldn't we deliver it home first?" Fan Yan paused, then nodded thoughtfully. With a decisive clap, he handed a storage pouch to the guard. "Take this artifact straight to my father. Once delivered, come find me at Zui Menglu." Saying this, Fan Yan slung an arm over Su Yang's shoulder, and together they descended the stairs, leaving Ling Qingshu and the guard frozen in stunned silence. The madam of Zui Menglu sensed something deeply amiss. That the Fang family's heir should arrive with a friend was cause for jubilation, truly auspicious fortune. After all, young Master Fang bore the title Qizhou City's foremost playboy, and each of his visits had ended in lavish spending, filling Zui Menglu's coffers to overflowing. Yet scarcely had Fan Yan entered when another woman appeared, her beauty eclipsing every courtesan within Zui Menglu. The madam was certain under her tutelage this woman could rise to become the most celebrated flower of the realm, not merely renowned across Qizhou but famed throughout Tianwu Prefecture. Then throngs from across the entire prefecture would flock here, and the madam imagined herself buried beneath mountains of gold. Yet sorrow welled within her. Why was such a paragon not already one of Zui Menglu's own? But greater astonishment followed the moment the woman crossed the threshold. She commanded the madam, no wine or food aside, nothing else was to enter young Master Fang's chamber. No courtesans, absolutely none. Only female cooks or eunuch stewards were permitted to serve. Should even a single girl step into Fan Yan's private room that day, the woman vowed to kill her on the spot. Good heavens, was this woman deranged? To bar courtesans from young Master Fang's suite was to slash Zui Menglu's profits to the bone. This woman was cutting off their livelihood. With a sharp wave, the madam summoned 2 Qi refinement cultivators, level 8, to expel her. Yet those 2 masters who routinely subdued ruffians with ease failed even to approach her, before being casually kicked aside like fallen leaves. Clearly she had come to dismantle the house itself. The madam gestured urgently, a page sprinted to the rear courtyard to summon the foundation establishment elder whom Zui Menglu had hired at great expense. The elder had selected 2 courtesans last night and was likely still abed. When the elder finally arrived, the madam resolved to make the woman pay dearly, yet reconsidered. A woman so breathtakingly beautiful and formidable must possess extraordinary lineage. To offend such a being risked the utter ruin of Zui Menglu. And the madam, having spent her life in this trade, knew better than anyone how fiercely such women held grudges. The elder stood before the woman, his belly protruding, his gaze locked upon her face, entranced. Had the page not warned him that she'd effortlessly sent 2 of his inept disciples flying, he might already have surrendered to his baser instincts, reaching out with what he fancied his refined cultivation techniques. "Esteemed lady, pray tell, why do you stir trouble in my establishment?" "Leave." The woman was Ling Qingshu. Repelled by the elder's greasy, leering gaze, she uttered a single razor-sharp word. Instantly a crushing torrent of spiritual pressure erupted from Ling Qingshu, bearing down upon the elder. He collapsed onto the floor powerless beneath her overwhelming aura. "Senior. Spare me. Whatever you wish to do in Zui Menglu today, your will is law." Golden core cultivator, she must be a golden core cultivator. This young lady is a golden core cultivator. The elder sat sprawled on the floor, beads of sweat the size of soybeans glistening across his brow. At the sight, the madam's face paled, utterly transformed. She slapped the serving maid beside her and barked in fury, "Be gone at once, do not sully this immortal lady's gaze. Replace every dish tonight with stewards from the brothel's male staff." Fan Yan, seated in the private chamber upstairs, was utterly unaware of the commotion below. He was engrossed in toasting with Su Yang. He merely found it odd that the delicate maids who usually served had been replaced without warning by male stewards. "Brother, forgive my embarrassment, no one knows what's gotten into the drunken dream pavilion today. Is it even trying to stay in business?" Fan Yan spoke with such animated delight that he seemed more thrilled than if he'd just acquired a peerless magical artifact. "Let me tell you, normally when I come here the dishes are brought by exquisite maids barely 16 summers old, each as supple and graceful as willow branches.
The drunken dream pavilion knows its patrons well, it understands precisely what I fancy. Thus every time I dined at the drunken dream pavilion those lovely maids attended me, never before had I imagined I'd be served tonight by male stewards. Though Fang Yan remained oblivious to the events downstairs, Su Yang knew them all perfectly, the sweep of his divine sense encompassed every soul within the pavilion.
Su Yang considered reprimanding Ling Qingshu for her conduct.
Was it truly necessary for a venerable ancestor like himself to endure such extreme measures during a simple drinking gathering? Not only were no maidens permitted to accompany them, but even the servers had been swapped out for male stewards. Could such an affair still be called drinking? To visit a pleasure house solely for wine is absurd. One might as well seek a humble tavern in some alleyway. Ling Qingshu's overzealous precautions betrayed deep mistrust. Did she truly fear he might lose his virtue within these very walls? Su Yang could scarcely find words for this distant descendant who now presided over the sect, yet unlike Fang Yan's restless agitation, Su Yang placed the cloud beast cub upon the table. After pouring a cup of wine for the little creature, he settled back to listen as Fang Yan recounted his so-called glorious exploits, spying on his elder sister, bathing at 6, visiting pleasure houses at 8, and sleeping with his personal maid at 10. He also expounded upon his pleasure house canon, how to discern the rarest beauties, and spoke with the assured mastery of a true scion of decadence. Were Ling Qingshu to learn that Fang Yan had regaled her revered ancestor with such tales, she would care not a whit for his noble lineage or his reputation as the realm's foremost prodigal. She would draw her sword in silence, and cleave him down the center with one stroke, then hack his remains into hundreds of pieces to feed the dogs.
Enthralled by his own storytelling, Fang Yan ceased fretting over why stewards now served the dishes.
Su Yang and the cloud beast cub each held a cup. Su Yang sipped slowly, deliberately. The cub extended its pink tongue to lap gently at the wine. To Su Yang, who had lived 100,000 years, this wine was not even worthy of the lowest rank. Across millennia he had tasted countless celestial elixirs, and countless cultivators had begged the honor of pouring for him. Yet this time he savored each sip with uncommon care. 10,000 years had passed since his last drink. Before sealing himself in seclusion, the patriarch of Tianlan Sect had offered him a cup of immortal wine. He had bowed deeply, wishing Su Yang a swift emergence and ultimate transcendence. Little did he foresee that Su Yang's awakening would come only after 10,000 years, and that his cultivation would remain at the Qi refinement realm while the patriarch himself had long since ascended, or perished. 10,000 years had reshaped heaven and earth. Not only had all those Su Yang once knew vanished, but the very fabric of the world had transformed beyond recognition. Listening to Fang Yan's chatter, Su Yang felt as though he had slipped backward 10,000 years, to a time when he too had friends with whom he could laugh and drink beneath the same moon. This vintage is unremarkable, but next time I'll pilfer my father's private cellar and we'll share something truly extraordinary.
Su Yang met Fang Yan's earnest gaze, and the two burst into hearty laughter.
The cloud beast cub, sensing the warmth between them, kicked aside its cup with a playful flick of its paw, then to Fang Yan's astonishment began inhaling and exhaling wisps of cloud with languid rhythmic breaths.
Brother, what kind of spirit beast is this little fellow? Looks rather amusing. Fang Yan observed the creature's unearthly grace, and declared it amusing without a trace of irony.
Had he known that this amusing beast upon reaching maturity would wield the combat strength of a nascent soul realm expert, he would have collapsed to his knees on the spot.
Just picked it up by the roadside, I've no idea what sort of spirit beast it is.
Though still a cub, the cloud beast was already sentient and indignant at being so casually dismissed.
It raised a tiny claw, aiming to leave its mark upon Su Yang's sleeve. Su Yang sensed the motion an instant before it occurred.
With a faint smile he flicked his finger, the cub soared off the table in a graceful arc.
Ha!
Why did it fly?
Fang Yan, thoroughly intoxicated, paid no mind to what followed.
The cub tumbled through the air, limbs flailing, its descent clearly headed for the floor. At the last moment it twisted its head and exhaled a soft puff of cloud, then sprang nimbly from that very mist, landing lightly once more before Su Yang. Chastened by its earlier rebuff, the cub dared not raise its claws again. Instead it pressed its small body against Su Yang's hand, its eyes brimming with unmistakably human sorrow, as if pleading its case in silent lament. Su Yang paid the display no particular heed, merely poured another cup of wine for the cub.
Fang Yan, indifferent to how it had returned, tossed a chicken leg onto the table before launching once more into his boasts.
By the time Su Yang and Fang Yan finished, their wine night had fully fallen, and the drunken dream pavilion stood eerily empty.
See?
I told you, the drunken dream pavilion will collapse under its own mismanagement.
Fang Yan slurred loudly, leaning heavily on Su Yang as he surveyed the desolate hall. The madam standing nearby nearly wept. Business had never been worse, yet truth be told it wasn't poor at all. Rather, it was the young man who arrived with these two, and especially that immortal lady, who had frightened away half the clientele. The madam suffered in silence. Even the pavilion's foundation establishment realm elder, a master she cherished and supported, had faltered beneath the mere outward pressure of Ling Qingshu's golden core aura. From that alone one could fathom the terrifying depth of Ling Qingshu's power. When she decreed no maids were to serve, the pavilion instantly replaced every server with male stewards. When she commanded no courtesans ascend the stairs, the madam obediently sent every girl back to her quarters. Madam, where are all your girls tonight?
This young master was hoping for a vigorous bout. Fang Yan mumbled incoherently, without Su Yang's support he would have crumpled onto the floor. Ling Qingshu shot him a venomous glare, her eyes blazing with murderous intent. Su Yang unmoved entrusted the drunken Fang Yan to the guards of the Fang family and then departed the drunken dream pavilion side by side with Ling Qingshu. Under the veil of night the two figures dissolved into the city streets and left Jizhou City behind. Having traveled only 5 or 6 li with Ling Qingshu, Su Yang abruptly halted his advance. He gazed into the night, silent, still, and utterly dark. Ling Qingshu also stopped, sensing something amidst the stillness here was unnatural, oppressive. "Who's there? Show yourself." As she spoke she drew her treasured sword and fixed her gaze upon a direction shrouded in blackness. "Little miss, be sensible, surrender all your artifacts, pills, and everything you purchased at the spirit treasure auction, and perhaps I'll spare your life for one more day." A robed elder emerged from the shadows. Hardly had the words left his lips before he lunged forward. Ling Qingshu, ever vigilant since first sensing danger, was already prepared. As the robed elder closed in, Ling Qingshu raised her longsword to guard her chest. At the last moment she thrust forward a razor-sharp strike aimed straight at his throat. The elder of course would not let her succeed. With a flick of his fingers he sealed a mystic formation, summoning a shimmering golden shield that materialized before him. The moment Ling Qingshu's blade struck the golden shield it shattered like brittle glass, yet the elder was already upon her. He cast another incantation. Instantly a colossal serpent erupted behind him, fangs bared maw-wide, lunging toward Ling Qingshu with savage hunger. Whether by design or disdain the robed elder completely ignored Su Yang, standing quietly nearby emitting only the faint aura of a chi refinement cultivator. In his eyes Su Yang posed no threat whatsoever. And indeed Su Yang remained motionless, utterly uninvolved, watching the duel unfold with detached calm. Su Yang had sensed the elder's presence long before. It was this very elder who had competed against Ling Qingshu for the Cloud Beast Divine Egg at the Spirit Treasure Auction, though his identity remained unknown. After the auction concluded he had shadowed them relentlessly. In the cultivation world, as in all realms of greed, bloodshed yields riches and fire breeds fortune. Poverty had worn him thin, he craved sudden wealth to refill his empty purse. And beyond that Su Yang and Ling Qingshu had acquired the divine egg itself. The elder had once glimpsed fragmented lore about such eggs in his sect's ancient texts. Legends of their divine essence stirred deep longing within him. Moreover, his sect's secret arts contained a forbidden technique, one capable of siphoning a divine egg's primordial essence for personal cultivation. These converging motives led him to trail them, to wait, watch, and strike when opportunity arose. Su Yang, however, felt no concern over being followed by a golden core cultivator. Should the elder cross a line, he would simply erase him with a single gesture. "Little miss, you've just broken through to the golden core, yet you hold your ground against me for so long. Your sect's legacy must be extraordinary. Surrender your cultivation manual and formation seals, and I'll spare the life of that pretty boy standing behind you." Though locked in fierce combat, the elder found himself unable to subdue Ling Qingshu. Worse, he sensed a chilling possibility she might turn the tide and slay him instead. That likelihood remained slim, but still he guarded against it, his covetous gaze now fixed upon her cultivation art. "If you want my manual, prove you have the strength to take it." Ling Qingshu swept 2 fingers along her blade. A surge of razor-edged intent erupted from her frame. Each subsequent strike sent forth torrents of sword chi cleaving the air like lightning. The elder unleashed a small jade seal, its sword into the air, swelling to the size of a fighting arena. It intercepted Ling Qingshu's sword chi, then plummeted toward her like a falling mountain. As Ling Qingshu's attacks grew fiercer, the elder abandoned all thought of seizing her manual. His sole purpose: narrowed, eliminate her, then slaughter the idle onlooker beside her, and complete his robbery murder. Though Ling Qingshu struggled at times to counter his assaults, with every exchange her command over golden core energy grew sharper, more instinctive. The black serpent coiled around her, striking again and again with fang-bared ferocity. The elder held the jade seal aloft, biding his time, waiting for the fatal opening. The moment Ling Qingshu faltered, he would strike without mercy. Su Yang observed their clash impassively. To him their techniques were crude, yet Ling Qingshu's performance impressed him deeply. Her ability to adapt mid-combat, to refine her weaknesses into strengths, marked a rare talent. Even among the Tianlan Sect's storied history, such aptitude ranked solidly above average. "Die, little miss." After prolonged defense, the elder finally seized an opening, and hurled the jade seal with lethal intent. Ling Qingshu barely raised her sword in time, she was hurled backward, staggering. The elder pressed his advantage, launching the seal once more. Ling Qingshu tumbled through the air, desperate to lift her blade, but too late. A cruel grin twisted the elder's face, and the next heartbeat she would be pulped beneath his artifact. "Die, little miss." In the next instant, the elder froze. Before Ling Qingshu stood a figure he'd dismissed entirely. It was the chi refinement cultivator he'd ignored, the pretty boy, now standing calmly between him and his prey. In that young man's hand rested the very jade seal he'd launched moments before.
Eyes wide with disbelief, the elder stared at Su Yang, shock paralyzing his thoughts. Not bad at all. Holding your own against a late-stage golden core cultivator is commendable. Su Yang casually tossed the seized seal aside, it vanished instantly. In the same breath he reappeared beside the robed elder. The black serpent, sensing Su Yang's arrival, lunged with open jaws, but Su Yang barely glanced its way. With a mere lift of his hand the beast was seized. This was an ancient legendary art of the Tianlan Sect, famed 10,000 years ago. Once a Tianlan ascendant mastered it so completely he plucked stars from heaven and gripped dragons in his palms. Though Su Yang's mastery fell short of such celestial feats, subduing ordinary artifacts and formations remained effortless for him. With a gentle squeeze the black serpent dissolved into wisps of smoke, vanishing into nothingness. You dare rob and murder? Then look closely at what you truly are. Su Yang moved again, and the elder felt his golden core wrench violently within his dantian, straining to burst forth from his flesh. Impossible. Panic flared in his heart. No known art could destabilize a golden core so utterly, such power had never been recorded. I grant you death, by golden core ejection. Su Yang formed his hand into a claw. The elder could no longer contain his core, it tore free from his body and landed pulsing in Su Yang's palm. Stripped of his golden core, the elder collapsed, lifeless in an instant. Perched upon Su Yang's shoulder, the cloud beast opened its maw, swallowed the core and exhaled a soft cloud, like a contented sigh after a feast. After Su Yang and Ling Qingshu departed, another figure emerged. It was the golden core cultivator from the Lingbao auction house. He regarded the black-robed elder's ghastly corpse and clicked his tongue in sorrowful amazement. I never imagined the black-clad old specter famed across Qizhou would perish like this, reaching out without even weighing whom he reached for. The golden core cultivator examined the manner of the killing and could not help but marvel at the formidable technique. He entertained a conjecture about the pair's identities and concluded that Su Yang and Ling Qingshu must be the recently renowned sect leader and ancestral elder of Tianlan Sect. One was a breathtaking beauty newly entered into the golden core realm, the other a young man whose depths were inscrutable yet capable of slaying a golden core. Such a combination, who else could they be but the two rising stars of Tianlan Sect? Having formed a rough understanding, the golden core cultivator gathered the black-robed elder's corpse and flew toward Qizhou City. Had his subordinate not reported it, he would never have suspected a great battle had just taken place here, nor that a late-stage golden core black-robed elder had been killed. He assessed Su Yang inwardly. One of such prowess must be at least half a step into nascent soul. Such strength was best not to provoke within Qizhou. He had not expected that a Tianlan sect on the verge of extinction harbored an elder of such caliber returning from seclusion. Still, the appearance of so mighty a cultivator was auspicious. Convinced of Tianlan Sect's revival, the golden core cultivator determined Su Yang would surely investigate the secret realm in half a month. With such a formidable ally in their camp, he felt great confidence that this expedition into the secret realm would yield the treasures he sought. Back at the Lingbao auction house, he issued instructions, most notably to avoid provoking Tianlan Sect, and then set about preparations for the exploration of the secret realm in half a month. In a small courtyard of Qizhou, a man and a woman writhed together on the bed in passion. When the tumult subsided, the man lay motionless upon the sheets. The woman wore an expression of bliss as she savored the exquisite changes in her body. A mere foundation establishment cultivator can be so useless, yet my wounds have nearly healed. Yu Sanyang stroked her skin. After being struck by Su Yang, she had returned to Qizhou. In the days since, she had drawn sustenance from many cultivators in the city, and her injuries had largely mended. Aside from the loss of a lifebound treasure, there was little difference from before she came to Qizhou. I never imagined so small a place as Qizhou would conceal a secret realm. The foundation establishment cultivator Yu Sanyang had just trained had come from the Lingbao auction house. She had already learned of the secret realm beyond Qizhou even during their embraces. Alone I will find it hard to dominate that realm. I must recruit some helpers. Having deprived Tianlan Sect of a treasured artifact, Yu Sanyang naturally intended to explore that secret place herself. If a great opportunity were to present itself, perhaps a path to nascent soul, Yu Sanyang dared to indulge such hopes. Should she truly reach nascent soul, she would command a legitimate place in Tianwu Prefecture. The 12 golden core at the city lord's mansion in Tianwu Prefecture ostensibly managed the region's affairs. But Yu Sanyang knew full well who truly held the reins of power. That person was utterly fearsome to Yu Sanyang. Even now she lacked the courage to meet him eye to eye. Only by breaking through to nascent soul would Yu Sanyang have the confidence to confront him and contend for Tianwu Prefecture's authority. With a casual flick, she let a pink flame fall upon the corpse on the bed. Yu Sanyang draped a veil over herself, stepped into the courtyard, and slipped out of Qizhou under the cover of night. After Su Yang and Ling Qingshu returned to Tianlan Sect, they entered the main hall together. Seeing Ling Qingshu's somber countenance, Su Yang could tell at once what she was pondering in the recent clash with the black-robed elder. Her offensive repertoire had been overly singular. When she practiced as a foundation establishment cultivator, the weakness had been less apparent. Now at Golden Core, the drawback was exposed during combat.
The black-robed elder deployed incantations and treasured artifacts. That black python and the small treasure seal were among his means of engagement. Ling Qingshu, besides the ancestral treasure longsword passed down by her master and a single cultivation method, possessed no other stratagems. In the end, Tianlan Sect's decline had allowed many esoteric techniques to vanish. Otherwise her master would not have succumbed to injuries after clashing with his peer Lu Zhen. Ling Qingshu opened her mouth to speak to Su Yang, then swallowed the words back. I will teach you a set of sword formulas. Will you learn? At Su Yang's offer, Ling Qingshu's eyes flared. She nodded at once. Yes, she would learn. The Jiming sword, that was the arcane art Su Yang taught Ling Qingshu. At Yunshan Sect, Su Yang had used his Huming sword to unleash a Jiming strike that shattered the treasured broadsword painstakingly forged by Yunshan's progenitor. What circulated as the Jiming sword today was but a sliver of the true art, scarcely more than a gesture. Ling Qingshu was momentarily stunned by the name, but she said nothing. She trusted Su Yang would not deceive her. After watching Su Yang perform the Jiming sword, Ling Qingshu once more felt certain that nothing produced by her sect's ancestor was inferior. An ancestral creation was inevitably a masterpiece. Every move pulsated with murderous intent. Where Su Yang's Huming sword passed, it was as if the galaxy ruptured and the heavens themselves split. Compared with Su Yang's Jiming sword, the sword set Ling Qingshu had previously practiced felt unimaginably ordinary. After Su Yang demonstrated the Jiming sword's maneuvers, a strand of spiritual thought transmitted many of the art's essentials directly into Ling Qingshu's mind. Overwhelmed by such vast information, Ling Qingshu immediately sat in meditation within the main hall and began to contemplate the Jiming sword Su Yang had imparted. The Jiming sword emphasizes decisive killing. Each stroke is the utmost Jiming can muster, seeking to slay with a single blow. To Su Yang, this formula perfectly matched the mindset Ling Qingshu had summoned when she had rashly struck at a golden core cultivator. So when considering what offensive technique to teach Ling Qingshu, the Jiming sword was the first that sprang to his mind. The duel with the black-robed elder had been only the precipitating event. Even without it, Su Yang would have found occasion to pass the Jiming sword to Ling Qingshu. Once Ling Qingshu had absorbed some of the Jiming sword's spirit, in half a month she would possess the means to protect herself within that secret realm. After all, he could not always remain at her side as the beautiful sect leader's bodyguard. Feeling the sword intent within Ling Qingshu grow ever keener, Su Yang thought the path of the sword immortal might be a fitting destiny for her. Half a month later, in a certain valley outside Qizhou City, the golden core cultivator from the Lingbao auction house had long been waiting here. As time passed, the cultivators who learned of the disappearance of the secret realm that day at the Lingbao auction house began to arrive one after another. Naturally, the arriving cultivators were not limited to those present at the auction house that day. During this half-month, news of a new secret realm appearing outside Qizhou City had already spread in certain circles. Many cultivators whose cultivation levels were insufficient began to summon friends and companions in hopes of obtaining great opportunities within the secret realm. The value of a secret realm is unimaginable for these cultivators. The chance to ascend in one leap lies within this secret realm. Pills, magical artifacts and techniques could all be obtained within. A horse thrives on night grass and a person grows rich on unexpected wealth. The secret realm is the best source of fortune. Su Yang and Ling Qingshu were among these cultivators. Compared to half a month ago, Ling Qingshu's aura was more restrained. However, if someone were to gaze into her eyes, they would find a sharper brilliance, a manifestation of sword intent. Among the cultivators there exists a unique group that nurtures a single sword for their entire lives, wholly pursuing the path of slaughter. They are the sword cultivators, renowned for their formidable combat power within the cultivator community. Sword intent is the most prominent characteristic of this group, and now Ling Qingshu possessed a hint of such intent in her eyes. Su Yang was also surprised by Ling Qingshu's grasp of sword intent. When he had casually mentioned that Ling Qingshu might become a female sword immortal, he had not expected that the very next day she would manifest the nascent form of sword intent. This made Su Yang reflect, could it be that during his 10,000 years of closed-door cultivation his physical potential had been unlocked, giving rise to a miraculous ability? The golden core cultivator from the Lingbao auction house was observing the ever-growing crowd. When his gaze landed on Ling Qingshu, she instinctively sensed it and met the cultivator's eyes. An invisible sword intent infused Ling Qingshu's gaze, and when the Lingbao auction house cultivator locked eyes with her, he felt a sharp pain in his eyes. He couldn't understand why in just half a month Ling Qingshu, a newly minted golden core cultivator, had undergone such drastic changes. Previously, while at the Lingbao auction house, the golden core cultivator had also scrutinized Ling Qingshu, but she had felt nothing. Now, with just a fleeting glance, she realized that her aura seemed slightly weaker. After retracting his gaze, the golden core cultivator couldn't help but marvel at how the Tianlan Sect, with its long-standing heritage, truly had its ways. An ancient ancestor who had emerged from nowhere had first annihilated the Yunshan Sect and now allowed a golden core cultivator to experience such transformation in just half a month. As time went on, more and more cultivators filled the valley. By noon, the golden core cultivator took a jade token from his storage bag. With a surge of mana poured into the jade token, the golden core cultivator tossed it into the air. The sunlight illuminated the token, and under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the light refracted to form a landscape painting. There were palaces and mountains, but the scene within was desolate. Ladies and gentlemen, in a short while the entrance to the secret realm will open. We hope everyone will abide by the agreement made with our Lingbao auction house that day. Our Lingbao auction house only requires one item from the secret realm. As for the other treasures, you may take as you please. Moreover, the secret realm is fraught with peril. May everyone rely on their fates. After he finished speaking, the painting in the sky fully took shape. The golden core cultivator soared into the air and plunged into the painting. The cultivators present witnessing this scene began to circulate their inner power and rushed into the painting. Su Yang held back Ling Qingshu, who was about to rush in, as he carefully examined the painting. The existence of a secret realm is quite special. It can be understood as an independent space or a small world. The jade token thrown by the golden core cultivator serves as the key to the entrance of the secret realm. The scene depicted in the floating painting seemed familiar to Su Yang, almost as if he had seen it somewhere before. Gazing at the landscapes within the painting, a long-buried memory surfaced in Su Yang's mind. He could no longer recall how many years had passed since then. At that time, Su Yang was still a youth, the foremost disciple of the Tianlan Sect. During those years, he always had a small follower behind him. As Su Yang was trapped in the Qi refinement stage, unable to establish his foundation, the small follower began to reveal his innate talent. Later, the small follower left the Tianlan Sect to venture into the world, and before descending the mountain, he said to Su Yang, "Young master, when I return, I will surely help you break through to foundation establishment." When Su Yang saw the small follower again, many years had already passed. At that time, the 6th generation sect master of the Tianlan Sect had already ascended, and that exceptionally talented small follower had become the master of a major sect. It was in a landscape like this, when Su Yang was still in the Qi refinement stage, that he and the small follower, who had already achieved unity with the Tao, sat and discussed the Tao. Later, Su Yang returned to the Tianlan Sect to continue his closed-door cultivation, while that small follower stayed behind to seek methods for Su Yang's foundation establishment. Since then, Su Yang had not seen the small follower again, and the sect he founded had also vanished from the continent many years later. Su Yang never expected to see such a familiar scene here today. Memories of various moments floated to the forefront of his mind as he meticulously recalled each scene. Seeing Su Yang in such a state, Ling Qingshu remained silent, simply watching him. On Su Yang's shoulder, a lively little creature, the cloud beast, was also present. The young cloud beast looked at the scene in the painting and waved its little paw, gently brushing against Su Yang's ear a few times. Not receiving the expected response, the cloud beast let out a puff of mist, spraying it onto Su Yang's face. The icy sensation broke Su Yang's reverie as he patted the young cloud beast's little head and softly asked, "Are you the one who came out from there?" The young cloud beast, hearing Su Yang's words, glanced at the painting and then at Su Yang, pondering for a moment before nodding. Receiving such a response, a smile appeared on Su Yang's face. It seemed that he and this young cloud beast had a remarkable affinity. "Let's go, let's take a look inside." Su Yang took a step forward, and in the next instant he stood before the entrance of the landscape painting. Ling Qingshu followed closely behind Su Yang and stepped into the landscape painting. When noon passed, the landscape painting abruptly vanished from the valley along with the jade token. The sky remained a serene azure expanse with slender golden clouds stretching across the distant mountain peaks. So this is indeed the place. Within the secret realm, Su Yang stood atop a high vantage point, surveying his surroundings, the landscape gradually merging with memories long buried. Years ago, his former junior disciple had founded here a formidable sect that once shook the region, the Tianlan Sect. Yet time's relentless current had long since erased both the sect and its founder. Wait. Su Yang suddenly sensed something, and a faint smile curved his lips as he turned toward Ling Qingshu. "You've just practiced a sword art. Let me gift you a treasured blade, would you like it?" Ling Qingshu gazed at him, eyes alight with delight. "Yes." "Then let us retrieve it," Su Yang replied, and in an instant his figure shot forward like an arrow, vanishing into the distance. Ling Qingshu followed closely behind. Long ago, the Tianlan Sect possessed a peerless treasure, the Fangtian sword, its sovereign artifact and the keystone of the sect's grand protective formation, hidden deep within the Frost Perpetual Mountain at the heart of the secret enclave. Just now, Su Yang had sensed a faint ripple, a residual tremor from the ancient formation. Though dormant, the formation had not yet collapsed, and thus the Fangtian sword, the formation's core, still endured. In the Tianlan Sect's prime, swords of such caliber were abundant, mere ornaments among countless spirit blades. Yet now, in the sect's decline, even Ling Qingshu, the sect's reigning master, wielded only a battered ordinary sword. Since they had arrived here, reclaiming the Fangtian sword was inevitable. It had after all belonged to Su Yang from the very beginning. They had scarcely gone far when from the four cardinal directions, north, south, east and west, four figures converged, encircling Su Yang and Ling Qingshu. At their head stood a grotesquely stout man, short, bloated, his features twisted beyond ugliness into sheer aberration. His three companions appeared comparatively ordinary, yet bafflingly blind, choosing him as their leader. Robbery, banditry, or something else? Su Yang's expression hardened, his lips curling with sardonic amusement as he regarded them. "Precisely, you've guessed correctly.
We are the 4 fierce tigers of Shirley Pavilion. Have you heard of us? Hand over everything you carry, and you may leave. The portly leader bellowed, puffing his chest. Indeed. Our master has reached the mid-stage golden core cultivation realm, and so have we. Surrender your possessions now, or face execution for resistance. Another lackey, grinning like a snarling hound, added arrogantly. Su Yang's mouth twitched faintly. For ordinary golden core cultivators, truly impressive. To dare rob him. They had no inkling of death's proximity. Ling Qingshu drew her sword in one swift motion, pointing its tip squarely at the 4 bandits. Wretched scum, I'll cut you down where you stand. No sooner had the words left her lips than she activated the Jinming sword art, ready to strike. Su Yang swiftly restrained her. Calm yourself. A young lady such as you, must you always resort to bloodshed at the slightest provocation? Let me speak with them first. He resolved inwardly to reprimand Ling Qingshu firmly for such impetuous temperament. Ling Qingshu stamped her foot, defiant, unyielding, her gaze locked unblinkingly upon the 4 bandits as though prepared to cleave them apart at the merest sign of threat. Su Yang stepped forward, slowly halting before them, and raised a single finger. I shall count to 3. Vanish before the 3rd count, or witness this. She will erase you from this world. The 4 bandits stared incredulous, then confirmed with their divine senses that Su Yan was merely at the chi condensation stage. The fat leader sneered coldly. Foolish beyond measure. Hiding behind your woman yet daring to prattle on. You seek death. All who presumed I was chi condensation have already perished. Su Yang spoke calmly. You're not chi condensation. I am. I've been chi condensation for quite some time, he replied, feigning melancholy. Pa. Pretending to be divine. The fat man scoffed. What are you waiting for? Kill the girl, spare the boy. He's rather handsome, keep him for her. Yes. His 3 underlings advanced with vicious grins, utterly dismissing Su Yang. Spare the man. Hasn't it always been the woman who's spared? Damn it, do they practice forbidden arts together? A shiver ran down Su Yang's spine. Since you've chosen death, don't blame me. The moment the words left his lips, Su Yang surged forward. A mere chi condensation cultivator, yet so arrogant. The trio lunged in unison, fists aimed straight at Su Yang's skull, determined to pulp him instantly. Crack, crack, crack. Bones shattered, 3 golden core cultivators collided with Su Yang in a flash of motion. They spat crimson blood, within the blink of an eye their wrists had been pulverized by an overwhelming force. The shockwave reverberated through their bodies, ribs snapped, vertebrae splintered, limbs disintegrated, 3 golden core cultivators dead in an instant. Ling Qingshu watched, awe deepening in her gaze. To dispatch 3 golden core masters with such effortless grace, only a nascent soul cultivator could achieve such mastery. At that moment a petite spirit beast, resembling a playful puppy, leapt forth, swallowed the 3 cultivators' golden cores in one gulp, then bounded onto Su Yang's shoulder, nuzzling affectionately against his cheek. The once boastful fat man froze, his trousers darkened with urine. Even a fool would know he'd kicked a celestial iron slab. Those 3 are dead. Now, it's your turn. Su Yang turned, eyes locking onto the trembling fat man. Your chi condensation. Your chi condensation. The fat man could utter nothing but that phrase over and over. Yet no matter how he probed, with divine sense, with instinct, Su Yang radiated only chi condensation. To conceal one's true cultivation so flawlessly before a mid-stage golden core cultivator could only mean one thing: nascent soul. His mind reeled, he nearly dropped dead on the spot. I truly am chi condensation, Su Yang stated solemnly. Enough talk. Your death will at least redeem the time I've wasted on you. With that, Su Yang struck downward, a palm aimed straight at the fat man's crown. Yet the fat man, hardened by years of life and death combat, refused to yield. Suddenly his arm shot upward, palm facing skyward, as a vortex of black energy coalesced in his palm, drawing in surrounding air, earth and light, grinding all into dust. Nascent soul or not, I won't die without a fight. Soul-devouring Gale Slash, he roared, launching himself at Su Yang. The Gale Slash was his signature technique, now unleashed at double its peak power, fueled by desperate resolve, channeling every ounce of his being into its ultimate form. Boom! Their forms blurred, Su Yang evaded the slash with languid ease, then raised his hand and delivered a thunderous slap across the fat man's face. The fat man spun violently in midair, 360 degrees, before crashing lifelessly to the ground. Tell me, why choose robbery? There were so many other paths open to you. Su Yang's voice dripped with icy disdain. Yusan Yang, not far away, heard the sounds of fighting, and a proud smile appeared on her face, thinking that the 4 dead souls must have caught some fish. In a hurry she rushed over, only to see Su Yang slap the fatty to death. Yusan Yang nearly collapsed to the ground in shock. It was actually Su Yang. This was no ordinary fish, but the king of hell. Moreover, Su Yang was even more formidable than she had imagined. He had taken down 4 golden core cultivators with a single slap. The more Yu San Yang thought about it, the more terrified she became, and she turned to flee. Since you are here, why rush to leave? Su Yang's voice came, and Yu San Yang turned her head to see him standing right in front of her, startling her so much that she nearly lost control. Su Yang looked at Yu San Yang with a half smile, but his gaze was filled with bone-chilling coldness. Those 4, are they your underlings? Yu San Yang's expression stiffened, and for a moment she didn't know how to respond. If her answer displeased Su Yang, her head would likely roll. Although, that's true, I absolutely did not call them to rob you, it was their own idea, Yu San Yang said pitifully, unconsciously using her charm technique. Her eyes flowed with allure and her figure swayed gracefully. Any ordinary man would have lost control. Unfortunately, Yu San Yang was facing Su Yang, the ancient monster who had lived for 100,000 years. Enough, put away your tricks, Su Yang said coldly, looking at Yu San Yang's seductive posture with disdain. Only then did Yu San Yang remember that illusions and charm techniques were ineffective against Su Yang. She had unconsciously used the charm technique earlier, and if Su Yang interpreted it as provocation, she would be finished. In a flurry, she hurriedly withdrew her charm technique, feeling embarrassed. I warn you once more, do not provoke me. Otherwise the consequences are on you. Su Yang coldly finished speaking, ignoring Yu San Yang, and turned to walk in the direction of Feng Tianjin. He let Yu San Yang go because he felt that this matter had nothing to do with her and she did not have the guts. Wait, Yu San Yang suddenly thought of something, hesitated for a moment, and called out. Su Yang stopped and turned to ask, what do you want? Don't you want to stay away from me? Yu San Yang forced a smile. Of course she did not want to be near Su Yang, the god of death. It was too terrifying and dangerous. But after thinking for a moment, wasn't this an opportunity? As long as she clung to Su Yang's thigh, not to mention receiving Su Yang's promotion, just the news of her association with him would greatly increase her influence in Tianwu Prefecture. Su Laozu, I know there is a frost spirit snow lotus in the secret realm guarded by fierce beasts. I am no match for them, but I am willing to lead you there. May I ask if you are interested? The frost spirit snow lotus, upon its birth 1,000 years ago, had certainly caused a tremendous battle with countless cultivators vying for it. There is actually one in this secret realm. Su Yang expressed interest, great interest. He had an extraordinary alchemical formula that required the frost spirit snow lotus as a primary ingredient and was just looking for it when Yu San Yang presented it to him. Su Yang found that Yu San Yang was not so bothersome anymore. Where is it? Take me there, Su Yang commanded. Alright, I will lead you there immediately, Yu San Yang said, overjoyed. Ling Qingshu looked at Yu San Yang suspiciously, tugging at Louis' sleeve, and said, Su Laozu, are we really going to follow her? What else can we do? She has ulterior motives. Could she be setting a trap for us? Hearing this, Su Yang chuckled lightly and said with her, even if she plays tricks, would I still be afraid? Ling Qingshu thought for a moment and realized that it was indeed the case. With the ancestor around, how could they fear Yu San Yang's schemes? In the face of absolute power, all plots were mere decorations. If Yu San Yang knew what Su Yang and Ling Qingshu were thinking, she would probably cry. She truly only wanted to please Su Yang and dared not have any other messy ideas. Soon Su Yang followed Yu San Yang up the snow-covered mountain peak. Su Yang had some impression of this peak. It was once one of the core peaks of the Tianlan Sect, majestic and grand. However, today, aside from the unchanged peak, all other buildings were gone and only remnants of walls could be seen from time to time under the thick snow. My lord, it's right up ahead, Yu San Yang pointed to a peak in the distance. They were only a few minutes away and could already vaguely see a silhouette. There are people up there, someone has gotten there first. Su Yang glanced at the peak and said, what do we do now? Ling Qingshu frowned. The frost spirit snow lotus is mine to claim. Who dares to snatch it, kill them. A dense and almost tangible killing intent emanated from Su Yang, and although his tone was light, it was unquestionable. Ling Qingshu shuddered. How many people would need to be killed to emanate such killing intent? Feeling Su Yang's killing intent, Yu San Yang's legs went weak, a wave of deep-seated fear sweeping through her. Soon they reached the peak. 5 golden core cultivators faced off against a snow-white beast with pure black stripes on its back, resembling a leopard. Bloodthirsty evil leopard. Su Yang was taken aback. The bloodthirsty evil leopard possessed strength close to the nascent soul stage and could kill cultivators to absorb their blood essence to enhance its power. Those who faced the bloodthirsty evil leopard usually met their doom. The 5 golden core cultivators could not confront the bloodthirsty evil leopard heathen. They were doomed. Of course, now that he was here, the situation was naturally different. You 5 quickly leave. I will take care of the bloodthirsty evil leopard for you. No need to thank me. Consider the frost spirit snow lotus your reward. Su Yang stepped forward and said. The 5 golden core warriors turned at once, wanting to see who was so audacious. Seeing that it was just a small chi refining stage warrior, they nearly burst out laughing. What is this? There's actually a chi refining warrior here. Are you kidding me?
But there are still 2 golden core cultivators.
What of it?
With 2 golden core cultivators we are 5, haha.
Ha ha.
The 5 golden core warriors discussed nonchalantly, completely unaware that they were about to die.
Su Yang shook his head. It seemed they had not realized the terror of the bloodthirsty evil leopard.
Since they did not need help, Su Yang coldly watched from the sidelines.
You 3, the frost spirit snow lotus is ours, don't covet it, get lost.
Su Yang shook his head and smiled, saying, no, the frost spirit snow lotus is mine.
What do you mean?
Are you saying that a chi refining novice like you wants to snatch it from us 5 golden core cultivators?
Su Yang continued to smile as he said, because you will soon meet your end.
The 5 golden core cultivators were instantly furious upon hearing this. You, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, how dare you speak so arrogantly?
If you wish to die, just say so. Once I deal with this beast, I will come to kill you.
The man spoke while glancing at Ling Qingshu and Yu Sanyang behind Su Yang, his eyes filled with lewd desire.
Hee, these 2 women are both exquisite.
We brothers are in for a treat. The 5 golden core warriors laughed increasingly lewdly. With a swift motion, Ling Qingshu drew her sword, her face pale with rage as she gritted her teeth, saying, "Tisk, a few lecherous scoundrels, watch me kill you all."
Su Yang shook his head and held Ling Qingshu back. Enough, don't waste your energy. They won't live much longer.
Su Yang suddenly found the situation amusing. Everyone believed him to be at the foundation establishment stage, and indeed he was, but he was at the pinnacle of the 9th level.
I advise you to find a way to escape. If you stay here any longer, you will die a horrific death. Su Yang noticed the bloodthirsty evil leopard's blue eyes slowly turning blood red. The bloodthirsty evil leopard was restless, and these golden core cultivators would not survive a minute.
As the 5 golden core cultivators attempted to say something, they suddenly saw the evil leopard transform into a blur, pouncing towards them. The speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, it was beside one of them. Its sharp claws instantly raked across the golden core cultivator's abdomen. The golden core warrior hadn't even had time to let out a scream before his core shattered and he died. The next moment his body turned into a dried corpse. The others were stunned.
By the time they reacted, the bloodthirsty evil leopard was already in front of them.
Help! They screamed in terror. Bloody blossoms quickly bloomed as the bloodthirsty evil leopard moved through the golden core warriors like a hot knife through butter. They were no match for its sharp claws. Thus the 5 golden core warriors perished.
Just then Su Yang drew his sword with a swift motion, aiming at the bloodthirsty evil leopard.
The bloodthirsty evil leopard has a characteristic: if it can be killed within 1 minute after it devours a cultivator's blood, the medicinal power of its core is 10 times greater. However, within that minute the bloodthirsty evil leopard's combat power would also surge several times due to the blood it just consumed.
Extreme Fate Sword. Su Yang shouted explosively, the sword tip glowing with a red aura.
With a sound that pierced the air, he thrust his sword forward, causing the very space to ripple.
Yu Sanyang, watching from behind, turned pale. This strike was shockingly powerful.
She couldn't help but compare herself to him, concluding that if this sword were aimed at her, there would be no way to resist. Death would be inevitable.
The bloodthirsty evil leopard opened its massive mouth and a blood-red beast core shot out rapidly.
As the core approached, the cold wind howled, colliding with Su Yang's long sword in an instant.
Su Yang sneered.
The beast core was the most vital part of a beast, its importance surpassing even that of the brain.
Some powerful beasts could be reborn through their cores even after their physical bodies perished. Now the fact that the bloodthirsty evil leopard dared to spit out its core to confront Su Yang indicated just how terrifying he was. Upon seeing the leopard's core, Su Yang felt no urgency.
He sheathed his sword and reached out to grab the medicinal core.
Yu Sanyang's eyelids twitched. Was he really attempting to grab a beast's inner core barehanded?
Was Su Yang courting death? The inner core of a beast isn't some fragile egg, it is the strongest part of a beast, and some have exceptionally sinister attack methods.
Sure enough, when Su Yang's hand touched the beast's inner core, a blast of white cold air emanated from it, enveloping his entire body. Crack, crack, crack. The white cold air quickly solidified into ice, turning Su Yang into a gleaming ice statue.
Su Laozu. Ling Qingshu couldn't help but scream at the sight of Su Yang like this. Tears welled up in her eyes. Could it be that the invincible ancestor would fall here today?
What are you crying for? Stay calm. The tightly sealed ice block suddenly trembled with a crack.
Bang. Then the ice exploded in an instant, turning into powder that scattered through the air like white mist. Su Yang stepped out surrounded by a halo of light resembling a war god against the backdrop of white mist in sunlight. Ling Qingshu sighed in relief as Su Yang approached her, playfully brushing her delicate nose.
What's wrong? Don't you believe in the ancestor?
At this moment the previously fierce beast was now staring blankly, its eyes vacant.
Su Yang had forcibly severed the connection between the bloodthirsty evil leopard and its inner core through sheer force. Without its inner core, the bloodthirsty evil leopard perished instantly. Wait, eat this first. After a minute it won't be useful anymore. Later I will gather the Ice Soul Snow Lotus and refine pills for you to consume. Su Yang handed the beast's inner core to Ling Qingshu.
The core had transformed from blood red to a translucent crystal color, beautifully shimmering under the sunlight. This inner core not only looked beautiful but also emitted an enticing fragrance, making it hard to resist the urge to swallow it whole. However, Ling Qingshu frowned.
Can a beast's inner core be consumed?
She had no idea.
Yet whatever the ancestor commanded, even if it meant her immediate death, she would follow unconditionally. Without hesitation, she grabbed the inner core and swallowed it. Boom! The next moment, an incredibly powerful surge of spiritual energy flooded into Ling Qingshu's body. Ling Qingshu couldn't handle such a violent influx of spiritual energy and spat out a mouthful of blood.
Steady yourself, elevate your cultivation level,
Su Yang said calmly, pressing down on Ling Qingshu's shoulder.
A gentle stream of white spiritual energy flowed into her body, helping to stabilize the raging energy. Ling Qingshu cast a grateful glance at Su Yang. This spiritual energy, if left uncontrolled, could be lethal, but if stabilized it would be a supreme elixir for elevating her cultivation. All the spiritual energy she could muster was directed by Ling Qingshu to break through her realm. After a moment, with a crack, her cultivation level surged from the first to the third stage of Golden Core. It is known that once a cultivator reaches the Golden Core stage, advancing to each subsequent level becomes extraordinarily difficult. Some warriors may achieve the Golden Core stage at a young age, yet ultimately remain trapped at the first level for life, unable to make further progress. However, now Su Yang had elevated Ling Qingshu's cultivation from the first to the third level in just a quarter of an hour.
An entire level was crossed in one leap.
If outsiders were to learn of this, they would surely be left speechless. Yusan Yang, who witnessed everything, was utterly astonished.
The bloodthirsty evil leopard, which had swiftly killed 5 Golden Core cultivators, was effortlessly slain by Su Yang.
As for the inner core of the demon beast, she indeed knew that consuming it could significantly enhance one's cultivation. However, the violent primal energy caused all those who attempted to use the inner core to elevate their cultivation to perish instantly. At least in her memory, there was not a single survivor. Many assassins from various organizations did not end their lives by poison, but rather by swallowing the inner cores of demon beasts, because the success rate was 100%. But what had she just witnessed? Consuming the inner core of a demon beast not only didn't result in death, but it also enhanced one's cultivation. Yusan Yang's worldview was gradually collapsing. What is the true level of this fellow who appears to be in the chi refinement stage?
Yusan Yang dared not think further.
After Su Yang enhanced Ling Qingshu's cultivation, he walked over to the Ice Spirit Snow Lotus. The Ice Spirit Snow Lotus, entirely snow white, emitted a soft glow, looking exceedingly pure. With this I can refine that kind of pill, Su Yang murmured to himself, a smile appearing on his face. The last time he emerged from seclusion, the Ice Spirit Snow Lotus was one of the world's top spiritual herbs. Whenever one appeared, it would inevitably attract countless powerful beings to seize it. This time, however, the status of the Ice Spirit Snow Lotus had dramatically declined, only drawing the attention of Golden Core cultivators. 10,000 years was too long, and he had no idea what had transpired. Yet this gave him a glimmer of hope. He had truly been stuck in the chi refinement stage for far too long, trapped for 100,000 years. Breaking through the chi refinement stage had become his obsession. Chi refinement, I am practicing it to the core. This time, out of seclusion, I must break through and reach foundation establishment. Su Yang gritted his teeth. Ancestor. Ling Qingshu looked at Su Yang, who had been staring at the Ice Spirit Snow Lotus for a long time, his aura gradually becoming turbulent, and could not help but softly call out. Su Yang came back to his senses, glanced at Ling Qingshu, and said with a smile, I'm fine. Let's go. Now that we have the Ice Spirit Snow Lotus, we shall continue to obtain the sword. He thought for a moment, then turned to Yusan Yang and said, I know what you're thinking. Don't you just want to lean against a big tree for shade? I'm giving you this opportunity. Upon hearing this, Yusan Yang's expression turned ecstatic. As long as she had Su Yang as a formidable backing, what was there to fear in this world? As you command, my lord. Whatever you need me to do, I will certainly do my utmost, Yusan Yang said, suppressing her excitement. She understood that to lean against a big tree, one must also make contributions. A big tree would not allow her to lean on it for no reason. From now on, pay more attention to news about various spiritual herbs, especially those of the level of the Ice Spirit Snow Lotus or higher. As soon as you have any news, come and tell me, understood? Yusan Yang nodded and replied, okay, understood. Since you understand, you don't need to follow me anymore. You are not suited to be with me. Yusan Yang was taken aback, but then nodded and said okay. After Yusan Yang left, Su Yang and Ling Qingshu continued towards the Absolute Ice Mountain. The Absolute Ice Mountain was not a large mountain, merely a small hill about 300 meters high. Although the mountain was not high, its nearly vertical cliffs, sharp as a sword at the summit, and the smooth mirror-like absolute ice stones that shone with silvery light all indicated that this was no ordinary mountain. However, Su Yang still did not expect that so many people would be gathered around the Absolute Ice Mountain. There are faint fluctuations of spiritual energy in this mountain. The weak they are remarkably rich. There must be treasures here. Since no one else has left, I believe we must stay and see, otherwise it would be a pity to miss out on the treasures. However, the cliffs surround the mountain on all sides and the absolute ice stones are as hard as rock. We have thoroughly searched up and down and found nothing.
Su Yang walked past, his ears full of the discussions among these people. It seems that other cultivators are not fools either, Su Yang murmured.
His gaze swept over the crowd, all of whom were golden core cultivators without a nascent soul or half-step nascent soul among them. Indeed, there are treasures in here. It's a sword.
I advise you all to disperse, for that sword is mine, Su Yang said blandly, and immediately all eyes turned to him.
Several latest-stage golden core cultivators looked at Su Yang in shock, their eyes filled with killing intent. I say, little brother, as a chi refinement cultivator, what courage do you have to chatter on? A latest-stage golden core warrior arrogantly stepped in front of Su Yang. Su Yang and Ling Qingshu, one in the early golden core stage and the other in the chi refinement stage. He genuinely did not take them seriously.
Moreover, Ling Qingshu's beauty was quite exceptional among the women he had seen. Hey, what's your name? I'm interested in you, come with me.
That man leered at Ling Qingshu's chest, completely ignoring Su Yang beside her. The people around turned their gaze toward this side, their faces revealing a look of anticipation for a show.
Isn't this the lecherous Chen Guangdao?
Those two are really unfortunate. Yes, it's said that although Chen Guangdao is only at the mid-golden core stage, he possesses the strength of a latest-stage golden core cultivator.
A chi refinement cultivator actually managed to enter here. They must have some backing, right? Even if they have backing, do you think their backing is as strong as Chen Guangdao's?
Recalling the power behind Chen Guangdao, the person who just suggested Su Yang had backing fell silent.
You're seeking death.
Ling Qingshu, with her fiery temper, could not tolerate the lewd remarks of a perverted man. With a clang, she drew her sword and lunged.
Extreme Fate Sword.
Ling Qingshu's speed suddenly accelerated, delivering a life-seeking strike aimed at Chen Guangdao's chest. Chen Guangdao's expression turned grave. Ling Qingshu's explosive combat power exceeded his expectations. Nevertheless, he was not afraid and pulled out a fiery red large blade from behind.
Furious slash.
The blade came down vertically, producing a thunderous sound like a clap of thunder. A flash of fire erupted, illuminating half the sky in a sea of red light.
Boom!
Ling Qingshu and Chen Guangdao collided, the explosive aftermath stirring up snow from the ground. The scene was astonishing.
Su Yang watched Ling Qingshu calmly, shaking his head.
Ling Qingshu was brave but lacked tactical experience against a brute who preferred to use sheer force. There was no need to engage Hedon. Ling Qingshu and Chen Guangdao fought fiercely, each strike lethal. However, after a short time, Ling Qingshu gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Su Yang observed the battle. Ling Qingshu was on the verge of losing, struggling like a small boat in a giant wave ready to capsize at any moment. Ling Qingshu lacks combat experience. Let her train a bit in battle, Su Yang murmured.
He intended to cultivate Ling Qingshu into a prodigy as the sect master of Tianlan Sect to lead it back to glory.
As a prodigy of a generation, how could one lack combat power? Suddenly, with a loud bang, Ling Qingshu was kicked in the chest by Chen Guangdao and blood gushed forth from her delicate lips.
She fell back beside Su Yang.
Those two are doomed, someone lamented upon witnessing the scene.
Look, that person in the chi refinement stage is still there.
I thought he had run away, but it seems he has quite a bit of guts to stay.
He has been standing there without moving.
Why do I feel like he is too scared to react? What a joke, a golden core cultivator is fighting and a chi refinement cultivator actually gets to witness it. Even if he dies, it would be worth it for him in this lifetime. People were discussing among themselves, all wearing expressions of amusement. Ling Qingshu struggled to get up and walked in front of Su Yang, saying, "Ancestor, I'm sorry I lost."
Do you know why you lost?
I couldn't defeat him. Ling Qingshu clenched her fists. No, you just didn't use your brain, Su Yang said lightly. Ling Qingshu looked at Su Yang with confusion, not understanding what her ancestor meant. At that moment, Chen Guangdao stepped forward slowly. Another chi refinement stage. I won't make it difficult for you, just commit suicide. Chen Guangdao glanced at Su Yang, disdainfully noting that he was merely a weakling in the chi refinement stage. In his eyes, a chi refinement cultivator was like an ant unworthy of conversation. Su Yang merely smiled and said, "Today I won't kill you. You are a good sharpening stone, just right in strength. It would be a pity to kill you." The onlookers were astonished, watching Su Yang, a chi refinement cultivator, daring to speak to a golden core warrior in such a manner. He was indeed the boldest chi refinement cultivator. You are quite good, very bold, and deserve to experience the most painful way to die in this world, Chen Guangdao said with a smile. In his eyes there was not a trace of killing intent. Su Yang was simply too weak to provoke his killing intent. All that remained was the sadistic pleasure of tormenting an ant. Su Yang continued to smile faintly, finding the situation amusing. You think I am an ant? Unfortunately, the reality is quite the opposite. In this world, only I have the right to consider others as ants.
In terms of boasting, you definitely qualify to regard everyone as ants. Chen Guangdou's eyes flashed with impatience as he casually raised a finger to point at Su Yang. In his view, killing Su Yang required merely a finger. The onlookers shook their heads and sighed, realizing that this farce was about to conclude. This boastful qi refinement cultivator would soon be reduced to scraps. Su Yang chuckled and threw a punch. Just as he was about to teach Chen Guangdou a lesson on humility, a frantic shout suddenly rang out. Wait! That's my brother, I'll pay to save him. Before the words were even out, a blazing red long knife thundered between Su Dong and Chen Guangdou, forcing Chen Guangdou back with its intense flames. It was Fang Yan's knife. Su Yang reluctantly withdrew his fist. Had Fang Yan arrived just a second later, Chen Guangdou would have been meeting the king of hell. Who are you? Chen Guangdou asked coldly. I am Fang Yan, this one's brother, Fang Yan replied. Then he turned and patted Su Yang on the shoulder, proudly stating, brother, I arrived just in time, didn't I? You came just in time. If you had been a second late. Su Yang's lips twitched. That's right, if you had been a second late we would have been separated by life and death. Hearing Su Yang say this made Fang Yan even prouder. If you had been a second late I would have killed him. Su Yang added helplessly. Put. The onlookers nearly choked on their spit upon hearing Su Yang's cheeky words. They too wanted to step in and silence this calm braggart. Aren't you afraid of dying by bragging? A qi refinement cultivator threatening to kill a golden core one. Fang Yan looked at Su Yang dumbfounded, sighed and said, forget it, I'm just happy to chat with you. Fang Yan turned to Chen Guangdou saying, I bought my brother's life, how much do you want? Chen Guangdou sneered, you really can't afford his life, he must die today. Can't afford. There's nothing I can't afford, I have money, Fang Yan retorted. Some things you truly cannot buy. Fang Yan rolled his eyes and said, that's because you are poor. Chen Guangdou nearly choked on his own words, he had seen all kinds of oddities today. Su Yang smiled, appreciating Fang Yan's audacity. However, a person he had only met once would come to his rescue in his moment of crisis. Su Yang felt touched. Alright, since you put it that way, I'll make an offer and see if you can afford it. Chen Guangdou sneered. How about 3 bottles of broken spiritual pills, he asked. All the onlookers were shaken. Consuming just 1 broken spiritual pill could significantly increase the success rate of breaking through to the next small realm in the golden core stage. The broken spiritual pill had always been in high demand but low supply in the market. Chen Guangdou asked for 3 bottles right away. If Fang Yan wasn't a fool, he would definitely not agree to this demand. Deal. Fang Yan didn't even blink as he handed Chen Guangdou 3 ceramic bottles. Upon opening them, they were indeed broken spiritual pills. Chen Guangdou licked his lips, a greedy gleam in his eyes. After glancing at the surrounding crowd, he laughed heartily and said, once a promise is made, it cannot be revoked. I will let this little brother go. The onlookers were left dumbfounded, witnessing a life saved in the most extreme manner. Everyone envied Su Yang how fortunate he was to have a friend like Fang Yan. Fang Yan truly was a spendthrift for a mere qi refinement cultivator who only boasted he actually parted with 3 bottles of broken spiritual pills. Brother, do you think him righteous enough? Fang Yan walked up to Su Yang and said. Su Yang smiled, feeling that Fang Yan was indeed a friend worth having. Righteous enough. If I face any danger in the future, I'll rely on you to redeem my life, Su Yang joked. In this world no one could threaten him. Brother, don't worry, I Fang Yan have plenty of money, Fang Yan said without hesitation. The few who heard Fang Yan's bold words wanted to say, rich man, let's be friends. By the way, as a qi refinement cultivator, what are you doing here? This place is full of golden core warriors, you could be in great danger here. Fang Yan suddenly frowned and asked. I naturally came to retrieve my treasures. If you are interested, I can share some with you. Fang Yan was taken aback. He boasted of his invincibility, yet Su Yang could brag even more. Brother, let me escort you out, it's too dangerous for you to stay in here. Fang Yan said sincerely. Su Yang smiled faintly, offering no explanation as he walked in front of the absolute ice mountain. Ling Qingshu, Su Yang called out. Ancestor, what do you need me to do? Ling Qingshu stepped forward. I know where the entrance is, later you will do as I say. Before Su Yang finished speaking, a gasp came from another direction. What is that emitting golden light? Su Yang's heart skipped a beat. The entrance to the absolute ice mountain was notoriously difficult to open, with numerous steps involved. Surely these people didn't just get lucky stumbling upon a dead rat by chance to open it. Let's go take a look. Su Yang said as they approached to see a crowd gathered at the foot of the mountain, their heads tilted back like ducks gazing at the peak of the absolute ice mountain. At the peak, a beam of golden light gradually brightened, radiating with unparalleled sanctity. What is that? There must be some treasure inside, otherwise such a phenomenon wouldn't occur. People murmured excitedly, their eyes filled with fervor. I knocked and they really opened it, Chen Fan muttered. However, Su Yang wasn't worried.
Even if they found the entrance, they wouldn't be able to enter because there was a restriction outside.
The formation would emit spiritual pressure. Anyone lacking sufficient strength who entered would be severely injured or even die on the spot.
The golden light slowly extinguished, and with a thunderous roar the steep cliff of the absolute ice mountain shed its outer layer of absolute ice rock, revealing an opening.
What's inside this opening? Need I say? It's definitely a treasure. The Golden Core Realm cultivators discuss soaring into the air toward the opening. Why aren't you going? Su Yang asked the nearby Fang Yan.
At this moment Fang Yan's face was flushed, eager to fly into the opening immediately. Yet he remained by Su Yang's side.
"Sai brother, I want to go too, but if I do, what if you die?" Fang Yan said helplessly.
Su Yang was taken aback looking at Fang Yan, his heart gradually filled with emotion.
Fang Yan was willing to give up a treasure to protect him, which deemed him a true brother even though Su Yang didn't need protection.
"You're a good person."
After a moment of silence Su Yang spoke. "They will all be blasted down, do you believe it?"
"Why?"
Fang Yan looked a bit confused. "You'll find out soon enough," Su Yang replied. Fang Yan looked skeptical, treating Su Yang's words as a joke.
Suddenly among the swiftly flying Golden Core Realm cultivators their figures halted as if they had crashed into an iron plate. A sound of explosion echoed and the Golden Core Realm cultivators spat blood, crashing down to the ground. A multitude of Golden Core cultivators fell like dumplings, raising a cloud of dust.
Fang Yan was left dumbfounded. Suddenly he turned to Su Yang. Su Yang smiled and said, "See. I wasn't wrong, was I?"
Fang Yan was astonished, unsure of what had just happened.
"What the hell, how could this happen? I felt something hit the top of my head."
"But there's nothing above, is there?" The Golden Core Realm cultivators discussed in confusion, unaware of what had transpired.
At that moment 10 late Golden Core Realm cultivators approached from another direction.
They wore white robes with the words Spiritual Treasure Auction House embroidered on the chest. The leader Zhao Long was the top cultivator of the branch auction house, already at half-step nascent soul stage. Their arrival attracted the attention of others. "We are from the Spiritual Treasure Auction House," Zhao Long stated with a smile, revealing their identity. "So it's the Spiritual Treasure Auction House." The Golden Core Realm cultivators lying on the ground brushed off the dust and stood up. The secret ground was discovered by the Spiritual Treasure Auction House, which also brought this group of Golden Core cultivators in. These Golden Core Realm warriors were quite respectful to the Spiritual Treasure Auction House cultivators. "As you all may know, there is a restriction at this entrance and we need to break this restriction to enter. However, if we rely solely on individual strength it will be impossible to shake it, so we need everyone's power to work together. Once inside our Spiritual Treasure Auction House we'll only take one spirit sword. After acquiring the sword we will withdraw."
"How does that sound?"
Zhao Long spoke gently and elegantly. The other Golden Core Realm cultivators exchanged glances and spoke in unison. "Good." A smile appeared on Su Yang's lips. The restriction he set up with his little sidekick back then was something these people could never break. If they really broke it, Su Yang might as well find a block of tofu to smash his head against. This restriction cannot be broken by gathering strength together, it can only be broken by individual power.
Su Yang couldn't help but say.
Zhao Long looked at Su Yang in surprise. Normally such words would come from a high expert, yet he didn't expect it to be just a chi refining stage cultivator. A look of disdain flickered in his eyes.
"Who are you?
A chi refining stage cultivator dares to enter here and make such noise?"
Zhao Long said arrogantly.
He was at the late Golden Core stage. To him a chi refining stage cultivator was nothing but trash, easily squashed with a finger.
"Yeah, I'm a chi refining stage cultivator, what's wrong?"
"You look down on chi refining stage cultivators." Su Yang frowned slightly, speaking with displeasure. Zhao Long naturally wouldn't confirm Su Yang's chi refining stage status based solely on his aura.
He surrounded Su Yang with a wisp of spiritual energy, carefully probing Su Yang. Then Zhao Long's brows furrowed slightly. This guy is indeed a chi refining stage cultivator.
But how did he manage to enter this place?
Forget it, it doesn't matter.
Perhaps he's a disciple from some family, Zhao Long muttered to himself, turning his head and ignoring Su Yang. He felt that talking to a chi refining stage person was a waste of life. "I know there is a formation plate inside this restriction, it's the core of the restriction. I will retrieve it and then we can smash it with our combined strength. Once inside I hope everyone will honor their promises and not fight us for that spirit sword." After Zhao Long finished speaking he shot forward like a dragon, his white robe billowing, looking graceful and unrestrained.
Boom!
Zhao Long flew beneath the restriction, punching out. The sound of the restriction vibrating was like thunder flashing with golden light. Suddenly beside the restriction a white formation plate the size of a stone mill soared into the air and crashed down to the ground with a loud bang, stirring up clouds of dust.
"Damn, the Spiritual Treasure Auction House has some tricks. He really retrieved the formation plate," Su Yang said, slightly surprised.
"Everyone, this is the item. I hope everyone will bring out their full strength to break it together." At his words, Su Yang scoffed and shook his head. The sound of disdainful laughter was extremely grating to Zhao Long's ears. Turning his head, he saw Su Yang with his arms crossed, mocking him, his eyebrows raised in a deliberately frivolous manner. Who could tolerate such an attitude, especially from someone merely at the qi refinement stage? Zhao Long could not stand it any longer. He immediately walked over to Su Yang's side, his face dark with anger. What do you mean by this attitude? Su Yang lifted his gaze, glancing lightly at Zhao Long, and said, It means nothing. It means nothing. What do you mean? Zhao Long felt a fire brewing in his heart. If not for the upcoming spiritual treasure auction and the need for harmony, he would have already taught Su Yang a lesson. Hey, look at that, the guy who just provoked Chen Guangdao is now provoking Zhao Long. Is he looking for death? I guess so, he'll probably need his friends to pay for his life again. While I must say his friend is a true tycoon. This fool actually has such a wealthy friend, I can't believe it. The surrounding crowd grew excited, clustering together and chattering. They looked at Su Yang as if he were a fool, this fool who dared to provoke a golden core stage cultivator. A qi refinement stage challenging a golden core stage cultivator, such a rare spectacle in a millennium, naturally drew curious onlookers. At this moment, Fang Yan was on the verge of tears, looking at Su Yang with a face full of resentment. For heaven's sake, can't you, a qi refinement stage cultivator, be a little more discreet in front of these golden core stage experts? Everyone present could crush you with a single finger, do you not realize? Fang Yan was close to vomiting blood, yet saw Su Yang calmly whistling. He nearly fainted. Seeing Zhao Long's increasingly grim expression, he hurried to Zhao Long's side and said, Don't bother with him. He's just an idiot. Really? Fang Yan said this with utmost seriousness. This time it was Su Yang who nearly spat blood. When had he ever become an idiot? He had no idea. Seeing Zhao Long's face still not easing, Fang Yan quickly handed Zhao Long a bottle of broken infant pills. This is a bottle of broken infant pills. Can it buy the life of my brother? The broken infant pills are essential for breaking through from the golden core to the nascent soul stage and can increase the success rate by 10%. For Zhao Long, who was already at the late golden core stage, this was a rare find, especially since it had fallen into his hands from the heavens. His expression softened immediately and his temper calmed down. Alright, I understand, but let me give you a reminder. It's best to keep such idiots at home. Going out only invites trouble. Not everyone is as good-natured as I am. With the crisis averted, Fang Yan breathed a sigh of relief. Ling Qingshu beside Su Yang couldn't help but say, That's a bottle of broken infant pills, and Fang Yan actually gave it away. As she spoke, she stomped her foot, looking regretful. Su Yang disdainfully replied, It's just a bottle of broken infant pills. When you break through to the nascent soul stage, just tell me how many you need and I'll refine as many as you want. Really, ancestor? Ling Qingshu's face filled with surprise. Have I ever lied to you? Su Yang replied. After Fang Yan settled things with Zhao Long, he walked over to Su Yang. Seeing Su Yang's nonchalant demeanor, he tugged at his lips but ultimately said nothing. On the other side, Zhao Long and dozens of golden core cultivators struck the array disc with all their might. In an instant, dust flew, the earth trembled, and cries filled the air. However, none of it had any effect. The array disc remained motionless, not even trembling, showing no regard for the hundreds of golden core cultivators. What the hell is this thing? It's too hard. Zhao Long looked at the array disc, which was still unchanged, beginning to question his life. Dozens of golden core cultivators represented nearly all the high-end combat power in Qizhou. Yet they couldn't even break an array disc, leaving them feeling humiliated. Keep going, don't stop. I refuse to believe we can't break a single array disc. Zhao Long said, stubbornly directing the dozens of golden core cultivators to continue attacking the array disc. Boom! Boom! All the golden core cultivators exerted their full strength, and despite their continuous attacks, they still could not shake the array disc in the slightest. It had an air of, you can be as strong as you want, but the gentle breeze will still brush past the hillside. Zhao Long felt defeated. The spiritual energy within the golden core had been nearly depleted, yet there was no result. What the hell? If this thing can't be broken, how can I explain myself? Zhao Long was frustrated. The array disc was the key to the array's restrictions and was quite fragile. During the initial probing process, they had already discovered the array disc's incredible strength, which was why they had mobilized such a large force. However, it seemed they had still underestimated the array disc's durability. Put. After watching for a long time, Su Yang finally couldn't help but laugh. Inside the array disc was inscribed a micro-array that allowed attacks from different people to cancel each other out. With so many people attacking the array disc, how could they possibly break it? He had said it long ago, but unfortunately no one believed him. Zhao Long turned his head, his face dark, filled with pent-up rage that had no outlet. Su Yang's contemptuous laughter ignited his fury. What do you mean? Are you mocking us? Zhao Long's words immediately drew everyone's attention. They had all been seething with anger to see a chi refinement stage fool daring to mock them pushed them to the brink of irritation.
Yeah, what do you mean? Do you think you can break the array disc? The crowd pressed. Of course, if I were to make a move, a single finger would suffice to solve it.
Under the glare of so many aggressive gazes, Su Yang showed no signs of panic.
And you bunch of trash with dozens of you can't even break a broken disc.
Hurry up and slit your throats, how can you still have the face to talk here?
Upon hearing this, Fang Yan felt darkness before his eyes and nearly fainted.
He thought that even with his wealth he couldn't save Su Yang.
Su Yang was simply asking for trouble.
You very good. Zhao Long's face darkened like a burnt pot bottom. It was the first time a golden core cultivator had been insulted by a chi refinement stage cultivator.
Su Yang, even if you die there will be no regrets.
He immediately harbored thoughts of murder. Golden core cultivators were proud their dignity was not to be trampled. Yet today the dignity of dozens of golden core cultivators had been trampled by a chi refinement stage fool. Even if the heavenly king himself came, he couldn't save Su Yang. Fang Yan had just stepped forward to say something when Zhao Long shoved him aside. You a chi refinement stage fool, weren't you just boasting confidently? Come, here's your chance. If you can break this array disc, I'll spare your life and even apologize to you. The array formation that even dozens of golden core practitioners could not break was shattered by a mere chi refining stage individual. What a joke. Everyone knew that Zhao Long wanted Su Yang dead. They couldn't help but watch Su Yang speculating whether he would be scared to the point of wetting himself or would die of fright on the spot.
Oof, this little chi refining stage is actually boasting here, unaware of the danger he's in. He has to swallow his words now after what he just said.
I don't know which family's young master this is, but no matter which family he belongs to, if we kill him I will fully support it. Exactly, I refuse to believe any family would have the guts to confront us, a group of dozens of golden core practitioners. The golden core practitioners who had always been at odds with each other united for once wanting Su Yang dead. Ling Qingshu felt somewhat guilty. Although her ancestor was powerful, could he really handle dozens of golden core practitioners? This array formation doesn't even need me to act, he can do it, Su Yang said, pointing at Fang Yan.
He could break that formation with just a finger. Fang Yan froze, turning to glare at Su Yang. Wasn't Su Yang just pushing him into the fire?
He was wealthy, so he was proud, but he wasn't foolish, he had self-awareness. Could he really shatter the array formation that dozens of golden core practitioners had failed to break with just a finger? If he truly believed that, then he was not proud but foolish. I've saved your life twice, why would you harm me?
Fang Yan said with deep resentment. Do you think if you kill me and make me take the blame you would survive? Fang Yan shook his head, his fists clenched tightly, his whole body trembling. He had misjudged Su Yang. Initially he had found interacting with him enjoyable, but today he saw Su Yang as an ungrateful fool.
Ha ha ha, this is truly amusing, Zhao Long sneered. It seems both of you can shatter the formation with a finger. Who will come up first to demonstrate?
Yeah, come up and give us a demonstration.
The other onlookers joined in cheering.
With dozens of golden core practitioners exuding overwhelming pressure, Fang Yan instantly wilted. I can't do it, Fang Yan said.
No, you can, weren't you just saying you could shatter it with a finger? You can do it, Su Yang said, revealing a smile that was neither a smile nor a frown. He certainly would not harm Fang Yan, having regarded him as a true friend.
Shattering the formation was easy for Su Yang. With a mere blink the array formation would be in ruins.
He had noticed Fang Yan was someone who liked to show off, so he decided to give him a chance to shine.
This would also enhance Fang Yan's influence. Since Su Yang says you can do it, why not go up and demonstrate?
Zhao Long said coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent.
At this moment Fang Yan wanted to cry.
Dozens of golden core practitioners were pressuring him.
Fang Yan helplessly walked up to the formation.
The array formation had just endured the furious assault of dozens of golden core practitioners, but still shone as if it were new.
There wasn't even a scratch on it. Fang Yan was already in despair. Just then a stream of white spiritual energy was expelled from Su Yang's mouth, drifting to Fang Yan's side.
The white spiritual energy shimmered with golden runes swirling mysteriously, wrapping around Fang Yan several times before entering his ear. Fang Yan then heard a soft whisper.
Don't be afraid, I know how to shatter the formation, just poke it with a finger. Fang Yan was startled. Was that Su Yang speaking to him?
But why, although Su Yang was far away, did it sound as if he was whispering right next to his ear? Looking up, Fang Yan saw Su Yang's lips moving in sync with the words he heard.
Without a doubt Su Yang was talking to him.
However, the surrounding people clearly did not hear any sound.
What is going on here? Fang Yan wondered, his heart filled with doubts.
Suddenly it was as if Fang Yan had been possessed. Without thinking, he poked the array formation with a finger.
A moment of silence.
The formation remained intact.
The atmosphere became extremely awkward.
After a while Zhao Long suddenly laughed, saying, "It seems you can't do it, you poked it with a finger yet it didn't explode."
Exactly why is it still like this? The other onlookers laughed heartily. Fang Yan's face turned pale and he trembled all over. He had no idea why he had actually done that. Moreover, the array formation had not shattered and was completely intact. He was doomed. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly the formation emitted a loud explosion. The array formation, which had seemed indestructible just moments before, suddenly burst forth with brilliant white light. Beneath the white light, the array formation shattered into countless pieces, filling the air with debris. The formation had broken. Everyone stared in dumbfounded astonishment at this scene, unable to comprehend why the previously indestructible formation had suddenly turned to dust. Cough, cough, cough. Did you see that? He shattered the formation with just a finger. Su Yang pointed at Fang Yan and said. All eyes turned to Fang Yan as if they were looking at a monster. What happened? How did the formation shatter? Oh my, we just attacked for so long and couldn't break it. Could it be that he really shattered it with just a finger? Impossible, impossible. It must be that the formation was already on the verge of breaking and only just now fell apart. A crowd of people chattered, with not a single one believing it was true. Fang Yan looked at the shards scattered on the ground, his mind in chaos. For a moment he didn't know what had happened. How could the formation, which had been fine just now, suddenly shatter? Could it be that he truly shattered it with just a finger? This was of course impossible. Suddenly he seemed to realize something, looking at Su Yang with a complicated expression. Zhao Long didn't know whether to laugh or cry right now. He looked at the shattered formation on the ground, then at Fang Yan. He couldn't be sure if Fang Yan had indeed broken it. If it was really Fang Yan who broke it, then what kind of strength must he possess? Perhaps the formation had actually been battered to pieces by them long ago, but had merely not cracked until now. Did Fang Yan just happen to poke it and break it? However, no matter how it was, since the formation was shattered, the entrance to the ice mountain was also opened. There was no need to dwell on this matter. Thank you, my friend, for helping me break the formation. I, the Lingbao auction house, express my gratitude. May I have your name? After returning, I will definitely reward you with something valuable. Zhao Long said with a smile. The other Golden Core practitioners also rushed to flatter him. Fang Yan forgot the earlier unpleasantness and, regardless of the truth of the matter, accepted the praise with a clear conscience and even boasted a bit himself. Su Yang stood by, watching indifferently, his expression unchanged. Ancestor, the formation shattered. It was your doing, right? Ling Qingshu asked. It was I who did it, so what? Su Yang said. Elder ancestor, how did you do it? Ling Qingshu asked, puzzled. Su Yang smiled faintly. My possessions naturally obey my command. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yang entered the Absolute Ice Mountain along with other Golden Core cultivators. Ling Qingshu nodded, seemingly understanding, and followed Su Yang. The interior space of the Absolute Ice Mountain was not large, a round hall with a diameter of no more than 20 meters where dozens of people crowded inside, making it appear exceptionally cramped. In the center of the hall stood a high platform which was concave, forming a small pool where the water rippled, occasionally splashing up blue waves. A crystal clear blue crystal ball floated on the water's surface. Its surface was adorned with intricate patterns, with some green light crystals gliding over it. A completely purple sword stood upright within the crystal ball, occasionally emitting a breathtaking thunder that roared through the sword. This was precisely the Feng Tian sword, serving as the eye of the formation. The crystal shell surrounding the Feng Tian sword was an ice crystal ball. The ice crystal ball was a container for sealing the spiritual sword, preserving it in the ice crystal without any change for tens of thousands of years. It's a pity that the ice crystal ball can only be used once, otherwise the value of these ice crystal balls would be immeasurable. Zhao Long was the one speaking. He walked up to the ice crystal ball, reaching out to touch it, his voice trembling with excitement. The Feng Tian sword, the treasure of this ancient sect. After 10,000 years, the Feng Tian sword had shown no signs of weakening. It remained as it was back in the day. All eyes were fixated on the Feng Tian sword, filled with desire, envy, and treachery, a myriad of emotions. Thank you all for your strong support. We will keep our promise. Once we retrieve the Feng Tian sword, we will withdraw, Zhao Long said, cupping his hands. The 9 Golden Core latest stage cultivators beside him stood guard, releasing a formidable aura that intimidated those with ulterior motives. Some who had intended to snatch it right away instantly discarded the thought. Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Zhao Long turned around and said with a smile, 10,000 years ago the Tianlan Sect stood here proud of the world. The worst disciples of the Tianlan Sect were all at the Dongtian realm. This is the site of the Tianlan Sect. Treasures are inevitable as long as you search diligently. If the opportunities are sufficient, you will surely find spiritual treasures here. Other Golden Core cultivators, upon hearing Zhao Long's words, felt a little less regretful for not obtaining the Feng Tian sword. Indeed, this was the site of an ancient sect, and there must be many good things. Even if they could not obtain the Feng Tian sword, any opportunity that came their way could change their fate. All right, we shall take our leave for now. We will meet again.
Zhao Long shattered the ice crystal ball and took out the Feng Tian sword.
After cupping his fist, he intended to leave.
Suddenly a ghostly voice sounded and the Feng Tian sword flew from Zhao Long's hand, tracing a beautiful arc as it landed in Su Yang's grasp.
Did you think you could take my possession?
Su Yang remarked indifferently, rubbing the Feng Tian sword in his hand. Because it was preserved in the ice crystal ball, the Feng Tian sword still looked as if it had just been placed inside. The sword vanished from his hand and Zhao Long was furious.
Damn it, it's you again.
You, a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator, dare to snatch my treasure. Zhao Long was thoroughly enraged, a murderous aura radiating from him. If the previous two encounters had been mere provocations, he could endure. But this time Su Yang had crossed his bottom line. The Feng Tian sword was his target and he could not afford to miss it.
If he couldn't obtain the Feng Tian sword, he wouldn't need to return.
Thus, even if a nascent soul old monster came to snatch it, he would not hesitate to fight.
To fight to the bitter end.
Moreover, it was just a small Qi refinement stage cultivator trying to snatch it.
Hand over the item or you will die.
Zhao Long said coldly, his murderous intent palpable.
Su Yang chuckled, finding it amusing. When did the Feng Tian sword become your possession?
It has always been mine. Zhao Long felt that Su Yang had gone mad, otherwise he would not have spoken such words. A mere Qi refinement stage, nobody actually dared to snatch his treasure, seeking death.
Go die.
Unable to bear it any longer, Zhao Long drew his sword and thrust it toward Su Yang. Purple spiritual energy gathered at the sword's tip, and with a single strike came the roar of thunder. The surrounding air emitted a buzzing sound and blood flowed from their mouths and noses due to the shock. They were at the distant edge. Zhao Long's target was not them, they merely endured the aftermath.
One could imagine the immense pressure Su Yang was under.
Fan Yan was taken aback. The speed of the sword was incredibly fast and he could not react in time. He turned his head away, unable to bear the sight of Su Yang bleeding on the spot.
What did you just say?
Su Dong raised his head, a mocking smile appearing at the corner of his mouth.
Boom!
Su Dong threw a punch, a simple punch that appeared light and airy. Yet this punch unexpectedly caused Zhao Long's figure to become rigid, unable to move an inch. In an instant, Zhao Long felt a sense of helplessness akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot.
"Sai, I didn't want to kill you," Su Dong sighed.
In the next second, Su Dong's fist erupted with the force of a giant peak, directly colliding with Zhao Long's sword. Zhao Long's sword shattered into dust under Su Dong's fist, scattering everywhere. Zhao Long's protective aura was mercilessly shattered, and with a dull sound the fist landed directly on Zhao Long's body. In the next second, Zhao Long vanished. Only the lingering scent of blood remained. Everyone saw that the air seemed to have turned slightly red.
With one punch, Su Yang obliterated Zhao Long.
Is Zhao Long dead? Everyone fell silent, unable to believe what they had just witnessed.
Gulp.
Someone unsure of who swallowed hard, breaking the silence. Everyone stiffly turned to look at Su Dong, who wore an expression of indifference. What had they just seen? A Qi refinement stage cultivator had killed Zhao Long, a later stage golden core cultivator who was close to half a step into the nascent soul. If this spread, the entire cultivation world would probably go crazy.
Countless eyes converged on Su Yang, trying to discern his true cultivation level. No nascent soul, no golden core, no foundation establishment.
This was purely a Qi refinement stage cultivator. Then they fell into a collapse of their worldview.
Fan Yan stared blankly at Su Yang.
After a long while he finally said, "So you're that strong? You nearly scared me to death. By the way, why does today's incident feel so familiar?"
"Wait, I remember. You're the elder from Tianlan Sect, right?"
Fan Yan suddenly slapped his forehead and exclaimed. Upon hearing Fan Yan's words, the onlookers recalled as well a female golden core cultivator and a male Qi refinement cultivator had swept through Qizhou. Such a combination was precisely in line with the individual before them.
What level of cultivation are you at to be this strong?
A later stage golden core cultivator couldn't last half a round against you.
Fan Yan felt speechless, having just been thinking about how to protect Su Yang. The remaining 9 attendees of the spiritual artifact auction were utterly bewildered.
They silently stared at Su Yang, their hearts churning like a storm. Zhao Long had been killed, shattered to pieces by a mere Qi refinement stage cultivator.
What should we do now? The Feng Tian sword is still in Su Yang's possession.
If they returned to the spiritual artifact auction like this, it would surely spell disaster for them. The spiritual artifact auction had paid a tremendous price to obtain the Feng Tian sword, and failure was not an option. Hu Tao wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and stepped forward, saying, "The Feng Tian sword is extremely important to us. We hope that you will return it to us, and the spiritual artifact auction will certainly provide something of equal value as gratitude." Su Yang raised his eyes and saw an elderly man with white hair, a late golden core stage cultivator, respectfully addressing him.
"Return it. This is my possession, why should I use the term return?"
Su Yang scoffed.
With the Fong Tian sword in hand and his goal achieved, he simply turned to leave, ignoring Hu Tao. Everyone automatically made way, watching Su Yang depart. Seeing Su Yang's nonchalant demeanor, the others couldn't help but twitch their lips. Just moments ago they had mocked Su Yang. What if he sought revenge later? Indeed, those who could enter the secret realm were hardly mere chi refinement stage cultivators. It seems they must be more cautious in the future. People nowadays are psychologically twisted, clearly powerful yet preferring to feign weakness. The 9 attendees of the spiritual artifact auction remained silent for a long time, ultimately lacking the courage to compete with Su Yang for the Fong Tian sword, quickly fleeing to the outside of the secret realm. In Qizhou Tianwu Prefecture, beside a bustling market, there stood a tranquil and ancient residence. A 2-story small building stood gracefully by the water, with red walls and green tiles exuding an air of grandeur. This was the residence of the president of the branch of the spiritual artifact auction. Suddenly 9 figures dashed through the air, breaking the tranquility. Inside the 2-story building, an old man suddenly opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance illuminating his gaze. What is the matter that has you so flustered? He was Zhang Wuji, the president of the branch of the spiritual artifact auction. He had already reached the early nascent soul stage. He was the true overlord of Qizhou. Zhang Wuji sent out a strand of divine sense to scan the area outside, immediately becoming filled with suspicion. Where is Zhao Long? Why are there only 9 of you? What about the Fong Tian sword? Boo! Just as Zhang Wuji furrowed his brow in contemplation, 9 golden core stage cultivators burst in. President, it's bad. Zhao Long has been killed and the Fong Tian sword has been seized. The 9 golden core cultivators prostrated on the ground, trembling as they spoke. What? Zhang Wuji fumed with rage. In disbelief, he asked in a low voice, what did you just say? President Zhao Long was killed and the Fong Tian sword was taken. The 9 golden core cultivators exchanged terrified glances, squeezing out the words President Zhao Long was killed by someone and the Fong Tian sword was taken away. Who did it? Zhang Wuji's eyes gradually turned icy, his face darkening, and his cold words felt as if they were blown from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone. To obtain this Fong Tian sword, he had nearly exhausted half of his family's wealth, and now it was snatched away just as it was within his grasp. Who is responsible? I will make him suffer 1,000 cuts. Zhang Wuji gritted his teeth. The 9 golden core cultivators exchanged glances. They had followed Zhang Wuji for many years and had never seen him so furious. It was that ancestor from Tianlan Sect, Su Yang, one golden core cultivator mustered his courage to say. Is it that recently famous Tianlan Sect? Zhang Wuji lowered his head deep in thought. He was certainly aware of the commotion surrounding Tianlan Sect recently. It was rumored that just before the Tianlan Sect was about to be annihilated, an ancestor of the Qi refinement stage emerged. This person single-handedly destroyed the largest sect in Qizhou and then acted flamboyantly, sweeping through Qizhou with an invincible demeanor. Even the overtures from Tianwu Prefecture were disregarded. Indeed formidable, no wonder he dares to snatch my Fong Tian sword. But what of it? You can only cavort in Qizhou. Qizhou is merely a corner of this world, your legend ends here. With that, Zhang Wuji's gaze deepened with murderous intent. The 9 golden core cultivators trembled under Zhang Wuji's terrifying pressure, collapsing in despair. Within the secret realm, Su Yang calmly observed Ling Qingshu battling a demon beast. Although Ling Qingshu was in grave danger, Su Yang showed no sign of concern. The demon beast had 8 soft yellow claws, each with a row of black suckers. It resembled an octopus. Brother, I feel that if you keep watching she will be finished. Fong Yan couldn't help but remind Su Yang. Ling Qingshu had already been struck several times by the demon beast and was covered in wounds. Seeing such a beautiful girl treated this way by Su Yang, his heart ached. If she dies, then she dies. Su Yang casually remarked, holding several red fruits in his hands. These fruits were rare even after 10,000 years' worth of fortune, yet now rendered so undesirable that even dogs would not eat them. Who knows what has transpired in these 10,000 years? Boo! Ling Qingshu continued to battle against the demon beast, which was exceptionally powerful. She was completely outmatched. Fong Yan anxiously watched Ling Qingshu, holding a fiery red large blade ready to rescue her at any moment. During Ling Qingshu's crisis, Su Yang provided pointers. Although she was in danger, she did not fall swiftly. Listening to Su Yang's advice to Ling Qingshu, Fong Yan felt he had gained valuable insights and couldn't help but ask, what is your cultivation level? I am in the Qi refinement stage, Su Yang replied. You in the Qi refinement stage were able to kill Zhao Long with a single punch. Fong Yan couldn't believe it. Because I am at the 10th layer of Qi refinement, Su Yang stated. Fong Yan nearly choked. He pouted and said, you could have just kept quiet, there was no need to use such a poor excuse to brush me off. Su Yang knew that even if he spoke the truth, no one would believe him. At this moment, Ling Qingshu made a mistake and the octopus-like monster wrapped one of its soft claws around her, attempting to shove her into its disgusting mouth. Boo!
Su Yang moved the Fong Tian sword, cutting through the air, unleashing a series of white sword energies that irresistibly struck the demon beast. The demon beast's claw was instantly severed by Su Yang, who leaped and landed on the round head of the demon beast. The Fong Tian sword erupted with a blinding white light and plunged down, causing the demon beast's head to explode like tofu. Fong Yan was left in shock, shaking his head repeatedly. Damn, with such power you say you're in the chi refinement stage. Who the hell would believe that? Su Yang found the inner Dan within the utterly defeated demon beast, extracted it and handed it to Fong Yan. Eat this. Fong Yan's face immediately fell. This was the inner Dan of a demon beast. Consuming it directly would be fatal. He looked up at Su Yang filled with grievance and said, "Brother, what did I do wrong that you want me dead?" "Don't worry, you won't die," Su Yang said calmly. He estimated that Fong Yan would be able to elevate his cultivation by consuming the demon beast's inner core. This could be considered a repayment to Fong Yan. Are you joking? Eating the demon beast's inner core will definitely lead to death. That's basic common sense, alright. Fong Yan took a few steps back, his face filled with vigilance, fearing that Su Yang might shove the demon beast's inner core into his mouth at any moment. Su Yang frowned and handed the inner core to Ling Qingshu. "Alright, if you don't want to eat it, then fine. Ling Qingshu, this is for you." Ling Qingshu accepted it with a bright smile, saying, "Thank you, ancestor." Having said that, she opened her mouth and was about to swallow it whole. "Is this really edible? Eating it won't kill me." Fong Yan was puzzled. That didn't seem right. According to the education he received in the first half of his life, the demon beast's inner core was absolutely not to be consumed, as the spiritual energy contained within could easily tear a person apart. "No, I ate one last time. An ancestor helped stabilize my spiritual energy. In the end I didn't die, and I even broke through," Ling Qingshu said, already bringing the demon beast's inner core close to her mouth. "Broke through?" Fong Yan murmured, seeing that Ling Qingshu didn't appear to be lying. He gritted his teeth and then said, "Alright, I believe you. But if I die, I'm taking you all with me to the grave." Fong Yan swallowed the demon beast's inner core, and with a loud bang the violent primordial energy erupted in his chest as if it were going to churn his 5 internal organs into mush. Fong Yan was taken aback, about to curse, when suddenly a large hand landed on his shoulder and the raging spiritual energy within him instantly became as docile as a rabbit. "Don't think too much, just break through," Su Yang said. Fong Yan was astonished. The violent spiritual energy from the demon beast's inner core had actually been subdued by Su Yang. There was no time to ponder further. He stabilized his mind and began to concentrate on utilizing the abundant primordial energy to break through. Fong Yan's current cultivation was at the 5th level of the golden core stage, which was already considered genius for his age. Of course, as a wealthy individual who was only left with money, his cultivation was actually piled up with pills. The speed of improvement from consuming pills was very rapid, but there was one drawback: if one consumed too many pills, the body would develop a resistance, rendering further consumption ineffective. Therefore, Fong Yan's cultivation was stuck at the 5th level of the golden core stage. However, after consuming the beast's core, the abundant primordial energy allowed him to easily break through to the 6th level of the golden core stage. "Wow, I broke through. That's amazing." Fong Yan opened his eyes, speaking in disbelief. Then he looked at Su Yang, his eyes sparkling. "Do you have any more demon beast inner cores?" "I feel like I can break through again." Su Yang was speechless, frowning as he said, "Fong Yan, cultivation still requires you to practice on your own. Pills are only an aid. Consuming too many is not beneficial." Fong Yan stood up, feeling the surging primordial energy within him, excitedly rubbing his hands together. "I understand now. I won't eat any more pills in the future. I want to eat demon beast inner cores." After consuming the demon beast's inner core, Fong Yan felt that the exquisite pills he had eaten before were nothing but waste. Su Yang was speechless and could only tell Fong Yan that the demon beast's inner core was in fact also a type of pill. Having acquired the Fong Tian sword, there was nothing left to linger on in this secret place. The Tianlan Sect was not annihilated but merely disbanded, so there were no treasures left behind. Of course, a few of the urinals used by the Tianlan Sect disciples could still be found. "Fong Yan, I'm going back to the Tianlan Sect. Why don't you come with me?" Su Yang said, having the thought of bringing Fong Yan along. If this were 1,000 years ago, there would probably be a crowd of people dropping their jaws in shock. How many exceptional talents and hidden ancestors wanted to follow Su Yan but were rejected by him? Now unexpectedly, a mediocre young man like Fong Yan was given such an opportunity. In fact, when Su Yan brought people along, he didn't look at their cultivation or talent but rather their character. No matter how poor their talent was or how low their cultivation was, anyone under Su Yang's guidance could become an extraordinary powerhouse, and character was naturally the most critical factor. "You want me to go to the Tianlan Sect with you?" Fong Yan asked in disbelief. "Are you really the ancestor of the Tianlan Sect?" Fong Yan's gaze toward Su Yan changed, filled with admiration. The ancestor of the Tianlan Sect stirred up storms in Shizhou, causing the entire region to be wary. He never expected such a powerful figure to be right before him.
Alright, I want to see what the legendary Tianlan Sect is really like. Feng Yan said excitedly. They exited the secret place and headed straight for the Tianlan Sect. Just as they arrived outside the sect, Su Yang felt that something was amiss. It was a chilling aura. Enemies were lurking around the Tianlan Sect. Su Yang's gaze swept over, and indeed on a hill to the east a half-step nascent soul was spying. Such petty tricks dare to be played in front of me, your courage is commendable. Su Yang spoke with a mix of anger and calmness, his figure flashing as he charged towards the spying half-step nascent soul. Lu Sanlong hid within a bush, holding his breath completely. He remained motionless, observing the Tianlan Sect. He was sent by Zhang Shuangtian, a half-step nascent soul-keeping watch, which shows how much Zhang Shuangtian valued Su Yang. His breath-holding technique was the most powerful in the spirit treasure auction house, and unless one was above the cave heaven realm, it was impossible for anyone to detect him. Suddenly he caught a glimpse of a large black rat darting past in his peripheral vision. He raised his head and realized that it was not a rat at all but Su Yang. At that moment he felt a jolt in his scalp. How long have you been hiding here? Su Yang asked calmly. You found me? Lu Sanlong asked in disbelief, unable to believe he had actually been discovered. Do you need me to pull you out? Su Yang said. Lu Sanlong gritted his teeth, suddenly sprang from the ground and fled. And you still want to run? Su Yang let out a cold smile, pushing off the ground with his feet. With a loud bang, the ground cracked and Su Yang kicked out spiderweb-like cracks that stretched for dozens of meters. At the same time, Su Yang soared into the air and a flash of sword light flickered in his hand. I grant you a bloody death. With a thud, the long sword descended and Lu Sanlong's chest was pierced with dozens of wounds, blood gushing out. The next day, the golden core stage cultivator hanging from a pillar outside the Tianlan Sect was taken down, and another half-step nascent soul cultivator was hung in his place. The half-step nascent soul was still alive when hung up. It took several hours before he bled out and died. This was a half-step nascent soul, a legendary strongman who came to the Tianlan Sect and died such a miserable death. What stood out even more was the word Spirit Treasure Association on the half-step nascent soul's clothing. The Spirit Treasure Association in Qizhou was just a branch of the Spirit Treasure Association, which had a total of 300 prefectures. In the eyes of the 300 prefectures, Qizhou was like a cultivator looking down on mortals, utterly disdainful. In Qizhou, the rare nascent souls were quite ordinary in the 300 prefectures. The reputation of the Tianlan Sect once again resounded throughout Qizhou. Have you heard? The Tianlan Sect killed a half-step nascent soul expert from the Spirit Treasure Association and even displayed his corpse on public display, and I heard that too. Every day Tianlan disciples urinate toward the pillar where his body hangs. TSK, how arrogant and triumphant those Tianlan disciples seem. I truly envy them. I wish I could join the Tianlan Sect myself, and don't even think about it. Their arrogance won't last long. Before long the sect will likely be eradicated. Indeed, the Spirit Treasure Association is no local power confined to Qizhou. Rumor has it their central headquarters houses numerous true nascent soul experts. Even if the Su Yang elder is himself at the nascent soul stage, 2 fists cannot fend off 4 hands. Across every tea house and tavern in Qizhou, whispers swirled about the newly ascendant Tianlan Sect. And Zhang Shuangtian sat in grim silence, listening as his subordinates delivered reports, one after another, his expression darkening into icy fury. Lu Sanlong was dead. And Lu Sanlong was not merely his subordinate, he was his sworn brother. And sending him had been a simple reconnaissance mission to ascertain when Su Yang would return to the Tianlan Sect. He had never imagined Lu Sanlong would vanish without a trace. And they had seized his Fangtian sword, slain Zhao Long, and now his own brother lay dead. How could he possibly swallow such humiliation? He longed to fly straight to the Tianlan Sect and confront Su Yang in mortal combat. Yet he restrained himself. Su Yang's true strength remained untested. A seasoned schemer like him would never risk his life recklessly. And Zhao Long has an elder brother. Years ago he became a disciple of a senior elder at the Demon Cloud Sect. He has now cultivated to the nascent soul realm. Why not summon him forth? A sharp glint flashed across Zhang Shuangtian's eyes. Without hesitation he dispatched a spirit telepathic sword message conveying Zhao Long's death to his elder brother Zhao Bai. Then he issued a bounty proclamation across the cultivation world. All cultivators were ordered to hunt down and slay Su Yang. Whoever succeeded would receive a supreme treasure from the Spirit Treasure Auction House. At the Tianlan Sect, Su Yang sat in deep meditation when suddenly Ling Qingshu burst in, breathless, Elder Su. Something has happened. Su Yang slowly opened his eyes. Ling Qingshu stood before him, face etched with anxiety, clutching a sheet of white paper. And the parchment fluttered gently in the breeze. On it, faint but unmistakable, was Su Yang's lifelike portrait. Why so flustered? What is it? Su Yang asked calmly. And Ling Qingshu handed him the warrant, voice trembling. Elder, please look, this bounty notice has already spread across all of Qizhou.
Su Yang took the parchment and scanned it once. There at the top was his exquisitely rendered portrait, vivid as life itself. Beneath it ran a line of bold characters. Su Yang let out a quiet chuckle. It was the Spirit Treasure Auction House's official bounty warrant offering a reward for his head. And bounty me. A jest. Even if the entire cultivation world turned against me, what of it? A flicker of flame danced across Su Yang's palm, whoosh. And the warrant dissolved into ash. And Ling Qingshu asked, concern clouding her voice, Elder, are you all right? With me here, what danger could there be? Even if every cultivator under heaven descended upon us, I fear nothing. These words carried no boastful thunder, no heroic flourish, only serene certainty, as if stating the simplest of daily routines. Tomorrow morning kanji for breakfast. Ling Qingshu smiled then, softly, warmly. Nias, she had been overly anxious. So long as Elder Su stood guard, who dared threaten the Tianlan Sect? Yes, Elder, I understand, Ling Qingshu murmured, bowing her head. And Su Yang nodded, yet inwardly noted her golden core cultivation level still untempered by trial, her vision narrow, her scope limited. By the way, is Ling Qingshu the only golden core cultivator in our Tianlan Sect? Su Yang asked. And yes. All other disciples remain at the foundation establishment stage. Ling Qingshu nodded in affirmation. And Su Yang frowned. True sect strength did not rest upon one or two prodigies but upon the collective might of its entire lineage. He intended to restore the Tianlan Sect to its former zenith, and a sect composed solely of foundation establishment cultivators would never suffice. And select a dozen disciples, those of impeccable integrity and unwavering loyalty to the Tianlan Sect. I shall elevate them to the golden core realm. Remember, cultivation level matters not. Talent matters not. Only two criteria matter, integrity and absolute loyalty to the Tianlan Sect. Understood. Su Yang spoke plainly. During his recent expedition into the ancient secret realm, he had gathered abundant spirit herbs, enough if refined properly to forge pills enabling over a dozen disciples to break through to the golden core. Ling Qingshu was stunned, selecting a dozen disciples and elevating them all to golden core. It sounded almost absurdly effortless. For any cultivator to ascend to the golden core demanded both extraordinary talent and rare karmic fortune, success odds barely 1 in 10,000. Na sect boasting even a single golden core cultivator was already deemed a major sect. Yet Su Yang had spoken of elevating a dozen, so casually, so lightly. And she nearly doubted her own hearing. After entrusting all sect affairs to Ling Qingshu, Su Yang entered his chamber. And with a soft whoosh, a cascade of spirit herbs tumbled from the alchemical furnace, scattering across the floor. These were herbs harvested from the secret realm. 10,000 years ago each would have been a celestial rarity, a world-shaking treasure. And today they lay scattered like common weeds. He retrieved the ice-pure snow lotus gathered earlier and cast it into the furnace. And moments later a snow-white pill emerged, its surface wreathed in ethereal mist, its fragrance filling the entire room. Breakthrough pill, capable of propelling a golden core cultivator instantly to the threshold of nascent soul. Su Yang gazed at the pill with quiet satisfaction. This one was destined for Ling Qingshu. And Su Yang resumed refining. Day passed into night. Just as Su Yang prepared the final pill for completion, a man's furious shouting erupted outside, followed by the clashing din of violent combat. Boom! And two figures crashed through the door, slamming headlong into Su Yang's alchemical furnace. At the very instant the pill was about to emerge, it was flattened, crushed into a thin translucent wafer. Su Yang's face went pale with rage. And for millennia his alchemy had never failed. And today, this disgraceful, unprecedented failure, again. So, you're the wretched Su Yang. So this is where you've been hiding. Na shrill grating voice sliced through the air, piercing Su Yang's ears. Su Yang lifted his gaze. There stood a pale, effeminate man in flowing white robes holding a folding fan with languid grace. On the fan's blackened white inked surface bold calligraphy blazed, peerless under heaven. And below sprawled upon the floor Ling Qingshu and Fang Yan. Ling Qingshu's white gown was soaked crimson, her body crisscrossed with wounds. A savage gash split her delicate face, marring her beauty beyond recognition. Fang Yan fared no better, dusty, disheveled clothes torn and ragged. Gone was the dashing, wealthy young master, only a battered, broken figure remained. Clearly Ling Qingshu and Fang Yan had fought the white-robed youth and lost. And no answer. Then your silence is your confession. Dining an instant, a bone-chilling aura of killing intent locked onto Su Yang. And the white-robed man snapped his fan open blade-like and lunged forward, a blur of lethal speed. The air itself shrieked, ripping apart with explosive thunder. And 19 thrust, na low chilling laugh escaped the man's lips as his nascent soul cultivation surged forth in full terrifying glory. Too many fools seeking death. Su Yang sneered coldly. A nascent soul cultivator, what was that to him? Merely an ant before his gaze. With utter nonchalance he extended a single finger, clashing directly with the opponent's fan dagger. No thunderous explosion followed. In that instant the fan dagger crumbled into fine sand, dissolving silently into the air.
Pooh, she spat blood. The moment her weapon struck Su Yang's finger, it felt as though she had slammed headlong into an immovable mountain. Her bones cracked and splintered with sickening pops, and she was hurled backward, crashing violently into a stone wall. Thud. Collapsed upon the ground, her meridians ruptured, her nascent soul shattered, her skeleton fractured beyond repair. She lay dying, breath fading. In truth, this was restraint on Su Yang's part. Had he wished, he could have erased her utterly, leaving not even a whisper of her existence in this world. How is this possible? When did Shizhou ever produce such a peerless master? She murmured, her face ashen with despair, eyes wide with disbelief. His name was Deng Xian, a nascent soul cultivator of the early stage, dispatched from the Lingbao Association's central headquarters to assist Zhang Shuangtian. Deng Xian, having arrived at the Lingbao auction headquarters, held Shizhou in utter contempt. To him, such a minor region harbored no true masters, and heedless of Zhang Shuangtian's warnings, he brazenly ascended Tianlan Sect to issue a challenge. Su Yang strode slowly toward Deng Xian and gazed down upon him, his eyes brimming with chilling, unrelenting slaughter intent. Don't kill me. Deng Xian broke beneath that gaze, icy, abyssal, as if searing forth from the ninth netherworld itself. Could such a gaze truly belong to a mortal being? Spare my life, I'll tell you everything I know. Deng Xian stammered, words tumbling forth in frantic disarray. You'll tell me. Unnecessary. A cruel smile curled Su Yang's lips as his hand clamped down upon Deng Xian's skull, and in the next breath Deng Xian unleashed the most agonized, soul-rending scream of his life. This was the soul-grasping art, a forbidden technique universally condemned across the three realms, capable of extracting a sliver of another's soul to unveil every memory of their existence. The victim endured excruciating torment, and having lost even a fragment of their soul, would perish precisely 3 minutes later. 3 minutes passed. Su Yang cast aside Deng Xian's lifeless body and turned to Ling Qingshu. Wait for me at the sect, I'll return shortly. He tossed her a vial of pills. These are healing elixirs, share them among yourselves. Senior ancestor, where are you going? Ling Qingshu struggled upright and asked weakly. To settle accounts with the Lingbao Auction Association, Su Yang replied, his voice thick with killing intent. After the soul search, he had learned the man had been sent by the Lingbao Auction Association. Originally, Su Yang had no intention of provoking the Lingbao Auction Association, so long as they left him be. But now, having dared to strike at Tianlan Sect disciples, they had crossed a line he would not tolerate. Though formidable, he could not guard every disciple of Tianlan Sect at all times. If so, then let the Lingbao Auction Association vanish entirely. In Shizhou City, within the Lingbao Auction Hall, a supreme-grade spirit sword was undergoing fierce bidding. Yuanhua sword, 1,000 spirit stones. Is there any higher bid? The auctioneer, an elder Foundation establishment cultivator, spoke with fervent excitement. A price of 1,000 spirit stones for a supreme-grade sword already ranked among the highest ever recorded. First call, 1,000 spirit stones. Second call, 1,000 spirit stones. The elder raised his small wooden gavel high, poised to strike. A young man rose triumphantly. After a hard-fought contest, wealth had once again proven decisive. His gaze swept over the others, haughty, imperious. Third call, 1,000 spirit stones sold. Wait. I bid 10,000 spirit stones. Just as the gavel hovered midair, a languid voice drifted from the central private box. Silence fell, absolute, suffocating. Every eye turned toward that box. A sword deemed exorbitant at 1,000 spirit stones, now bid at 10,000. Was this a jest? The triumphant youth's face darkened, his fists clenching tight. It's merely a spirit sword, such an absurd price. Could he possibly be bluffing? The auctioneer's expression hardened. Friend, from the private box, bids at auction are binding. Speak the price and you must pay it. He doubts me. If I say one, it is 10,000. The voice from the box carried effortless arrogance. His tone dripped with the quiet, unassailable confidence of boundless wealth. Well then, if a willing fool had declared himself, what else could the crowd do? 10,000 spirit stones, first call. 10,000 spirit stones, second call. 10,000 spirit stones, third. I bid 20,000 spirit stones. Another voice, equally languid, emerged from a different private box. The entire hall froze. All eyes locked upon the two boxes. The auctioneer sensed something deeply amiss and hastily summoned an attendant, whispering urgently into his ear. The attendant vanished instantly from the hall. Inside his box, Su Yang arched a faint, amused brow. So, someone dared compete with him. How delightfully intriguing. Indeed, the voice that had first bid 10,000 spirit stones belonged to Su Yang. He had come not to acquire treasures, but to dismantle the Lingbao Auction Association. He had never intended to honor that figure. How amusing, truly amusing. Yet I have no patience for games just now. Su Yang scoffed dismissively and uttered a single number. I bid 100,000 spirit stones.
The auctioneer nearly fainted from sheer exhilaration. Whoever dwelled in that box was either a celestial tycoon or someone who regarded the Lingbao Auction Association as utterly insignificant, treating it as mere plaything. Several Foundation establishment cultivators subtly encircled the box. The auctioneer lifted the sword, the record-shattering 100,000 spirit stone treasure, displayed it proudly, then called out thrice. No one answered. Su Yang claimed the sword for the original bid of 10,000 spirit stones. The elderly auctioneer personally delivered it to Su Yang's private box. Master, your sword. The elder bowed deeply, presenting the blade, then glanced up, murmuring inwardly, strange, why does this face seem faintly familiar? Su Yang accepted the sword, and with a flicker of flame across his palm the blade turned to ash. You. The auctioneer recoiled in shock, his voice sharpening into icy fury. Who are you to dare provoke the Lingbao Auction Association? You've grown weary of living. Connecting the dots, the auctioneer now knew this was no bidder, this was an assassin here to shatter their authority. I am Su Yang. I heard you sought to kill me. Su Yang. You are Su Yang. The old man in the golden core stage finally recognized the familiar face. You. The old man in the golden core stage looked at Su Yang in horror. Did Deng Xian, who came from the headquarters, not go to Tianlan Sect? If Deng Xian has not returned from Tianlan Sect, then Su Yang's appearance means that Deng Xian has been killed. But Deng Xian is a practitioner in the nascent soul stage. Could it be that a true nascent soul practitioner is no match for Su Yang? The old man in the golden core stage suddenly retreated, wanting to escape. Run. Can you run away? Su Yang said calmly, his large hands suddenly reaching toward the old man. Boom. A powerful suction force emanated from Su Yang's hand, causing even the surrounding air to ripple with shockwaves. A golden core with a pop pierced through the old man's flesh and was grasped in Su Yang's hand. Su Yang placed this golden core into the alchemy furnace. The cloud beast, which loves to eat golden cores, remained in Tianlan Sect, so it had to be preserved for the cloud beast first. Bang! The private room exploded, engulfed by a blinding red fireball, turning into ashes. Su Yang stepped out of the private room, still holding the lifeless old man. Everyone looked, and that person was none other than the golden core elder who had just entered the private room. He entered upright a minute ago and came out lying down a minute later. I am Su Yang. I heard that the Lingbao Association wants to kill me. Everyone stood up and looked at Su Yang. Some people opened the bounty notice in their hands. Indeed, he looked exactly like the person on the bounty notice. The next second they threw the bounty notice away as if it were a death warrant. Well. Just after the Lingbao auction had issued the bounty notice, Su Yang smashed the venue. What is this? Suddenly all the faces showed expressions of watching a good show. The Lingbao auction had not encountered such a situation in many years. This time someone actually blocked the door. Of course, many thought Su Yang was foolish. This is merely a branch of the Lingbao Association, lacking the strength of even 1% of the main association. Even if the branch cannot deal with Su Yang, there is still the main association above it. If Su Yang truly provokes the main auction house of the Lingbao Association, the entire Tianlan Sect will likely face total annihilation. Some practitioners shook their heads and whispered, "Are you the Su Yan who killed my brother?" At that moment a calm voice came from the private room where the bid of 20,000 was made. Then the door of the private room opened and a person stepped out slowly. He wore a light ink-colored long robe and a purple gold crown with inky black hair casually draped over his shoulders. His snow-white cheeks bore a gentle smile which, while seemingly warm, added a hint of sinister coldness to his face. He is Zhao Bai, the talented elder of the Mo Sect. Suddenly someone recognized him and exclaimed in shock. What? Is he the Zhao Bai who went to Qizhou years ago and joined the Tianlan Sect? The show is getting interesting. Did you see that bounty notice? Su Yang killed Zhao Bai's brother Zhao Long. Now Zhao Bai is here for revenge. It said that several years ago Zhao Bai's cultivation had already reached the nascent soul stage. Now that he has emerged from seclusion, no one knows how much his cultivation has increased. Zhao Bai, surrounded by 3 nascent soul practitioners, walked up to Su Yang, his gaze sweeping over Su Yang. You are the one who killed my brother Zhao Long. A massive pressure pressed down on Su Yang. Even the onlookers were immobilized by the unexpectedly leaked pressure. Su Yang raised his head, looking at the 3 people in front of him, and instantly assessed their cultivation levels. Zhao Bai was a 3rd-level nascent soul practitioner, while the other 2 elders were both 4th-level nascent soul practitioners. Such power in a small place like Qizhou could easily sweep through the region. However, for Su Yang, regardless of whether they were at the 3rd or 4th level of the nascent soul stage, it hardly mattered. It was merely a matter of a finger's worth. You mentioned Zhao Long. Yes, I did kill him. What are you going to do about it? Su Yang asked with a smile.
Zhao Bai stepped closer to Su Yang, his fair cheeks carrying a smile, but the slanting phoenix eyes sparkled with a cold glint. What will I do? I will kill you. Zhao Bai said, suddenly realizing that Su Yang's cultivation was still at the qi refinement stage, igniting an even stronger anger within him. Are you sure you want to reveal your full cultivation and continue to hide it? Su Yang's current cultivation is still at the qi refinement stage, and Zhao Bai felt the contempt-filled anger. Which fool would believe Su Yang is at the qi refinement stage? Su Yang was still pretending. Full cultivation. My full cultivation is indeed the qi refinement stage, Su Yang said innocently. He had never pretended his cultivation is just the qi refinement stage. However, he is at the first level of qi refinement, that's all. Oh, is that so? Then today I will see how far you can pretend. Zhao Bai wore a playful smile, waved his hand, and was about to make a move when suddenly a hearty laugh rang out. Su Yang, you do not walk the path to heaven, yet you charge into hell. Today you will remain here. People looked up to see a figure swiftly rushing over and landing with a loud crash. Only then did people see that this person was the president of the Lingbao auctions branch. Heavens, it's Zhang Shuangtian, people exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the newcomer. Now this is good. 4 old monsters in the nascent soul stage have arrived. Su Yang is doomed. Su Yang looked at the newcomer and suddenly revealed a brilliant smile. You are the president of the Lingbao auction, right? The newcomer's eyes flashed with coldness as he gritted his teeth and said, Humph, my Lingbao association issued a bounty notice, yet you dare to come here. Your courage is commendable but foolish. If I were you, I would have kept a low profile after coming out of the mountain and gradually strengthened Tianlan Sect. Yet you chose to flaunt your presence and become enemies with my Lingbao auction. Truly foolish. Once you are dead, Tianlan Sect will soon perish. Su Yan looked at the 4 nascent soul practitioners around him, smiled a bright and pure smile. Why do you always think you can kill me? As soon as Su Yang's words fell, with a loud bang, streams of spiritual energy surged toward the 4 nascent soul practitioners like a tidal wave. At first glance, Su Yang's spiritual energy seemed so weak, as if he were truly a qi refinement practitioner. However, in the next second, an uncountable amount of vital energy erupted from Su Yang. When the quantity reaches a certain level, a qualitative change occurs. The expressions of the 4 nascent soul practitioners changed dramatically. It was too strong. 4 nascent soul elders launched their attacks in unison. 4 devastating martial techniques collided with Su Yang's spiritual energy. A violent surge of qi instantly engulfed the entire auction hall. A thunderous explosion roared forth, white mist billowed wildly, and the entire auction hall convulsed violently, trembling as if on the verge of total collapse. Su Yang smirked coldly, flipped his palm upward, and a brilliant orb of pure white spiritual energy materialized, only to detonate instantly within his palm. Boom! An incandescent, near blinding flame erupted, spiraling at blinding speed into a towering fire tornado that surged dozens of meters into the sky, illuminating the entire Qizhou city. The auction hall was shredded by the infernal vortex, vaporized utterly in extreme heat, leaving not even ash behind. The ground within a radius of dozens of meters was flattened into barren wasteland. Every soul across Qizhou city stared in horror at the blazing maelstrom, sensing the ferocious aura of nascent soul cultivators, and fled in abject terror. A battle between nascent soul cultivators, such was its sheer terrifying magnitude. As the smoke and dust settled, silence reclaimed the heavens and earth. Where moments before had thronged a packed auction hall, now stood only empty void. Not a trace remained, not even its foundations. Su Yang gazed forward impassively. There, in a shallow earthen crater ahead, lay 4 figures piled like lifeless dogs. They were the 4 nascent soul elders, now charred black from scorching flames, clad in tattered rags, hair utterly seared away, faces streaked with crimson blood against soot-darkened skin. They still drew breath, not from strength but solely because Su Yang had deliberately spared them. You said you wished to kill me, did you not? Su Yang stepped forward calmly, a faint smile playing upon his lips, serene, unruffled as ever. Zhang Shuangtian stared blankly, his mind reeling in disarray. Defeated, utterly defeated, in a single move. He murmured to himself, suddenly realizing how absurd his past schemes had been. Before absolute power, all calculation is futile. Suddenly Zhang Shuangtian demanded bitterly, I told you, I'm merely at the qi refinement stage. Why ask such a question? Su Yan replied. Zhang Shuangtian nearly choked. He felt mocked by those very words. 4 nascent soul cultivators felled in one strike by a mere qi refinement practitioner. A true cultivator may be slain, but never humiliated. Your cultivation prowess is formidable. Should I perish by your hand today, I bear no grudge, but to claim you were still at the qi refinement stage, is this not an insult to us? Su Yang smiled faintly. If you deem it humiliation, then so be it. With that he strode toward Zhao Bai. Zhao Bai was paralyzed with terror. She hadn't even registered what happened. One moment blinding white light filled her vision, the next searing agony scorched her flesh, and then she awoke to this ruin. You cannot kill me, you dare not. If you do, your own death is certain. Zhao Long's shouted voice shrill with bravado, yet his body trembled uncontrollably.
This craven spectacle bore no resemblance to the arrogant figure he'd been moments earlier. It was the posture of a beaten cur. Several martial artists drawn by the commotion gazed upon Zhao Bai sprawled on the ground, failing at first to recognize her. Only when one cultivator suddenly recalled her features did he cry out in shock, "Thighs, isn't Zhao Bai of the Demon Cloud Sect? How has she returned?" "Her return is hardly the point is she's been utterly crushed and now kneels begging for mercy. Heavens above, look. Isn't that Su Yang? He was under warrant by the Spirit Treasure Auction House. The Spirit Treasure Auction House has been obliterated, that's beyond madness." Murmurs rippled through the crowd, all eyes wide with disbelief. "Ha ha, I cannot kill you. Then tell me, pray, why exactly can I not?" Su Yang chuckled, arms crossed, regarding him with amused curiosity. "Because I am a disciple of Elder 2 of the Demon Cloud Sect. Kill me and the Demon Cloud Sect will never let you live." At the mention of the sect, Zhao Bai's voice regained its swagger. The Demon Cloud Sect, a paramount sect across the Tianwu prefecture teeming with mighty cultivators. His master, rumor held, had already reached the late nascent soul realm. Zhao Bai believed even granting Su Yang 100 lifetimes courage, he would never dare slay him. Pride flared anew in Zhao Bai's gaze as he looked upon Su Yang. "So your backing is the Demon Cloud Sect?" Su Yang asked. "Heck, so you've lost your nerve? Then come. Strike me down. Dare you?" Zhao Bai crowed, utterly fearless. For with the Demon Cloud Sect behind him, even 10,000 lives would not grant Su Yang the audacity to lift a finger against him. Onlookers exchanged exasperated glances at Zhao Bai's brazen taunts. Zhao Bai was insufferable, defeated, and yet still spouting arrogance. Yet though loathsome, the bystanders were convinced any rational cultivator, including Su Yang, would spare Zhao Bai. After all, his patron was none other than the entire Demon Cloud Sect. To every cultivator in Shizhou City, the Demon Cloud Sect was a distant, awe-inspiring enigma, beyond reach, beyond challenge. Crack! Before that thought fully formed, Su Yang snapped Zhao Bai's neck with one swift twist. Zhao Bai died with eyes wide open, disbelief frozen upon his face, unable to comprehend that Su Yang had dared ignore the Demon Cloud Sect's might and slain him without hesitation. "Su Yang is finished." Zhao Bai was a disciple of a Demon Cloud Sect elder slain right here in Shizhou. The sect will never let this pass. True, no matter how formidable Su Yang may be, he remains but a Shizhou cultivator, while the Demon Cloud Sect stands leagues above him, like earth and sky. At that moment, the two remaining guards, just regaining consciousness from the chaos, witnessed Su Yang wrench Zhao Bai's head from his shoulders. At the sharp, sickening crack of bone, they nearly fainted again. You have slain our young master. The Demon Cloud Sect will never forgive you." One guard snarled, his face ashen with fury. Their sole duty was Zhao Bai's protection. His survival meant theirs. His death sealed their doom. "This cannot be blamed on me. I invite anyone present to attest. Your master herself commanded me to end her life. I merely fulfilled her wish." Su Yang declared with feigned innocence, so convincing that any unwary observer might well have believed him. "You die." Knowing death was inevitable, the two guards steeled their resolve, bit down hard, drew forth spirit blades, plunged them deep into their own chests to sacrifice their vitality, and hurled the blades at Su Yang with desperate final force. The spiritual sword pierced through the air, carrying lightning, its incredible speed causing the space around it to twist, emitting a hissing low hum as it lunged towards Su Yang. These two spiritual swords represented the desperate strike of two nascent soul cultivators sacrificing their entire lives. An ordinary person would be utterly unable to withstand it. Boom! Su Yang extended a finger and suddenly pinched the two swiftly flying spiritual swords. Then with a flick of his hand, the two spiritual swords shot back at a speed even faster than before. Zhao Bai's two guards watched in terror as everything unfolded in an instant. Only they knew how powerful their life-sacrificing final strike truly was. If it were a regular nascent soul cultivator, they would probably die before even realizing what happened. But why was Su Yang able to catch their spiritual swords? Was he even human? They felt that it was only natural that they would die here. With a muffled sound, the two spiritual swords pierced into the foreheads of Zhao Bai's guards. Their heads instantly exploded like watermelons, and they lost all signs of life. The onlookers who had gathered to watch saw Zhao Bai's guards desperately hurling their spiritual swords, only to have those swords appear on their own foreheads. The complex process in between happened so quickly that they didn't even know what had occurred. This is too terrifying. I thought I was strong enough, but now I see I can't even withstand one of Su Yang's moves. One person trembled. Su Yang's existence had shattered his worldview. It seems that up until now no one has been able to withstand a single move from Su Yang. Another person remarked. Instantly a silence fell over the crowd as everyone speculated about Su Yang's true cultivation level. However, they could not fathom it at all, for Su Yang had always claimed to be at the Qi refinement level. Even during battle he never revealed his true cultivation, making it seem as if he truly was merely at the Qi refinement stage. But if anyone truly believed that Su Yang was only at the Qi refinement stage, that person would likely be a fool.
If Su Yang killed Zhao by the Tianlan Sect won't let it go easily. When Su Yang battles the Tianlan Sect we will know his true cultivation level.
Also with the spiritual treasure auction, since Su Yang destroyed the branch set up in Qizhou, do you think the spiritual treasure auction will just let it slide? Instantly many believed Su Yang was now in grave danger, unlikely to survive much longer. After all, the two forces above could easily crush all of Qizhou.
Of the three nascent soul elders earlier, only Zhang Shuangtian remained.
Su Yang walked up to Zhang Shuangtian and unexpectedly said, "Tell me, what is your backing? What reason do I have not to kill you?
If you provide a satisfactory answer I might consider sparing you."
Zhang Shuangtian glared at Su Yang with indignation but remained silent. "If you don't speak I'm afraid it won't be pleasant," Su Yang stated.
"I grant you to turn to ashes."
His large hand suddenly reached for Zhang Shuangtian. White flames erupted surrounding the area in a blinding light. The intense heat vaporized Zhang Shuangtian and with a puff a gust of wind swept through, completely reducing him to ashes. The onlookers stared blankly at Su Yang. The strongest in Qizhou, Zhang Shuangtian, had just died so easily, not at all resembling a nascent soul cultivator. After resolving the spiritual treasure auction, Su Yang returned to the Tianlan Sect.
However, as his divine sense swept towards the Tianlan Sect, Su Yang's previously relaxed icy expression turned cold once more. Why are there always so many people seeking death in this world?
As soon as Su Yang's words fell, he transformed into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the Tianlan Sect. At this moment, outside the Tianlan Sect, 16 golden core cultivators gathered at the foot of the mountain, looking at each other in dismay. They wanted to enter the Tianlan Sect but were blocked by the sect's protective formation. 16 golden core cultivators were being thwarted by a mere broken sect. If this got out they would surely be laughed at. Thus they chose to forcefully attack and dismantle the protective formation of the Tianlan Sect. What puzzled them greatly was why Su Yang had not yet appeared. In the end they reached the conclusion that Su Yang must have been frightened into hiding, seeing that there were 16 golden core cultivators here.
"You San Yang, why aren't you making a move?
Let's tear down this broken protective formation and kill a few of his disciples.
Let's see if that old Su Yang will come out."
One of the burly golden core cultivators said disdainfully, clearly not taking Su Yang seriously.
"Exactly. If he still dares not come out we will kill everyone from Tianlan Sect. I don't believe he will remain hidden then."
Another golden core cultivator sneered coldly. However, Yu San Yang frowned, recalling Su Yang's ruthless methods. How could he possibly be afraid to hide in his sect? It should be that Su Yang was simply not in the sect but had gone out. No, I think we should wait a while longer.
Su Yang is likely not in the sect.
If you dismantle the protective formation of Tianlan Sect and he returns, how will we explain it? Yu San Yang frowned and said. Su Yang had left a profound impression on her. She believed he was most likely a nascent soul cultivator. But when this thought was shared with the city lord of Tianwu County, he did not believe it at all. He thought it impossible for a small place like Qizhou to have a nascent soul cultivator. Su Yang should merely be an exceptionally strong golden core cultivator.
Moreover, the city lord of Tianwu County even sent several golden core cultivators to Qizhou to recruit Su Yang. Yet the manner in which they arrived seemed more like a disruption than a recruitment. Yu San Yang had an ominous premonition about this trip.
At this moment, inside the protective formation of Tianlan Sect, Ling Qingshu looked grimly at the group of golden core cultivators outside. The dozen or so golden core cultivators poured their spiritual energy into the protective formation which enveloped the Tianlan Sect.
Boom boom.
The protective formation trembled slightly under the assault of the golden core cultivators, producing crisp booming sounds and occasionally flashing with brilliant light. Ling Qingshu watched the protective formation anxiously. This formation was laid down by the ancestors at the time. They had just casually chosen some materials from the warehouse and set it up. According to Zhus ancestors' words, it was merely meant to serve as a superficial defense. A casually arranged formation could hardly withstand the attacks of more than a dozen golden core cultivators. If this mountain protecting formation were to shatter, what would happen if those golden core cultivators stormed into the Tianlan Sect?
Within the entire Tianlan Sect, she was the only golden core cultivator. The other foundation establishment cultivators would not last even a round against golden core practitioners. No, they absolutely cannot be allowed inside. I must stop them. With this thought, Ling Qingshu gritted her teeth, grasped the Fengtian sword, and with a whoosh stepped out of the mountain protecting formation. Stop!
Ling Qingshu shouted, deflecting a spiritual sword that was about to strike the mountain protecting formation. The dozen or so golden core cultivators ceased their attacks upon seeing Ling Qingshu. A rugged-looking man stepped forward and said, "We mean no offense. However, we have been waiting at the foot of the mountain for an hour and yet your ancestor has not come out to receive us. Please call your ancestor, we have matters to discuss with him." Ling Qingshu glanced at the dozen golden core cultivators, her expression wary as she replied, "I'm sorry, but our ancestor is currently at a critical stage of cultivation and is in seclusion. It will take some time, please wait a little longer." "It shouldn't take too long," she added, respectfully bowing.
Now no matter what she had to stabilize these people. Once Ancestor Su returned, everything would be fine. Since we are to wait, then you must release this mountain protecting formation and let us in. Prepare a pot of good tea to properly entertain us.
What kind of treatment is this making us wait here?
The rugged man sneered.
Ling Qingshu knew that keeping a group of people waiting at the foot of the mountain was not a way to treat guests. However, who knew whether these golden core cultivators were friends or foes? If they were enemies and she let them into the Tianlan Sect, it would be akin to inviting wolves into the house, putting the entire sect at risk of annihilation. Thus she could only have them wait at the foot of the mountain. Ling Qingshu silently prayed, hoping Su Yang would appear soon. I'm sorry, but due to the overwhelming strength of the esteemed seniors, we cannot allow you inside.
Ling Qingshu spoke truthfully. Do you think that if you don't let us in we won't be able to enter?
The man scoffed, clenched his hand, and a ball of spiritual energy coalesced, swiftly striking the mountain protecting formation. With a thunderous boom, the mountain protecting formation was struck by the spiritual energy, a layer of pure white qi enveloping it as the formation emitted a series of booming sounds, trembling as if it would collapse at any moment.
Stop! Ling Qingshu's expression changed as she shouted.
But the rugged man showed no intention of halting, directly ignoring her as wave after wave of spiritual energy bombarded the mountain protecting formation.
I command you to stop.
Ling Qingshu's face darkened as she glanced at the precarious mountain protecting formation suddenly charging at the burly man.
Extreme Fate Sword.
A surge of spiritual energy gathered at the tip of the Fengtian sword. With a thunderous roar, the heavens and earth changed color and Ling Qingshu's momentum transformed in an instant, becoming unstoppable.
Damn, who is this woman? The burly man exclaimed in surprise. Let's all attack together and take her down first. With that, the dozen golden core cultivators all aimed their attacks at Ling Qingshu.
One person swung their spiritual sword, sending a blood-red beam of light directly at her. Another pulled out a square seal which instantly grew to the size of a house, plummeting vertically toward Ling Qingshu. If it hit her, she would undoubtedly be flattened. The other golden core cultivators also unleashed their techniques, all aimed at Ling Qingshu. In an instant, her situation became precarious.
Yusan Yang's expression changed when she saw these golden core cultivators attacking Ling Qingshu. She knew something was wrong. If they killed Ling Qingshu, Su Yang would not let them off easily. Stop! Don't attack!
Yusan Yang urged anxiously. However, no matter how she called out, the others showed no signs of stopping. Ling Qingshu struggled to evade the attacks coming from all directions, managing to dodge two of them, but when she attempted to avoid the third, she found herself too exhausted to continue. The square seal, now the size of a house, was less than a centimeter from her scalp. Ling Qingshu helplessly closed her eyes, awaiting her demise.
Ancestor, where are you?
After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Ling Qingshu had not yet met her end. She opened her eyes in confusion to find a sphere of golden light swirling beside her. The square seal that was just a centimeter from her head remained suspended above her, unable to advance further.
Ancestor, you've returned.
Ling Qingshu exclaimed joyfully. At this moment, from afar, a meteor streaked across the ground, kicking up clouds of dust, stones flying, and a thundering sound echoed as if thousands of horses were galloping towards her. In the blink of an eye, before Ling Qingshu could react, Su Yang appeared before her.
I'm here, don't be afraid, Su Yang said.
Ling Qingshu sighed in relief. An ancestor is an ancestor, always appearing at the most critical moments.
Su Yang looked at the mountain protecting formation which was on the verge of collapse, then at Ling Qingshu, shaking his head.
Why must there always be so many people seeking their own demise?
So you are Su Yang? A rugged man asked suspiciously.
Su Yang did not appear to be the kind of person who could be called an ancestor. In his understanding, someone referred to as an ancestor should be an old man with white hair. But how could this Su Yang seem younger than her?
If you have any last words to convey, please do so quickly, your time is running out. Su Yang said indifferently. I am Yu Tianxiong. Here is an invitation from the Princess of Tianwu County. Take a look.
Yu Tianxiong said, tossing a piece of paper to Su Yang. Upon receiving it, Su Yang discovered that it was indeed an invitation from the Princess of Tianwu County, acknowledging Su Yang's abilities and requesting him to serve under her. The tone was condescending, as if it were a privilege for Su Yang to serve the princess. Su Yang silently stored away the invitation, raising his brow and asking, and what else?
You have offended the Lingbao auction house, your life is forfeit.
However, if you choose to work for the princess, she can spare your life.
This is your fortune, you should kneel and express your gratitude.
With that, Yu Tianxiong pulled out a vial of poison from his cloak and tossed it to Su Yang. Su Yang caught it, and a foul odor wafted from the bottle. It contained poison.
Su Yang, drink this poison.
Don't worry, although it is poison, its effect will only take a month to manifest.
As long as you faithfully serve the Princess of Tianwu County, she will provide you with the antidote every month.
Su Yang took the items, a slight smirk playing on his lips. The Princess of Tianwu County really knew how to make a good calculation. With a cold sneer, Su Yang threw the invitation and the poison onto the ground.
Have you finished your last words? You can die now. What do you mean? Yu Tianxian's gaze turned icy.
I know you may find it hard to accept at first, but if you don't drink this poison, the princess of Tianwu County will not protect you. You have offended the Lingbao Association at the auction, and without our protection you should know what your fate will be.
So you might as well drink it obediently.
Although your future will be under the control of the princess of Tianwu County, this could be your opportunity.
Yu Tianxiang was certain that Su Yang would bow to him out of fear of the Lingbao Association, so he spoke without any pretense, showing no courtesy.
The other dozen or so golden core cultivators looked smug. Even if Su Yang dominated the entire Qizhou, he could only frolic there when faced with people from Tianwu County. He was nothing but a pawn. Su Yang looked at these self-assured individuals, feeling somewhat speechless. He wondered if he should tell them that the Lingbao Association had already been dealt with by him.
Do you really think you can protect me in Tianlan Sect?
Su Yang suddenly asked with interest. He had offended the Lingbao Association and the Moyan Sect, and everyone believed he was doomed like a grasshopper after autumn, wanting to stay far away from him. However, the golden core cultivators surprised him. They were actually trying to win him over. Was it that the princess of Tianwu County was ignorant of the dangers, or had he truly grown powerful enough to disregard the Lingbao Association and the feared Moyan Sect? Haha, rest assured, although you have offended the Lingbao Association by killing Zhao Longwei of Tianwu County, can still protect your life. Yu Tianxiang said smugly. In truth, if Tianwu County clashed head-on with the Lingbao Association, there would be no chance of victory.
However, Su Yang's offense was merely the death of an inconsequential member of the Lingbao Association. If Tianwu County intervened, the Lingbao Association would surely compromise with just a few small sacrifices.
After all, Tianwu County secretly harbored several nascent soul cultivators, and the Lingbao Association would not risk a conflict over the death of someone insignificant.
Zhao Long. You're still talking about Zhao Long. Su Yang's expression turned intriguing.
The matter of Zhao Long had long been resolved. Now his entanglement with the Lingbao Association should involve the eradication of the Lingbao Association's branch.
Moreover, he was now also embroiled in hatred with the Moyun sect.
But how could these people still be unaware?
What's wrong? Have you thought it through? At that moment, Yu Tianxiang asked again.
Su Yang chuckled and replied, your information is too outdated. The branch of the Lingbao Association has been wiped out by me. Even the branch leader of the Lingbao Association is dead. How can you still mention Zhao Long?
Moreover, let me say this, the Moyan sect is now also my enemy to the death because I killed one of their elders' disciples. I am really scared right now. How about it? Can you protect me? Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Yu Tianxiang's expression changed. If that were true, Tianwu County would likely choose to protect Su Yang, but the entire Tianwu County might be wiped out.
Is what you said true? Wait, isn't Zhang Shuangtian a legendary nascent soul cultivator? How could you, a golden core cultivator, kill a nascent soul cultivator? Who are you trying to fool? And the Moyan sect, are you sure you can kill their elder's disciple? Yu Tianxiang said, looking skeptical. Su Yang did not offer further explanation. He only found these people amusing.
Ling Qingshu looked at Su Yang with a puzzled expression.
Could it be that he had just gone out to trouble the Lingbao Association and had quickly wiped out the branch?
Su Yang, I'll give you 3 more minutes to consider.
No matter what, after 3 minutes you need to obediently drink that poison. Either you drink it yourself or we will force it down your throat. As he spoke, Yu Tianxiang burst into laughter. Su Yang shook his head helplessly, suddenly stepping forward and raising his arm, enveloping Yu Tianxiang in white spiritual energy. In the next second, the spiritual energy wrapped around Yu Tianxiang, choking him until he could hardly breathe. The more he struggled, the more uncomfortable it became.
Moments later, Yu Tianxiang was crushed to death by Su Yang's spiritual energy.
The other dozen or so golden core cultivators watched the scene in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. They had long heard of Su Yang's prowess but never expected him to be this powerful.
Was he even human? Kill him!
Suddenly someone shouted, and the dozen golden core cultivators surged toward Su Yang like a swarm. Yu Yang, seeing this scene, already knew the fate of these people and hurriedly knelt on the ground, hoping that Su Yang would not hold it against her.
Sure enough, Su Yang moved, charging into their midst like a wolf among sheep. In just a few seconds, all the golden core cultivators lay on the ground.
Yu Yang knelt even more respectfully, her heart racing. Su Yang suddenly saw someone behind, but that person was kneeling.
Su Yang walked over, recognizing Yu Yang, and smiled.
Get up, what happened earlier has nothing to do with you.
I know.
Yu Yang raised her head, looking at Su Yang. Seeing that there was no killing intent in his eyes, she cautiously stood up. Su Yang looked at Yu Yang and suddenly smiled. Although she could not be described as virtuous, she was more than capable of finding a spiritual herb.
Yu Yang was loyal only to the strong.
And Su Yang was the strongest in this world. Naturally, Yu Yang would only be loyal to him.
Now tell me what exactly is going on with these people.
Su Yang suddenly asked. Up until now he still wasn't clear about the intentions of these dozen golden core cultivators. Yusan Yang looked at the corpses all around her, heart filled with immense relief. She had not underestimated Su Yang's strength. Had she acted with the others earlier, she would now be among the cold corpses on the ground. Lord Su, these people were sent by the princess of Tianwu Prefecture to recruit you for their service, Yusan Yang whispered. Su Yang looked at the corpses on the ground, his expression turning peculiar. Are you sure they came to recruit me? They weren't here to kill me. Su Yang pointed at the bodies on the ground, asking in disbelief. If they were here to recruit him, shouldn't their attitude have been a bit more favorable? Although he would certainly not agree to their recruitment, he also wouldn't kill these people. Their lives could still be spared. If these people died, it could only be said that they asked for it. Yes, Lord Su. Yusan Yang answered honestly. After this incident, she was completely convinced by Su Yang and decided to work hard for him, striving to be under the great tree that is Su Yang. Alright, I understand, Su Yang replied nonchalantly. Lord Su, you have offended Tianwu Prefecture by killing them. What should we do now? Yusan Yang pondered for a moment before asking this question. Based on her guess, Su Yang's cultivation should be at the nascent soul stage, but Tianwu Prefecture also had a few nascent soul cultivators. She feared that the great tree she had leaned upon might not be reliable. If Su Yang were to be overwhelmed by Tianwu Prefecture, she would have to find another backing. Su Yang gazed at Yusan Yang's face, seeing her expression filled with worry and fear, and chuckled. Why should I fear offending Tianwu Prefecture when I have already offended the Lingbao Association and the Moyan Sect as well? Are you afraid? What? Yusan Yang was taken aback, looking somewhat confused. And the Moyan Sect? Her mind was in disarray, not understanding how Su Yang had offended the Moyan Sect as well. Su Yang recounted to Yusan Yang what had happened in Shizhou City. After hearing it, Yusan Yang fell into chaos, struggling to comprehend what she had just heard. Su Yang had actually single-handedly killed 4 nascent soul cultivators, one of whom was even the disciple of an elder from the Moyan Sect. Just what kind of strength did Su Yang possess? Yusan Yang dared not think further and could only lower her head, but her determination to cling to Su Yang's great tree grew stronger. Su Yang's great tree was much larger than she had imagined. Compared to Su Yang, Tianwu Prefecture was nothing but a joke. Even if all the nascent soul old monsters from Tianwu Prefecture came, they would still not be able to withstand Su Yang alone. Have you found any clues about the spiritual herbs I asked you to search for? Su Yang suddenly inquired. He kept Yusan Yang around to help him find the spiritual herbs. Lord Su, I did manage to obtain a lead recently. According to rumors, there is a rare spiritual herb in a forest in Tianwu Prefecture. However, I still don't know what that spiritual herb is, but many cultivators have already gone to that forest. Yusan Yang said. Tianwu Prefecture has no idea what kind of rare spiritual herb it is. Su Yang muttered softly. Alright, I understand. Su Yang nodded. He then took out a pill that could enhance cultivation and gave it to Yusan Yang, saying, this pill is your reward. If you take it, it should significantly boost your cultivation. Yusan Yang took it, inhaling the fragrant aroma of the pill, and immediately felt as if she were floating. She then showed an expression of delight, realizing at a glance that this pill was truly a good treasure. Taking it should allow her to break through her current bottleneck and advance further, which was not impossible. Thank you, Lord Su. Yusan Yang expressed her gratitude. When she had worked for the princess of Tianwu Prefecture before, despite doing so much, she had received no reward. Working for Su Yang and merely inquiring about the whereabouts of rare spiritual herbs had earned her such a generous reward. After Yusan Yang left, Su Yang walked over to Ling Qingshu's side, glanced at her side, and said, if you clearly can't win, why did you come out? Ling Qingshu smiled and replied, I knew you would definitely come back, old ancestor Su. Su Yang, however, coldly replied, if I hadn't returned, you would have been doomed. Ling Qingshu lowered her head, realizing that had Su Yang arrived just a second later, she would have been reduced to ashes. But if I hadn't come out, wouldn't they have broken the protective mountain formation, endangering our junior brothers and sisters? Hearing this, Su Yang suddenly raised his hand, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that violently struck the protective mountain formation. The formation trembled violently and a deep humming sound resonated for a long while. However, the protective mountain formation, which seemed on the verge of collapse, stood firm. After a while, it was as if nothing had happened. Su Yang's attack had been 10 times stronger than the combined efforts of over a dozen golden core cultivators. Did you see that? You should trust your ancestor. Those few golden core cultivators are nothing. Even if 10 more golden core cultivators came, they still couldn't break our protective mountain formation. Ling Qingshu was somewhat astonished as she remembered that this protective mountain formation had been set up by Su Yang casually. How could such a casually set formation be this strong? Ling Qingshu felt Su Yang's figure becoming increasingly grand. As long as Su Yang was present, their Tianlan Sect was bound to rise. Ling Qingshu vaguely remembered that in the sect's ancient texts it was recorded that many tens of thousands of years ago the Tianlan Sect had been the most powerful sect in the world. After Su Yang returned to the sect, he instructed Ling Qingshu to gather the people she had selected to a square. In the square, a dozen Foundation establishment disciples looked nervously at Ling Qingshu. According to Ling Qingshu, their ancestor Su Yang would elevate their cultivation to the golden core stage today. When they arrived at the square, they were all in a daze. Some of them had such poor talent that they were practically invisible within the Tianlan Sect. If nothing unexpected happened, they would be stuck at the Foundation establishment stage for their entire lives, never even catching a glimpse of the golden core stage. However, the unexpected happened. Ling Qingshu suddenly informed them that they could condense their golden core today. How could this not make them feel dubious and excited? Outside the square, all the Tianlan Sect disciples formed circles, craning their necks to watch the dozen individuals in the center. Why are such fortunate events never bestowed upon talents like them but instead granted to those of mediocre aptitude? How could those mediocre ones possibly advance to the golden core stage and in such a short time? Indeed, none of us have reached the golden core stage. Why were those of ordinary talent chosen? There must be some hidden truth behind this. Several gifted individuals gathered together, whispering to one another. Su Yang, seated in the grand hall above, calmly lifted his teacup and took a sip. Su Yang was already aware of what these individuals were discussing. This time, in front of a large crowd, he elevated all the disciples of poor talent but good character to the golden core stage, intending to let others know. In Tianlan Sect, talent and cultivation are secondary. Good character and loyalty to Tianlan Sect are of utmost importance. Boom! As the sun reached its zenith, a deep bell tolled. Ling Qingshu, holding a sheepskin roll with a serious expression, said coldly, "The promotion ceremony officially begins, please, ancestor." With this clear voice, all the disciples in the square turned their gazes towards Su Yang, eager to know what method he would employ to enable disciples of Foundation establishment and even Qi refinement to successfully form their golden cores within a single day. Although everyone expressed doubt, their gazes held not a trace of disrespect. Su Yang's name was renowned throughout Qizhou, and as his disciples, their status had risen accordingly. Whenever others learned that they were disciples of Tianlan Sect, their expressions would turn to one of admiration. In a short span of time, they had transformed from cautious, festive, almost-like individuals into the envy of all as disciples of Qiz's premier sect, Tianlan Sect. This was the accomplishment of their enigmatic ancestor. Therefore, they held immense reverence for their mysterious ancestor. Su Yang, amidst everyone's gaze, approached a young man. This young man was one among the few chosen by Ling Qingshu, possessing good character and loyalty to Tianlan Sect. He appeared no older than 17, with a frail build and a pale face. The blue robe he wore hung loosely on him, making him look empty and unkempt. Upon seeing Su Yang approach, his face turned tense with anxiety and he stammered, "Greetings, ancestor Su." "What is your name?" Su Yang inquired while assessing the young man. The boy's aura was weak, lacking the pride and fierce spirit typically found in cultivators. At first glance, he resembled a poor child from a farming family. However, Su Yang believed that such traits could be cultivated once he formed his golden core and rose above the masses. Su Yang doubted he would still appear so timid and inept. "I am Lu Dan." Lu Dan replied timidly, his palms slick with sweat, his face pale with tension. Those observing outside Tianlan Sect could not help but burst into laughter. "See, he's just a sweeper, what could he possibly achieve? Dreaming of forming a golden core. Exactly, I really don't understand how our sect master chooses disciples. I mean, why choose someone like him when there are so many talented individuals? It said he was selected merely because he protected a junior brother during a battle and was seriously injured. Is that really the only reason?" Hearing the discussions about his inadequacies only heightened Lu Dan's anxiety. Su Yang noticed the nervousness in his eyes. Without further ado, he handed Lu Dan a bottle of pills, saying, "Take this." Under the watchful eyes of thousands, Lu Dan consumed the pills. His aura immediately surged violently, the world around him shifting in response. Su Yang placed a hand on Lu Dan's shoulder, guiding the raging spiritual energy within him to assist in breaking through to the golden core stage. With a resounding boom, merely a quarter of an hour later, Lu Dan's aura suddenly intensified, then quickly stabilized. At this moment, his entire demeanor had transformed. "Thank you, ancestor." Lu Dan knelt to the ground, his eyes brimming with excitement. He could distinctly sense the golden core within him. He was now a cultivator at the golden core stage. He silently vowed to repay Tianlan Sect with his life. Su Yang nodded, saying, "You may go now. By the way, what did you do before?" "I was responsible for cleaning the mountain gate daily," Lu Dan answered respectfully. Cleaning the mountain gate. So he was just a sweeper. Su Yang frowned slightly. It seemed inappropriate for a golden core cultivator to be assigned such a task. "You won't have to do that starting tomorrow. I will appoint you as an elder," Su Yang stated. It didn't matter if Lu Dan couldn't fulfill the role of elder, as long as he possessed good character he could learn. This. Lu Dan was stunned, transitioning from a sweeper to an elder. This leap was so significant that he could hardly believe it.
No need to question it, just follow my arrangements, Su Yan replied calmly. Lu Dan quickly agreed and then fell silent.
Everyone watching below was left in disbelief. Within a mere 10 minutes, a disciple with abysmal talent only at the first layer of foundation establishment was forcibly elevated to the golden core stage by Su Yang. They pinched their thighs, feeling pain. It was real.
A multitude of gazes filled with envy, jealousy and hatred converged on Lu Dan.
At this moment, Lu Dan struggled to adapt to the violent power of the golden core stage, his aura spilling forth. Everyone was certain that Lu Dan had genuinely advanced to the golden core stage.
How could this happen?
This genius has actually been surpassed by a sweeper.
Some could hardly believe it, shaking their heads repeatedly. I just fought Lu Dan yesterday, now he's an elder of Tianlan Sect.
Will he seek revenge on me? Su Yang approached the second individual named Zhang Dong, who was somewhat known in Tianlan Sect. He possessed poor talent in cultivation but had an indomitable spirit and a strong work ethic. Although he trained rigorously, his talent was so lacking that his cultivation time was several times that of others, yet he remained at the first layer of foundation establishment. Everyone said that no matter how hard Zhang Dong worked, he would never advance even a little in his cultivation.
Su Yan stood before Zhang Dong, who appeared very robust due to years of training. Su Yang did not hesitate, directly handing Zhang Dong a pill and instructing him to consume it. With Lu Dan as a precedent, Zhang Dong readily swallowed the pill.
Within minutes, Zhang Dong's cultivation realm surged to the golden core stage. Feeling the surging torrent of spiritual energy coursing through his meridians, he dropped to his knees before Su Yang with a heavy thud. The despair and resignation he once bore so deeply now erupted into uncontainable elation.
Thank you, Elder Master Su.
Words failed him entirely. All he could do was bow his head again and again, each kowtow driven by every ounce of strength in his body until blood beaded thickly across his forehead. Su Yang's eyelid twitched. He hastily lifted Zhang Dong to his feet.
The onlookers stood frozen in disbelief, staring blankly at Zhang Dong.
Just moments earlier, Lu Dan had successfully ascended to the golden core stage, and now Zhang Dong had done the same. Both were long derided as hopeless failures of the Tianlan Sect, yet both had forged golden cores. Next, Su Yang administered cultivation-enhancing pills to over a dozen others, each swiftly ascending to the golden core stage.
Even those Tianlan Sect disciples who had initially scoffed stood utterly dumbfounded. They knew at least vaguely the criteria for this selection. It's simply about moral integrity and unwavering loyalty to the Tianlan Sect.
Many beat their chests in anguish, cursing their past lives. Why hadn't they performed more virtuous deeds?
Had they done so, they might now be the ones ascending.
By the next day, every disciple of the Tianlan Sect vied frantically to perform good deeds, so fiercely that disputes erupted whenever one tried to seize another's chance. Ordinary folk surrounding the Tianlan Sect fell into utter disarray. Celestial cultivators, who once glared down upon mortals with icy disdain, suddenly wore benevolent smiles, each racing to bestow kindness upon them.
A farmer's field lay untilled. A cultivator waved his hand, and the earth turned itself inside out. Someone fell ill.
No matter, without hesitation the cultivator tossed forth a celestial herb, curing any ailment instantly.
Some cultivators went even further, assisting with everything, even matchmaking for lonely bachelors.
Under their gentle guidance and careful orchestration, genuine unions blossomed. Soon many households enshrined tablets bearing the Tianlan Sect's name, worshipping its disciples as true immortals.
Though Su Yang remained within the sect's mountains, he knew every detail of these events.
Truly, these people, Su Yang murmured, a faint right twist tugging at his lips, but he made no move to stop them.
Whatever their original motives, the outcome was undeniably harmonious. Thus Su Yang refined additional pills as rewards. Though these could not elevate one across an entire major realm, they effortlessly advanced cultivators by a minor stage.
Receiving such rewards, the Tianlan disciples redoubled their zeal, because in their minds performing good deeds was pleasing Elder Master Su Yang. To please Su Yang was to earn his favor, and with his favor came pills, cultivation breakthroughs and power. Thus virtue became the very path to ascension. Within mere days, the Tianlan Sect's reputation for benevolence spread far and wide. Fellow cultivators refused to believe it. Throughout history, cultivators had regarded mortals with haughty contempt, never as equals, never as beings worthy of care. Yet the Tianlan Sect defied all precedent, not only neglecting rigorous cultivation but actively aiding mortals. The revelation left many utterly astounded. Back at the Tianlan Sect, Su Yang reinforced the mountain guarding formation with rare materials and elevated several promising disciples to the golden core stage, then resolved to journey to Tianwu Prefecture. As for the sect's safety, Su Yang felt no concern. Beyond the 20-odd golden core cultivators now within its ranks, the mountain guarding formation itself was impregnable, offensive and defensive alike. Without at least a dozen golden core cultivators coordinating an assault, breaching it was unthinkable. Having completed these preparations, Su Yang set his sights on Tianwu Prefecture to uncover the legendary spirit herb fish San Nian claimed would soon emerge. 10,000 years ago, herbs now deemed rare had grown as common as roadside weeds. Then what truly must a spirit herb still hailed as peerless today have been in that ancient age?
Could it be another fabled herb?
At the thought, Su Yang's pulse quickened with quiet excitement.
Ling Qingshu. Elder Master, what is it? Ling Qingshu entered promptly. I am taking you to Tianwu Prefecture. Inform the sect once we depart they are to guard the mountain with absolute vigilance.
Su Yang spoke plainly. Ling Qingshu hesitated. She did not know his destination, but she understood when Elder Master Su Yang commanded, obedience required no questions.
Yes, Elder Master. She bowed her assent.
2 days later, Su Yang and Ling Qingshu departed the Tianlan Sect for the mysterious forest described by Fish San Yang.
After days of relentless travel, they finally crossed into Tianwu Prefecture, yet upon arrival Su Yang found himself at an impasse.
Tianwu Prefecture spanned vast territories and Fish San Yang's description had been frustratingly vague. He had no idea where this forest lay. Perhaps we should ask the locals, they may know something. Ling Qingshu suggested. Su Yang considered it and stepping onto a bustling street detained a passerby. Excuse me, have you heard of any peerless spirit herbs recently emerging in Tianwu Prefecture? The man paled instantly, his voice tightening with gravity.
Are you planning to enter that forest?
His very mention of it sent a tremor of terror across his face.
Su Yang frowned.
This man was clearly a latest-stage golden core cultivator, so why did the mere name of that forest strike him like a specter? What is wrong with that forest?
The man's face turned ashen. I've just escaped it.
15 of us entered together, only I emerged alive. My brothers perished within. Only then did Su Yang notice the man's right arm ended abruptly at the shoulder, the wound raw freshly severed. Far from deterring him, the grim tale deepened Su Yang's fascination with the forest. If you're truly determined to go, I can direct you to a gathering place where seekers assemble before entering that forest. Forming a party increases safety, facing danger together multiplies your chances of survival.
He pointed down the road. Walk straight ahead for 10 minutes, you'll see a re-roofed building crowded with people. Ask there, everyone knows it.
Su Yang nodded. Though he needed no protection, he saw wisdom in joining others, not for defense but for shared purpose and insight. Because with a bunch of objects to exploit and command, life would undoubtedly become much easier. Seeing Su Yang's indifferent expression, the person shook his head in disappointment, realizing he could not persuade Su Yang yet still couldn't help but say something. However, I must advise you, if you do not possess the cultivation of the nascent soul stage, do not enter. Inside there are not many opportunities, but there are indeed many dangers. Su Yang nodded and said, thank you, but my mind is made up, there's no need to persuade me further. As he spoke, Su Yang handed the person a bottle of spirit medicine, saying this can allow you to regenerate lost limbs, take it. As the words fell, Su Yang walked towards the place pointed out by that person. The remaining individual holding the elixir Su Yang gave him wore a skeptical expression. What kind of spirit medicine is this? Besides resurrection pills, what elixir can regenerate lost limbs? Suddenly he gasped as if realizing something. Damn. The person just now seemed to only be at the chi refinement stage. When Su Yang arrived at the place previously indicated, he discovered that there were indeed many people there.
Bro, should we team up?
Su Yang casually selected a team and smiled brightly as he spoke to the team leader. That person glanced at Su Yang and nearly choked upon seeing that Su Yang was merely at the chi refinement stage. Get lost, get lost. A mere chi refinement trash dares to go into that forest. Truly ignorant of how one might perish.
That person bluntly rejected Su Yang. Su Yang did not get discouraged and continued to seek another team to join.
However, after being rejected by several teams, Su Yang's expression turned sour. These people clearly look down on those at the chi refinement stage. So what if one is at the chi refinement stage? Do they not have any human rights? Ling Qingshu looked at Su Yang's darkened face and couldn't help but tease, elder, so you've hidden your cultivation too well. I think in this place, even if you want to be Loki, being at the golden core stage would be quite suitable. Su Yang felt even more embarrassed and after a moment of silence replied, I haven't hidden my cultivation at all, my cultivation is simply at the chi refinement stage. Ling Qingshu rolled her eyes at Su Yang. How could such a formidable elder Su claim to be at the chi refinement stage?
Who would believe that? It seems Elder Su is overly low-key. Let's go, let's check out another team. If it really doesn't work out, we can just go as two. Su Yang said calmly.
Approaching a nearby team, he found that the strongest member was an old man who had already reached the second level of the nascent soul stage. In this world, strength reigns supreme and the strongest person in a team is the leader.
Hello, may I join your team? Su Yang stepped forward, displaying a radiant smile.
This old man was named Zhongqi, a rare loose cultivator.
Reaching the second level of the nascent soul stage as a loose cultivator is quite extraordinary.
However, this was also his limit as his lifespan was nearing its end. Now he was fixated on how to elevate his cultivation. As long as he could raise his cultivation, he could break through the shackles of lifespan and live for another 100 years. Thus when he heard that an extraordinary spirit medicine had appeared here, he hurriedly came. This might be his last opportunity in this life. He formed a team and welcomed many to assist him, accepting anyone who came to join. However, when he saw that Su Yang was merely at the qi refinement stage, he almost spat out his drink. Though he accepted anyone, he never expected to encounter a qi refinement trash. Was this a joke? Suddenly he turned his gaze to Ling Qingshu behind Su Yang. Instantly his murky old eyes sparkled with light.
"Ah, welcome young hero to join us,"
Zhongqi said with a cheerful smile, his wrinkles folding together, giving him a very kind appearance. Though Zhongqi had lived a long time in front of Su Yang, his age seemed trivial.
Zhongqi's antics in front of Su Yang were nothing but a dream.
All his slight emotional fluctuations were captured by Su Yang.
"This person is quite interesting," Su Yang sneered silently.
Although Zhongqi seemed to have ulterior motives, Su Yang felt not a trace of fear.
If he behaved honestly, that would be fine.
But if he planned to play any tricks, then Su Yang wouldn't hesitate to let him know why the flowers are so red.
"May I ask for this lattice name?"
Zhongqi did not even glance at Su Yang, his eyes fixated on Ling Qingshu. Being stared at by this nearly senile lecher made Ling Qingshu feel uncomfortable all over.
"My name is Ling Qingshu,"
Ling Qingshu replied, stepping back behind Su Yang to avoid Zhongqi's gaze. Zhongqi, seeing Ling Qingshu deliberately distance herself, felt neither anger nor regret. Soon they would enter that forest, and a mere qi refinement individual could be easily dealt with. As for Ling Qingshu, she was merely a golden core cultivator before his nascent soul stage. She was just a dish to be served.
After gathering a few more people, Zhongqi led everyone into the forest, moving deeper after leaving the city.
As Su Yang was merely at the qi refinement stage, everyone regarded him as heir. Meanwhile, Ling Qingshu's beauty attracted a swarm of eager admirers.
Su Yang paid no mind. He sensed a rich fragrance of spirit medicine ahead, indicating the presence of a spirit herb. Coincidentally, the direction the group was heading aligned with the source of the scent.
This was quite convenient, as Su Yang could continue moving forward without breaking away from the team. After walking for over 10 minutes, they encountered a lotus pond. The pond appeared primitive and wild. The water's surface was not clear at all, but rather a murky dark sludge with dense green floating weeds covering the surface, at first glance resembling grassland.
Numerous lotus flowers and leaves floated on the water.
Some leaves were withered and lifeless, while many flowers stood vibrant, showing no signs of decay. This was just an ordinary small pond, nothing special. However, a group of sharp-eyed cultivators discovered a bead-like white lotus at the center of the pond. This lotus was extraordinarily unique, pure white without a trace of impurities, and its crystalline petals had yet to fully bloom, still in bud. As a gentle breeze blew, the flower swayed lightly and a faint refreshing fragrance wafted through the air.
"Is this the heavenly killing lotus?"
Suddenly Hua Sheng, who was leading the group, recognized the precious lotus and exclaimed. Of course, there are many who have no idea what the heavenly killing lotus is. They simply think that a lotus must be something special.
Hee, this lotus is rare and can be used to refine an antidote.
If we find someone who needs it, we can sell it for a high price, Hua Sheng said.
How much can we sell it for? I think selling it for dozens of spirit stones shouldn't be a problem,
Hua Sheng said with a grin, his face filled with the excitement of discovering treasure. The others suddenly lost interest. With a dozen people to share those dozens of spirit stones, each person would get very little. They had already agreed to divide the spirit herbs they found equally. Looking at the seemingly unproblematic lotus, Su Yang suddenly furrowed his brows.
He noticed some discrepancies and probed his divine sense into the pond, and indeed he discovered something.
Hurry up after picking it, we can't waste time, we have important matters to attend to, some people began to urge. Hua Sheng nodded, stepping forward to pick the lotus.
Stop, don't go near, it's dangerous, Su Yang suddenly interrupted. Hearing about the danger, Hua Sheng quickly retreated but turned to see Su Yang was just a foundation establishment novice. Inevitably annoyed, he said, "What do you know as a foundation establishment novice? Can you please stop shouting?"
Su Yang shook his head and replied, "There really is danger here." Hua Sheng coldly laughed and said, "What danger can there be in such a small pond? If there's danger, it would be for you foundation establishment novices. I'm in the golden core stage, I advise you to stop talking recklessly or I'll kill you,"
Hua Sheng warned Su Yang.
Su Yang felt a wave of speechlessness. Why is it that when he tells the truth no one believes him?
Some ponds may seem small, but they can be unfathomably deep.
Although Hua Sheng scolded Su Yang when he really approached the center of the pond, he still felt an inexplicable chill. He suddenly lifted a stone as big as a person and slammed it into the center of the pond.
With a splash, the stone fell into the water, creating waves several people high.
However, soon the pond returned to calm and nothing happened. Hua Sheng shook his head and shot a fierce glare at Su Yang. The others laughed and said, "What's wrong? Are you really afraid that some monster will pop out of this small pond and eat you?" Hearing this, Hua Sheng gritted his teeth, no longer caring about his bad premonition. He thought they were right, such a small and quiet pond couldn't possibly pose any danger. He immediately stepped lightly on the water, jumping next to the heavenly killing lotus. Looking at the pure white lotus so close, Huasheng smiled, thinking that everything was fine. He had been too cautious earlier, actually scared off by a mere foundation establishment novice. It was truly embarrassing. When he returned, he would definitely make that novice pay. With that thought, Huasheng bent down to pick the lotus, tugged at it but couldn't pull it out. He tried again, but it still wouldn't budge. Huasheng was puzzled. Suddenly the pond stirred, and with that movement it turned the situation upside down. A black leg covered in fine hairs reached out nimbly from beneath the water. In an instant it grabbed Huasheng by the shoulder. This leg was as thick as Huasheng himself. A pure black head also emerged from the water with a pair of blood-red eyes that shone like lanterns, exuding an aura of evil. Soon its entire body floated out of the water, revealing itself to be a massive black eight-legged spider. Its body appeared to be as large as a house, and the most eye-catching feature was a pure white lotus swaying atop its head. The spider's 8 long legs were as thick as tree trunks. Huasheng was lifted into the air by the spider's long legs and thrown into its mouth. With a crunch, blood flew everywhere, and soon the giant spider chewed and swallowed him. The people on the shore were dumbfounded, not expecting that this seemingly unremarkable small pond would hide such deadly danger. They were immensely relieved that it was Huasheng who went, not them, otherwise it would have been their demise. However, soon they realized that they had celebrated too early. The black spider suddenly turned its gaze toward the shore, and then it moved. It spat out a white silk thread from its mouth, shooting toward them like a beam of light. A woman near the pond didn't have time to react before she was suddenly wrapped in the white silk thread. The next second she appeared in the black spider's mouth. With crunching sounds, the black spider savored its meal, and in just 3 seconds the woman was swallowed whole. Run quick, this is a monster!" Zhongqi exclaimed, his hair standing on end, and he was the first to flee. If one were to look at his frantic escape, not even a young man could outrun him. Su Yang couldn't help but smirk. He wanted to say that not listening to the elder's advice leads to trouble. This old monster, having lived for 100,000 years, spoke the truth. Listening was key, and not listening would surely bring misfortune. Suddenly the giant spider focused on Zhongqi, who was fleeing. Here all were golden core cultivators, and only he was a nascent soul cultivator, making him stand out like a crane among chickens, exceptionally eye-catching. The spider wasted no time and began to chase Zhongqi with its 8 long legs. Despite its massive size, the black spider was surprisingly swift because of its long legs. In just a few steps, the distance between it and Zhongqi closed significantly. "You go help me hold it off for a while," Zhongqi suddenly said, grabbing Su Yang and flinging him backward. Su Yang raised an eyebrow at the old man's actions. Suddenly Su Yang yanked Zhongqi back and lifted him up. Then step by step he walked toward the giant spider. Zhongqi was stunned by Su Yang's immense strength and this suicidal move. What do you want to do? Let me go." Zhongqi began to struggle, but Su Yang's strength was enormous. The spiritual energy emanating from Su Yang firmly restrained Zhongqi's own, leaving him utterly powerless. "You're not a foundation establishment novice." Zhongqi spoke with fear, truly sensing the threat of death looming over him. You guessed wrong, I am merely at the chi refining stage." Su Yang had already approached the side of the white lotus ghost spider, its terrifying maw opening and closing, emitting a foul putrid drool. The spider's blood-red eyes fixed on Su Yang, filled with murderous intent. "What do you want? Let me go." Zhongqi was terrified, struggling desperately. However, Su Yang's massive hand firmly restrained him. Although it seemed light as a feather, any attempt to move even a fraction was a mere fantasy. "You just let me go. We can negotiate, right?" Under the threat of death, Zhongqi had turned into a coward, crying and pleading. A stench of urine emanated from his pants. Su Yang frowned, instantly feeling nauseated. He had reached beneath the giant spider and with a wave of his hand flung Zhongqi towards it. The black giant spider opened its mouth wide, catching Zhongqi midair, chewing indiscriminately for a moment before swallowing him whole. Su Yang clapped his hands, intending to leave, when suddenly the spider's leg swung down, crashing towards him. The black long leg cut through the air, leaving a trail, and landed squarely on Su Yang's forehead with a whoosh. The speed of this strike was incredibly fast and the force was immense. Any other nascent soul cultivator would surely have been crushed to pulp. However, Su Yang showed no fear, his expression turning furious. "Beast. If that's the case, then die." Su Yang suddenly raised his hand, intercepting the descending black spider leg. Dust flew everywhere as Su Yang smashed into the ground like a nail, leaving only his head and one arm exposed. Tisk, I didn't expect your strength to be quite formidable," Su Yang exclaimed, flinging his arm and leaping out of the hole, using one arm to forcibly lift the black giant spider before crashing it down. Boom! A loud explosion echoed as dust rose, black ichor splattered everywhere, and the previously arrogant white lotus ghost spider died without even a struggle. Ling Qingshu watched this all calmly, showing no surprise. She was used to it.
In this world there was nothing that Su Laozu could not kill in an instant. Alright, let's go find those who just ran away, Su Yang said, cleaning up the scene. After walking for about 10 minutes he spotted the scattered people. Those people had gathered together huddled in a cave looking out with faces full of terror. When they saw Su Yang and Ling Qingshu, one of them cautiously crawled out of the cave. Is that beast still around? Is it behind us? It's already dead, Su Yang replied nonchalantly. The people hiding in the cave were stunned, unable to believe that the beast which had seemed so powerful could be dead in just a few minutes. However, upon reflection they felt Su Yang was not lying. Just by surviving to this point as a chi refining stage cultivator indicated that there was at least no immediate danger outside. At that moment they suddenly realized one person was missing. What about Elder Zhang? One person asked weakly. Yes, where is Su Laozu? Several people whispered among themselves. Are you talking about that old man? He's already dead, Su Yang said. However, those people were dumbfounded, unable to believe what they had just heard. Elder Zhang Qi was a veteran at the nascent soul stage. Yet such a nascent soul veteran had died so easily. Then what about that beast? Another person asked. Likewise, it's dead, Su Yang replied blandly. Everyone was shocked, never expecting this to be the case, that Elder Zhang Qi was dead and the beast was dead too. Could it be that Elder Zhang and the beast perished together? However, the current issue was not that they had heard how dangerous this forest was, which was why they had sought Elder Zhang Qi, believing that under a nascent soul's protection their lives would be secure. Yet they had barely entered when even the old monster Elder Zhang Qi had died. Their shield had vanished in an instant and a group of golden core cultivators found themselves walking through a forest riddled with danger where even a nascent soul old monster could perish. It was far too perilous. Many began to reconsider. Shouldn't we just head back now? One person said, his eyes filled with fear and hesitation. Indeed, this place is simply too dangerous. Dying here for an unknown spiritual herb isn't worth it. No matter what, I must leave. Right, I also want to leave. That beast was too powerful. If we encounter another like it, we surely won't survive. As one person began to backtrack, everyone followed suit. Su Yang watched this scene passively, offering no comment. Although he very much wanted these people to stay and help him gather spiritual herbs, he would not force them if they were afraid to remain. Moreover, these people weren't essential to him. If you want to return, you can attempt to retrace your steps. We are only at the forest's edge, so leaving is quite easy. I will go in first, you all take care of yourselves. Su Yang then said to Ling Qingshu, let's go, we'll take a look inside. With that, Su Yang turned to leave. Ling Qingshu quickly followed him. The golden core cultivators who had just been discussing how to leave looked dumbfounded as they watched Su Yang's receding figure. After a while, one person finally reacted, exclaiming, damn, a chi refining stage nobody, and we all left, yet he still dared to go in alone. I feel he shouldn't be at the chi refining stage. Didn't you see? There's a golden core cultivator beside him calling him ancestor. What? Ancestor? He can't be a nascent soul old monster, can he? Some began to discuss animatedly. Although a few insisted on going out in the wake of more people's influence, 10 decided to continue following Su Yang. They had made the decision to enter the forest fully aware of its dangers, as they sought to take a risk for a chance at fortune. Su Yang gazed at the dozen or so people who had followed him, fatally surprised. He had assumed they would all turn back, yet here they were daring to accompany him despite the peril. Just what cultivation realm are you in? Why conceal your true strength? One of them stepped forward, brow furrowed in bewilderment. Su Yang glanced sideways, a stout man, his aura radiating the formidable pressure of a latest-stage golden core cultivator. Such cultivation was indeed exceptional within this group. Of course, before Su Yang they were mere specks of dust. I'm not hiding anything, I'm merely at the chi refinement stage, he replied calmly. The plump cultivator stared at him dumbfounded and said nothing. Pressing deeper into the forest, Su Yang passed countless spirit herbs, once peerless treasures 10,000 years ago, now reduced to common weeds. At first he'd gathered them with mild curiosity, but as their numbers multiplied beyond count, even that fleeting interest faded entirely. Once he'd collected enough, Su Yang continued onward. If you spot such herbs along the way, gather them for me. Bring me 50 of them and I'll grant you pills to elevate your cultivation. Holding a freshly plucked herb aloft, he addressed the golden core cultivators trailing behind. He'd brought them along precisely for this purpose, to harvest spirit herbs. Now it was time for these golden core cultivators to fulfill their role. The golden core cultivators stared at Su Yang, utterly bewildered. The herb in his hand was astonishingly mundane. They'd seen countless such plants along the path, mere weeds as far as they knew. How could this be a spirit herb? You're not joking, are you? This grass holds no value whatsoever, why on earth would you collect it? One demanded. Su Yang met his gaze. Its worthlessness in your hands doesn't negate its value in mine. Rest assured, I'll deliver the pills provided you deliver the herbs. They remained skeptical, mouths opening to protest, when suddenly a sharp whistling tore through the air. Su Yang lifted his eyes to see a young woman bloodied and battered fleeing in desperate panic. She bore the profound aura of a nascent soul cultivator. Behind her loomed two ancient nascent soul elders, their faces twisted in cruel predatory grins. "Save me!" Spotting Su Yang ahead, the girl cried out in sudden elation. Calmly, Su Yan turned away, as if she were invisible. Others' affairs held no claim upon him. "Master, save me!" She lunged toward him and collapsed mid-stride, her eyes rolling back as she fainted dead away beside him. Su Yang stood frozen, staring blankly at the unconscious girl slumped at his feet. Of all places to faint, why here? This complication was decidedly inconvenient. Rubbing his temples, he took 2 deliberate steps backward and addressed the 2 nascent soul elders. "This matter is none of my concern, I know nothing. Proceed as you wish." At the sight of 2 nascent soul cultivators, the Golden Core followers had already recoiled in terror. Now, witnessing Su Yang's utter indifference to the fallen girl, they drew an immediate conclusion. If Su Yang dared not intervene, then neither dared they. Some scattered like startled birds, others froze in place, plastering forced verbal smiles across their faces. "Who are you?" The 2 nascent soul elders advanced, voices laced with menace. Though Su Yang had yielded ground, they refused to overlook him, instead seizing the chance to provoke. "You needn't know my name, only that you should depart before my patience expires." His expression cooled. His retreat stemmed not from fear but from disinterest in entanglements that were none of his affair, yet he feared no one. The 2 elders exchanged a glance, and in an instant spiritual energy coalesced violently in their palms, hurtling toward Su Yang's forehead. "Forgive us, you've witnessed what you ought not have. Hell is where you belong." Before the final syllable faded, their fists halted a mere centimeter from Su Yang's skull. "Alas, some souls simply court death. I offered you oblivion. Why insist on provoking annihilation?" With a quiet sigh, Su Yang swept out his arm and clamped iron-tight onto both elders' wrists. Instantly they stood paralyzed, unable to stir a muscle. Horror flooded their eyes. Before they could utter a word, Su Yang twisted, crack. And both wrists shattered in unison. "Aff!" Their shrieks pierced the air, raw and agonized. A torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy surged into their meridians, ripping, tearing, obliterating. With a violent cough, blood erupted from their mouths, their bodies convulsed as every meridian ruptured. Even their nascent souls were pulverized instantly. "I told you I'd ignore you. Why force my hand?" Su Yang gazed down coldly at the slain elders. The Golden Core cultivators who'd fled now stood agape, their mouths stretched wide enough to swallow an egg. "He's truly formidable," that was a nascent soul cultivator struck down in an instant. "Indeed, utterly incomprehensible." Whispers swirled, eyes alight with awe and reverence. Su Yang glanced at the woman lying at his feet, and only then did he truly see her exquisite features, a figure sculpted by fire and grace. Yet her injuries were catastrophic: organs displaced, wounds weeping, crimson face drained of all color. "Damn, it's poison too. Ruthless." He examined her closely, murmuring in disbelief. Her body teetered on the precipice of death, minutes, perhaps seconds remained. But with Su Yang present, such an end was impossible. He withdrew a vial of spirit pills and gently administered them to her lips. Her wound sealed before the eye, swift as dew, vanishing under dawnlight. A minute later she stirred awake. "Where are those 2? Her voice was frail, though her injuries had vanished entirely. "They are already dead," Su Yang said. The woman's expression instantly turned bewildered. Those 2 were nascent soul cultivators, and they actually died. At that moment he suddenly saw the bodies of the 2 nascent soul cultivators not far away. The corpses were still warm and blood was still flowing. At this moment the woman also realized that all the wounds on her body had miraculously healed. "Thank you for saving my life, my lord." The woman hurriedly knelt down in gratitude. Although she did not understand what had just happened, she thought that this person in front of her was her only hope. "You don't need to thank me now that you're safe. You can choose to follow me or go wherever you wish. I will not force you," Su Yang said, then walked away without considering the woman's feelings. At that moment those Golden Core cultivators brought a large number of spirit herbs to Su Yang. Clearly, having witnessed Su Yang defeat 2 nascent soul cultivators with a single strike, they confirmed that he was a formidable elder. Such a powerful elder obviously had no need to joke with them, the Golden Core cultivators. Thus, despite their lingering doubts, they wondered what Su Yang intended to do with these items. However, they still went to gather a significant amount of weeds for Su Yang. Su Yang kept his word: as long as these Golden Core cultivators provided him with enough spirit herbs, he would give them pills. These individuals genuinely received their rewards and were filled with excitement as they went to gather more spirit herbs. Su Yang looked at the mountain of spirit herbs piled beside him, feeling a bit complex.
Regardless, if he could refine all these spirit herbs into pills, it would allow a large number of disciples from Tianlan Sect to elevate their cultivation levels. At this moment, in another place within a solemn room, there was a black rack against the wall. On the rack, a series of crystal-clear round stones, each the size of a human head, were neatly arranged in small compartments. These were life orbs. Each life orb represented the fate of a person. The brilliance of the life orbs indicated that the person's life was flourishing without any issues. However, if a life orb dimmed, it signified that the individual faced a significant life-threatening danger, such as a serious injury to a cultivator. Moreover, in a more severe case, if a life orb shattered, it meant that the cultivator's soul had perished and they were already dead. An elderly man with white hair looked at the shattered life orbs with a face full of chill. How could this happen? Wasn't it supposed to be foolproof? Suddenly he roared in anger, trembling with rage. His large hand slammed down on a sandalwood table, which instantly crumbled into dust. Just moments ago, the two nascent soul cultivators were perfectly fine, yet within a few seconds their life orbs shattered instantaneously. With such circumstances, there could only be one possibility: both nascent soul cultivators were dead. Once a cultivator died, their life orb would shatter, turning into ordinary stone dust. These two nascent soul cultivators, regardless of where they are powerful individuals. How could they suddenly die? There must be some hidden truth here. Next to the elder, Ji Tai spoke with a slight tremor. He had never encountered such a situation before. It was hard to believe that two nascent soul cultivators could just die like that. What's going on? If they aren't dead, why have their life orbs shattered? The elder looked somewhat helpless. He naturally hoped this situation was not due to the death of the two nascent soul cultivators, but rather a problem with the life orbs. However, the likelihood of that was nearly non-existent. After all, the life orbs had existed for so many years without any reported incidents. Could it be that someone over there saved that woman? Ji Tai speculated. The elder's expression shifted suddenly, declaring, "You go into that forest and see who did this. Regardless, anyone who dares to kill those from our bloodthirsty society must pay a price." The elder's deep voice was laced with anger. In the forest, Su Yang gazed excitedly into the distance. He sensed a powerful aura from a mountain peak. This aura belonged to a beast. The blood of this beast could be used to refine foundation establishment pills. Though it may sound ridiculous, it was true. Su Yang wasn't particularly interested in other things, but he had an obsessive interest in foundation establishment pills. He wanted to establish his foundation. And the foundation establishment pill was the only type of pill that could assist a chi refining cultivator in breaking through to foundation establishment. In the span of 100,000 years, the foundation establishment pills he consumed could have piled up into a mountain. However, he remained undeterred. Whenever he encountered materials that could be used to refine foundation establishment pills, he would gather them and refine the pills. Let's go, that mountain has what I need. Everyone follow me. Su Yang, who had remained emotionally stable, surprisingly showed a hint of excitement. The others, hearing Su Yang's excited tone, exchanged glances and felt some excitement too. To them, anything that could excite such a prominent figure as Su Yang must be a treasure. Everyone eagerly followed Su Yang. After running through the forest for a few minutes, they saw Su Yang excitedly approach an ordinary beast, his gaze on it almost perverse. This beast was entirely black, about half the size of a person, with a pair of long tusks on either side of its mouth. It wasn't strong, only possessing the cultivation level of a foundation establishment human. One could say that any random person could easily eliminate this beast. Everyone exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding Su Yang's intentions. "Ling Qingshu, I entrust this beast to you. Remember, do not let it die." Su Yang calmed his excited heart and said. The reason it couldn't die was that the blood of this beast was only useful while it was fresh. If the beast died, its blood would lose its effectiveness within an hour. Ling Qingshu, looking bewildered, nodded in confusion, wondering if this seemingly ordinary beast was some kind of divine creature. She recalled that Su Laozu wasn't this excited when he encountered the cloud beast last time. However, what old ancestor Su did was absolutely correct. Ling Qingshu said nothing, merely nodded lightly and firmly stated, "Old ancestor Su, rest assured." Su Yang nodded in agreement, trusting Ling Qingshu to handle matters. At that moment, he suddenly heard a sound tearing through the sky. Looking up, he saw a nascent soul 5th stage cultivator streaking through the sky, leaving behind a white line that resembled a cloud moving at great speed. This person then slowly descended beside the pond from earlier. Who is this person? Suddenly the woman following Su Yang exclaimed in terror. Su Yang raised his eyebrows, recalling this person as he moved toward the pond's edge, instantly realizing what was happening. What happened? Do you know him? Su Yang asked casually. A flicker of fear and hatred crossed the woman's eyes as she gritted her teeth and said, "Even if he turned to ash, I would know who he is." "I see," Su Yang replied calmly, his expression unchanged. He had seen plenty of such matters before. Whether it was family annihilation or vengeance for a murdered father, it was all just various forms of hatred. Having lived for so long, he had seen it all and was no longer interested in such things.
The woman, seeing Su Yang's indifferent demeanor, felt somewhat bewildered. She thought Su Yang would definitely be interested, but to her surprise he seemed indifferent.
Nevertheless, she planned to continue speaking. With the entire family suffering heavy casualties and the remaining members scattered, the clan was already in dire straits.
Su Yang's earlier actions had shocked her. She felt that if he intervened there might still be hope for the family.
This person is a member of the Killer Pearl organization, a notorious scoundrel who has slaughtered my entire family. Tears filled her eyes as she spoke.
So it is. Su Yang nodded.
Those two nascent soul stage individuals just now were also from that killer organization, right?
Yes, the woman nodded, her heart lifting slightly with joy, realizing she had successfully piqued Su Yang's interest.
However, just as she thought Su Yang would continue asking, he fell silent, showing indifference toward the matter.
Whoosh!
At that moment, a sound of something slicing through the air echoed, and suddenly a figure appeared before them dressed in a black robe, his face filled with murderous intent.
Haha, you guys are really slow at escaping. I can't believe you've only made it this far, the figure said, looking at Su Yang and the others as if they were sheep to be slaughtered.
Su Yang calmly took out a fruit, leaned against a tree, and began to eat. He felt quite helpless at the display of bravado.
Why are there so many people seeking death in this world? Come on, tell me who did it.
Don't beat around the bush, come out and fight me to the death. The person's gaze swept over the golden core stage cultivators. Soon his attention shifted to Su Yang and the woman.
Bai Ningmei, you really didn't die, Ji Tai sneered.
Bai Ningmei's face filled with fear as she hid behind Su Yang. Su Yang frowned slightly, feeling displeased that Bai Ningmei had become a shield for him.
Although this person isn't even a bother to me, I still don't want to be used by others.
Bai Ningmei awkwardly stepped forward, yet her beautiful face was still filled with fear.
Who are you?
How can you only be at the qi refining stage? No, how could you possibly only be at the qi refining stage?
You must be hiding your true cultivation level.
Hee, my cultivation level isn't important. What matters is that I advise you to leave quickly, Su Yang said, his calm words carrying a suffocating murderous intent. A cunning smile appeared on Ji Tai's face as he waved his hand, and suddenly the surrounding space twisted, revealing 5 nascent soul stage cultivators around them. The golden core stage cultivators, who had just been relatively calm, immediately panicked upon seeing the 5 nascent soul stage cultivators whispering amongst themselves. Some opportunists quickly fell to the ground crying as they said, "We have nothing to do with him, we were forced by him, please don't kill us."
Yes, we have nothing to do with this. We were all coerced into picking spiritual herbs.
With the first 2 as examples, suddenly a multitude of people knelt down, and the golden core stage cultivators who had followed Su Yang all turned against him, starting to speak ill of him. Su Yang stared blankly at this scene, the corners of his mouth twitching.
Just how much did these people not believe in him?
You have already lost the support of your allies. Do you want to consider kneeling down and begging for mercy like them?
Perhaps if I'm pleased, I might grant you a complete corpse.
Ji Tai was also caught off guard by the fact that the golden core stage cultivators knelt without hesitation, showing no loyalty or courage. What he didn't know was that these golden core stage cultivators were not Su Yang's people at all. They were merely a group of strangers temporarily assembled for profit. Of course, such a group would prioritize their own lives.
I'm suddenly curious about where you all get your confidence from. Why do you all believe you can kill me?
Su Yang said indifferently, still holding a red fruit, completely disregarding the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators. It was as if he was facing not 6 nascent soul stage powerhouses but merely 6 flies.
Su Laozu, what should we do now?
Bai Ningmei poked Su Yang, anxiously asking.
What should we do?
I have no idea, but I know this matter seems to have nothing to do with me. It's just your issue.
You should handle it yourself.
Su Yang didn't want to deal with this at all. After all, this matter really had nothing to do with him. Why should he become someone else's shield and solve their troubles?
Bai Ningmei's body trembled, her face showing a complex expression.
After a long while, she softly murmured, "Yes, this is my matter.
Since it's my issue, I won't drag you down. Thank you for saving me earlier."
With that, Bai Ningmei bowed to Su Yang and stepped out from behind him, moving to Ji Tai's side. Su Yang was somewhat dazed. He had originally thought that Bai Ningmei might plead with him for help, but to his surprise she did not seek his assistance. Interesting, Su Yang murmured softly, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he continued to nibble on the wild fruit in his hand, taking a keen interest in Bai Ningmei. "You want to escape, not just you, but all of you will die here today." Ji Tai's lips curled into a bloodthirsty smile as his sinister gaze swept over Su Yang's face. Except for Su Yang, everyone else was at the golden core stage. Su Yang was merely at the qi refinement stage. However, if Ji Tai truly believed Su Yang's cultivation was only at the qi refinement stage, he would be an absolute fool. Ji Tai stepped in front of Su Yang, his eyes scanning Su Yang's face as he asked, "Those 2 people, you killed them, right?" The 2 people Ji Tai referred to were naturally the 2 nascent soul cultivators that Su Yang had just killed.
Su Yang understood Ji Tai's meaning and nodded nonchalantly, saying, "Yes, I killed them."
"What's it to you?" A look of surprise flashed in Jitai's eyes as he coldly chuckled. "You've got some guts to admit it. I thought you wouldn't dare to." As he spoke, Jitai's spiritual energy began to swirl around Su Yang, probing his cultivation level. Jitai believed that Su Yang's cultivation should be at the third or fourth layer of the nascent soul stage. However, after probing for a while, the results made him question his life. Su Yang's cultivation truly turned out to be nothing more than an ordinary qi refinement stage. Jitai's expression became peculiar. Su Yang was indeed just a qi refinement stage cultivator, and he had detected nothing unusual. This meant that either Su Yan was genuinely at the qi refinement stage or Su Yang's cultivation was vastly superior to his, and he couldn't clearly detect what Su Yang's true level was. But how could that be possible? He was at the mid to late stages of the nascent soul, and as long as the opponent was a nascent soul cultivator, he should be able to sense their level. If he couldn't even discern Su Yang's hidden cultivation, it would mean that Su Yang was an ancient monster at the celestial realm. But celestial realm cultivators were legendary figures. How could one suddenly appear in a place looking for my brother? Suddenly a thought flashed through Jitai's mind. "You really are only at the qi refinement stage?" Jitai asked coldly, his eyes scanning the surroundings. "I really am just at the qi refinement stage." "What's it to you?" Su Yang asked. "Wasn't there a nascent soul cultivator with you earlier? Where did he go?" "That's right. There was indeed an old man at the nascent soul stage, but he's gone now." "What's the problem?" Su Yang inquired. "Where did he go?" Jitai said angrily. It was as he thought. After killing those two nascent soul cultivators, the old man had already fled, leaving Su Yang to confuse him and buy time. "That person. He is already dead," Su Yang replied flatly. "Since you won't say, then you can die." Jitai was already out of patience. He came here to find the killer of the two nascent soul cultivators. Every minute he delayed here meant the killer was getting further away and harder to catch. "Goodbye, you can die now." Suddenly Jitai drew a short sword enveloped in black energy and lunged at Su Yang. Su Yang's gaze suddenly turned cold as he swiftly reached out, grabbing the incoming blade. Instantly, the fierce black sword that had just been attacking came to a halt, unable to move an inch. Jitai was somewhat bewildered. It felt as though the sword had struck a solid block of iron, unable to shift at all. Yet the one holding the sword was clearly just a qi refinement stage cultivator. Suddenly he fearfully lifted his head to look at Su Yang and said, You are not at the qi refinement stage." Su Yang sneered, squeezing his hand, and the short sword instantly turned to powder. "You are mistaken. I am just at the qi refinement stage." After Su Yang finished speaking, he kicked out, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that mercilessly struck Jitai. Each strand of this spiritual energy was weak, light as a feather, truly the energy of the qi refinement stage, but the quantity was immense. When enough of them gathered, a qualitative change occurred and Jitai was sent flying by Su Yang's kick, crashing into a mountain several thousand meters away with a thunderous boom. After a deafening explosion, clouds of dust billowed, filling the sky with yellow dust. The 6 nascent soul cultivators nearby were instantly petrified. Jitai just died like that. He couldn't even withstand a single blow. Thud. One of the nascent soul cultivators suddenly weakened at the knees and knelt down. With one person leading, the others also knelt. They were not fools. Jitai had just been taken out in one blow. Clearly, for Su Yang to kill them would only be a matter of a single kick. Su Yang looked at their desperate pleas, calmly eating a few more fruits before saying, "All right, since you all realize your mistakes and are pleading for mercy, I shall let you go." In truth, Su Yang was not a bloodthirsty person. He would avoid killing if he could. However, the world of cultivation was too chaotic, with big fish eating small fish and small fish eating shrimp. As a mere qi refinement stage cultivator, he was always targeted by those with ulterior motives. There was no choice. Su Yang had to use some means to teach these people a lesson. Although he was at the qi refinement stage, he was not an ordinary qi refinement cultivator. Anyone who provoked him would die. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, the nascent soul cultivators felt as if they had been granted amnesty, and after bowing repeatedly, they fled in a panic. Bai Ningmei was still somewhat dazed. She had prepared herself for certain death, yet within less than a minute the situation had taken a dramatic turn. Jitai was kicked several thousand meters away by Su Yang, crashing into the mountain, and it was likely there would be nothing left of him. The other nascent soul cultivators had all fled, and she was safe. "My lord, thank you for saving my life." With a thud, Bai Ningmei also knelt on the ground, bowing repeatedly. Su Yang's lips twitched as he knelt as well. If anyone was more bewildered now, it was those golden core cultivators who had just opportunistically turned on Su Yang without hesitation. "My lord, spare me." One of the golden core cultivators stammered, fear evident in his eyes as he looked at Su Yang as if he were a demon. Su Yang glanced at these people and said, "You can leave now. I won't trouble you, so don't follow me." The golden core stage cultivators breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. However, just as they suddenly decided to leave, they remembered a crucial issue. They were merely golden core stage cultivators, and without Su Yang's protection, wandering in this forest would almost certainly lead to their demise.
Please don't drive us away, otherwise we will die. The golden core cultivators began to plead.
Whether you live or die is none of my business, Su Yang said indifferently, a cold smile in his heart. Though Su Yang did not hold a grudge against these people for their earlier opportunism selling him out without batting an eye, it was foolish of them to want to stay by his side seeking protection.
Hurry up and leave. You have 3 seconds to disappear from my sight.
If you don't vanish, I will ensure you cease to exist in this world. Su Yang maintained his calm demeanor, but a surge of spiritual energy gathered in his hand, as if to say that if these golden core cultivators did not leave, he would send them to meet the king of hell in the next moment.
The golden core cultivators were instantly filled with dread. Although extremely reluctant, they quickly slipped away. Su Yang turned and looked at Bai Ningmei, feeling a bit of a headache.
He was not welcoming towards those who came to create trouble for him.
But thinking about it, Bai Ningmei wasn't so bad. At least she hadn't actively dragged trouble onto him just now.
You should explain what's going on, Su Yang asked. Since he had already helped her and found Bai Ningmei somewhat agreeable, he might as well assist her fully.
What? Bai Ningmei was still a bit taken aback, questioning in confusion. Do you know those people from earlier?
What did they come for and why did they want to kill you?
Su Yang rubbed his forehead and inquired.
Bai Ningmei listened in a daze, her expression gradually turning to one of surprise.
Did Su Yang ask her these questions intending to help her?
The strength Su Yang had displayed earlier made Bai Ningmei feel that if he were to assist her, her family would be saved. Then Bai Ningmei began to recount her story, her face gradually revealing expressions of hatred and sorrow. However, after listening, Su Yang felt a heavy heart, unsure of what to make of it.
Bai Ningmei was a victim, but those who came to kill her were not necessarily bad people.
This matter was actually related to an event that occurred thousands of years ago in Tianwu County. Back then, an evil beast known as the Demon Heaven Rampant Flood Dragon at the level of the Cave Heaven stage emerged and rampaged through Tianwu County, causing countless mortals and cultivators to lose their lives at its hands. The sects of Tianwu County had no choice but to unite to slay the Demon Heaven Rampant Flood Dragon.
However, due to its formidable strength, even numerous late-stage nascent soul experts could not contend with it.
Ultimately, it took the sacrifice of several quasi-Cave Heaven experts to unleash Cave Heaven power and seal the Demon Heaven Rampant Flood Dragon within Tianyang Mountain. Tianyang Mountain, abundant in yang energy, maintained a temperature of over 50 degrees year-round, with the hottest spots reaching several thousand degrees.
This powerful yang energy could suppress the extremely mean creature, the Demon Heaven Rampant Flood Dragon. Moreover, there stood the Tianlan Sect, whose disciples all practiced the most yang cultivation techniques.
This sect was established for one purpose: to guard Tianyang Mountain across generations, ensuring the demon beast remained sealed within. However, now the seal had weakened and required the blood of a pure yang individual to repair it, ensuring the beast would not escape. The Demon Heaven Rampant Flood Dragon had been sealed for 1,000 years, harboring deep resentment. If it were to escape, its Cave Heaven cultivation would be unstoppable. The entire Tianwu County would be plunged into chaos. Thus, the Tianlan Sect and other forces in Tianwu County were capturing and killing pure yang individuals everywhere, collecting their blood to strengthen the seal.
The Bai family, due to their bloodline, were all pure yang, resulting in hundreds of deaths overnight.
Only a few dozen individuals escaped by various means, but they still faced relentless pursuit from the powerful forces of Tianwu County.
So that's how it is. Su Yang fell into contemplation. This matter was not easily categorized as right or wrong.
In this world there were no absolute rights or wrongs, only strength and weakness. The major forces of Tianwu County were considering the greater good, choosing to sacrifice hundreds to save thousands, and naturally they acted ruthlessly and without remorse. As for those of pure yang blood, it was understandable that they would resist being slaughtered for the sake of their own lives.
My lord, do you think there is any hope left for the Bai family? Bai Ningmei asked softly.
Su Yang lowered his head and thought for a moment, then suddenly raised his head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will ensure the safety of your Bai family."
Su Yang still wore his calm expression as if everything was perfectly natural. But the entire Tianwu County wants to kill my Bai family. Bai Ningmei said this and lowered her head again.
Su Yang replied lightly with a smile, "Don't worry, I'm not afraid of an entire Tianwu County."
Hearing Su Yang's bold proclamation, Bai Ningmei was taken aback. How strong could this senior be to disregard even the entire Tianwu County?
In Su Yang's eyes, the entire Tianwu County, while sounding significant, consisted merely of a few major sects and dozens of nascent soul stage cultivators.
No matter how many nascent soul cultivators came, Su Yang could easily annihilate them, so to him an entire Tianwu County truly meant nothing.
"Thank you, my lord. With such great kindness, this young lady has no way to repay you." Bai Ningmei was overwhelmed with emotion, eager to express her gratitude, but suddenly felt a piercing gaze upon her and turned to find Ling Qingshu glaring at her as if she wanted to kill her.
"This..." Bai Ningmei swallowed the words she had been about to say. Su Yang glanced at Ling Qingshu but did not say anything. "All right, we can discuss this matter later once we are outside."
Yushan, let's see if that unparalleled spirit herb you mentioned is nearby. Su Yang frowned and said. Until now he had yet to see any sign of that unparalleled spirit herb. The only gain so far was a heap of impending troubles and materials for refining foundation establishment pills. After searching in the forest for about 2 days, Su Yang finally found the unparalleled herbs mentioned by Yushang in a dark cave. Upon seeing this unparalleled spirit herb, Su Yang felt that this trip had not been in vain. This item is merely a Linggu Dan Chao that can solidify golden cores. The Linggu Dan Chao allows a golden core practitioner to harden their golden core, making it unbreakable. A practitioner whose golden core has been solidified possesses combat abilities several times greater than an ordinary golden core practitioner. However, once the golden core is solidified, the possibility of transforming into a nascent soul is lost. While this may be an extraordinary elixir for others, at the golden core stage for Su Yang it is akin to poison. Let's go, it turns out to be this. Su Yang shook his head in disappointment and said it was a wasted trip with no benefits gained, and I've attracted trouble instead. Su Gang felt somewhat frustrated. After leaving the forest, Su Yang asked Bai Ningmei, by the way, where are the remaining members of your clan? Go find them, I will take them to Tianlan Sect. Yes, my lord. The entire Tianwu prefecture no longer has a place for us, so the remaining members of the Bai family are hiding in Qizhou. Bai Ningmei exclaimed in surprise. Qizhou. Su Yang was taken aback, smiling bitterly. It seemed they truly were fated to meet. My lord, is there a problem? Bai Ningmei asked anxiously as she noticed Su Yang's increasingly strange expression. Not really, it's just a coincidence. I also come from Qizhou, so let's head there. Su Yang shook his head. In a grand mountain of Qizhou he found the remaining members of the Bai family. When he saw them he could hardly believe his eyes. It was tragic. These individuals, once lofty golden core practitioners, now resembled beggars. Their clothes were tattered and reeking of a sour odor. In such a state no one would believe they were golden core practitioners. If they were called beggars, many would likely agree. Xiaomei, how could you go for over 10 days without any news? You scared us to death. As Su Yang and Bai Mei approached them, an old man with white hair joyfully welcomed them. Su Yang looked at this person who had latest-stage golden core cultivation. Although somewhat downcast, he still exuded an air of superiority. Uncle, I'm fine, I'm sorry for worrying you, Bai Ningmei said with a radiant smile. Just then the white-haired elder's gaze turned to Su Yang. Who are you and what are you doing here? His eyes were filled with fear, darting nervously at Su Yang. Uncle, he is my savior, he saved my life. Without him you wouldn't see me now. He is here to rescue us. Bai Ningmei hurriedly explained. Then she turned to Su Yang and said, he is my uncle and the current clan leader of the Bai family. Su Yang nodded, looking back at the dozen or so golden core practitioners who sat despondently on the ground, filled with sadness. Su Yang regarded these individuals and thought that they must be the entirety of the Bai family. Xiaomei, is what you said true? Bai family clan leader Bai Badayo asked with a bitter smile. Of course it's true. His name is Su Yang, he's very powerful. That girl over there is Ling Qingshu, the sect master of Tianlan Sect. They are here to rescue us. Uncle, we are saved. Bai Ningmei appeared extremely happy. Bai Badayo glanced at Su Yang and Ling Qingshu shook his head and approached Su Yang, saying, my lord, thank you for saving Bai Ningmei, but our Bai family is facing significant troubles. It's best if you do not get involved, you should leave. Su Yang raised his eyes and said lightly, I naturally know what troubles the Bai family is facing, it's just a Tianwu prefecture, what's the issue? Su Yang's words sounded nonchalant, completely dismissing the Tianlan sect. Bai Badao's mouth fell open, staring incredulously at Su Yang. Isn't it just a Tianwu prefecture? You must understand that the Tianwu prefecture is a large region home to several major sects and countless nascent soul practitioners. However, what did he just hear? Su Yang actually said lightly, isn't it just a Tianwu prefecture? This was simply outrageous. Looking at Su Yang and Ling Qingshu's cultivation levels, it was clear that Ling Qingshu was merely a golden core practitioner. Even at their current fallen state, the Bai family still had over a dozen golden core practitioners. As for Su Yang's cultivation, he appeared to be only at the Qi refinement stage. However, Bai Badayo was no fool, he understood that Su Yang's cultivation was not truly at the Qi refinement stage. To him, even if Su Yang was incredibly strong, he would not possess nascent soul cultivation. Especially when it came to providing them protection, that would simply not be feasible. Thank you for your kind offer, but the matters of the Bai family should be borne by us alone. We do not wish to burden others. Bai Badao's attitude was very respectful, but he still looked down on Su Yang. Su Yang shook his head and said, alright, since that's the case, I won't force the issue. After Su Yang finished speaking, he turned and left. They looked down on him. He didn't want to cause trouble. Bai Ningmei suddenly panicked. Just as she was about to say something, Su Yang's figure vanished. Bai Ningmei's expression stiffened as she turned to Bai Badayo and said, Uncle, why did you chase him away? Tears welled up in her eyes just when hope had arisen. She watched as Bai Budayo extinguished it with his own hands. "Sai, you know that our Bai family is up against the great power of the entire Tianwu prefecture.
What can those two do? It's better not to drag them down."
After a pause, the old man continued. "Moreover, if we follow them seeking their so-called protection, we might expose ourselves, drawing the attention of the great powers of the Tianwu prefecture.
If that happens, we will be utterly finished." Bai Ningmei chuckled bitterly and recounted everything she had witnessed besides Su Yang to Bai Budayo. After hearing this, Bai Budayo was dumbfounded, muttering under his breath, so they might be old experts of the Dongtian realm. To be able to defeat nascent soul practitioners, perhaps latest stage nascent soul, is not possible, and as an old expert they are certainly not foolish.
How could they boast about something without assurance?
Now the Bai family was completely stunned.
After thinking for a moment, Bai Budayo said, "Why don't you go take a look?
Maybe we can still salvage this." Bai Budayo spoke with a lack of confidence. An expert at the Dongtian realm coming to protect the Bai family, which was teetering in the storm, would be like their ancestors' graves smoking with green.
However, having turned him down, Bai Budayo now regretted it deeply. Su Yang had barely returned to the Tianlan Sect when he slaughtered the captured demonic beast and retreated into seclusion to refine pills, Foundation Establishment pills, the very elixirs he sought to craft this time. Refining Foundation Establishment pills was the single act Su Yang had performed most frequently across his 100,000 years of existence. The pills he had forged could pile into a mountain.
Indeed, he could refine them blindfolded, or even with his toes.
Yet despite having consumed countless Foundation Establishment pills over those 100 millennia, not a trace of effect remained. Now his refinement was driven less by hope than by an unyielding obsession. He must establish his foundation.
He must. 10,000 years spent cultivating qi, what utter maddening futility. Before long, a full cauldron of Foundation Establishment pills was complete. Su Yang swallowed them one after another as casually as candy beads. For any ordinary qi cultivator, ingesting so many Foundation Establishment pills would instantly shatter the barrier from qi cultivation to Foundation Establishment. Yet for Su Yang they dissolved like sugar beads, no resonance, no surge, no flicker of change. He sighed wearily, accustomed to disappointment, then turned without pause to refine another batch of pills. This time he prepared pills designed to enhance nascent soul realm cultivation, intended primarily for Fangyan and Ling Qingshu. Gazing upon the towering mound of spirit herbs before him, Su Yang furrowed his brow. Bearing the weight of an entire sect upon his shoulders, he found it truly exhausting. A thought stirred within him. Perhaps it was time to recruit several alchemists to share this burden. He ignited the furnace and began refining. No dramatic tension, no perilous fluctuations. The process unfolded with serene, flawless precision, and soon a cauldron of pills gleamed perfected.
At that moment, Fang Yan's voice erupted from outside, frantic, breathless. "Su Yang,
an nascent soul realm cultivator, has arrived, declaring he will annihilate the Tianlan Sect and branding us a demonic sect."
The door burst open and Fang Yan rushed in, face taut with alarm. Su Yang swiftly sealed away the freshly refined pills and said calmly, "What is it?"
"Steady yourself."
Fang Yan gasped. "There are 8 nascent soul realm cultivators outside. They vow to slaughter every soul in Tianlan.
The entire sect is descending into chaos."
Su Yang's brow twitched faintly.
8 nascent soul realm cultivators.
A rather extravagant show of force. A cold smile flickered across his lips.
"Very well. I'll see for myself."
In the next instant he vanished, leaving Fang Yan stunned for a heartbeat before he sprinted after him. Su Yang strode to the sect's mountain gate and beheld the scene below. Over a dozen nascent soul realm cultivators stood at the foot of the mountain, hurling insults. Zhao Tianyu, spotting Su Yang, a mere qi cultivator, sneered with undisguised contempt.
"Who are you?"
"A gatekeeper. Fetch your sect master, now. I'll slit his throat myself."
Su Yang regarded the arrogant man with unruffled calm. "I am Su Yang.
Though I am not the sect master, I believe we may speak as equals." Zhao Tianyu opened his mouth to mock, then froze.
Recognition struck like lightning.
His expression shifted, hardening into wary reverence. After all, Su Yang's fearsome reputation preceded him, a being who could obliterate heaven, earth, and even empty air itself. From the moment his name entered legend, every opponent he faced fell utterly, irrevocably, in a single strike.
To this day none had endured even a second blow.
Zhao Tianyu stepped back several paces and bowed deeply.
"Senior, our intent is simple. We ask only that you surrender Bai Ningmei. Nothing more." Su Yang met his gaze evenly. "Bai Ningmei is not here."
"Search elsewhere, you may yet find her." Zhao Tianyu flushed with embarrassment. "Senior, this matter bears dire consequence. Should you refuse, the entire Tianwu prefecture faces catastrophe."
Su Yang nodded.
"I am aware of your prefecture's plight. The ancient demon beast sealed beneath it stirs, nearing its emergence."
"It is a simple matter."
Zhao Tianyu's face lit with relief. He had feared disbelief, but now with Su Yang's acknowledgement, resolution seemed assured.
Honorable elder, since you know the truth, please entrust Bai Ningmei to us.
Among all, she alone is indispensable, her supreme young blood is the keystone.
Without her all else fails.
Su Yang listened, his gaze steady, unmoved, until after a long silence he asked quietly, have you finished?
Zhao Tianyu blinked. Yes, I just explained everything. Su Yang replied coolly, I told you plainly she is not here.
Seek her elsewhere, why persist with me? Zhao Tianyu stood speechless until a burly grizzled cultivator behind him sneered, are you treating us like monkeys to be mocked? Our scouts watched you enter Chizhou with that woman herself, deny it if you dare. His voice boomed thick and rough and he jabbed a thick finger towards Su Yang's nose. Su Yang despised nothing more than a finger pointed at his face. With a sharp crack, his hand shot forward, seized the man's finger and wrenched it sideways.
A crisp snap echoed, followed instantly by a blood-curdling shriek.
I advise you speak plainly, or keep your hands to yourself.
Su Yang released the man.
The nascent soul realm cultivator clutched his shattered finger, hopping in agony.
You damned fool, do you wish to die?
As the man raged on, Zhao Tianyu struck, slap. A thunderous blow that left a crimson palm print blazing across the cultivator's cheek.
Why did you strike me? The man stammered, dazed.
Zhao Tianyu glared, voice low and venomous, show proper respect to a senior, unless you seek death. Only then did the cultivator grasp the truth. Su Yang was no mere elder, he was a slaughter god. And he was utterly untouchable. Senior Su, I beg your pardon, the man tried again, but Su Yang raised a hand, silencing him mid-sentence.
Alright, I understand what you're implying, but the Bai Ningmei you are looking for is truly not here with me. Seeking me is futile. Additionally, I have a method to subdue the Emotian Quang Jiao. Please refrain from killing those of the Jiyan bloodline.
Su Yang said indifferently. Since these individuals have already arrived, Su Yang coincidentally decided to share his plans with them. My lord, what method do you have? Zhao Tianyu was somewhat surprised and respectfully replied, this matter there's no point in me explaining to you. How about this, what force are you with? I will speak with your person in charge.
Su Yang said.
I am with the Lingbao Association's Tianwu County branch.
Zhao Baiyu stated.
Hearing this, Su Yang's expression turned somewhat peculiar. He discovered that they were actually cultivators from the Lingbao auction house. It seemed he had just wiped out the Lingbao auction house's Qi province branch, killing many of their members. Unless something unexpected occurred, he was now their second greatest enemy.
So it is the Lingbao auction house.
Su Yang nodded, watching these individuals as the smile on his face gradually faded, lost in thought. Zhao Tianyu felt a chill run down his spine under Su Yang's gaze, as if afraid Su Yang would misunderstand him. He hurriedly said, Su, my lord, although we are from the Lingbao auction house, we have not yet received orders from above. Moreover, based on our investigation, the destruction of the Qi province branch was entirely due to their own actions and has nothing to do with you, my lord. Seeing Zhao Tianyu's nervous demeanor, Su Yang chuckled.
Zhao Tianyu's hurried explanation was naturally out of fear that Su Yang might suddenly turn against him.
Alright, let's consider the matter of the Qi province branch settled, shall we?
Yes, Zhao Tianyu quickly replied. Whether this matter was truly settled for the Lingbao auction house was not important. After all, they just needed to avoid provoking Su Yang. Fine, I won't discuss other matters for now. Take me to Tianyang Mountain, I know how to subdue the Emotian Quang Jiao.
Though Zhao Tianyu was extremely reluctant, he had no choice but to comply with Su Yang's request.
Although his target this time was from the Bai family, bringing Su Yang to the Tianyang Central Sect should suffice. Alright, follow me.
After a moment's thought, Zhao Tianyu sighed and suddenly took out a long palm-sized small boat from his storage bag. The small boat rapidly expanded from palm-sized to the size of a house. A spirit ship. Su Yang murmured, somewhat surprised that Zhao Tianyu actually possessed a spirit ship. A spirit ship is a means of transportation. Zhao Baiyu's ship could only be considered a small spirit ship. Larger spirit ships can carry an entire mountain or possess spatial abilities. Though they appear small on the outside, they house a world within.
However, such spirit ships are not something cultivators of Zhao Tianyu's level should even be aware of. It is said that summer insects cannot speak of ice. Yet the fact that the Lingbao auction house could possess a spirit ship surprised Su Yang.
Given this, it seems the Lingbao auction house still possesses some financial strength to own such items. Not long after Su Yang arrived at Tianlan Sect, if it were a cultivator traveling on foot, it would take several times longer.
Halt! Who are you?
As the spirit ship landed at Tianlan Sect's gate, several disciples of Tianlan Sect approached to investigate.
Zhao Tianyu pulled out a gleaming golden token from his pocket.
The token bore intricate carvings indicating he was an elder of the Lingbao auction house's Tianwu County branch. The disciples who came to inspect immediately became respectful. Su Yang glanced at Zhao Tianyu, surprised to discover he was actually an elder.
Su, my lord, we have now arrived at Tianlan Sect. What do you wish to do next? Zhao Tianyu asked.
Su Yang sensed the surrounding environment. Indeed, the yang energy here was dozens of times greater than in other places, making it perfect for imprisoning and evil entities. But why do I not sense the slightest trace of and evil energy in this place? Su Yang frowned and murmured to himself.
First let's find the sect master of Tianlan Sect and speak to him.
Su Yang shook his head and did not dwell further. Thanks to the Lingbao Association he was able to enter Tianlan Sect with ease and find the sect master.
The sect master of Tianlan Sect named Su Long was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator.
The most striking feature was his long white beard that nearly touched the ground. Su Yang observed for a while and suddenly asked, "Where do you place your beard while you sleep at night?" The next moment Su Long was taken aback, frozen for a long time before he said slowly, "Since someone asked me this question 100 years ago, I have never slept well.
I almost forgot about it until you reminded me again."
"Then why not just cut your beard if it's such a hassle?
Why keep it so long?"
Su Long smiled slightly and said, "I know you've come here because of the Emotian Quang Jiao. Since that's the case, I'll speak frankly. My beard is a material used to seal the Emotian Quang Jiao. I have kept it for hundreds of years and it has finally grown this long." Su Yang nodded and suddenly said, "But the Emotian Quang Jiao is no longer here."
Su Long was stunned for a few seconds, then laughed heartily. "My young friend is truly humorous.
Although the seal of my Tianlan sect has shown signs of loosening over the years, it is impossible for that ferocious beast to escape.
However, I do not sense any of the aura that an evil beast should have here."
Su Yang smiled faintly. Seeing Su Yang so certain, Su Long also felt somewhat uncertain. Suddenly he recalled that if the seal was loosening, the ferocious beast should be frantically trying to break through the sealing formation, yet the sealing formation remained calm and nothing seemed amiss. But that shouldn't be. If it had escaped, wouldn't it be causing chaos?
Yet there have been no incidents in Tianwu County.
Su Long shook his head and continued. "You're underestimating the intelligence of a ferocious beast. When it first escapes, its strength is diminished and its cultivation base is far from what it used to be. After struggling to escape, it wouldn't recklessly create chaos waiting for you to seal it again, would it?" Su Long was now becoming anxious. He suddenly stood up and said, "Whether the ferocious beast has escaped can simply be checked in the sealing chamber."
"All right."
Su Yang nodded. He was merely speculating. In truth, he was quite confused, so it would be good to investigate.
Under Su Long's guidance, Su Yang arrived at the entrance of a cave.
After descending a steep stone staircase, they entered an underground cavern. A faint yellow mist permeated the cavern and the temperature soared. Numerous stones on the ground had softened into a viscous, near molten state under the intense heat. The cavern sloped steadily downward. The deeper they ventured, the higher the temperature rose, and the denser the yellow mist grew. "Young friend, the sealing formation lies ahead," Su Long said after roughly 10 minutes of walking, whereupon a vast open space finally emerged before them. The floor of this expanse was paved with azure stone from whose crevices shimmered brilliant sapphire light.
Su Yang approached the formation and carefully observed its structure. "Are you certain this is a sealing formation?" Su Yang asked abruptly after a moment's scrutiny. "Of course, it is a sealing formation. What else could it possibly be?"
Su Long blinked in confusion, utterly bewildered.
"This is no longer a sealing formation, it has been altered into a maze formation."
Su Yang spoke calmly. His conclusion firm: someone had tampered with the formation, and the monstrous beast had already escaped. Though maze formations and sealing formations shared superficial similarities, their functions were fundamentally distinct. A maze formation could indeed trap those within, but if one followed its inherent patterns, escape remained possible. Its function resembled that of a door to a chamber. The master held the key, entering and exiting at will. Yet for those without the key, such a door was indistinguishable from an impassable wall.
Because of their structural overlap, converting a sealing formation into a maze formation required minimal modification.
"Young friend, you mean the beast has already escaped?" Su Long's voice trembled with disbelief. "If you doubt me, probe the area yourself and confirm whether the beast remains."
Su Yang replied coolly.
Su Long's face darkened as he extended a thread of divine sense, only to find no trace of the Emotian Quang Jiao.
This. Stunned, speechless, Su Long's face flushed crimson as though he might choke on his own shock. Su Yang stepped into the formation and examined it closely.
"So, it's the Feng Shui Qi Sha maze formation," he murmured. Then turning to Su Long, he asked, "Who has been here since the formation was last secured?" The formation had not been breached, merely altered. The beast could not have performed such refinement, therefore only a human hand could have done so. "Half a month ago we invited every major sect across the Tianwu prefecture to inspect this formation.
Many dignitaries attended."
Su Long continued, his fury turning his face ashen. "At that time the beast was still sealed, but now it has fled. Even a fool would realize the breach occurred during that gathering. If this beast escapes, it will bring calamity upon the entire Tianwu prefecture." "Who did this?" Su Long roared. The very mountain shuddered beneath his thunderous voice.
Su Yang idly twirled a finger, waiting patiently until the elder's rage subsided, then spoke with quiet certainty.
"This matter is not difficult to resolve.
Tell me, who attended that gathering?"
Which sects were present?
I shall visit each one in turn.
To Su Yang the solution was straightforward. A powerful sect must have intervened, discreetly modifying the ceiling formation into a maze formation within a short span. Only a master of formidable cultivation could accomplish such a feat. Su Long stared dumbfounded. Had he truly just heard Su Yang say he would go door to door? Though it sounded plausible, even identifying the culprit changed nothing. The beast's might was such that sacrificing the entire Tianlan Sect would prove futile. Even marshalling every cultivator across the Tianwu prefecture might not suffice. Perhaps history would repeat itself, as it had a millennium ago. Noting Su Long's shifting expression, Su Yang smiled faintly. You worry needlessly. Once I locate the beast, I shall slay it with a single fingertip, rest assured. Su Long gaped at him. Though he'd heard legends of Su Yang, in this moment the young man seemed arrogantly oblivious to the heavens themselves. 1,000 years prior, the beast had been subdued only through the sacrificial deaths of over a dozen nascent soul cultivators, aided by sheer fortune. To claim it could be slain with one finger was sheer audacity. Young friend, I hesitate to speak, yet there is something I feel compelled to say. Su Long stammered awkwardly. Then do not speak it, Su Yang replied evenly. Su Yang knew well the major powers of the Tianwu prefecture, there were but a handful. Since the beast is no longer here, I shall investigate elsewhere. He spoke, and without awaiting Su Long's reply strode out. Su Long watched his fleeting afterimage vanish, shook his head and made no move to follow. Gazing upon the hollow empty ceiling formation, despair deepened, so much so that he nearly took his own life then and there in penance to the realm. Meanwhile, Su Yang swiftly reached the Tianlan Sect's mountain gate, just as Zhao Tianyu prepared to depart aboard a spirit vessel. Su Yang stepped forward. Take me with you. Zhao Tianyu stiffened, his nerves tightening. Elder Su, what is it? The beast is gone from there. I must travel to other locations, Su Yang stated plainly. Zhao Tianyu froze, then seconds later feigned having heard nothing at all. Elder Su, where would you like to go? The spirit treasure auction house, Su Yang replied coolly. Though Zhao Tianyu had no idea why Su Yang sought the auction house, he dared not refuse, and complied without hesitation. Shortly thereafter, Su Yang arrived at the spirit treasure auction house. Indeed, the Tianwu prefecture branch dwarfed the one in Shizhou. Behind the main hall lay an expansive courtyard, featuring artificial mountains and streams, fragrant blossoms, melodious birdsong, and dense groves of ancient trees. Elder, this is Elder Zhang Tianjuan's residence, Zhao Tianyu announced. Su Yang nodded and entered the courtyard. Halt, who are you? This is the private residence of Elder Zhang Tianjuan, director of the Tianwu prefecture branch of the Spirit Treasure Auction House. No unauthorized persons may enter. No sooner had Su Yang crossed the threshold than two stern gatekeepers advanced upon him, their voices sharp with authority. These two cultivators, merely at the late Golden Core realm, dared to block Su Yang's path. I am Su Yang. I need to speak with your association master. The association master. One of the guards glanced at Su Yang with suspicion, then sneered upon seeing his mere chi condensation cultivation base. Who do you think you are? Do you truly believe the master is someone anyone can simply demand an audience with? A guard laughed coldly as if hearing something absurd. Important matters. A mere chi condensation cultivator, what could possibly be so urgent? Get out now, or we'll force you out with our fists. Exactly. Leave at once, or don't blame us when our fists find their mark. The other guard clenched his knuckles, issuing a veiled threat. Su Yang had grown weary of this delay. One final warning: step aside immediately. Otherwise you will bear the consequences. One guard spat contemptuously onto the ground at the sight of such a low-tier cultivator daring to defy them. You're asking for death. With that he lunged forward, a brutal fist aimed straight at Su Yang's face. Had Su Yang truly been an ordinary chi condensation cultivator, that blow would have shattered him utterly. But he was no ordinary chi condensation cultivator at all. Su Yang's gaze turned glacial. Get out of my way. A thunderous boom echoed, then in the instant it reached the guards' ears, a misty aura enveloped them, freezing their bodies mid-motion. An immense force slammed into their chests. Both cried out in agony, spewing blood as they staggered backward. Step aside. Su Yang advanced one deliberate step, his voice icy, like a whisper rising from the ninth netherworld. Terror twisted their faces as they stared at Su Yang, not at a cultivator but at a demon. You're not just chi condensation. What are you really doing here? The guard gasped, weakly trembling. Su Yang ignored him entirely. Step aside, he repeated, calm and unshaken. Paralyzed by fear, the two guards stared into Su Yang's eyes burning with predatory hunger, as if they were lambs pinned beneath the gaze of a wolf. They scrambled upright and fled stumbling into the courtyard. At that very moment a deep resonant voice, aged yet commanding, echoed from within. Young friend, such aggression hardly befits proper conduct. The voice faded, and before Su Yang stood an elderly man, white-haired yet radiating vigor and indomitable presence. It's him, he forced his way in. Seeing the elder, the guards rushed forward like drowning men clutching salvation, collapsing to their knees in frantic relief. Zhang Tianjuan's expression darkened sharply. His sinister gaze locked onto Su Yang, piercing with bone-chilling cold. Do you have no explanation to offer?
Su Yang smirked disdainfully. The elder was merely a nascent soul 5th-rank cultivator, yet spoke with such arrogance.
Old man, are you the association master?
He stood casually, hands on hips, a crimson fruit dangling lazily between his lips, effortlessly insolent.
Zhao Tianyu, who had just arrived aboard his spirit boat, caught sight of the scene and nearly stumbled to the ground. His eyes darted wildly, then without hesitation he whirled around, sprinted back to the vessel, activated its formation array and fled at full speed.
Insolence.
Kneel and beg forgiveness now, or I'll ensure you die in pieces. Emboldened by Zhang Tianjuan's arrival, the humiliated gate guards resumed their barking, suddenly fierce, suddenly cowardly.
Su Yang's gaze hardened.
In one fluid motion he strode forward and struck, his palm unleashing a billowing cloud of white spiritual energy thick as mist, blinding all in its wake. A deafening crack rang out, the slap landed with devastating force across both guards' faces. Before they could even register the strike, they were hurled backward like rag dolls.
The entire sequence unfolded with seamless lightning speed. By the time Su Yan lowered his hand, Zhang Tianjun still stood frozen, uncomprehending.
Only after the white mist dispersed did reality crash over him. He turned, and there, embedded in the rear wall, were two perfect human-shaped craters. Meanwhile, the two guards lay sprawled, bruised and drenched in the courtyard's ornamental pond.
Young friend, what is the meaning of this? Zhang Tianjuan's face turned pitch black with fury.
His glare burned into Su Yang, his fists clenched and unclenched, trembling with suppressed rage.
He longed to engage Su Yang immediately, but doubt held him back, anchoring him in wary hesitation.
Ha! I've come to speak with you, Su Yang replied coolly, utterly nonchalant. Zhang Tianjun studied him closely.
Though Su Yang's demeanor was flippant, something about his bearing suggested genuine purpose.
What business brings you here? He had never met Su Yang before, so what possible matter could there be between them? Then, suddenly, he paused. A flicker of recognition crossed his eyes.
You look strangely familiar. You're Su Yang.
Zhang Tianjun recoiled as if struck, his voice cracking with ghost-struck terror.
Su Yang almost smiled at the sheer absurdity of it. Calm yourself. I'm not here to confront you, I only wish to inquire about the Demon Heaven Rampant Serpent. Demon Heaven Rampant Serpent.
Zhang Tianjuan's brow furrowed in confusion. His gaze swept over Su Yang, sharp and probing.
Why ask about that? For the entire Tianwu prefecture, the serpent's emergence was the gravest crisis, its power rivaling that of a heaven-space realm cultivator. Any mishap would spell catastrophe. A monstrous beast capable of matching a heaven-space realm master, if it broke free, the entire Tianwu prefecture would be doomed. The Tianlan Sect's beast has vanished.
It escaped.
Su Yang spoke plainly, then added almost as an afterthought, actually it didn't escape.
It was released.
Someone tampered with the sealing formation, disabled it deliberately, to set the beast loose.
To Su Yang the words were light as breath. To Zhang Tianjuan they struck like a celestial thunderclap, leaving him stunned, speechless, reeling.
You said, the Demon Heaven Rampant Serpent has broken free.
Zhang Tianjuan's voice trembled, his face ashen hollowed as if mourning his own funeral.
Stay composed. I'm merely gathering information.
Only a handful of factions possess the capability to breach such a seal.
If it wasn't your association, I'll simply proceed to the next candidate.
Su Yang spoke with quiet certainty, already knowing from Zhang Tianjuan's dazed panic that the Spirit Treasure Auction Association bore no responsibility. Since this matter bears no connection to you, I'll take my leave. With that, Su Yang turned and walked away. Time was bleeding away with every passing second.
Each minute delayed multiplied the peril exponentially.
Although Su Yang was not someone who was deeply concerned about the world, he naturally did not wish to see living beings suffer. At that moment a voice came from behind Su Yang, belonging to Zhang Tianjun. Su Yang turned around, suddenly smiling, and said, Sir, I want something from you, something I believe you possess.
If you can provide it, I might consider discussing the details with you.
Zhang Tianjun looked at Su Yang's cunning smile, feeling a tightness in his chest, and instinctively asked, What do you want?
Su Yang replied, Your subordinates suddenly have a spirit ship. Truly the Spirit Treasure Auction House is wealthy, you must have more right. Can I buy one? Su Yang looked at Zhang Tianjun with hope.
Ever since he saw that spirit ship he had been contemplating acquiring it. Due to being in the chi refinement stage he was unable to fly, so every time he had to move it felt as though he were running on broken legs. Zhang Tianjun listened to Su Yang's words, forced a bitter smile, and said, Sir, you misunderstand. Our Spirit Treasure Auction House only has one, and I just lent it to Zhao Tianyu.
Su Yang suddenly realized he had thought the Spirit Treasure Auction House was truly extravagant, distributing spirit ships down below.
However, since there were no other spirit ships, Su Yang focused his attention on the one he had just seen.
Alright, since you have no others, I won't press further. Just give me the only one you have. Su Yang spoke calmly. Zhang Tianjun sighed and said, this spirit ship isn't even mine, it was assigned from above. I cannot make the decision. Moreover, your request is a bit excessive. Zhang Tianjun's muscles twitched slightly. If he were not wary of Su Yang's unfathomable strength, he would have already punched him. Is it excessive?
Su Yang sneered, suddenly raising his fist and bringing it down with force. Before Zhang Tianjun could react, he had landed a solid punch. His body shot out like a cannonball. However, Su Yang seized Zhang Tianjun in midair with even greater speed and slammed him down onto the ground. Boom! The ground immediately cracked, resembling a spider web with deep rifts extending for dozens of meters.
Now, do you still think it's excessive?
Su Yang pinned Zhang Tianjun to the ground, his expression nonchalant.
Not excessive. Although the scene was quite grand, Zhang Tianjun was a cultivator at the nascent soul 5th stage.
Other than feeling as if his bones were about to break, he had no other issues.
However, Su Yang's earlier display had indeed intimidated Zhang Tianjun.
Although he felt fine now, Zhang Tianjun knew that if Su Yang wished for his life, it would be merely a moment's work. Very well, now you bring me that spirit ship and then give it to me, Su Yang said blandly. Zhao Tianyu felt pleased with himself for being clever enough to swiftly navigate the spirit ship away from danger when he received an order from Zhang Tianjun to return as quickly as possible.
Though reluctant, Zhao Tianyu quickly chose to return upon considering the consequences of disobeying the order. Soon Su Yang spotted the spirit ship.
When Zhao Tianyu disembarked from the spirit ship, Su Yang smiled lightly at him.
This spirit ship is now mine, he said, revealing a grin.
Zhao Tianyu was momentarily stunned and turned to look at Zhang Tianjun, who appeared utterly disheveled like an old man in despair.
President.
This.
Zhao Tianyu could easily guess what had happened. Zhang Tianjun shook his head and said, let him be. Sigh. Since Zhang Tianjun had said so, Zhao Tianyu naturally would not say anything further.
He could only watch as Su Yang boarded the spirit ship, fiddled with it a bit, and then it transformed into a fleeting shadow.
Su Yang's next target was the Wanjian Sect.
There was no special reason, it was simply because people from the Wanjian Sect had also been to the sealing grounds of the Tianlan Sect, and now it was the closest location to him. The Wanjian Sect was located at the center of the Great Wasteland Forest in Tianwu County, a solitary peak piercing the clouds. The shape of that peak resembled a treasured sword, and the Wanjian Sect was also a sect that focused solely on the sword path. Su Yang landed the spirit ship in front of the Wanjian Sect's mountain gate, where someone had long been watching him. As soon as Su Yang stepped off the spirit ship, two individuals approached him with smiles. We are Zhang Lashu and Su Qingyin from the Wanjian Sect, here to welcome the distinguished guest. Although the treasured sword appeared ancient and seemed like an ordinary sword, every now and then a faint blue lightning would flicker across it, indicating it was no ordinary item. Both individuals had deeply etched wrinkles on their faces and snow-white hair, yet they emanated an aura of vitality, showing no signs of the decay typically associated with old age. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. With such a pleasant attitude from these two, Su Yang naturally smiled back. What brings this young friend from the Spirit Treasure Auction House here?
Su Qingyin asked with a smile.
Given that the spirit ship belonged to the Spirit Treasure Auction House, he naturally regarded Su Yang as one of their members. I am not from the Spirit Treasure Auction House. I came here to inquire about the whereabouts of the Emotian Quang Jiao. Su Yang said straightforwardly, skipping the pleasantries.
Emotian Quang Jiao.
The two exchanged glances, surprised that Su Yang was seeking them for this matter.
Young friend, let's discuss it inside. Su Qingyin said. He checked Su Yang's cultivation level and was astonished to find that Su Yan was actually only at the qi refinement stage. He immediately shook his head. If he believed that Su Yan was merely at the qi refinement stage, he would be a fool. Su Yan must have concealed his true cultivation level. Upon entering the Wanjian Sect, Su Yan noticed an even more intense smell of blood than that of a slaughterhouse.
Why is the stench of blood so strong?
Su Yang frowned and asked.
Su Qingying's face showed a look of sorrow as he replied, alas, it's that beast. If it weren't for his desire to break the seal and come out, our Wanjian Sect would never engage in such acts. Su Yang, upon hearing this, had already guessed the general situation and asked, did you capture a group of pure Yang bloodline individuals to kill?
Su Qingying replied, alas, we are also helpless. If we do not kill them, many more will likely die.
Su Yang fell silent for a moment, realizing that what he said was true. However, since he was already here, the mere fierce beasts posed no threat to him.
Moreover, since the sealing array had vanished, there was no longer any meaning in killing those with the pure Yang bloodline.
Are there still any survivors?
Su Yang inquired.
Su Qing responded, there are still some, about 100 of them.
Tomorrow we will extract their blood and send it to the Tianlan Sect. Su Yang sighed softly and said, let them go.
Su Qing was stunned for a few seconds and Xianji with a mix of laughter and tears said, young friend, that's not possible. Although we feel uneasy about killing so many for the sake of the greater good, they must die. This villainous act must be done by someone. Since it must be done, why not let us do it? Su Yang smiled helplessly. At this moment Su Yang had followed Su Qing to the reception hall. This matter is related to my request for the magic heaven wild flood dragon. As soon as Su Yang sat on the stool, two sword disciples came to serve him tea. I see young friend has some news to share with us. Su Qing smiled gently and took a sip from his teacup, his demeanor calm and elegant as if the sky falling had nothing to do with him. The magic heaven wild flood dragon has escaped, Su Yang said indifferently. Put. Su Qing spat out his tea, his face filled with horror as he asked. Is that true? Su Qing, sitting beside, turned pale, slumping in the chair, repeatedly mumbling about the end being nigh. Su Yan understood from their reactions that this was not the doing of the Wanjian sect. However, he would not easily draw conclusions until he saw the true leader of the Wanjian sect. This is a matter of great importance. We should call the sect master, Su Qing said in a fluster, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. All right. Su Yang smiled slightly. He had just thought of saying that when Su Qing spoke up. Soon a figure rushed in from the sky, hastily arriving at the reception hall. Su Yang looked over. The person was dressed in black with a square face and two prominent brows raised high, exuding an aura of righteousness. The energy around him confirmed this, as a powerful aura emanated without a trace of malevolence. Who said the magic heaven wild flood dragon has escaped? As soon as he arrived, he anxiously grabbed Su Qing's hand and asked. Su Qing pointed at Su Yang and said, Master, this is the young friend. Wang Jianba walked beside Su Yang, his gaze intense and immense pressure sweeping towards Su Yang like a tidal wave. Buzz. Even the chair Su Yang sat on emitted a low hum as if it would crumble into dust at any moment. Su Yang raised his head and glanced at Wang Jianba. Wang Jianba was instantly struck dumb. The pressure he had just gathered dissipated. Su Yang lowered his head and continued sipping his tea, calm and unbothered. Wang Jianba stared blankly for a moment before finally reacting. When he looked at Su Yang again, his expression turned extremely respectful. Please forgive me, master. Wang Jianba clasped his fists respectfully as he spoke. Su Yang did not pursue the matter. He understood that Wang Jianba was merely testing him because of his young appearance and low cultivation level. It's nothing, Su Yang replied. Is it true what you said about the magic heaven wild flood dragon escaping? Wang Jianba asked. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Su Yang said nonchalantly. However, saying it escaped may not be entirely accurate. It should be said that the magic heaven wild flood dragon has been released. Seeing Wang Jianba's bewildered expression, Su Yang realized he had found the wrong place again. What do you mean by released? Wang Jianba scratched his head and asked. Su Yang briefly recounted the events. After listening, Wang Jianba's face twisted with anger. Who did this? If the fierce beast goes out of control, not a single person in Tianwu County will be able to subdue it. The result will be catastrophic with heavy casualties. Wang Jianba pounded his chest and stomped his feet, his eyes blazing with fury. Calm down, Su Yang said as he took a sip of tea. That's why I came to find you, to see who dared to release that monster. Wang Jianba nodded and said, exactly. If you find out who did this, let me know. The Wanjian sect will definitely make them pay. Su Yang suddenly remembered those unfortunate individuals with pure Yang bloodlines and said, by the way, those with pure Yang bloodlines are no longer of any use. You can let them go now. Wang Jianba nodded, a hint of guilt flashing in his eyes. Of course we will let them go right now. After chatting with the sect master of the Wanjian sect for a while, Su Yang took his leave. While piloting the spirit boat on the way, Su Yang felt that randomly searching like a headless fly was not going to work. Among these sects, who would dare to take such a huge risk and release the magic heaven wild flood dragon? After thinking for a while, he realized that although the sects in Tianwu County had done many shady things behind the scenes, they all appeared righteous on the surface. Wait, what about the Mo Yun sect? Suddenly Su Yan thought of the Mo Yun sect. This sect was considered a cult both openly and secretly. Their cultivation methods were all dark and sinister. Could it be them? Su Yang suddenly thought. Upon realizing this, he hurriedly set off towards the direction of the Mo Yun sect. The Mo Yun sect had a massive mountain gate exuding a momentum like a rainbow. Although other sects looked at the Mo Yun sect with disdain, the Mo Yun sect members did not see it that way. They had built their mountain gate to be more grand and imposing than any other sect. As Su Yang stepped onto the mountain gate, a chilling, killing intent flashed in his eyes. The Mo Yun sect was filled with a fearsome aura, the very aura of the magic heaven wild flood dragon. At the moment he stepped onto the mountain gate, two Foundation establishment disciples charged forward, shouting fiercely, "Who are you?" Non-disciples of the Mo Yun sect are not allowed to enter. Su Yang turned to glance at the two, and their faces turned ashen, filled with terror as if they were lambs under the claws of a hungry wolf.
Die. The word escaped Su Yang's lips. The two Foundation establishment disciples were instantly struck as if hit by a heavy blow, blood pouring from their 7 orifices, and they died in an instant. Someone. The mountain gate is under attack. At that moment, other disciples guarding the mountain gate shouted in panic. Simultaneously, a sharp, piercing alarm echoed throughout the Tianlan Sect. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures darted swiftly. Dozens of figures swiftly emerged from the mountain gate and encircled Su Yang in a tight formation. One of them raised his hand and commanded the others. All of you, attack. Kill him. What lowly vermin dares court death once more? The leader, a golden core cultivator, glanced casually at Su Yang, then nearly choked on his own breath. He is but a chi refinement cultivator. Has the Tianlan Sect grown so obscure? Has our name lost all resonance? A mere chi refinement wretch dares stir chaos at our sect's very gates. Truly, fools are born every year, but this year's crop is singularly bizarre. Relief flooded the golden core cultivator's frame the moment he confirmed Su Yang's low cultivation realm. His earlier tension dissolved instantly. What are you waiting for? Slay him now, he barked at the others. The surrounding cultivators were all Foundation establishment adepts, modest in strength, barely scraping the bottom rungs of the cultivation world. Yet against Su Yang, a mere chi refinement cultivator, they exuded unshakable confidence. Kill. Dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators roared with cruel grins, unleashing torrents of spiritual energy that surged toward Su Yang like an unstoppable tidal wave. Though their spiritual energy was coarse and unrefined, its sheer volume created a swirling, mist-laden aura that billowed thickly through the air. Su Yang smiled faintly. Then from his single figure erupted a torrent of spiritual energy far vaster in scale, swallowing theirs whole in an instant. Aff! One scream followed another as the Foundation establishment cultivators were struck by Su Yang's violent surge, toppling to the ground in heaps. How could this be? The golden core cultivator stood frozen, stunned into silence. By the time he regained his senses, the ground lay littered with Foundation establishment bodies, sprawled haphazardly in every direction. Some were already dead, others clung to fading breaths. You are not a chi refinement cultivator, the golden core adept gasped, terror etching his voice. Though these were merely Foundation establishment cultivators, their numbers and seamless coordination made them formidable. Even he, a golden core adept, would require time and effort to subdue them. Yet Su Yang had obliterated them in a single strike, leaving devastation in its wake. Did this not mean Su Yang surpassed even him? After all, he himself was a golden core cultivator, so Su Yang must also be one, perhaps even stronger. Gathering his composure, he remembered he stood within the sect's sacred grounds while Su Yang stood utterly alone. If he could not win, then he would simply call for reinforcements. Spitting contemptuously onto the ground, he snarled, "Humph. Just wait, you'll see." At that, the golden core cultivator fled headlong into the sect's depths, panic-stricken, stumbling, utterly undignified. Su Yang let out a soft chuckle, made no move to pursue, and instead pulled out a small crimson fruit, popping it into his mouth with quiet relish. His posture spoke volumes. He truly was waiting. Shoosh. 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 Moments later, the same golden core cultivator reappeared, this time flanked by 5 others of equal rank, one of whom radiated the overwhelming aura of a latest-stage golden core adept. Senior brother, this is the one. The first golden core cultivator pointed at Su Yang, his arrogance now fully restored, as if the earlier cowardly flight had never occurred. A bare-chested giant, thick-muscled and broad-shouldered, swaggered forward until he loomed over Su Yang. Boy, I admire your courage. But your judgment, it seems, is profoundly flawed. He halted before Su Yang, gazing down with disdainful condescension. Towering like a bull, 2 heads taller than Su Yang, he forced Su Yang to tilt his chin upward just to meet his gaze. But Su Yang had never liked looking up at anyone. So, he struck. A fist crashed hard into the giant's abdomen. That belly shimmered with a bronze-like luster. 8 rock-hard abdominal muscles rippled beneath taut skin. Su Yang's blow landed with full force, yet rebounded as if striking forged iron. Su Yang blinked, slightly surprised. This man's defense held unexpected depth. With just 1/10th of his true strength, the blow should have buckled bone, but the giant had endured it unflinchingly. Not bad, you actually hurt me just now, the giant exclaimed, astonishment flickering across his face. But now, your time ends. You die. No sooner had the words left his lips than his massive palm shot forward, clawing toward Su Yang's skull. That palm was larger than Su Yang's entire head. Su Yang merely smiled coldly and threw another punch. Assuming Su Yang's earlier blow had been harmless, the giant dismissed the attack entirely. Then, boom. Su Yang's fist slammed squarely into his abdomen once more. The giant's belly convulsed like cotton struck by a hammer. A gout of blood erupted from his mouth, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed unconscious. Su Yang regarded him calmly. My prior estimation of force was inaccurate.
This is the correct measure. The first golden core cultivator stared dumbfounded at the colossal man lying motionless on the ground like a lifeless fallen beast. The remaining golden core adepts exchanged glances, then as one launched their assault. There was no suspense. With a single effortless movement, Su Yang sent them all to the underworld. Go summon more, Su Yang said, his tone unruffled as he fixed his gaze upon the first golden core cultivator. Trembling violently, the man staggered back into the sect, barely holding himself upright. Su Yang gazed upon the Tianlan Sect's majestic mountain gate and recalled at the Qizhou spirit treasure auction he had slain the disciple of one of the sect's elders. It seemed fate delighted in irony, enemies rarely missed their rendezvous. This time the golden core cultivator returned slowly, but brought with him 5 nascent soul cultivators. Brat, you had your moment of arrogance. Now you shall perish without grave or marker. He roared the moment he stepped forth. Then turning deferentially to a white-haired elder beside him, he pleaded, Elder, this is the one. Please avenge my senior brother. The lead nascent soul cultivator was none other than the master of the Tianlan Sect disciple Su Yang had killed at the spirit treasure auction. At the sight of Su Yang his spirit recoiled, then erupted in a guttural bestial roar. You? Su Yang tilted his head, mildly puzzled. Do we know each other? You murdered my disciple. This grudge eclipses heaven and earth, it cannot be borne. Are you the master of that fool? Su Yang immediately guessed the identity of the nascent soul cultivator before him upon hearing this. Indeed it is I. I was just looking for you and unexpectedly you delivered yourself right to my doorstep. Since you are here you might as well die now. Sun Tao said angrily, his deep sinister eyes sweeping over Su Yang as if he might devour him at any moment. So it's you. Su Yang chuckled brightly. I'll help you take care of your disciple for free, you don't need to thank me, no need to be so excited. Saying this, Su Yang took out a red fruit and offered it to Zhang Tao with a smile, saying, Here, eat a fruit to calm your nerves. Zhang Tao looked at the red fruit before him, his face turning pale. He had searched for half a lifetime and finally found a disciple whose talent perfectly matched his requirements, hoping that the disciple would inherit his legacy. To his utter disbelief, he met his end in that poor remote place of Qizhou. When he learned this news, he nearly fainted. Disciple, rest in peace. Today I shall avenge you. Zhang Tao inched closer to Su Yang, murmuring to himself. Su Yang glanced at him and said, To correct you, you are not avenging your disciple, you are merely going to accompany him underground. Zhang Tao's expression changed, nearly choking. The few nascent soul cultivators beside him looked at Zhang Tao with strange expressions. Who is this person? Why can I only sense his qi cultivation at the qi refinement stage? No matter who he is today, he is doomed. Zhang Tao is notorious for cherishing his disciple. This man actually sought death by killing Zhang Tao's disciple. He is finished. Yes, I feel this person's strength is not that impressive, he talks too freely. Those nascent soul cultivators whispered among themselves, showing no regard for Su Yang at all. Elder, this person speaks disrespectfully, insulting our Tianlan Sect, killing so many of our fellow disciples. We hope the elder will take action, otherwise if this matter spreads, people outside will think we are easy to bully. A golden core cultivator added fuel to the fire. Su Yang looked at these people and found it somewhat amusing. If you want to fight, just do it. Why are you all talking nonsense here? Good, then you shall die. Zhang Tao shouted, throwing a punch. The strength of his nascent soul cultivation erupted instantly, the speed of his fist incredibly fast. With a boom, even the air around the fist seemed ready to ignite in flames. Su Yang extended his hand and grasped that fist. The force that had surged forward just moments ago suddenly came to a halt, unable to advance any further. Is this really all your strength? That honestly leaves me feeling disappointed. Su Yang said calmly, then suddenly exerted force with his fist, snapping Zhang Tao's wrist. Ah! A scream that sounded like a pig being slaughtered echoed through the air. Su Yang kicked out and Zhang Tao instantaneously transformed into a blood mist, dissipating into the atmosphere. The onlookers were stunned, their mouths agape large enough to fit an egg. In just one move, Zhang Tao was utterly defeated. He was defeated so completely without a trace of hesitation. Zhang Tao was simply no match for Su Yang at all. I wonder, are there still any of you left? Su Yang asked calmly. The several nascent soul cultivators exchanged glances, lacking the courage to confront Su Yang. Elder, may I ask what brings you to our Tianlan Sect? A nascent soul cultivator asked tremulously. He noted that Su Yang was still at the qi refinement stage. A qi refinement guy actually killed a nascent soul cultivator with one punch. He wasn't foolish, how could such a thing be possible? Then there was only one possibility left. Su Yang was extremely formidable, his cultivation level vastly surpassing his own, and he had yet to see through Su Yang's abilities. Thinking of this, he felt a bit dazed, as his cultivation was not merely foundation establishment or golden core but rather a genuine nascent soul.
The nascent soul cultivation. The next level up is the cave heaven realm cultivation, but the cave heaven realm is a legendary level of cultivation. At least in his lifetime he had seen quite a few nascent soul cultivators, but he had never encountered a cave heaven realm cultivator. Cave heaven realm cultivators only exist in legends. Thus he judged that Su Yan must be an incredibly powerful latest-stage nascent soul cultivator. Their sect leader is also a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator. But now the sect leader is injured and in seclusion. Currently the entire Moyun sect has no one capable of contending with latest-stage nascent soul cultivators. Therefore He Guang adopted a very low posture. What am I here for? Su Yang smiled slightly and said, I am here to annihilate your Moyun sect. Su Yang said indifferently. The several nascent soul cultivators exchanged glances. Annihilate their Moyun sect. Their faces reflected anger, although they currently feared Su Yang's strength and did not dare to fight him. However, Su Yang's blatant declaration of intent to destroy the Moyun sect was something they could not tolerate. Elder, if our Moyun sect has offended you in the past, we are now here to apologize. He Guang stammered. Since they could not defeat Su Yang, they could only swallow their pride and wait for their sect leader to recover and deal with Su Yang. No, you have not offended me. Su Yang spoke lightly. Since you claim we have not wronged you, why do you intend to destroy our Moyun sect? He Guang asked. Su Yang coldly smirked and said, though you have not offended me, your Moyun sect has secretly released the Emotion Crazy Flood Dragon, which is already a grave crime. As soon as Su Yang's words fell, the expressions of the several nascent soul cultivators instantly darkened. The Emotion Crazy Flood Dragon was a secret of their Moyun sect, and if this secret were to be exposed, their Moyun sect would become the target of everyone's attacks. Thus they had kept it very well hidden, but never expected that it would still be discovered. How do you know about this? He Guang asked with a cold face. A murderous intent surged in his eyes, yet due to his own lack of strength he did not dare to approach. So you admit it? Su Yang took out a red fruit, speaking as he chewed it. However, whether you admit it or not, it doesn't matter, because the Emotion Crazy Flood Dragon is indeed in your Moyun sect, and that is something you cannot deny. Su Yang stated. Thus, for the sake of the lives of all the people of Tianwu County, I must choose to annihilate your Moyun sect. Though Su Yang's words were soft, they sounded like thunder in the ears of the others. Su Yang, I advise you not to think too highly of yourself. Although you have the cultivation of latest-stage nascent soul, our sect leader is also a latest-stage nascent soul cultivator. So what do you want to express? Su Yang asked. He Guang gritted his teeth, a flash of maliciousness flickering in his eyes, but it quickly faded away. So I ask you not to push me. Su Yang let out a cold laugh, suddenly raising his hand high before swiftly bringing it down. With a loud smack, the slap landed solidly on He Guang's cheek. He Guang touched the area where he was hit, his eyes filled with disbelief. You. He Guang pointed at Su Yang, his mouth trembling as if he wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. That expression gradually transformed from disbelief to terror. Su Yang smiled faintly and said, don't keep looking at me, I have more to say. Go on, speak up. He Guang touched his already swollen cheek and suddenly retreated quickly. This person is formidable, he cannot be underestimated. Quickly enter the mountain gate and summon the ancestor. Those who were watching outside, whether in the nascent soul stage or foundation establishment stage, all retreated into the mountain gate. Buzz. At that moment a low rumble echoed as a faint black mist enveloped the area above the Moyun sect. Su Yang glanced at it indifferently and ignored it. The evil returning to origin mountain protection array. Interesting, but unfortunately it's merely a flawed version. Su Yang stepped forward, moving outside the formation, his hand continuously tapping in the void. Those within the formation looked at Su Yang bewildered, discussing amongst themselves, unsure of what he was doing. However, as Su Yang continued to tap with one hand after another, the entire formation began to tremble, and finally with a loud bang the formation shattered like a bubble. Su Yang stepped forward, entering the Moyun sect, and came before the group of stunned individuals. Hello there. Su Yang smiled. The spiritual energy surged like a tidal wave, swirling through the air, dazzlingly bright. Boom. Suddenly many disciples of the Moyun sect were struck by Su Yang's spiritual energy, turning to ash before they could even scream. Some elders in the nascent soul stage tried to stop Su Yang, but as they approached they were engulfed by his overwhelming spiritual energy. Within the Moyun sect, Su Yang moved as if in an uninhabited realm. No one in the entire Moyun sect could withstand a single strike from Su Yang. One individual knelt on the ground, calling out in sorrow, I beseech the ancestor to emerge. Otherwise today my Moyun sect will face destruction. As this sorrowful voice fell, a figure swiftly emerged. This figure possessed latest-stage nascent soul cultivation. Dressed in a white robe, he appeared extremely old, his body seeming devoid of flesh, resembling a mere desiccated skin stretched over a skeletal frame. Despite this, the man did not seem spiritless, instead he exuded a vibrant energy. What is the matter? The elder looked at Guang, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked, "Master, there are troublemakers outside and I as a disciple am powerless to subdue them. I implore you to take action." Guang cried in joy and tears. "There are actually troublemakers. You couldn't subdue them." Fang Yin was somewhat taken aback. A strand of divine sense swept outside, then he said, "Understood. Let's go together." As soon as the words fell, Fang Yin vanished from his spot. At that moment, as Su Yang was enjoying the slaughter, suddenly ripples appeared in the space before him and an old man seemed to peel away this space, stepping out from it. "How about you cease your actions?" Fang Yin said, his sinister eyes scanning the surroundings where the disciples of the Tianlan Sect lay dead and wounded. Fortunately, the dead were all ordinary disciples. The backbone of the Tianlan Sect was largely unharmed. Though he was extremely angry given that he didn't know Su Yang's strength and that no significant damage had been done to the Tianlan Sect, Fang Yin chose to let it go. After all, it's better to avoid trouble. Su Yang stopped looking at the person before him with indifference and suddenly said, "Are you the sect master of the Tianlan Sect? If not, call him out. If you are, then let's have a good talk." Fang Yin replied, "I am the sect master." "What is it, young friend? Do you have something to say to me?" Su Yan let out a cold laugh and said, "I now offer you two choices. The first, surrender the Motian Quang Jiao to me and I will spare your life and that of your sect. The second is that you refuse my first request and I will kill everyone in the Tianlan Sect. So which will you choose?" After Su Yang finished speaking, he crossed his arms, watching Fang Yin with great interest. Fang Yin's expression changed instantly upon hearing about the Motian Quang Jiao. "How did you find out?" Fang Yin asked, filled with suspicion. "Hey, if you want to keep a secret, you must not do anything yourself. How I found out is unimportant, rather you should think about the two paths I presented to you. Which one will you choose?" Su Yang said blandly. Fang Yin's expression shifted unpredictably. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he sneered and said, "Even if I give you the Motian Quang Jiao, what of it? That beast possesses half a cave heaven strength. Do you think you can control it?" Fang Yin laughed proudly. In truth, he couldn't control the Motian Quang Jiao, but he had a secret technique that could suppress its strength in a specific environment. Even so, he was still injured. This demonstrated the terror of the Motian Quang Jiao. Whether I can control the Motian Quang Jiao is my business. For now, consider the options I've given you and decide which path you will take. Fang Yin's expression changed unpredictably. He truly couldn't see through Su Yang's strength, feeling quite insecure. In his detection, Su Yang's cultivation was at the qi refining stage. However, he wasn't a fool. Even if his brain were as small as a toe, he knew Su Yang was not at the qi refining stage. This was merely a guise of Su Yang. Yet no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see through Su Yang's true cultivation. Thus he was now frustrated. Suddenly he sneered and said, "Since you say so, let's see how you plan to subdue that ferocious beast. I have placed the Motian Quang Jiao in a secluded valley at the back mountain. I will take you to see it." Fang Yin said, a cold smile in his heart. The Motian Quang Jiao is no ordinary creature. Since he doesn't know Su Yang's strength, he dares not make a move, so it's better to let the Motian Quang Jiao test him. A smile appeared on Su Yang's face as he said, "It seems you have chosen the first path. Well then, lead the way." Fang Yin led the way, and after passing several mountains they finally arrived at a deep and secluded valley. "The demon heaven frenzied flood dragon is indeed within it," Fang Yin said. Su Yang gazed into the deep canyon, which was extremely deep and dark, rendering the bottom invisible. However, Su Yang could sense the overwhelming murderous aura emanating from the bottom of the canyon. "Indeed it is," Su Yang replied calmly, having detected that the demon heaven frenzied flood dragon was merely at the half-step Dantian cultivation level. Once I deal with this demon heaven frenzied flood dragon, he'll come back up," Su Yang declared as he leaped into the canyon. This. Fang Yin was stunned. He had assumed Su Yang would retreat upon sensing the aura of the demon heaven frenzied flood dragon, but Su Yang jumped without a moment's hesitation. It felt as though he dismissed the demon heaven frenzied flood dragon entirely. After a moment's hesitation, Fang Yin chose not to follow Su Yang down into the canyon. If Su Yang could defeat the demon heaven frenzied flood dragon, then there would be no point in his descending. He should instead think of how to handle Su Yang, this formidable opponent. Similarly, if Su Yang could not overcome the demon heaven frenzied flood dragon, there was no need for him to descend either, as Su Yang would die at the hands of the creature. Descending would only mean being buried alongside him. After several minutes of free fall, Su Yang finally crashed to the bottom with a resounding thud. Su Yang smashed into the ground, creating a several meter deep pit, and dust swirled around him. Cough, cough, cough. Su Yang stood up and surveyed his surroundings. It was extremely dark all around. Although it wasn't pitch black, distant objects appeared hazy. A gust of cold wind swept by, sending a chilling sensation through Su Yang. This chill was not due to low temperatures, but a tremor that resonated from deep within his bones. "The atmosphere here is quite heavy with yin energy. It's a good place for nurturing evil spirits," Su Yang murmured as he glanced around. At that moment, two dark red lanterns suddenly appeared in the darkness.
Roar! A low growl echoed from the shadows. You've arrived, Su Yang said with a smile as he looked at the demon heaven-frenzied flood dragon before him. Despite the darkness, Su Yang's strong divine sense had already revealed the creature's presence. The demon heaven-frenzied flood dragon was enormous, curled up within the long canyon, its size almost too great to maneuver. Su Yang felt that even its eyes were larger than him. Humans are truly untrustworthy and should all be killed. The demon heaven-frenzied flood dragon spoke, its voice booming like thunder from the heavens. Even the surrounding rocks trembled and small stones fell to the ground. What do you mean? This is nonsensical, Su Yang replied, failing to comprehend the dragon's words. However, this did not hinder Su Yang from wanting to slay the demon heaven-frenzied flood dragon. Enough with the nonsense. Since you refuse to stay properly within the ceiling formation, then let's see how you fare in hell. The demon heaven-frenzied flood dragon snorted, spewing a white mist from its nostrils and sneering, human, who gave you such confidence? In the past. Before the dragon could finish, Su Yang suddenly leaped high, landing atop its massive head where two long prominent horns protruded. As Su Yang stroked the horns, a sudden realization struck him: these horns were rare spiritual herbs valuable for alchemy. With this thought, Su Yang coldly smirked, grasped one of the large horns and yanked it out forcefully. Blood streamed from the demon heaven-frenzied flood dragon's head and it let out a heart-wrenching scream. This sound echoed throughout the canyon, resonating through the skies. The disciples of the Demon Cloud sect looked up in terror, unsure of the source of the earth-shattering roar. The disciples on the canyon's edge were nearly deafened by the roar. What's happening? That sound doesn't seem right. Why does it sound so tragic? He muttered to himself. In his mind, the scene of Su Yang beating the demon heaven-frenzied flood dragon emerged. Below in the canyon, Su Yang stood atop the dragon's head, feeling discomfort in his eardrums from the roar. Scream, I'll call you mother. Su Yang suddenly grabbed the other horn of the demon heaven-frenzied flood dragon and yanked it out. Then, before the dragon could let out another cry, he delivered a powerful kick to its belly. The demon heaven-frenzied flood dragon was enormous, and Su Yang, standing beside it, felt as though he was less than 1/10th of its size. An ant kicking an elephant, what an incongruous and ludicrous sight. Yet the demon heaven-frenzied flood dragon was sent flying by Su Yang's kick. Boom! The body of the demon heaven-frenzied flood dragon scraped against the canyon walls. The entire canyon expanded several folds, transforming into a giant pit. All the disciples of the Demon Cloud sect looked on in horror from the back mountains. The ground of the Demon Cloud sect shook, buildings crumbled as if the earth was splitting. Amid the earth-shattering roar, a massive creature soared from the ground as if it had sprouted wings. What the hell is that? A disciple gazed up at the sky, unable to comprehend. It looks like a giant snake. A giant snake? Are you sure? How big can a snake be? I think it's a dragon, another disciple chimed in. The group of clueless disciples from the Demon Cloud sect stared up in awe. Fan Yin was utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape as if a chicken egg could fit inside. Unlike the other uninformed disciples, he recognized the creature as the demon heaven-frenzied flood dragon. But why was the demon heaven-frenzied flood dragon flying? At that moment, a figure suddenly shot out from the canyon. This figure, when compared to the demon heaven-frenzied flood dragon, was no larger than a sesame seed. Yet this sesame seed leaped onto the dragon's head and delivered a fierce kick. With a thud, the previously soaring demon heaven-frenzied flood dragon suddenly changed course, plummeting towards the ground. Boom! The demon heaven-frenzied flood dragon crashed onto the peak of a mountain, shattering it completely, sending rocks and dirt flying. The mountain peak had turned flat while the demon heaven-frenzied flood dragon lay motionless, its massive mouth gasping for air. That was easy. Su Yang shook his head as he landed by the dragon's mouth. Spare me. I am willing to serve you from now on. The demon heaven-frenzied flood dragon looked at Su Yang and with all its strength pleaded, spare me. Although this was a difficult statement for the Tianlan Sect to articulate, its enormous size made its voice resonate like thunder, and everyone in the Tianlan Sect heard it. Many people were shocked on the spot. Although they did not know what had happened, it did not hinder their imaginations. However, Fan Yin was more shocked than anyone else at this moment. He realized that the Tianlan Sect actually spoke words of submission. I don't need it. Su Yang said lightly, looking at the Tianlan Sect before him. He felt that the Tianlan Sect was more valuable dead than alive. He believed that the Tianlan Sect still had many spirit herbs on it. For example, Su Yang looked at the whiskers of the Tianlan Sect before him, which could be used like ropes. The whiskers of the Tianlan Sect could be refined into infant pills along with some other spirit herbs. The Changing Dan could significantly enhance the success rate of advancing from Golden Core stage to Nascent Soul stage. You don't want me, so what do you mean? Do you want to kill me? The Tianlan Sect said, somewhat panicked. Even 1,000 years ago it had fought against dozens of Nascent Soul practitioners without panic, but now it was terrified in front of Su Yang. The two kicks Su Yang had given it earlier made it start to question its life. It was too powerful, those two kicks had almost taken its life. Moreover, it was clear that Su Yang had not even used all of his strength, it felt like he was just toying with it. Those seemingly light kicks had left it severely injured. Although its intelligence couldn't compare to that of humans, it understood that it was no match for them. "Human, don't kill me, I can be your mount," the Mo Tian Kuang Jiao said in terror. Su Yang shook his head and replied, "I am not interested in mounts, I am interested in alchemy, so I plan to use you for refining pills." "Use me for alchemy?" The Mo Tian Kuang Jiao was stunned for a few seconds before instantly reacting. "Damn, using me for alchemy means you want me dead, right? Moreover, it would be the kind of death filled with 1,000 cuts." Thinking of this, the Mo Tian Kuang Jiao was so scared that it almost wet itself, quickly saying, "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I can do anything you ask, okay? Just don't use me for alchemy." The Mo Tian Kuang Jiao pleaded desperately. In the face of life and death, its dignity meant nothing, so it completely discarded its pride and begged shamelessly. Fan Yin watched as the once cool and aloof Mo Tian Kuang Jiao, who had been regarded as a genius, began to act cute and beg for mercy, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He then turned around, fine beads of sweat starting to form in his palms. His situation was not much better than that of the Mo Tian Kuang Jiao. He could sense Su Yang's deep-seated malice towards the Mo Yun sect. He felt that if Su Yang became displeased, he could annihilate the Mo Yun sect in the blink of an eye. Therefore, the top priority for the Mo Yun sect was to ensure Su Yang was comfortable and not to make him feel displeased. This was a matter of life and death for the Mo Yun sect. Additionally, there was another very tricky issue at hand. The Mo Yun sect had stolen the Mo Tian Kuang Jiao from the Tianlan Sect. How should they explain this to their elders? Fan Yin felt a splitting headache. On the other side, the Mo Tian Kuang Jiao was trying its best to come up with countless reasons for why it shouldn't be killed, but all were rejected by Su Yang's statement of intending to use it for alchemy. "Human, don't go too far. You want to use me for alchemy, right? If you kill me, you won't get anything," the Mo Tian Kuang Jiao shouted in desperation. Su Yang smiled faintly and said, "You can try it. If you try, you'll know." With a confident smile on his face, Su Yang's clear eyes looked at the Mo Tian Kuang Jiao. The Mo Tian Kuang Jiao screamed in despair, "Fine, since you insist on killing me, then I will make sure you get nothing." As soon as these words fell, the massive body of the Mo Tian Kuang Jiao turned red as if it were a branding iron being heated. Boom! Suddenly, the surrounding spiritual energy became dense. Then gradually it started to swirl around the body of the Mo Tian Kuang Jiao. The swirling became more and more violent, turning into a tornado of spiritual energy. The Mo Tian Kuang Jiao's body became even redder, translucent, as if it would melt at any moment. "Are you planning to self-destruct?" Su Yang asked lightly, showing no signs of surprise. Su Yang estimated that if the Mo Tian Kuang Jiao self-destructed with this amount of spiritual energy, the area within 100 miles would turn to ashes. "Haha, human, you forced me. If I die, I will take you down with me." "Ha ha ha." The Mo Tian Kuang Jiao roared with laughter. At this moment, its body slowly began to swell, resembling a balloon that could explode at any moment. "Hee hee, you are overthinking it," Su Yang said lightly. As he spoke, he extended a finger and poked the Mo Tian Kuang Jiao's body. At that moment, something miraculous happened. The Mo Tian Kuang Jiao's swollen form quickly shrank back down to its normal size. That bright red body changed back to its normal dark color. The spiritual energy storm that had just gathered quickly dissipated, and the world returned to tranquility as if everything that had happened was just an illusion. What is going on? The Mo Tian Kuang Jiao was somewhat confused, its large eyes filled with bewilderment. "Hee hee, you can go die now," Su Yang said lightly, suddenly taking out a sword and stabbing it into the Mo Tian Kuang Jiao's forehead. Bang! The sword pierced through the Mo Tian Kuang Jiao's head, instantly shattering it to pieces. Su Yang looked at the corpse of the Mo Tian Kuang Jiao and smiled. The Mo Tian Kuang Jiao could actually be considered an elder, but its strength was only half a step into the cave heaven realm, and it might not even reach that. The only thing intimidating was its massive body. Of course, this does not mean that the Mo Tian Kuang Jiao was weak. It was simply because it had been sealed under a formation for 1,000 years, causing its cultivation to regress instead of progress. Even if it had now emerged, it hadn't regained its vitality. If the Mo Tian Kuang Jiao were allowed to rest for a while, it should be able to recover to the cultivation realm of cave heaven. Just then, Su Yang suddenly heard a sound of something slicing through the air from behind. Su Yang turned to look and saw a group of people flying towards him. "Who are you and what do you want?" Su Yang asked. Thud. At that moment, the group of flying individuals suddenly knelt on one knee, respectfully saying, "The Mo Yun sect welcomes your esteemed presence." The leader was Fan Yin, who spoke tremblingly. Su Yang's gaze swept over Fan Yin's body. Fan Yin's smile appeared even more forced, and Su Yang could almost hear his heartbeat from a distance. "What are you doing? You wore it like this just moments ago," Su Yang said coolly.
Fang Yin wiped the cold sweat from his brow, deeply frustrated.
Had he known earlier how formidable Su Yang truly was, he would never have dared adopt such an arrogant attitude.
My lord, I sincerely beg your forgiveness for my earlier insolence, Fang Yin stammered, voice trembling with fear. Su Yang nodded slightly and replied, very well, I acknowledge it. Now tell me, what is it you intend to do next?
I have come especially to beg your lordship's pardon.
Fang Yin replied. Su Yang let out a chilling chuckle. What crime have you committed? Fang Yin broke into an even more frantic sweat.
Those words were clearly laced with biting sarcasm.
After a moment's hesitation, he ventured, the crime of disrespect just now. Oof. Let that crime of disrespect wait, for now let us speak of the demonic beast. Su Yang pointed coldly at the lifeless corpse of the Tianlan rampant serpent.
A crushing weight settled upon Fang Yin's chest. Darkness swam before his eyes. He nearly fainted on the spot. What he feared most was precisely the Su Yang's scrutiny of the Tianlan rampant serpent. For they truly were guilty. Releasing the Tianlan rampant serpent had been an act of brazen defiance against heaven and earth itself.
Moreover, the Tianlan rampant serpent answered to no master, not even the Tianlan Sect.
Their relationship was merely a transactional alliance. The beast resided temporarily within the sect's domain. We only wished for the Tianlan rampant serpent to serve as our mountain-protecting spirit beast, nothing more. Fang Yin murmured, his voice thick with guilt.
Is that so? Su Yang sneered once more, offering no judgment. When you broke its seal, did you ever consider the consequences? If the Tianlan rampant serpent turned uncontrollable, what then?
Su Yang fixed his gaze upon him.
Well.
Another sect member timidly ventured, but isn't your lordship here to handle it? Su Yang glanced at the speaker, and with no patience left for idle banter, he spoke. I shall not pursue punishment, but I will pay a visit to your treasury.
Do you object? Su Yang asked, certain his meaning was unmistakable. Fang Yin's face shifted through waves of dismay before settling into resignation.
With a heavy sigh he replied, yes, your lordships will be done. Though bitterness seethed in his heart, what choice did he have?
A senior expert capable of slaying the Tianlan rampant serpent with a single kick could obliterate the entire Tianlan Sect without effort. Under Fang Yin's reluctant guidance, Su Yang entered the Tianlan Sect's treasury.
Indeed, it held no small number of treasures. Spirit swords, elixirs, cultivation manuals, these were the accumulated legacies of a sect whose lineage stretched over 1,000 years.
At present, the Tianlan Sect stood at the zenith of its power, and its vaults overflowed accordingly.
A millennium ago, Su Yang would not have deigned to glance at such things. But today the Tianlan Sect was destitute, the treasury stood nearly bare.
With so many disciples yet so little wealth, how could the sect possibly endure?
Without hesitation, Su Yang swept his hand, and every artifact vanished into his spatial storage realm.
Fang Yin watched helplessly as his ancestral legacy dissolved before his eyes. Fury raged within him, yet he dared utter nothing, forcing instead a dazzling hollow smile onto his face.
Overwhelmed by the sheer intensity of the trauma, Fang Yin gasped sharply, his vision whited out, and he collapsed unconscious. By the next day, legends of the Tianlan Sect had already begun spreading across the Tianwu prefecture. For elders and refining disciples alike had descended the mountain, begging alms. Su Yang had not only emptied the sect's treasury, he had stripped every disciple bare, from elders down to the lowest cultivators.
Even the sect's majestic mountain gate had been uprooted and carried away.
The Tianlan Sect had become in truth a sect of beggars. Su Yang returned to the Tianlan Sect and on his very first day announced a grand distribution of treasures, summoning all disciples to gather in the central plaza. A throng surged into the square, gazing up in awe at Su Yang standing tall upon the elevated platform.
Ahem, everyone, please settle down.
Clear a space in the center, I'll place the treasures there and each of you may take whatever catches your eye.
Su Yang's resonant voice echoed across the square, and instantly the central area cleared.
With a sweeping gesture he summoned the plundered hoard, mountains of artifacts piled high like refuse in the plaza's heart. Yet the delicate fragrance of refined pills and the piercing glint of spirit blades betrayed their true nature. These were no cast-offs, they were priceless, peerless treasures. Upon seeing them, the Tianlan Sect disciples stood frozen in stunned silence. There's simply too much. What did Elder Su actually do out there?
You golden core elders, don't behave so ignorantly, scrambling for scraps among juniors. I've reserved finer treasures for you.
For now, maintain order. Anyone caught fighting or stealing gets struck down immediately.
Su Yang addressed the golden core elders of the Tianlan Sect.
Their faces lit with delight. After hastily expressing gratitude, they rushed off to enforce discipline. Elder Su, with such a staggering abundance, did you perhaps raid an entire sect?
Ling Qingshu approached, eyeing the towering pile of loot with wry disbelief.
Precisely. I did raid an entire sect, Su Yang confirmed with a calm nod. Ling Qingshu blinked. She'd only meant it as just never expecting truth. She stared at him speechless, then as if struck by sudden realization she asked, shall we go to the mountain gate?
Why go there?
Our current mountain gate has crumbled beyond recognition.
I've brought back a splendid replacement, let's use it for now. Su Yang replied.
Ling Chengshu gazed at him bewildered. Had she understood correctly?
Elder Su had stolen a mountain gate.
Su Yang strode to the Tianlan Sect's entrance, uprooted the ruined gate and cast it aside, then installed the seized Emoyun Sect gate in its place. Instantly the imposing presence of the new gate transformed the sect's aura entirely. Elder Su, the characters inscribed upon this gate read Emoyun Sect. Ling Chengshu observed her expression, a mixture of exasperation and incredulity.
Su Yang's brow furrowed.
In one fluid motion he leapt skyward, drawing a spirit sword. A blinding white arc flashed, and the three characters Emoyun Sect were cleanly severed from the gate. Then wielding the blade with masterful grace he traced elegant soaring strokes across the timber, carving the words Tianlan Sect in bold vibrant calligraphy.
Su Yang landed softly, sheathed his sword and smiled faintly at the newly inscribed characters.
Chengshu, what do you think of the calligraphy? Ling Chengshu looked, and at first glance saw nothing extraordinary. Yet the longer she gazed the more her breath faltered, as though an invisible hand had seized her heart, tightening its grip with each passing second. Ancestor, why does this character make me feel so alarmed? Asked Ling Chengshu. Su Yang smiled slightly and explained, this character is infused with the laws of heaven and earth, carrying a murderous intent. You see, it hasn't caused any significant harm, but those with malicious intent towards the Tianlan Sect will be severely affected mentally.
Hearing this, Ling Chengshu looked at Su Yang with admiration, feeling that her ancestor was truly omnipotent.
After setting the gates of the Tianlan Sect, Su Yang returned to the sect.
Next, Su Yang prepared to refine pills.
Looking at the mountain of spiritual herbs piled up, Du Yang felt his hands might cramp. With so many herbs, if he were to refine them alone, it would likely take him until the heavens turned dark.
Moreover, Su Yang, being a figure of the ancestors' level, felt like a mere apprentice in alchemy at this moment.
Su Yang sat dejectedly on the ground, a blade of grass in his mouth. Sigh, it seems I need a couple of little apprentices for alchemy. As he spoke, Su Yang stood up and looked outside. Ling Chengshu was not suitable. Although she had some talent for alchemy, it wasn't particularly remarkable. Under Su Yang's patient guidance she might become a master alchemist, but Ling Chengshu was the sect leader of the Tianlan Sect. She couldn't be refining pills all the time. I need to go down the mountain to find a little apprentice, Su Yang sighed as he walked outside. The Tianlan Sect, having endured countless years, had turned into ruins, which was no exaggeration.
Rebuilding the Tianlan Sect was destined to be a monumental task. However, Su Yang did not care at all.
No matter how great the difficulties, they could not deter him. To Su Yang, the Tianlan Sect was a spiritual refuge. He had lived for far too long, having established the sect with his master 100,000 years ago, witnessing its growth from nothing to greatness. Over 100,000 years the world had changed tremendously. His master, his junior brothers and past acquaintances had all vanished in the river of time. Such a long time could erase all traces.
In the depths of his memory, even the appearance of his master had become vague.
The only proof of his master's existence was the Tianlan Sect that he had seen, created by his master's own hands. The fact that the Tianlan Sect still existed in the world after 100,000 years was due to Su Yang's efforts. In his heart there were only two things: first, to swiftly reach foundation establishment from the Qi refinement stage.
The second was to ensure the eternal existence of the Tianlan Sect.
Not only should it endure, but it should also become the most powerful sect in the world, regaining its former glory. Before leaving the Tianlan Sect, Su Yang assigned Ling Chengshu a task to recruit disciples interested in alchemy.
The next day many people came to participate in the assessment.
However, most of the attendees were local, with hardly anyone from other places. Most of these people came merely for the excitement and had no talent for alchemy.
Even those with some talent for alchemy did not meet Su Yang's recruitment standards. It seems I cannot just wait here, I need to go out and take a look.
Su Yang frowned as he looked at these people devoid of alchemy talent. The following day he left the Tianlan Sect and roamed through the Qizhou region, seeking a talented alchemist to take as his disciple. But after searching for half a month, Su Yang had not found a single person with alchemical talent, let alone a genius.
Continuing this way is not a solution.
Su Yang frowned and said. Suddenly he slapped his forehead, feeling foolish. Why was he searching around for people with alchemical talent and willingness? Though they were difficult to find, there was definitely a place filled with such individuals. Thinking of this, Su Yang headed straight for the Yaoshan Manor in Qizhou. At the Yaoshan Manor, although the combat power of their cultivators might not rank highly in Qizhou as an alchemy sect, no other force dared to claim the top position. In Qizhou, almost all forces would invite the alchemists from the Yaoshan Manor to refine pills. Thus the Yaoshan Manor was quite wealthy and lived a comfortable life.
The Yaoshan Manor, known as the top alchemy sect in Qizhou, was renowned and attracted many aspiring alchemists wanting to join. Now it was time for the annual grand recruitment event at the Yaoshan Manor.
Outside the Yaoshan Manor the crowd was immense, all composed of individuals with some alchemical qualifications. Su Yang mingled among them, scanning their appearances.
No, still not suitable. Su Yang could tell the alchemical aptitude of each person he glanced at.
After observing so many, he still hadn't found a disciple with adequate qualifications.
Su Yang couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed.
He even considered abandoning the thought of finding a disciple and directly hiring an alchemist from the Yaoshan manor to assist him.
Just as Su Yang was pondering, an impatient voice suddenly rang out from the front. "Hey you, what are you dawdling about? Come over for the assessment."
Su Yan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man in blue calling out to him.
"Hurry up and come over for the qualification test."
Zhou Che shouted more impatiently when he saw Su Yang still standing there. Next to Zhou Che there was a four-legged frame supported by four golden black iron rods standing half a person tall. On the frame there was a white crystal ball. Su Yang recognized this item. It was a crystal ball used to test a person's alchemy qualifications. One needed to place their hand on the crystal ball and infuse spiritual energy, which would then change color to indicate the individual's alchemical aptitude. If it turned white, it meant no alchemical talent. Blue indicated poor, yellow average, red excellent, and black was exceptional. The specific levels could also be judged by the depth of the color.
For example, blue could be light blue or dark blue, etc. Su Yang approached the crystal ball and pressed his right hand on it.
A thread of spiritual energy flowed into it for a moment. Many people were staring at that thread of spiritual energy, but when it dissipated, the color of the crystal ball showed no change whatsoever.
"Not qualified, next."
Zhou Che waved his hand, looking thoroughly impatient. Since there was no talent, it indicated that Su Yang would be a mere mortal in the future. As a cultivator and alchemist, there was naturally no need for Zhou Che to be polite to a mortal.
Su Yang did not mind, as this was the normal attitude of cultivators towards mortals.
Having not found the desired candidate in this place, Su Yang did not intend to stay any longer. Just as he turned to leave, suddenly his gaze caught sight of two siblings in the corner.
Geniuses, unparalleled geniuses. In the next moment, Su Yang became excited.
The siblings, the elder sister around 13 years old, wore tattered clothes that could not conceal her striking beauty, clearly destined to become a stunning woman in the future. As for the younger brother, he appeared to be around 8 years old.
Although he looked extremely miserable, his eyes sparkled with clarity and determination. Both of them possessed extraordinary talent, being geniuses in alchemy.
They placed a small bowl on the ground and knelt down to beg. It was astonishing that such talented individuals went unnoticed, left to beg for food. Su Yang felt a wave of speechlessness wash over him.
He walked over, took out a red fruit and handed it to the two of them. "Eat this."
"Thank you." The siblings quickly expressed their gratitude, bowing to Su Yang before eagerly devouring the fruit. Their ravenous appearance indicated they had been starving for quite some time. Su Yang waited with a smile for the siblings to finish eating.
"What are your names?" "I am Lu Qing and this is Lu Ming,"
said the sister, her voice delicate and pleasant. Su Yang nodded and said, "All right, Lu Qing, from now on you will follow me." He smiled, not expecting that this visit would lead him to such a treasure. Lu Qing was taken aback, stepping back cautiously as she looked at Su Yang. Su Yang felt awkward under her gaze, as if he were trying to abduct a young girl.
"Hey, you mortal really know how to pick up a bargain."
At that moment, a mocking voice came from behind. Su Yang turned to see Zhou Che walking over nonchalantly. His gaze fell on Lu Qing, unable to look away, gradually filled with lewd light. "Get lost," Su Yang said coldly. "Oh, you a mere mortal acting so tough," Zhou Che sneered, dismissing Su Yang completely. His gaze shifted back to Lu Qing as he continued, "Little sister, come with me. I promise you will enjoy a life of luxury and no one will dare to bully you again. What do you think?" Zhou Che's gaze seemed to fixate on Lu Qing like a snake filled with unmasked, disgusting desire. Lu Qing pulled Lu Ming back a few steps and said, "No, my mother is still waiting for me at home," she said as she tugged Lu Ming away. Zhou Che stepped forward, reaching out to grab Lu Qing, smiling as he said, "It is a blessing for you to follow me and enjoy the good life. Why are you being so ungrateful?" Lu Qing, caught by Zhou Che, could not move, her face pale as she nearly burst into tears. "Let go of me, I will spare you, otherwise you will die." Su Yang stepped forward, speaking coldly. Su Yang had already taken the siblings as his disciples, and he certainly would not sit idly by while Zhou Che tried to bully them. "You mere mortal, I give you 3 seconds to get lost or I will make you die," Zhou Che responded fiercely. The dispute naturally attracted the attention of other onlookers who were not blind to the lewd light in Zhou Che's eyes. Nevertheless, they began to discuss among themselves. "I have seen these siblings here several times. They are truly pitiful, having nearly starved to death multiple times. He Zhou Che has taken a liking to that girl. She is bound to have good fortune, at least she won't have to beg anymore. That mortal is truly courting death, daring to steal Zhou Che's woman. I bet he won't survive the day." The siblings turned pale upon hearing the crowd's discussions. "Run!" Lu Qing shouted, and she and Lu Ming began to flee desperately. However, how could two mere mortals escape the grasp of a cultivator like Zhou Che? In the next moment, Zhou Che appeared behind them, a large hand reaching out to grab them. "Sigh, in this world, why is there always someone looking for death?" Su Yang shook his head with a sigh. He stepped forward and instantly arrived behind Zhou Che. Boom! Su Yang threw a punch. The punch was not particularly fast and seemed no different from that of an ordinary mortal. Zhou Che as a cultivator quickly reacted, looking at Su Yang's seemingly light punch with a cruel smile at the corner of his mouth. Ha ha ha, you a little mortal dare to fight me. You must be tired of living. As Zhou Che's words fell, he threw a punch at Su Yang. Today I will show you the difference between a cultivator and a mortal. Boom! Su Yang's fist collided with Zhou Che's. Crack! At that moment a crisp sound rang out. Zhou Che's arm was directly shattered by Su Yang's powerful punch. Just so Su Yang said with a faint smile. Is this the difference you speak of between cultivators and mortals? As Su Yang's voice fell, Zhou Che spat out a mouthful of blood, his entire body flying backward. With a loud crash he smashed into a wall, breaking through several walls before heavily landing on the ground. At this moment the surrounding people were stunned and some cultivators used their spiritual energy to probe Su Yang's cultivation level. He is not a mortal, he has cultivation, he is a chi refining stage cultivator. Wow, I didn't expect him to hide it so well, I always thought he was a mortal. Many people discussed, filled with astonishment. Even if he is a cultivator, so what? He is merely a chi refining stage cultivator. Don't forget the person he just attacked is an alchemist from the Medicine Mountain Manor, and we are in the Medicine Mountain Manor. After this person's words the scene fell silent for a few seconds, and then people began to realize the truth in what he said. That person is doomed. That's right, he attacked Zhou Che, who was a disciple of a foundation establishment stage cultivator. Su Yang listened to the discussions around him and found it somewhat amusing. A mere Medicine Mountain Manor would be nothing to him, extinguishing them would be as easy as lifting a finger. Su Yang walked up to the two siblings who were already dumbfounded and said, you two are geniuses in alchemy. If you become my disciples I can take you to the pinnacle of the world. Su Yang spoke, feeling a sense of guilt rising in his heart. He felt as if he was enticing a little girl. The onlookers, not understanding the truth, looked at Su Yang with disdain. They thought Su Yang was a noble person who stood up for the oppressed. Little did they know he was just like Zhou Che, only interested in the girl's beauty. The little girl wore a face of skepticism and vigilance. However, since Su Yang had just saved them, she felt less aversion towards him than towards Zhou Che. No, my mother is still waiting for me at home. We have to go back or she will be worried. As the little girl spoke, she prepared to leave. Thinking of leaving? None of you are going anywhere today. At that moment a brazen voice rang out. Su Yang turned helplessly to see an old man walking toward him from the crowd. The old man wore a light blue robe and held an alchemy furnace in his hand. He was merely at the foundation establishment stage, but he was undoubtedly an alchemist far more esteemed than ordinary foundation establishment cultivators. The old man approached Su Yang, sizing him up before laughing. You a mere chi refinement stage brat dare to cause trouble in my Yao Mountain Manor. Are you seeking death? Su Yang was speechless at such a person. He didn't want to waste time and directly asked, so what do you want? Are you here to cause trouble or for something else? He was not in the mood to banter with these people. All he wanted was to take the siblings under his wing and return to properly educate them. However, Su Yang's attitude enraged the old man. Did your master not teach you how to respect your elders? The old man said coldly. Su Yang looked at him in disbelief. What did this old man just say? Respect your elders. This man, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, dared to preach respect to Su Yang, an ancient being who had lived for 100,000 years. Su Yang smiled, but after the earlier conversation he had already figured out that this person was here to cause trouble. Since he was here to cause trouble, Su Yang naturally felt no need to be polite. Get lost, he shouted as he threw a punch at him. The punch was incredibly fast. The old man didn't even have time to react before being struck. Blood flowed as he was instantly sent flying. Su Yang clapped his hands, not even bothering to glance at him again as he approached the two siblings, saying, You mentioned your mother was waiting for you, can you tell me more about it? The little girl was so frightened by the bloody scene that she was nearly paralyzed. The little boy, however, maintained a steady demeanor, his expression unchanged. All right, I believe you, the little girl finally said after much internal struggle. She sensed that Su Yang was different from others and meant her no harm. Since you believe me, can you tell me what happened? Why were you begging outside? I can help you. Su Yang asked with a smile. The little girl wiped her tears and replied, My mother is sick and can't get out of bed. We have nothing to eat at home, so we had to come out. I see. Would you be able to take me to your home? I might be able to cure your mother, Su Yang said, nodding. Is everything you said true? The little girl looked up at Su Yang, revealing a joyful smile. I wouldn't lie to you. Let's go, take me to your home, Su Yang said. The little girl nodded, ready to lead Su Yang away, when suddenly a person appeared in front of him. Thinking of leaving?
After killing people from my Yao Mountain Manor, you think you can just walk away? Boom.
Before the person could finish speaking, Su Yang had already punched him. That person instantly turned into a mist of blood dissipating into the air. In the future, can you not seek death? I don't want to kill you, yet you insist on making me do so, Su Yang said nonchalantly.
The onlookers were stunned, staring at Su Yang in disbelief.
The person who had just emerged was the head of Yao Mountain Manor, a golden core stage cultivator.
Yet a golden core cultivator was effortlessly slain by Su Yang. The others were left feeling bewildered. What on earth is his cultivation level?
The person who just came out was apparently the head of Yao Mountain Manor, a golden core cultivator.
So what?
He was still killed instantly by that mysterious figure. While everyone was discussing Su Yang, he had already arrived at the little girl's home. It was a dilapidated wooden house, small and severely corroded, as if it could collapse at any moment.
Upon entering the house, Su Yang saw an old woman lying on the bed.
She lay there with a grey complexion, emitting a foul odor.
Poison, Su Yang observed at a glance, understanding the situation. Poison was not a problem. Su Yang could concoct an antidote in no time.
However, to Su Yang this was clearly a waste of time.
Xinger. Who is he?
The old woman on the bed coughed as she looked at Su Yang, her eyes filled with deep suspicion.
This is my savior, Lu Qing said, then recounted the events that occurred at Yao Mountain Manor to the old woman.
After hearing this, the old woman cast a reproachful glance at Lu Qing and said, I told you not to go to those places, but you wouldn't listen. Now you know, had it not been for young master, so you wouldn't be here today.
But I want to be an alchemist. Why can't we pursue that?
Lu Qing said, her eyes filled with envy.
Becoming an alchemist is not something just anyone can do.
Why are you still thinking about this? The old woman said. The little girl lowered her head.
Su Yang felt a bit awkward being left out of the conversation between the two. Your daughter is very suitable for alchemy. Moreover, your son is also quite suitable.
I'm here today to take him as my disciple and teach him the art of alchemy. The old woman lying on the bed was skeptical, but after hearing Lu Qing say that Su Yang turned a person into blood mist with a single punch, she treated Su Yang with utmost respect.
No way.
Sai, my daughter has always been foolish. The old woman hesitated to say something when Su Yang directly interrupted her.
I mean it, don't say anything else, Su Yang said.
Then he walked to the old woman's bedside, placed a hand on her shoulder and infused her with a thread of spiritual energy.
Puff.
In just a second, the old woman spat out a mouthful of black, foul-smelling blood.
Mom. Are you okay?
The little girl rushed over with a look of concern, staring at the old woman.
Stay calm, I've already detoxified her.
She can get out of bed and walk now, Su Yang said. That strike not only expelled the poison from the old woman but also eliminated the natural toxins she had accumulated over the years.
If nothing untoward occurred, she would live to a full century.
The old woman felt her once rigid body suddenly grow astonishingly light, and she could not help but sit up in bed. She was stunned for a moment, tears streaming down her face. Su Yang, as if expecting this reaction, smiled and said, "Try it, stand and walk." The old woman obeyed. Su Yang rose from the bed and paced about the room, delighted like a child given a new toy. Lu Qing and Lu Ming wore faces full of excitement.
Thank you, benefactor.
After a short time, the three of them knelt before Su Yang, their gratitude solemn and humble.
No need for thanks.
From now on, Lu Qing and Lu Ming will be my disciples, Su Yang said, placing a hand on Lu Qing's shoulder. The old woman looked up at him unbelieving.
Benefactor, do you mean to teach them your craft? She asked.
Yes, Su Yang replied, these two children possess exceptional talent for alchemy, I can teach them. The old woman, hearing this, was so moved she could not speak. She had lain paralyzed in bed, yet Su Yang merely touched her and her ailment vanished altogether. With such a formidable person to instruct her children, even if they only graduated as common physicians, the rest of their lives would be secure and they would not go hungry. Suddenly she thought of the legends of immortals and her senses sharpened. Perhaps an immortal truly stood before her.
Thank you, benefactor, thank you.
The old woman babbled incoherently, tears streaming as she kowtowed in thanks. Lu Qing looked at Su Yang with rapt joy. All her life she had longed to practice alchemy. Everyone had always said she was no good. This was the first time anyone had told her she could practice alchemy, and the praise came from an immortal. Her dream seemed to leap from the horizon to right before her eyes. If I learn alchemy, will I be able to do what you did to save my mother, master? Lu Qing asked sweetly as she stepped before Su Yang, the word master slipping from her lips unconsciously. Those were trifles. Master even 1,000th of the technique and you could raise the dead from flesh and bone without difficulty, Su Yang said with a smile. At that moment a coarse voice called from outside, Wang Fengsui, it is time to pay the rent. Their merriment was broken by a rough male voice from the doorway. With a bang, the shabby wooden door was kicked open by a heavy stout foot. The entire hut shuddered, the timbers creaking as if afraid they might collapse. A corpulent, greasy, middle-aged man stepped inside.
He fixed lascivious eyes on Lu Qing without concealment.
Wang Fengshui, including the 3 mu of land outside in this house, you owe 30 taels of silver this month. Moreover, your rent has been in arrears for 12 months at 30 taels a month. They'll give you a discount, 500 taels total, he muttered with his eyes closed, spouting nonsense.
Su Yang's mouth twitched.
30 taels a month for a dilapidated hut in these wastelands was nothing short of robbery.
500 taels could buy a courtyard house in a prosperous city. Su Yang narrowed his eyes and watched the fat man's performance.
30 taels.
I do not have that much.
Besides, when we came it was agreed 3 taels a year, was it not? And I haven't even rented the land outside anymore, Wang Fengshui stammered, trying to argue.
The corpulent man, surprised, said,
Your wife was paralyzed, wasn't she?
How is she healed?
You weren't lying to me before, were you? He then turned his gaze to Su Yang.
Who is this person, your paramour?
Lu Qing grabbed Su Yang's hand in alarm.
Master, what should we do?
Su Yang produced a red fruit and, nibbling it with interest, said calmly, stay composed. His voice seemed to carry a strange power. The 3 who had panicked recovered their wits.
Master.
Who is this little one? The corpulent man asked as he stepped toward Su Yang. Oh, I see, unable to pay rent, so you sold your daughter, did you? He leered lewdly as he approached Lu Qing, appraising her. Tell you what, rather than selling her to others, sell her to me.
You'll wipe away all your debts.
As he reached out to pinch Lu Qing's youthful cheek, an iron-like hand shot out and seized the fat man's wrist with vice-like force. I give you 3 seconds to get out of here, Su Yang said calmly. The man tried to pull free, but Su Yang's grip was immense, his face flushed, and he could not budge an inch.
Let go and I may spare you otherwise.
Su Yang raised his other hand and with a sharp crack slapped the man across the cheek. The fat folds of his face jiggled like a rubber ball. Now get out or I will make your head turn a full 360 degrees, Su Yang said coldly. Su Yang released his hold. The man rubbed his numb, aching cheek, a vicious light flaring in his eyes. He had never taken such a humiliation. Drawing a large cleaver from his back, he swung at Su Yang's brow. In these days, why are there always so many fools courting death? Su Yang sighed. With it, he seized the fat man, gripped his head and twisted. There was a sickening crack as the man's skull completed a full 360-degree rotation. When Su Yang released him, the man went limp and fell to the ground. Wang Fengshui and the others were frozen in terror, staring at the corpse in helpless disbelief. Having witnessed Su Yang's ruthless method, Lu Qing remained relatively composed. Lu Ming, however, showed no fear, only a fierce exhilaration in his eyes.
Benefactor, you must flee. They will report this to the authorities, Wang Fengshui urged with frantic distress.
Su Yang, slightly bemused, did not explain and simply asked, do you know where this fat man lives?
Wang Fengshui froze for a moment and asked, Benefactor, why do you ask?
Su Yang produced another fruit and took a casual bite.
I will go and kill his entire family.
Wang Fengshui was rendered utterly speechless, her lips trembling. Su Yang smiled. Of course he was teasing. There were many villains in the world and he cared little for them. He only concerned himself with matters that touched him directly, otherwise Su Yang kept his hands off. As long as one did not provoke Su Yang, he would not trouble himself with them. Su Yang retrieved a palm-sized spirit ship from his spatial storage artifact and tossed it into the air. A radiant white light enveloped the vessel as it swiftly expanded in size. Within seconds it swelled from the size of a hand to nearly half the dimensions of a modest dwelling.
Master, how extraordinary!
What is this? Lu Qing gazed upward in awe at the spirit ship hovering silently in midair. Though she had encountered numerous cultivators during her time at the Medicine Manor, this was her first sight of such a vessel. Wang Fengshui too stood spellbound, murmuring inwardly, truly the arts of immortals are unfathomably profound. Come aboard, we need no longer linger here. I shall escort you to the Tianlan Sect.
Su Yang declared.
Wang Fengshui hesitated, then said, I must gather my belongings first. There is no need, Su Yang replied calmly. But those things are costly. So much silver, she muttered under her breath. With a sharp crack, Su Yang hurled a massive pile of silver ingots onto the ground, towering higher than a man.
Is this sufficient?
Wang Fengshui stared blankly for several seconds before instinctively nodding. Yes, enough. They are yours entirely, though you cannot carry them now, so I shall hold them in trust for you. Su Yang waved his hand and the tonnage of silver vanished instantly. In a single day, Wang Fengshui had endured too many shocks, her mind reeled, buzzing with disorientation. The 3 boarded Su Yang's spirit ship, which then surged forward at breathtaking speed. Within mere minutes it traversed countless mountains and rivers, arriving at the Tianlan Sect. Without delay, Su Yang secured a spacious Sihiyuan courtyard in the sect's rear mountains for Wang Fengshui and entrusted her with the entire hoard of silver. Overwhelmed, Wang Fengshui collapsed, nearly fainting. Su Yang could only sigh wryly and summon 2 Foundation establishment-level disciples to attend to her. As the mother of his 2 disciples, she deserved nothing less than utmost care. Once Wang Fengshui was settled, Su Yan led Lu Cheng and Lu Ming to his alchemy chamber.
From this day forth you are cultivators and aspiring alchemists.
Cultivation is arduous and monotonous. Pill refinement demands relentless trial and failure. Yet I urge you never to yield, for to abandon your path would be to betray your innate talent.
Su Yang stood beside the alchemical furnace speaking softly.
He had uttered these very words to every disciple he had ever taken.
Yes, master, we understand.
Lu Qing gazed about the alchemy chamber, her fingers instinctively tracing the surface of the furnace.
Though utterly unfamiliar with such artifacts, she felt an uncanny deep-rooted resonance.
Su Yang produced several vials of pills and handed them to Lu Cheng and Lu Ming.
These are the elixirs you shall one day refine.
Do not mistake me, I do not yet expect you to forge pills.
Rather I command you to ingest them. These elixirs shall awaken your cultivation foundation. Guided by Su Yang, Lu Cheng and Lu Ming consumed vial after vial. Within a single day both attained the mid-foundation establishment realm.
Though Su Yang rejoiced at elevating his disciples to foundation establishment, once more a quiet melancholy settled upon him. After 10,000 years he remained mired in the qi condensation stage, while his disciples surged from utter mundanity to qi condensation within hours.
And then, swiftly transcended to foundation establishment.
Now empowered with spiritual energy, Lu Cheng and Lu Ming were finally ready to begin alchemy.
4 days on end Su Yang instructed them without rest. They did not disappoint. Lu Cheng mastered low-tier elixirs with consummate fluency.
Though Lu Ming had not yet matched her finesse, he approached it closely. Beneath a cloudless azure sky and golden sunlight, Su Yan reclined upon a carved wooden armchair. Ling Qingshu massaged his shoulders and calves while his 2 newly initiated alchemical apprentices fumbled earnestly before him tending their crucibles. All was serene until Fang Yan shattered the stillness.
You went out to play again and didn't even think to bring me along. Fang Yan burst in breathless, launching straight into complaint the moment he spotted Su Yang.
Though fully aware that Su Yang was the primordial ancestor of the Tianlan Sect, he bore none of the deference expected of a junior cultivator before an ancient patriarch. This familiarity stemmed partly from Su Yang's appearance. Though 10,000 years old, his visage remained that of a youth barely past adolescence. Had Su Yang appeared as a white-haired elder, Fang Yan would surely have tempered his boldness.
Yet Su Yang welcomed it. He retained even after millennia the unjaded heart of a boy. I wasn't playing, I've been running myself ragged. Su Yang laughed. By the way, what mischief have you stirred up this time? You've been issued another bounty notice, haven't you? Fang Yan blurted suddenly.
Su Yang nearly choked on his own saliva, then leaned forward intrigued. So, who dares issue a bounty against me this time? He considered himself widely known. Even if minor cultivators might overlook him, any senior practitioner should recognize his name. With such a fearsome reputation, who would dare place a bounty upon him? Did they truly find their heads too heavy upon their necks?
Ha ha!
It was the Medicine Manor. They posted the bounty on day 1, and by day 2 they'd recalled every copy, dispatching all their disciples to retrieve them.
Fang Yan burst into laughter.
Su Yang too found it faintly amusing, until a sudden spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. The next morning Su Yang appeared at the gates of the Medicine Manor.
Its disciples recoiled as if confronting a specter. Alarms blared.
Within moments the manor's supreme elder rushed forth.
Esteemed master, what brings you to our humble abode? His name was Zhou Tian, a late golden core cultivator. Upon learning that the manor's sect master had been slain by a single individual, he erupted in fury and immediately issued the bounty.
Yet the following day he learned the target was Su Yang and nearly died of fright.
For 2 days he lived in trembling dread.
Now the worst had come to pass. Su Yang had arrived in person.
Zhou Tian longed to weep. Whom had he offended to suffer such ill fortune? Recalling the sect Su Yang had obliterated, Zhou Tian shuddered inwardly. Would the Medicine Manor be next? I am here merely to recruit an alchemist, Su Yang said. Zhou Tian blinked, baffled. What did this enigmatic declaration truly mean?
To be precise, what I want is a few alchemists, Su Yang said.
Zhou Tian was even more confused and cautiously asked, My lord, do you mean?
I currently have a large number of spiritual herbs that need to be refined into pills, but I do not have enough alchemists, so I thought of you all.
Su Yang did not hesitate and directly expressed his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Zhou Tian breathed a sigh of relief, as long as it wasn't about exterminating his entire family. My lord, that's easy.
Just tell me which alchemist you have your eye on, Zhou Tian said. Su Yang, however, revealed a faint smile and said, I think you may not have understood my meaning. I want the alchemists to refine pills for me for the rest of their lives. Zhou Tian was momentarily stunned, eventually realizing, wait, this isn't right. Su Yan wants the alchemists to sell themselves to him to become alchemical machines.
This, my lord, isn't too good.
Zhou Tian broke out in a cold sweat. Although he was extremely afraid of Su Yang, he felt that Su Yang was being unreasonable, so he wanted to say something more.
Of course I know that.
I don't just want a few alchemical machines, I simply want your entire alchemy workshop to refine pills for me in the future. Moreover, I see that your sect is quite run down. I found a new place for you all. How about moving to our Tianlan Sect to live? Su Yang said with a smile, his eyes filled with kind intentions.
Put.
Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Zhou Tian almost spat out blood. His complexion had completely changed as he coldly said, "Are you saying you want to destroy my Yaoshan Zhuang and take away all its alchemists to refine pills for you?" "You can understand it that way," Su Yang said with a smile. "You shouldn't think that just because we can't defeat you we will give in. Even if it means death, we won't submit." Zhou Tian's old face turned purple with rage, his eyes filled with sorrow and indignation. "Indeed, although we cannot defeat you, we still have our dignity. If you think you can coerce us with force, then you've miscalculated. Regardless, we will not yield. Right, even if you kill us all, you won't get your way." At that moment, a group of people rushed out from Yaoshan Zhuang shouting loudly. Each of them had anger written all over their faces. "These people are quite spirited," Su Yan remarked with mockery. In fact, he had anticipated this scene. Since that was the case, he decided to strike at the most sensitive point of their pride. Given your attitude that has moved me, I won't use coercive force. How about we make a bet instead?" Su Yang said. Zhou Tian looked puzzled, unsure of what Su Yang was up to, and asked warily, "A bet? What's the method and what are the stakes?" Su Yang pulled out his alchemy furnace and smashed it onto the ground with a bang, saying, "Since you all are alchemists, let's compete in alchemy, shall we?" Su Yang smiled. "I have a recipe for pills totaling 100 kinds. I will refine all these pills by myself, creating 100 pills, while you can select 50 of your alchemists, each refining 2 pills. We can compete to see who can refine them in a shorter time. If I win, you will follow my orders," Su Yang said with a grin. This time Zhou Tian was once again questioning his life choices. By the end of Su Yang's words, he was almost dizzy. "Wait, did you just say that you alone will refine 100 pills while we only need one person to refine 2? And we'll see who does it faster, right?" Su Yang nodded and said, "That's correct, you understood perfectly." Zhou Tian was utterly speechless and now doubted his life. He's too arrogant. Although I can't beat him in a fight when it comes to alchemy, I can easily surpass him by a wide margin. Exactly, let's not forget how we make our living at Yaoshan Zhuang. Moreover, can he really use enough spiritual energy to refine 100 pills by himself? As we all know, alchemy consumes a lot of spiritual energy. If he can refine 100 pills while we take our time refining 2, and if we can't beat him, then we might as well just end our lives," the people from Yaoshan Zhuang said, looking disdainful. Su Yan looked at them and smiled. "What's the matter? Do you dare to compete?" Zhou Tian calmed down and thought it over. He realized he could not refuse Su Yang. Naturally, he couldn't, because his fists were not as strong as Su Yang's. Moreover, from any perspective, this was an opportunity for them as long as Su Yan kept his word. What if the senior loses? Zhou Tian pondered for a moment and said, "I lose." Su Yang's lips curled into a smile. "I won't lose." Hearing this, Zhou Tian nearly spat out blood. "Fine, let's pretend he never asked that question." With that thought, he rolled his eyes. "When does it start?" Zhou Tian asked. "I think we can start now," Su Yang said casually. After an hour of preparation, 101 alchemy furnaces were set up in the center of Yaoshan Zhuang's plaza. Su Yang was at one end of the plaza, surrounded by a chaotic pile of spiritual herbs. The disorder was such that some would believe it was feed for pigs. At the other end of the plaza, 100 alchemists were lined up neatly, their spiritual herbs arranged meticulously. Even the leaves of the herbs were straightened. Zhou Tian, acting as the judge, stood in the center of the plaza. Looking at the pig feed beside Su Yang, he twitched in disbelief. There was no need to think Yaoshan Zhuang had already secured victory. Alchemy is most concerned with the timing of placing the spiritual herbs into the furnace. The timing must be precise to the millisecond level. Even a slight error in timing can lead to failure. Therefore, before alchemy, all the spiritual herbs to be used must be neatly arranged together. This is certainly not a case of obsessive-compulsive disorder. The benefit of doing so is that when it's time to put the spiritual herb into the furnace, they can be easily grabbed. However, looking at Su Yang's setup, it was chaotic and piled high. It looked as if he had just pulled weeds from the ground. While waiting for the alchemy to begin, it was likely that Su Yang would struggle to find the spiritual herbs he needed. Just then the sound of a bell rang out. Zhou Tian shouted, "The competition begins." As soon as he finished speaking, the alchemists from Yaoshan Zhuang sprang into action, quickly and orderly refining their pills. Zhou Tian nodded, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face. These individuals had not disappointed him. As long as they continued to refine at this speed without making any mistakes, there would be no problems. His gaze turned towards Su Yang. He saw Su Yang leisurely pick up a spirit herb and toss it into the alchemy furnace, then pick up another spirit herb and throw it in as well. Then he saw Su Yang directly throw a heap of spirit herbs into the alchemy furnace. Zhou Tian's jaw nearly dropped as he looked at Su Yang with a strange expression, waiting for the furnace to belch out smoke and explode. The amount of spirit herbs Su Yang had just thrown in could have refined 10 pills. It seemed they were destined to win. Zhou Tian stared motionlessly at Su Yang's alchemy furnace, awaiting the thunderous sound of an explosion. However, Su Yang's hands moved swiftly, skillfully controlling the process and refining the pills in an orderly fashion. After waiting for a long time, Zhou Tian still did not hear the expected explosion. Gradually, a fragrant aroma emanated from Su Yang's alchemy furnace. This scent only appeared when the pills were about to be completed. Even the alchemists from Yashan Manor who were also refining pills couldn't help but look up at Su Yang. Everyone's minds were in chaos. Just moments ago, Su Yang had thrown in so many spirit herbs, and not only had the furnace not exploded, but could it be that Su Yang would actually succeed in refining? This was simply unbelievable. It was almost defying the heavens. Then they witnessed an even more shocking scene. The fire beneath the furnace gradually dwindled and extinguished. The rich aroma of the pills seemed to waft into everyone's noses. With a clap, 10 pure white flawless pills flew out from the alchemy furnace into Su Yang's hands. These 10 pills were of 10 different varieties. It's important to note that each type of pill has its own unique refining method, sequence, and temperature. Yet just moments ago they had witnessed Su Yang refining 10 different types of pills simultaneously in a single furnace. This scene had already exceeded their comprehension. Some people stared blankly at Su Yang, unaware even as the alchemy furnace before them exploded. Some rubbed their eyes vigorously, stubbornly believing they had just seen what? What did I just see? My God, is he a god? He actually refined 10 types of pills in one furnace. As the onlookers marveled, Su Yang had already begun anew. Just like before, he first tossed in a large heap of spirit herbs. In just a few minutes, 10 completely different pills were refined at the same time. The other alchemists were completely captivated, no longer refining their own pills, their gazes glued to Su Yang, eager to see how he achieved this. By the time Su Yang finished refining 100 pills, the alchemists from Yashan Manor had yet to complete a single pill. More than half of them had their alchemy furnaces explode in front of them. Just moments ago they had all been watching Su Yang refine pills, and not a single one had been refining. Given the situation, it seems I have indeed won, Su Yang said lightly as he put away the alchemy furnace. Zhou Tian forced a smile and replied, "Sir, you have won. Now come join my Tianlan Sect," Su Yang said to the alchemists. What could Zhou Tian say? Not only had he lost in a fight against Su Yang, but now he was also at a disadvantage in alchemy. If he didn't transfer sects, it might mean the end for all the alchemists from Yashan Manor. Moreover, he thought that if they moved to Tianlan Sect and performed well, they might receive some teachings from Su Yang. Even a casual pointer would benefit him for a lifetime. After all, Su Yang was a monster who could refine 10 different pills in one furnace. With this in mind, Zhou Tian nodded and said, "All right, since we wagered, I concede. Let's transfer to Tianlan Sect tomorrow." As he said this, a trace of melancholy flashed in Zhou Tian's eyes. He never expected that the Yashan Manor, which had been inherited for so many years, would meet its end at his hands. But what could he do? Their strength simply wasn't enough. Not only could they not defeat others, but even their expertise in alchemy fell short. Su Yang looked at Zhou Tian's despondent face, clearly understanding what he was thinking. He patted Zhou Tian's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, I won't destroy your heritage. After you move to my Tianlan Sect, you can still be called Yashan Manor, and you will remain the leader of Yashan Manor." The next day, when Su Yang returned to Tianlan Sect, the entire sect was in an uproar. The renowned Yashan Manor from Qi Prefecture was actually going to relocate entirely to Tianlan Sect. Thus people speculated that this was not merely a sect relocation, but rather the Yashan Manor being absorbed by Tianlan Sect. After settling the people from Yashan Manor on a separate mountain peak, Su Yang sent the mountain of spirit herbs to the alchemists for their refining. These spirit herbs were all harvested by the disciples of Tianlan Sect. Su Yang also provided his pill recipes to the alchemists from Yashan Manor. When the alchemists from Yashan Manor saw the recipes, they were utterly enthralled. Wow, this recipe is simply amazing. Indeed, this recipe can refine some weeds into pills. This is too incredible. Originally filled with complaints and unwilling to refine, the alchemists from Yashan Manor were suddenly silent when they saw these recipes. Everyone immersed themselves in alchemy. When they truly used these recipes and weeds to refine pills, they were utterly shocked. At that moment, they suddenly realized that the recipes in their hands were priceless treasures. If they were to spread out, the entire world would change. However, Su Yang had directly given them. This made them feel a chill, wondering if Su Yang would dispose of them after using them. In just a few days, a large batch of pills was refined by the alchemists of Yashan Manor. Then bottles of pills were fed to the disciples of Tianlan Sect like they were feeding pigs. The disciples of Tianlan Sect experienced a blissful time akin to eating candy, with all of them reaching the peak of foundation establishment just one step away from entering the golden core stage. Next, for some of the outstanding disciples, Su Yang would first provide them with pills to break through to the golden core stage. As for the rest, they could either break through on their own or wait for Su Yang to slowly find enough spirit herbs. At this moment, on the border of Qizhou, a grand army of 10,000 marched along the winding road. The soldiers' armor was stained with blood and their swords were damaged, having just returned from a battle against the Dongling Kingdom, their momentum like a rainbow exuding a murderous aura. Leading the troops was Lu Kaishan, a powerful figure at the cave heaven realm. At this moment he held a map in his hand, his expression dark as blood, his deep voice carrying a bloodthirsty killing intent. Su Yang. Tomorrow will be the day of your destruction for the Tianlan Sect. An aide beside Lu Kaishan looked around curiously and said, "My lord, are we in the wrong place? If we continue in this direction we will reach Qizhou in our country." Lu Kaishan put away the map, took a deep breath and said, "We are not lost, we are indeed going to Qizhou. But the emperor's order was for us to return to the imperial capital." "What are we doing in Qizhou?" the aide asked with some confusion. "Kill a person." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Kaishan's aura changed dramatically as if a tangible killing intent enveloped him, suffocating. The aide was startled by the overwhelming killing intent. Even on the battlefield, Lu Kaishan had never exuded such a dense killing aura. He couldn't help but wonder which lord of Qizhou had offended Lu Kaishan to the extent that a powerful figure at the cave heaven realm would defy the emperor's command and stealthily take a detour to Qizhou specifically to kill him. The next morning, Su Yang had just gotten out of bed when he heard the loud voice of Fang Yan. "Old ancestor Su, something's wrong. We are surrounded by the army, there are a sea of people and they are currently attacking our protective mountain formation, which is about to break." "What?" Su Yang was taken aback and quickly got up to rush to the mountain gate. The protective mountain formation could withstand the attacks of dozens of nascent soul cultivators, but now it was about to break. When Su Yang reached the mountain gate, he indeed saw that the foot of the Tianlan Sect was filled with armored soldiers, a sea of people numbering over 10,000. Of course those people were not important, what mattered was that in the sky there were actually dozens of nascent soul cultivators. Leading them was a man in a black battle robe holding a spear, his hawk-like eyes coldly surveying the Tianlan Sect. He had already reached the cave heaven realm. Su Yang felt that this cave heaven realm cultivator looked somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection he suddenly recalled who it was. "Lu Kaishan, it's you," Su Yang said with a smile. Lu Kaishan, upon hearing this, also chuckled a few times and said, "Ha ha, I didn't expect you to remember me. Since you remember me, why don't you run?" As Lu Kaishan spoke, he slowly walked towards Su Yang. With a wave of his hand, the protective mountain formation of the Tianlan Sect suddenly vanished without a trace. Lu Kaishan stood before Su Yang, staring at him, his eyes filled with vengeful fury. "If I were you, I would take your Tianlan Sect disciples and leave far away." Within the Tianlan Sect, many disciples were frightened by the scene before them as the aura emanating from Lu Kaishan made them feel a chill. Although Ling Qingshu also felt a sense of dread like a mouse under the gaze of a cat, she suppressed her fear and comforted the disciples of the Tianlan Sect. Suddenly an elder at the golden core stage rushed out, his face devoid of fear, and loudly proclaimed, "I am Zhang Dong. If it weren't for the old ancestor, I might still be at the foundation establishment stage. I believe you are the same as me. The Tianlan Sect has treated us with deep kindness. Now that the sect is in trouble, we should cut through all obstacles for the sect. At worst we will share the fate of the Tianlan Sect. Yes, what are we afraid of? At worst we die with our faces to the sky. Who dares to cause trouble at my Tianlan Sect? I, Lu Dan, will be the first to disagree. I say, you too, why speak so pessimistically? That is our all-powerful old ancestor. What does it matter if he comes with 10,000 men? Even if they came with 1,000,000, I still believe in the old ancestor." Several other golden core cultivators promoted by Su Yang also stepped forward to soothe the emotions of the ordinary disciples of the Tianlan Sect. Soon the chaotic Tianlan Sect calmed down. They had received great favors from the Tianlan Sect, and during its peril they stood united. No one fled, sharing life and death with the Tianlan Sect. Su Yang turned his head and looked at those mournful faces, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Stay calm." Su Yang's gentle voice seemed to carry some sort of magic, and as his words fell into the ears of the Tianlan Sect disciples, they indeed calmed down. Su Yang turned his head to look at Lu Kaishan, casually taking out a fiery red fruit, eating it while saying, "Why should I run when I am not brainless?" Su Yang looked at Lu Kaishan and clicked his tongue, saying, "As for you, if I were you, I would have probably fled by now. The farther from Qizhou the better. Yet you come here delivering yourself as a head on a platter." Looking at Su Yang, who had a disdainful expression and clearly did not take him seriously, Lu Kaishan clenched his fists, his heart ablaze with anger. With a cold snort he rapidly dove down from the sky. Still boasting in the face of death, today I shall avenge the disciples of the Yunshan sect who perished." As soon as he finished speaking, his massive right fist suddenly raised high, a blazing fireball quickly coalescing in his hand. The temperature of the fireball turned the armor on Lu Kaishan red and made crackling sounds.
Su Yang watched Lu Kaishan attack, a cold smile on his face as he sidestepped and deftly avoided the fireball. Seeing Su Yang evade, Lu Kaishan was not in the least bit anxious.
His other hand suddenly drew out a long knife engulfed in fierce flames.
The long knife danced like a storm, the impenetrable red flames dyeing the entire world crimson.
As the flames fell to the ground, half of the Tianlan Sect was instantly transformed into a sea of fire. Even the bluestone slabs on the ground melted into magma from the extreme heat.
Su Yang's brow twitched and boundless anger ignited in his heart.
"You are seeking death!"
Su Yang roared, stepping forward. In the next second he appeared behind Lu Kaishan.
Boom! Su Yang delivered a punch, the sound of the air whistling sharply as if it were the scream of death.
Lu Kaishan's scalp instantly exploded with fear.
The instinct of a cave heaven realm cultivator told him that he was at a life and death crisis. Just as he wanted to evade, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest and smelled a metallic scent of blood. Looking down, he saw a large hole had been pierced through his chest. Blood flowed out and his life force was rapidly draining away. "This? Are you a spirit transformation realm cultivator?" Lu Kaishan muttered, his voice gradually fading in disbelief. At this moment Lu Kaishan was filled with shock. Amir Chizhou actually has a spirit transformation realm powerhouse. As he spoke, Lu Kaishan breathed his last. Lu Kaishan's hand weakly loosened and the fiery red long knife slipped from his grasp. Then his whole body swayed and collapsed to his knees before Su Yang, lifeless. In an instant, both the soldiers at the foot of the mountain and the disciples of Tianlan Sect were dumbfounded. The dozens of nascent soul cultivators looked at each other in disbelief, their expressions frozen, unsure of what to do.
One of the nascent soul cultivators spoke in disbelief. What is going on?
Did Lord Lu Kaishan die?"
Another nascent soul cultivator similarly couldn't believe it.
Lu Kaishan was a powerful being at the cave heaven realm, unmatched on the battlefield. Yet today he inexplicably died in this remote and impoverished corner of Chizhou. It felt as if they were caught in a dream.
"Should we go and avenge Lord Lu Kaishan?"
At that moment a nascent soul cultivator said, his face filled with confusion.
"What nonsense!
Lu Kaishan is a cave heaven realm cultivator. If even Lu Kaishan is no match for him, are we going to seek death?" replied another nascent soul cultivator. After a brief discussion they exchanged glances and hurriedly fled. It truly was a case of thunderous roars but little rain. Just a dozen minutes earlier they had surrounded the Tianlan Sect with great momentum. Now, mere minutes later, with their commander Lu Kaishan dead, they fled like stray dogs.
Su Yang turned his gaze to the Tianlan Sect engulfed in flames.
Fortunately, in the end he allocated some spiritual energy to protect the disciples of Tianlan Sect. Although the losses appeared significant, thankfully there were no casualties among the sect's disciples. With a wave of his hand, Su Yang unleashed a blue stream of spiritual energy soaring into the sky, resembling a bolt of lightning. Boom! The energy exploded in the air, creating a white shockwave that spread like ripples. The surrounding clouds were instantly shredded upon contact with the shockwave. Soon after, a torrential downpour fell, dousing the flames. However, at this moment the entire Tianlan Sect was in ruins, a scene of shattered walls and collapsed structures. Su Yang's face turned dark. He had been careless, allowing Lu Kaishan to inflict such damage on the Tianlan Sect. Watching the fleeing soldiers, Su Yang leaped forward, positioning himself in front of them, his large hands waving as violent spiritual energy shot out. Instantly a group of cultivators was torn apart by the energy.
"You think you can just leave after coming here?"
Su Yang's calm voice echoed.
Su Yang moved in an instant, standing before them, and said, "If you don't give me an explanation today, none of you will leave." The nascent soul cultivators, upon seeing Su Yang, almost died of fright. Just a moment ago he had effortlessly killed Lu Kaishan, a cultivator of the cave heaven realm, leaving an indelible impression in their minds. Su Yang's ability to obliterate Lu Kaishan meant that dispatching them would be a trivial task. "Stop right there. If anyone tries to run, I'll send them to meet the king of hell." Su Yang spoke, his voice not loud, but everyone heard him. Especially the nascent soul cultivators who stood before him, feeling the weight of his grim gaze, dared not move a muscle. "My lord, this is all a misunderstanding. We came here against our will. It was Lord Lu Kaishan who brought us." Yes. Originally the emperor ordered us to return to the imperial city, but Lord Lu Kaishan brought us here without our consent. We dared not resist him." The nascent soul cultivators hurriedly pushed all the blame onto Lu Kaishan. Su Yang listened quietly, and after they finished he replied calmly, "Are you done speaking? If you're done, then go fix the damaged buildings." The nascent soul cultivators looked at Su Yang blankly, unsure of what he meant. Su Yang pointed at the remnants of the Tianlan Sect which had been burned to a shell and said, "You did this. You want to leave after causing such destruction? You must be thinking too highly of yourselves. If you can't repair it for me, then you won't be going anywhere." Su Yang said, smiling at them.
In fact, the previous Tianlan sect had become quite dilapidated over the years. This fire which burned it down completely was not entirely a bad thing. Moreover, the burning was not in vain. There were over 10,000 people here. As long as they were tasked with rebuilding the Tianlan sect, it would be completed swiftly. Upon hearing this, the nascent soul cultivators let out a sigh of relief. As long as their lives were spared, they could discuss everything else. The dozens of nascent soul cultivators threatened by Su Yang had no choice but to pressure the golden core cultivators below. The golden core cultivators then rallied the other ordinary soldiers. Before long, an army of over 10,000 was energetically engaged in rebuilding the Tianlan sect. Although these soldiers were merely ordinary troops, even the most mediocre soldiers possessed foundation establishment cultivation. With several hundred golden core cultivators and dozens of nascent soul cultivators, the reconstruction proceeded at a remarkable pace. By the end of the first day, a rough outline had been rebuilt. By the second day, all reconstruction was completed. The entire Tianlan sect was renewed and revitalized. As for these people, Su Yang felt they had a point. It was indeed Lu Kaishan who had brought them here, and they bore little responsibility. Thus Su Yang decided to let them go. Of course, before releasing them, Su Yang plundered them thoroughly, reaping considerable rewards. Su Yang looked at the mountain of treasures piled before him, finding it somewhat amusing. Lu Kaishan truly was a generous man. Not only did he deliver his head on a platter, but he also provided so many treasures. As he pondered this, Su Yang couldn't help but shake his head and smile. Just then Su Yang suddenly spotted a nearly transparent dark shadow darting swiftly across a corner. Su Yang's eyes narrowed. "I didn't expect you to be quite good at hiding." With that, Su Yang chased after the black shadow. The shadow seemed to sense danger, quickly darting in a particular direction. "Indeed, it's you. Your sinister methods are quite impressive. I almost didn't notice you," Su Yang said, accelerating his pursuit. This faint dark shadow was the remnant divine sense of Lu Kaishan. A cultivator at the golden core stage can escape death as long as their golden core survives, even if their physical body perishes. Once they reach the nascent soul stage, if their physical body dies, as long as the nascent soul escapes, they can be reborn and retain most of their previous strength. Those who have reached the cave heaven realm are naturally far more formidable than Su Yang. As long as a trace of divine sense escapes, they can be reborn. Su Yang originally thought Lu Kaishan was dead, thoroughly dead, but unexpectedly he actually had a trace of divine sense that escaped. Su Yang quickly pursued Lu Kaishan's divine sense. Without the constraints of a physical body, Lu Kaishan's divine sense moved extremely swiftly. After some time, Su Yang finally caught up with him at the back mountain. With a wave of his hand, Su Yang also separated a trace of divine sense. Su Yang's divine sense was clearly 100 times stronger than Lu Kaishan's. When Su Yang's divine sense collided with Lu Kaishan's, a piercing scream erupted from Lu Kaishan's divine sense. The already feeble divine sense suffered severe damage and became even weaker. "You might as well keep running," Su Yang said with a smile, watching Lu Kaishan's divine sense. "Senior, spare my life," a weak voice echoed in Su Yang's ears. This voice was not a true sound. Lu Kaishan no longer had a physical body and could not produce sound. This voice could only be heard by Su Yang, no one else could hear it. Hearing Lu Kaishan's plea for mercy, Su Yang chuckled lightly and then asked, "Give me a reason not to kill you." Lu Kaishan, upon hearing this, thought for a moment and said, "I am the Grand General of the Empire. If you kill me, the Empire will not let you off. If you spare me, I can speak to the Emperor on your behalf, treating this matter as if it never happened. What do you think?" Su Yang's expression suddenly turned cold and his powerful divine sense ruthlessly strangled Lu Kaishan's divine sense. In the next moment, Lu Kaishan's divine sense dissipated into the void. Su Yang gave a cold smirk, spat on the ground and said, Threatening me when you're on the brink of death. I really don't know what you were thinking." With Lu Kaishan eliminated, the Yunshan sect was truly destroyed. From the ancestors to the disciples in the Qi refining stage, they were all cleanly wiped out. However, Su Yang was now contemplating another matter. What Lu Kaishan said before his death was not without reason. The Tianlan sect was located in a low region within the territory of the Daxia kingdom. Since it is a kingdom, there must be an emperor. In this world, strength is paramount, and as the emperor of Daxia kingdom, he is naturally the most powerful being in the entire Daxia. If he killed a general of the Daxia kingdom, would it provoke the emperor to come after him? Su Yang pondered for a moment, then shook his head. What was there to fear? When soldiers arrive, generals stand against them. When water comes, land is submerged. The news of the ancestor of the Tianlan sect slaying Lu Kaishan of the cave heaven realm spread like wildfire. Everyone was lamenting how deeply hidden the Tianlan sect truly was. Curled up in a remote corner of Qizhou not long ago, many believed the Tianlan sect was on the verge of annihilation. Even the sect leader Ling Qingshu only had foundation establishment cultivation. But no one expected that the Tianlan sect actually had an ancestor capable of effortlessly slaying cultivators of the cave heaven realm. All the forces were secretly calculating.
The Tianlan Sect was no longer just the foremost power in Qizhou. Even in Tianwu Prefecture, claiming to be the #1 force would not be an exaggeration.
In the room of the princess of Tianwu Prefecture, she gazed at the map of Qizhou on the wall, a mysterious smile gracing her lips.
Interesting, truly interesting. Zhao Tianxuan murmured.
Originally I thought you were merely a nascent soul cultivator, but I didn't expect you to be so deeply hidden.
As he spoke, Zhao Tianxuan took a bold step forward and quickly vanished from the spot. After rebuilding the Tianlan Sect, Su Yang was pondering his next plan when suddenly Yu San Yang arrived again. You've come, do you have any news? Su Yang asked lazily.
Excitement flickered on Yu San Yang's face as she said, Ancestor Su, I have found out that in the eastern sea of Dongling Kingdom a deep-sea blue heart has emerged. Su Yang's eyes widened in shock as he could not suppress his astonishment, asking, what did you just say? In the eastern sea of Dongling Kingdom a deep-sea blue heart has emerged. Yu San Yang shrank her neck, looking puzzled, and asked, a deep-sea blue heart only emerges once every 20,000 years.
But it hasn't even been 20,000 years since the last emergence.
Su Yang murmured to himself, could it be the one from last time? A hint of guilt flashed across his eyes as he said this. Though Su Yang was not particularly interested in the deep-sea blue heart, it was a sore point in his heart. 2 decades ago his only disciple perished during the struggle for the deep-sea blue heart. Fortunately, that disciple managed to escape with his divine sense at the last moment, hiding within the deep-sea blue heart. Su Yang wanted to find the deep-sea blue heart but had always been unsuccessful. He had almost forgotten about this matter, but today Yu San Yang unexpectedly told Su Yang that the deep-sea blue heart had emerged. Has the deep-sea blue heart been hiding for 20,000 years? How could it not have been picked? If it has been hidden all along, why has it emerged now? Su Yang pondered for a long time and could not make sense of it. But no matter what, Su Yang had to go to the eastern sea of Dongling Kingdom to see this deep-sea blue heart. Yu San Yang, this information is extremely important to me. If what you said is true, when I return I will elevate you to the nascent soul stage. Su Yang said, though his body was still in the Tianlan Sect, his heart had already flown to the eastern sea of Dongling Kingdom. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Yu San Yang was shocked and then filled with joy. Thank you, Ancestor Su. Yu San Yang said tearfully. Su Yang did not mention anything else and called up Ling Qingshu, heading towards the eastern sea of Dongling Kingdom. Ling Qingshu was completely bewildered on Su Yang's spirit ship. She had been organizing the treasures in the Tianlan Sect storage when Su Yang abruptly took her aboard without a word. Though she did not know what had happened, she still cooperated and followed Su Yang. On the spirit ship, Ling Qingshu finally took a breath, realizing what was happening. Seeing Su Yang in a hurry, Ling Qingshu couldn't help but ask, Ancestor, where are we going? Su Yang did not hide anything and told Ling Qingshu everything. So it was senior sister. After listening to Su Yang's explanation, Ling Qingshu finally understood what was going on. Master, don't worry. Senior sister will be fine. Perhaps she has emerged because she heard you are out of seclusion and wants to see you. Su Yang nodded. This possibility could not be ruled out. The Dongshan Sea of Dongling Kingdom is very far from Qizhou, where Su Yang is located. Su Yang piloted his spiritual ship for a day and a night before arriving at Dongshan Sea. Hovering above Dongshan Sea, Su Yang circled around but saw no trace of the deep-sea blue heart. After inquiring, Su Yang learned that the deep-sea blue heart would only appear on the night of the full moon next month, which is still several days away. Ultimately, Su Yang landed and rested on a small island in Dongshan Sea, waiting for the night of the full moon next month. This small island, although an island, is vast and stretches out of sight. The island is lush with greenery teeming with trees. In the center of the island stands a solitary peak resembling a drawn sword piercing the clouds. That location is quite good, Su Yang murmured, and then piloted his spiritual boat toward it. However, upon arrival, Su Yang discovered that a sect stood tall here, and from its scale it was not small. I thought there was no one here. I didn't expect there to be a sect after all, Su Yang sighed. Since a sect exists, he naturally wanted to take a look. This sect is a local sect, and perhaps they know something about the deep-sea blue heart. Su Yang slowly descended his spiritual boat onto a clearing and walked toward the sect. As he approached the gate of the sect, he saw a towering ancient tree adorned with pale blue flowers shining with a shimmering glow. This is the Minghan ancient tree, Su Yang stammered upon seeing it. The essence from the roots of the Minghan ancient tree can be refined into the Mingyin pill. The Mingyin pill can guarantee a golden core stage cultivator's success in breaking through to the nascent soul stage. I didn't expect to see this tree here. What an unexpected gain. Su Yang's eyes sparkled as he approached the tree, contemplating how to proceed. He needed the life essence of the Minghan ancient tree's roots, which required uprooting the tree and cutting off the roots. This would render the tree useless. Its growth cycle would take several thousand to tens of thousands of years. He wondered if the Minghan ancient tree had an owner. Su Yang's gaze flickered. Hey, who are you and what are you looking at? Suddenly a voice shouted at him. Su Yang turned to see a foundation establishment stage cultivator. From his clothing it seemed he was a disciple of this sect. "I'm not doing anything," Su Yang replied, lightly glancing at him before returning to examine the Minghan ancient tree, ignoring the other person.
"Hey, I'm talking to you."
"Why are you staring at our protective sect tree?" the person said again, clearly displeased, scrutinizing Su Yang. "You're also here looking for the deep-sea blue heart, right?"
Su Yang turned and asked. "What's the matter? You know about the deep-sea blue heart?"
"Lately many people have come looking for the deep-sea blue heart," the Foundation establishment disciple shook his head and replied.
"Also, you shouldn't keep staring at our protective sect tree. It has already gained sentience.
Be careful not to provoke it. If you anger it, you'll be in big trouble. Our protective tree has the cultivation level of a nascent soul expert," the Foundation establishment disciple said.
Su Yang was taken aback. The Minghan ancient tree had actually gained sentience. Although it was at least several thousand years old, gaining sentience required some fortunate coincidences.
Suddenly Su Yang asked the Foundation establishment disciple, "Why are you so calm when you see me?
Does your sect frequently have outsiders visiting?" In Su Yang's imagination, the sect should be in a remote island where no outsiders would come.
Even though our Hapo sect is located on a solitary island in the sea, not many people come here in a year. However, recently, due to the matter of the deep-sea blue heart, quite a few people like you have come looking for it.
We've long gotten used to it."
"Alright then," Su Yang nodded, realizing he had overlooked this point.
"Please inform your sect master that I want your protective sect tree."
"What did you just say?" The Foundation establishment disciple looked somewhat dazed, staring blankly at Su Yang, unsure of what he meant.
Su Yang did not speak. Suddenly he kicked the Minghan ancient tree hard. Boom! The Minghan ancient tree shook and leaves fell like snowflakes.
The falling leaves did not touch the ground but suddenly transformed into flying daggers shooting towards Su Yang. Swish, swish, swish. Thousands of leaves, like a multitude of flying knives with strands of dark ominous energy swirling at their edges, surged towards Su Yang. These were not mere decorations. If a regular nascent soul cultivator were in my place, they would probably turn into a beehive in no time. Su Yang was taken aback for a moment, then realized the Minghan ancient tree had gained sentience and sensed his malicious intent, so it attacking him was not surprising.
But would Su Yang really fear the Minghan ancient tree's attack? Su Yang tilted his body and effortlessly dodged the incoming leaves.
However, the leaves seemed to have eyes. They curved and shot towards Su Yang again, this time even more ferociously than before.
It can play like this too.
The leaves struck the ground, exploding with a loud bang, sending dust and stones flying, shattering even the towering gate of Hapo sect.
"What are you trying to do?"
At that moment, the Foundation establishment disciple looked at Su Yang in horror.
"The Minghan ancient tree is mine now." Su Yang licked his lips, feeling somewhat excited. The stronger the Minghan ancient tree, the more vital essence it would contain. Presumptuous.
How dare someone set their sights on our Hapo sect's protective tree? A sharp voice came from behind Su Yang, accompanied by a piercing sound slicing through the air. A blue spiritual sword shot towards Su Yang at high speed. Behind the sword, a torrent of blue sword energy crashed down like a surging ocean. Amidst it, one could vaguely see a massive blue wing. The presence of this blue wing was astonishing. Just a glance seemed to snatch away one's soul. The Dian blue wing sword technique.
Su Yang was stunned.
This technique was taught to his disciple back then. How did this person know it? The one in the sky, Su Mangyo, was also taken aback. Her Dian blue wing sword technique was an absolute secret of Hapo sect. Only the sect's holy maiden was qualified to practice it, and only she knew the name of the technique. But this young man who suddenly appeared out of nowhere knew the name of her technique. She trembled, her blue spiritual sword in hand, dispelling the technique she had just used.
"Who are you and how do you know the name of my technique?" Su Mengio's blue spiritual sword was suddenly pressed against Su Yang's neck. "Release my master."
Ling Qingshu cried out in alarm and swiftly drew her sword. Su Yang turned with a faint smile and said calmly to her, "Remain composed." With that, Su Yang produced several crimson fruits and began chewing them leisurely, utterly ignoring the blade pressed against his throat. "I however have a question for you. Who are you, and how do you know my Dianlani sword art?" "My Dianlani sword art?" Su Mengyao let out a soft amused laugh as if hearing something delightfully absurd, then said, "The Dianlani sword art is a supreme secret of the Hapo sect, untransmitted beyond its innermost circle. And only those born with the soul-devouring sepul's physique may cultivate it." At this, her eyes suddenly blazed with murderous intent and she snarled fiercely. "Speak now, where did you learn that this is the Dianlani sword art? Confess truthfully and I may grant you the mercy of an intact corpse." As she spoke, her sword pressed tighter against Su Yang's throat. Ling Qingshu watched tense and breathless. She could not fathom why the elder ancestor had allowed another's blade to rest upon his neck. Such a thing was utterly unprecedented.
Yet recalling Su Yang's peerless bearing in times past, she felt certain he remained unharmed.
Yes, this must be it. The elder ancestor was simply too formidable. Even a sword at his throat meant nothing to him. Still, Ling Qingshu dared not relax. Holding her breath, she fixed her gaze unwaveringly upon the spirit blade at Su Yang's throat. Su Yang merely shrugged indifferently and said, "I've already told you, it is my sword art." "Then why won't you believe me? And who told you cultivation requires the sepal's physique?" As he spoke, Su Yang drew an ordinary sword, and with a single sweep a sapphire radiance flashed across the air. In that instant his aura transformed utterly, shifting from harmless serenity to chilling razor-edged lethality. "Moreover, your Tianlan was but a half-forged imitation. Allow me to demonstrate the true Tianlan sword art." The moment the words left his lips, the spirit blade shot forth, its path trailing a tempest of tangible sword intent vast as heaven and earth. A pair of azure wings woven from pure spiritual energy flapped like living things, golden halos shimmering along their edges. Blinding light flooded the vision, turning the world white. Shryaik! A piercing cry tore from the wings as they launched skyward, then plunged like falling stars into the sea. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted. Waves soared 1,000 feet high as if a tsunami had broken upon the shore. Spray and droplets hurled over a kilometer, splattering coldly onto Su Yang's robes. Cold, bone deep. Behold, the authentic Tianlan. Yours was merely a flawed facsimile. And no, it demands no sepal's physique. Su Yang turned smiling benignly at Su Mengyao. She stood utterly stunned. Su Yang had indeed wielded the Tianlan sword art. And what he wielded surpassed even her own mastery, more complete, more profound. She had long sensed it, though mighty her version held subtle dissonances, flaws she could neither name nor correct. But seeing Su Yang's execution, all obscurity dissolved, clarity struck her like lightning. Yet, this made no sense. The Tianlan sword art had been passed down since the founding of the Haipo sect. And the sect's founding dated back nearly 20,000 years. "Senior, you." Su Mengyao stammered, speechless. Su Yang sheathed his sword with unruffled calm and said, "Are you the sect's patriarch? If so, we shall speak plainly. If not, summon your patriarch. I wish to speak with him." Su Yang suspected this sect bore some connection to one of his ancient disciples. Hearing this, Su Mengyao dared not hesitate. She knew not his true nature, but the sheer perfection of his Tianlan alone demanded the patriarch's immediate presence. "No matter what, first summon the patriarch." "I am not the patriarch. I will fetch him at once," she declared. Su Yang nodded, then added with quiet finality, "Also tell your patriarch, the ancient Minghan tree outside your gate pleases me greatly. I claim it." With that he slashed downward a crack, splitting the Minghan ancient tree cleanly in two. Su Mengyao's heart lurched, a violent sickening skip. This was the Haipo sect's sacred guardian tree, said to have stood since the sect's very inception. And now it lay severed by a stranger whose name none knew. Though fury burned hot within her, she dared utter no protest, spinning on her heel and dashing panic-stricken toward the Haipo sect's central hall. The central hall rose majestically upon a cliffside, tier upon tier of pavilions soaring into the mist, exuding solemn grandeur and regal splendor. Su Mengyao burst into the hall and dropped to her knees. Su Mengyao petitions urgent audience with the patriarch. Boom! A massive door swung open. Cold wind gusted inward, carrying faint shifting silhouettes. What chaos drives you to such haste? In the blink of an eye, a figure stood before her. It was an elderly woman, hair and brows frosted, white eyes half-lidded, skin stretched taut over brittle bone as if a gust might scatter her to dust. Yet her aura coiled like a ravenous bloodthirsty beast, dense suffocating waves of slaughter intent rolling off her, freezing the marrow in one's bones. Her name was Yu Bian, a realm of cavern heaven's cultivator. A chirifying cultivator has felled our sacred guardian tree. Su Mengyao stammered the words, trembling. Put. Yu Bian spat a mouthful of blood. Then why stand there gaping? Go, slay him at once. Her voice fell like glacial frost from the deepest hells, murderous, absolute, soul-chilling. This, though he appears chirifying, he is certainly not. I could not prevail against him. Su Mengyao wiped cold sweat from her brow. Moreover, he wields our Tianlan sword art, and masters it more completely than any of us ever have. Su Mengyao recounted every detail with meticulous care. Upon hearing it, Yu Bian's expression darkened, shifting like storm clouds over a churning sea. After a long silence, she spoke, face unreadable. Take me to him. Outside the Haipo sect's mountain gate, Su Yang was methodically dividing the roots of the Minghan tree when a ripple of spiritual energy stirred behind him. Su Yang whirled, only to see an ancient crone lunging forward, her gnarled skeletal hands clawing through the air, white bone stark beneath translucent skin. Although Bai Yuan appeared extremely fragile, her body nothing but skin and bones, her claw was incredibly violent, striking at a sharp angle with a fierce momentum, dark ominous energy swirling around it. Old woman, what are you doing? Su Yang casually raised his fist to meet the attack. His punch seemed weightless, as if he hadn't eaten at all. Bai Yuan looked at him in disbelief. She believed Su Yang was supposed to be a powerful warrior. How could he retaliate with such feeble strength?
Could it be that Su Yang was really just at the qi refinement stage? Bai Yuan could almost envision Su Yang being torn to shreds by her claw. She wanted to withdraw her attack, but her iron claw was already within a fist's distance of Su Yang and it was too late. Bai Yuan helplessly closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight of Su Yang being splattered with blood. At that moment she felt her claw as if it had touched something extremely hard. Then she sensed her wrist being tightly gripped by an iron hoop, unable to move. Bai Yuan turned her head in confusion to see Su Yang's delicate hand lightly grasping her wrist. It seemed that Su Yang's hold was exceedingly gentle, as if he could easily let go. However, Bai Yuan felt as if her wrist was about to break. She tried to struggle, but her wrist wouldn't budge an inch. She felt as powerless and ridiculous as a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Gritting her teeth, Bai Yuan suddenly drew a spirit sword. 9 Nether Sword. The 9 Nether Sword technique was the second sword technique of the High Sect, second only to the Dian Blue Wing Sword technique, and incredibly powerful. Since joining the High Sect, Bai Yuan had specialized in the 9 Nether Sword technique, mastering it to an extraordinary degree. With this sword strike, even a later-stage cave heaven expert would have to avoid its edge. Bai Yuan believed Su Yang would certainly evade due to the fear of her 9 Nether Sword. This way she could escape. Buzz. A low sword howl echoed as 9 black lights erupted from Bai Yuan's spirit sword, swiftly flying towards Su Yang like 9 hellish black dragons, leaping, their momentum akin to an army of thousands, killing intent overwhelming, as if gods and demons bowed down. Master, be careful. Even Ling Qingshu couldn't help but shout, her face filled with concern. This sword strike was the strongest move Ling Qingshu had ever seen. Bai Yuan's face revealed a proud smile. The power of this sword surpassed her expectations. If you fall before my sword, it will be worth it, Bai Yuan stated. Is that so? Su Yang scoffed, not even raising an eyebrow as he casually lifted his other hand. There were no elaborate moves, no breathtaking scenes, yet this seemingly light punch suddenly seized Bai Yuan's sword-wielding hand. Bai Yuan felt her hand turn weak, and with a slight relaxation the spirit sword fell with a loud clatter to the ground. If it weren't for the fact that I saw you pulling back, your hand would have been ruined, Su Yang said lightly, suddenly flinging Bai Yuan's hand away. With a crack, Bai Yuan's arm was dislocated by Su Yang's action. This. Bai Yuan grimaced in pain, taking a while to reset her dislocated arm. Senior, your cultivation is profound. I was indeed presumptuous. Bai Yuan took a deep breath and finally said after a long pause. She truly meant this. Just now she had faced Su Yang, and in an instant she was effortlessly defeated. In front of Su Yang she felt as powerless as an infant facing an adult. If Su Yang had wanted to kill her just then, she would have likely been dead. Oh, you know, huh? Su Yang rolled his eyes. You say you just came to fight, did I provoke you? Su Yang said indignantly. Bai Yuan thought to herself, of course she provoked him. The Ming Han ancient tree was the guardian spirit tree of the High Sect. The High Sect had existed as long as the guardian spirit tree. Yet today it was uprooted by Su Yang. Her heart ached. If she could truly defeat Su Yang, she would have fought him to the death. Of course she couldn't say that out loud. She could only smile awkwardly. Senior, I only came to learn from you after hearing my disciple say you are highly skilled. Now it seems my disciple was right, you are indeed formidable. I just wonder what level of cultivation you have, Bai Yuan said respectfully, but her eyes still held some doubt. She thought she had tested Su Yang's cultivation, only to be astonished by her discovery. Su Yang was actually just at the qi refinement stage. Of course, if she believed that, she would be utterly senile. However, no matter how she tested, she could only discern that Su Yang was at the qi refinement stage. His foundation was unstable, without a golden core, without a nascent soul, and no cave heavens within him. He was thoroughly just at the qi refinement stage. Thus she was now bewildered. It was either that Su Yang was so powerful that she could not perceive his cultivation, or that Su Yang was indeed just at the qi refinement stage. You want to know my cultivation? Su Yang chuckled a couple of times, then said, my cultivation is evident, I am at the qi refinement stage. Well, Bai Yuan was rendered speechless. She didn't believe Su Yang was merely at the qi refinement stage. There was only one possibility: Su Yang was so powerful that even she, a cave heaven realm cultivator, couldn't discern his cultivation. At that moment she suddenly recalled the important matter. Senior, about that Dian Blue Wing Sword technique, what exactly is it? Bai Yuan asked with a conflicted expression. You mean this? Let's discuss it. Inside Su Yang's expression grew serious. He too wanted to know how a half-finished sword technique he had taught his disciple became the sword technique of the High Sect. Since you don't mind, then follow me to the reception room, Bai Yuan said. Once inside the reception room, Bai Yuan eagerly asked again, Senior, what is this technique about? How do you have the complete Dian Blue Wing Sword technique? Senior, could you please show me the Dian Blue Wing Sword technique you possess? The High Sect would be eternally grateful for your great kindness. Actually, it's not as serious as you think.
I don't mind showing you this technique, but I just had a new insight and want to revise it once more before giving it to you. Bai Yuan was taken aback and cautiously asked, Senior, the Dian blue wing sword technique, was it really created by you?
Yes. Su Yang said lightly. Bai Yuan looked at Su Yang, who appeared completely nonchalant, and asked once again in confusion.
Senior, this Dian blue wing sword technique has been passed down since the first generation of the Hai Pa sect. It has been about 20,000 years. May I ask how long you have lived, my lord?
Su Yang certainly understood Bai Yuan's implication. He didn't believe him.
For the sake of his disciple, Su Yang did not hide anything and nodded, saying, my lifespan has already exceeded 20,000 years. What Su Yang said was in a roundabout way a declaration that this technique was indeed created by him 20,000 years ago.
Thud.
Bai Yuan was so startled that he almost knelt down.
I am very curious about your Hai Pa sect. Do you have any secret manuals or records of past events? I would like to take a look.
Yes, Bai Yuan nodded repeatedly.
In the library, if the senior wishes to see it, I can take you there.
Then I will trouble you.
Bai Yuan led the way ahead.
After walking for a while, Su Yang saw a tall tower in the distance glowing with a reddish hue and faint yellow light that flowed with a faint aura emanating from within, enveloping the area.
Senior, this is our Hai Pa sect's library.
The things you want to see are on the topmost floor, let me take you there, Bai Yuan said. Although the library is a restricted area for the Hai Pa sect, not to mention outsiders, even some disciples and elders are not allowed in certain places.
But who said Su Yang wasn't powerful?
He could not be stopped by Bai Yuan. If Su Yang wanted to enter the library, it was likely that regardless of whether Bai Yuan allowed it or not, Su Yang could still enter.
Upon entering the library, Su Yang headed straight for the top floor.
With Bai Yuan's guidance, Su Yang successfully found what he wanted: records about the founding of the Hai Pa sect 20,000 years ago. It can be said that the historical records of the Hai Pa sect are very detailed. From the founding of the Hai Pa sect 20,000 years ago to the present, all events are meticulously recorded with precise timestamps, even down to the day. However, despite this, Su Yang could not find even the slightest information about his disciple.
Sai Bai Lianxue, what is your relationship with this sect?
Su Yang sighed faintly.
After studying the records, he stood up somewhat disappointed.
Just at that moment, he caught a glimpse of another parchment scroll placed nearby. The parchment had yellowed slightly with age, but the 5 large characters on it were still clearly visible.
What the heck?
What is this?
The genuine record of the Tianlan Sect. When Su Yang saw these 5 characters, he instantly became agitated.
Senior, what's wrong?
Is there a problem?
Bai Yuan asked cautiously.
Su Yang swallowed hard and said, if I say this is mine, would you believe me?
But this has been in our Hai Pa sect for 2,000 years, Bai Yuan said, his expression puzzled. Though it may be of no use, our first-generation sect master said that even if the Hai Pa sect were to perish, this parchment could not be lost.
Su Yang nodded.
He was initially uncertain about whether this sect had any connection to his disciple. Now he was very certain that there was definitely a connection.
Because this parchment was the one Su Yang had entrusted to Bai Lianxue for safekeeping. After Bai Lianxue met with misfortune, this parchment also went missing along with her.
In fact, the content written on this parchment was not particularly important. It merely detailed some locations of spiritual herbs that Su Yang had discovered, but since the herbs were not yet ripe, he had made a parchment because he feared forgetting after waiting for several thousand years. The information marked on it was very unique, such that only he could understand. Su Yang picked up the parchment, his hand caressing the cover that had faded to a light yellow due to the passage of time, feeling somewhat nostalgic.
Suddenly Su Yang remembered something. I say, at the right bottom corner of the parchment there is a hidden little turtle, do you believe it? Su Yang smiled at Bai Yuan.
Bai Yuan looked puzzled. Su Yang didn't elaborate, simply running a finger over the bottom right corner of the scroll. Then a faint white turtle appeared at the bottom right corner. This was drawn by my disciple, Su Yang said with a smile. Bai Yuan was stunned. She too saw the turtle. However, this parchment had been in the library for 2,000 years. Many people had tried to decipher the mystery of this parchment, yet no one knew what it truly contained.
Senior, this parchment, is it really?
Bai Yuan stammered.
Su Yang nodded.
Bai Yuan was shocked. If Su Yang was not lying, then he had lived for at least 20,000 years. And even now there were no signs of aging.
Just how terrifying was Su Yang's cultivation? Bai Yuan couldn't even imagine.
Is there any other record of your sect's history? Su Yang thought for a moment and asked. Bai Yuan shook his head and said, Senior, there are no more records.
All right, Su Yang sighed, feeling somewhat dejected.
He had originally thought he could find some information about his disciple at the Hai Pa sect. But for some reason the Hai Pa sect had not a single trace of any news about Bai Lianxue.
Su Yang left the library of the Hai Pa sect in disappointment. Wait, something's not right. There's a fluctuation of spiritual energy. Su Yang suddenly felt a faint wave of spiritual energy coming from beneath the ground. This fluctuation was not obvious. Besides Su Yang, no one else could sense it. Is there anything beneath your library? Su Yang turned to Bai Yuan and asked. No, there's nothing, Bai Yuan replied, confused, not understanding why Su Yang asked this. Really? Su Yang frowned. Just then a wave of spiritual energy fluctuated from below the library. For some reason, as Su Yang felt the spiritual energy fluctuations, he sensed it was reminiscent of a heartbeat, causing him to feel an inexplicable anxiety. There are no objections. Su Yang nodded and punched the ground. As the dust and soil settled, everyone saw a large pit where Su Yang's fist had struck. The library of the Haipa sect, though not yet collapsed, resembled a ruin. Su Yang coughed lightly, feeling that his actions might have been a bit too harsh. Then he approached the pit. The pit was deep, revealing shimmering waves of silver light undulating below. In the depths of the water, a beam of blue light pierced through the dark depths. Su Yang exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to encounter such a creature here. The Miyan jellyfish ranks as the 396th among ancient ferocious beasts. It is incredibly formidable. Just then a sharp cry echoed and a jet of water shot up from the pit. A sweet scent akin to honey wafted through the air, prompting Su Yang to dodge. The Miyan jellyfish's venom is sweet-smelling, and just a whiff can cause one to lose their senses. At that moment, Bai Yuan shouted, "That's the Miyan jellyfish." Su Yang looked at Bai Yuan in astonishment, asking, "You recognize it?" Bai Yuan's face was filled with fear. Our sect's secret records state that there has always been an ancient ferocious beast named the Miyan jellyfish waiting for someone named Su Yang to appear. She then turned to Su Yang, her face blank, asking, "Senior, what is your name?" "My name is Su Yang," he replied. Bai Yuan was stunned, unable to find the words. She then gazed at Su Yang in disbelief. "Senior, you?" Bai Yuan was at a loss, staring at Su Yang. Su Yang decided not to dwell on it, directly asking, "What does your secret record say about my arrival?" "It says that when you arrive, the spirit should kill the Miyan jellyfish." Su Yang's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "I see." With that, countless strands of spiritual energy like transparent white threads shot into the water, wrapping around the Miyan jellyfish. The Miyan jellyfish was instantly ensnared, and as Su Yang retracted his energy, it was pulled ashore. A sharp roar erupted and a dark glow burst from the Miyan jellyfish, filling the sky with deep colors. A faint lavender scent lingered in the air, refreshing anyone who inhaled it. "It's poisonous, don't breathe it," and Su Yang calmly warned Ling Qingshu. Ling Qingshu, puzzled, asked, "Then why are you speaking?" The next moment, Ling Qingshu's eyes glazed over, her body swaying as if she would collapse at any moment. Su Yang shook his head. A pure white spiritual energy emanated from Su Yang, enveloping Ling Qingshu. Having witnessed the previous incident, Bai Yuan and Su Mengyao held their breaths, unwilling to inhale. Su Yang's gaze shifted to the Miyan jellyfish, which floated in the air. Its pink body resembled a bubble. Indeed. Su Yang drew his spiritual sword and lunged at the Miyan jellyfish. Thunder slash. Electric currents crackled around Su Yang's sword, startling anyone nearby. With a crash, Su Yang thrust his sword, causing the Miyan jellyfish to retreat, exclaiming, "Human, we have no grievances, why do you want to kill me?" Su Yang remained silent, his sword striking the jellyfish's foamy body, unleashing a thunderbolt from the sky. Blue smoke billowed from the Miyan jellyfish. With a bang, the Miyan jellyfish exploded, dispersing into pink gas in the air. However, beneath this cloud of gas, a piece of light blue solid matter fell to the ground, catching Su Yang's attention. "What is this?" Su Yang picked it up and was surprised. Upon closer inspection, Su Yang realized that this map was not a simple one. From the contour of the map, it appeared to be a map of the seabed of Dongshan Sea. "What is this?" Su Yang felt confused and examined it again, noticing a blue area in the center with red and blue circles elsewhere on the map. This marked location was identified as the growing site of the deep-sea blue heart. Deep-sea blue heart. Su Yang suddenly recalled a possibility. The deep-sea blue heart has a special function that can harbor a person's divine sense. A person's divine sense residing within the deep-sea blue heart would not dissipate or die. Is it possible that after Bai Liangshu's physical death, a fragment of her shattered divine sense escaped and took refuge in the deep-sea blue heart? The deep-sea blue heart has another characteristic: once a person's divine sense hides within it, it cannot escape. The deep-sea blue heart can be considered a cage, one that offers safety while depriving freedom. However, if that's the case, Bai Liangshu would be unable to escape from the deep-sea blue heart and unable to convey any messages to the outside world. What does this honey cloud jellyfish mean? Do not be fooled by Su Yang's ease in dealing with the honey cloud jellyfish. If other less powerful individuals confronted it, they would be sent to their demise in an instant, perhaps not even realizing how they perished. "No matter what, I will go and take a look," Su Yang said, taking a deep breath. After a while, the poisonous mist created by the honey cloud jellyfish gradually dissipated.
As for Ling Qingshu, Su Yang expelled all the poison from her body using his spiritual energy.
Naturally, Ling Qingshu was no longer in any danger.
Of course, if Ling Qingshu had not encountered Su Yang, she would have lost her breath the moment she opened her mouth to speak. After their earlier battle, the library of the Haipo sect had been reduced to rubble.
Su Mengyao and Bai Yolan, despite looking ashen, said nothing and pretended not to have seen anything.
Of course, they dared not speak up. Su Yang was a being who had lived for countless millennia, a true elder monster. Anyone who dared to utter a word against him would likely find their heads rolling in the next moment. Additionally, Su Mengyao and Bai Yolan sensed that Su Yang might have some ties to their Haipo sect.
Perhaps he was a friend of their founding ancestor.
At this thought, Bai Yolan felt a flicker of excitement. I apologize, I did not expect it would cause such severe destruction.
I'm sorry, Su Yang replied apologetically.
Bai Yolan rolled his eyes. Indeed, all of the Haipo sect's techniques, martial skills and texts were housed within the library. However, now that even the library was gone, those techniques and texts had vanished.
Thinking of this, Bai Yolan felt a chill run down his spine. Elder, it's fine.
Bai Yolan said, his lips twitching.
Su Yang nodded and said, don't worry, I can compensate for the techniques you lost. Whatever you lost, I will return to you in full. Upon hearing this, Bai Yolan's ashen face looked a bit better. After spending a night at the Haipo sect, Su Yang took the map and set off to search for the deep-sea blue heart.
However, after searching all around, he found nothing. 2,000 years had changed many places and they no longer matched the descriptions on the map. Yet Su Yang did not leave empty-handed. He discovered an island located at the very center of the East Mountain Sea. Many people were gathered there awaiting the arrival of the next full moon. Since we cannot find it, we might as well wait here for the deep-sea blue heart to appear.
Ling Qingshu, what do you think?
Su Yang glanced at the map side and asked. I leave everything to the ancestor, Ling Qingshu replied softly. Su Yang landed on a flat area of the island, and as soon as he touched the ground, he was met with probing gazes. Among those gazes were curiosity, malice, and fear. Su Yang looked at the crowd and noticed a group of people staring at him. The cultivation levels of these individuals varied. A few were at the nascent soul stage while others were at the golden core stage. Among them, the most formidable was a young man in white sitting not far away. A light white sword lay at his feet and he held a blade of grass between his lips, gazing at the sky at a 45-degree angle, his indifferent eyes betraying a hint of melancholy.
This person was surprisingly at the celestial realm of Wood Tree.
His strength could easily obliterate everyone present, yet the others around him showed no signs of reverence or fear towards the young man in white, as if they were unaware of his power. Upon closer inspection, Su Yang realized that he was concealing his cultivation level. Nearby, several nascent soul practitioners were eyeing Su Yang with sinister gazes as if plotting something. Su Yang paid them no mind. After all, what could they do in numbers? He had come to a crowded place to gather information about the deep-sea blue heart. However, just as Su Yang landed and before he could make a move, one of the nascent soul practitioners approached him.
Hello, the man said with a smile exuding friendliness.
Yet Su Yang discerned thick malice behind his eyes.
Su Yang nodded, acknowledging the greeting.
His eyes mischievously regarded the nascent soul practitioner.
Su Yang had no time to engage in idle chatter with them. Should this nascent soul practitioner show any sign of hostility, Su Yang would teach him a lesson in humility.
The nascent soul practitioner did not expect Su Yang to respond so blandly, and he suddenly felt a bit awkward.
Are you also here to search for the deep-sea blue heart? The nascent soul practitioner continued to inquire. Otherwise, what do you think I'm here for? Su Yang raised his eyebrows, speaking with a mocking tone.
This person clearly had ulterior motives, and Su Yang saw no reason to offer him any kindness.
The nascent soul practitioner's expression grew cold as he looked at Su Yang.
Though Su Yang appeared to be at the Qi refinement stage, there were too many discrepancies. He likely was not just a Qi refinement practitioner.
Ling Qingshu beside Su Yang was a golden core practitioner, and he was quite certain of that.
Based on Ling Qingshu's cultivation level, he speculated that Su Yang's cultivation should also be at the golden core stage. Even if Su Yang were slightly stronger than his assumption, he would at most be a nascent soul practitioner. At this thought, the nascent soul practitioner's gaze turned bloodthirsty.
This friend, may I ask your esteemed name?
I am Su Yang, he replied.
Brother Su Yang, it truly is a pleasure to meet you.
There are many people here. How about we go to the small grove over there and chat privately? As he spoke, a faint pressure enveloped Su Yang. Nearby, several other nascent soul practitioners also approached Su Yang.
Oh, interesting. But what if I choose not to? A teasing smile danced on Su Yang's lips.
These people were truly impatient.
Suddenly they dared to plot against him.
A murderous intent rose within Su Yang.
Come on.
Let's go inside and talk, the group of nascent soul practitioners said, their faces twisted with bloodthirsty smiles as they pulled Su Yang toward the grove.
Many onlookers watched Su Yang with sympathetic expressions. Everyone knew what would happen once he was dragged into the nearby grove.
Despite this, not a single person stepped up to help Su Yang.
3 nascent soul cultivators stood among the crowd. While not the strongest, they were certainly not weak. No one dared to provoke this ill-fated group. All eyes turned to Su Yang with a mocking expression. Su Yang probably wouldn't come out alive if he entered the woods.
Only the white-clad young man of the cave heaven realm furrowed his brow upon witnessing this scene. Su Yang looked at the 3 nascent soul cultivators who were determined to court death and sighed sadly, saying, "All right, since you all insist, I will accompany you on this little journey." The 3 nascent soul cultivators exchanged cruel smiles, their eyes gleaming with malice. One of the nascent soul cultivators led the way while the other 2 flanked Su Yang, escorting him like a prisoner for several minutes. Ling Qingshu followed behind Su Yang, her expression emotionless, though a flicker of sharpness occasionally flashed in her eyes. If it weren't for her insufficient strength, she would have already stepped forward, sword in hand, and put these people in their place rather than playing along with Su Yang. After walking for a while, they arrived at the edge of a small river. The leading nascent soul cultivator stopped and turned to Su Yang with a sinister expression, saying, "Well then, how do you find this place?" Su Yang glanced around and indeed found it to be a serene and pleasant spot.
"This is quite nice, suitable for a resting place for eternity."
The leading nascent soul cultivator was taken aback by his words.
"Since you have guessed it, then you should take your own life. Otherwise, when we kill you, it may be quite painful for you."
The leading nascent soul cultivator's lips curled into a cold smile, his already narrow eyes glinting ominously.
"Can I ask why you want to kill me before I die?" Su Yang asked nonchalantly.
It was truly pathetic for these people to remain oblivious even as death loomed over them.
"Why kill you? What do you think? To rob and plunder for wealth and beauty."
"Haha, that girl behind you looks quite decent. It would be a shame to kill her after just one use."
The 3 nascent soul cultivators laughed brightly, discussing without restraint.
Their eyes were filled with lust as they looked at Ling Qingshu behind them.
Su Yang's previous question gave them confidence, leading them to believe that Su Yang was already in their grasp. "So it's a robbery then?" Su Yang's lips curled slightly in mockery, but unfortunately no one saw. In the realm of cultivation, robbery was quite common.
It could be said that every cultivator had robbed others and been robbed in return. In this world there were no rules, the only rule was that might makes right.
Thus big fish eat small fish, while small fish prey on shrimp, and the lowest tier cultivators would rob mortals.
However, Su Yang didn't care if others robbed each other, but for these people to attempt to rob him was something he would not let slide, and he was more than willing to show them what it meant to hit a steel plate. "I think your previous suggestion was quite good. You should hurry and take your own lives. Don't force me to take action, or you may end up crying out for your mothers later." Su Yang chuckled playfully.
The 3 nascent soul cultivators felt confused, and suddenly one of them sensed something was wrong.
They had robbed others before. Those people would typically be begging for mercy by now.
But Su Yang was far too calm.
The 3 nascent soul cultivators exchanged glances, a sense of foreboding rising in their hearts.
"Pa.
Kid, don't play tricks. Since you refuse to end your life, I will help you." One of the nascent soul cultivators spat on the ground viciously and then swung a fist towards Su Yang's forehead. A burst of crimson flames erupted from the hand of that nascent soul cultivator with a pop.
"Kid, I want to see how you will become nothing but bones."
As he spoke, the nascent soul cultivator's fist came crashing down barely an inch away from Su Yang's head. Seeing that someone had actually made a move, Su Yang let out a cold laugh.
A tremendous aura erupted in an instant, an overwhelming amount of spiritual energy released from Su Yang's body.
The nascent soul cultivator found himself at the center of the spiritual energy storm. The terrifying amount of spiritual energy shattered his protective barrier in a simple and direct manner, almost crushing him.
"You are not in the chi refinement stage." Before the nascent soul cultivator could finish his sentence, he was torn apart by the spiritual energy. Gulps of swallowing were heard clearly. The remaining 2 nascent soul cultivators stared dumbfounded as Su Yang effortlessly dispatched their leader.
They looked at Su Yang in terror, unable to believe what they had just witnessed.
"What level of cultivation do you have?" "What level do I have?"
Su Yang chuckled lightly. "I'm merely at the chi refinement stage." Ling Qingshu looked at Su Yang, who was still insisting he was in the chi refinement stage, feeling somewhat speechless. Su Laozu was indeed this low profile, claiming to be at the chi refinement stage no matter what. The 2 nascent soul cultivators exchanged glances, feeling equally speechless. They felt that Su Yang was insulting their intelligence. However, even if Su Yang did insult their intelligence, what could they do? The 2 quickly reached an unspoken agreement. They must escape immediately. Just as they were about to slip away, Su Yang's calm voice rang out. "You 2 seem to be thinking of running away, huh?" As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yang appeared in front of the 2 nascent soul cultivators. Thud. The 2 nascent soul cultivators collapsed in despair, kneeling before Su Yang. "Senior, please show mercy and let us go." "Yes, Senior, we meant no offense, it's all a misunderstanding." The 2 said, their bodies trembling slightly.
The combat prowess Su Yang had displayed earlier was terrifying. They were completely outmatched. Yet they were nascent soul cultivators. Only those in the cave heaven realm could defeat them in one blow. Could it be that Su Yang was a powerhouse of the cave heaven realm? When this thought crossed their minds, they felt as if they had fallen into an icy abyss. What reckless things had they done to provoke a powerhouse of the cave heaven realm? If a cave heaven realm powerhouse wanted to kill them, they would undoubtedly meet their end today. Thus their only hope was to beg Su Yang for mercy. Su Yang's gaze swept across their faces. The two nascent soul cultivators felt their muscles tense as they were about to break under pressure, wanting to turn and flee when Su Yang's calm voice finally broke the silence. Sparing your lives is not entirely out of the question, and Su Yang's calm and different words rang in their ears like celestial music. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. And two nascent soul cultivators kowtowed reverently before Su Yang, their expressions so devout they might have mistaken him for the very source of their rebirth. I haven't finished speaking yet. Why the haste? And Su Yang remarked coolly, a faint mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. The two nascent soul cultivators tensed instinctively, their breath just exhaled and relief seized once more as anxiety flooded their faces. They stared at Su Yang, paralyzed with tension. And if you wish to live, then first defeat my disciple. Su Yang gestured toward Ling Qingshu. And he had already discerned their cultivation realms. Both were nascent soul cultivators, one at the first layer, the other at the second, placing them firmly in the early stage of the nascent soul realm. Ling Qingshu, by contrast, had reached the 8th layer of the golden core realm, the late stage of golden core cultivation. And though an unbridgeable chasm separated the golden core and nascent soul realms, making victory for a golden core cultivator over a nascent soul practitioner virtually impossible. Ling Qingshu, having been personally trained by Su Yang, possessed the rare capacity to transcend her realm in battle. Though arduous triumph was not beyond reach. And Senior, this, and the two nascent soul cultivators exchanged desperate, tearful glances. After all, though Ling Qingshu's cultivation appeared merely ordinary for a golden core cultivator, for a nascent soul cultivator to be defeated by one would bring such unbearable shame that they'd sooner dash their heads against tofu than face the world again, even without Su Yang lifting a finger. Yet who could say for certain whether this golden core cultivator was truly what she seemed? Only moments earlier they had been humiliated by Su Yang himself, who had appeared deceptively to be nothing more than a chi refining cultivator. Su Yang gave every impression of instability, no golden core, no nascent soul, merely a pitiful chi refining cultivator, utterly unremarkable. Yet none could have guessed he was in truth a sovereign realm cultivator, and well. Are you unwilling to test yourselves against my disciple? Then I shall have no choice but to end you. And Su Yang issued the quiet threat, and with a flick of his wrist his spirit sword materialized in his palm. And Senior, we accept. How could we possibly refuse? The two nascent soul cultivators reluctantly agreed, their faces drawn with grim resignation. And, boom, and blades flashed, swords sang. Wild torrents of spiritual energy tore through the air. And Ling Qingshu locked into fierce, grueling combat with one of the nascent soul cultivators. Su Yang sat nearby, calmly eating a crimson fruit, occasionally shaking his head in quiet disappointment. The battle had raged for over 10 minutes, yet Ling Qingshu, wielding only the power of the golden core realm, held firm against a nascent soul opponent without faltering. Such a feat would leave even seasoned elders speechless with astonishment. Yet to Su Yang it fell far short of expectation. In his eyes, Ling Qingshu possessed more than enough strength to overcome her opponent outright. She had, however, missed too many openings, leaving her not only unable to secure victory but now dangerously ensnared in peril. At its core, the flaw lay in her lack of battlefield experience. Yet Su Yang seemed to forget his own combat experience spanned 10,000 years, a gulf immeasurable beside Ling Qingshu's. Thud, now muffled impact echoed sharply as one nascent soul cultivator drove a devastating kick into Ling Qingshu's abdomen, sending her hurtling backward through the air. Ah! Ling Qingshu, you have lost. And Su Yang sighed softly, a wistful murmur hanging in the air. And having witnessed her defeat, he would honor his word and release them. Ling Qingshu struggled upright from the ground, cheeks flushed with indignant fury. Since you have fulfilled the condition, you may depart. And Su Yang had barely spoken when suddenly a sapphire blade descended from the heavens, shrieking like a falling star, and pierced straight through both nascent soul cultivators. It happened in the blink of an eye. Before either could react, their heads had already torn from their bodies and soared skyward. Are the two young friends unharmed? At that moment a white-robed youth descended from the sky, landing gracefully before Su Yang and Ling Qingshu. Why did you slay them? And Su Yang scratched his nose awkwardly. He had already resolved to let them go, only to have a stranger descend midair and execute them on the spot. I sensed malice in their gaze and followed them here. The moment I arrived I saw the young lady in peril, so I struck. Is there an issue? The white-robed sovereign realm youth tilted his head, puzzled. And no issue, Su Yang replied, slightly at a loss. And, by the way, I recall seeing 3 people earlier. The third is already dead, Su Yang said impassively. And Xiaoping froze, disbelief flooding his features as he stared at Su Yang. Only then did he notice Su Yang's cultivation appeared to be nothing more than chi refining. And of course he wasn't foolish enough to believe it.
No true qi refining cultivator could stand before him so calmly.
Young friend, may I ask your cultivation realm? Zhao Peng inquired. And nascent soul Su Yang replied, neither deferential nor arrogant. Ah, nascent soul, I see. Zhao Peng nodded.
That explained much. Yet as he studied Su Yang anew, he still found himself utterly unable to perceive his true cultivation.
How could this be?
And Zhao Peng frowned inwardly. How could a sovereign realm cultivator fail to pierce the veil of a mere nascent soul? Moreover, Su Yang showed no trace of the subservience typical of nascent soul cultivators confronting a sovereign realm elder, only serene composure. A silent alarm stirred within Zhao Peng. This seemingly qi refining youth was unfathomably deep.
And I've come seeking the deep sea azure heart. Might you be here for the same purpose? Zhao Peng asked.
And Su Yang shot him a dry glance. What do you think? And Zhao Peng chuckled awkwardly. Indeed, though many had gathered here, their motives were singular and identical. All had come in search of the deep sea azure heart. I've scoured this region for some time and uncovered traces of the deep sea azure heart, but the location is perilous beyond measure. I seek strong allies to venture there together. Would you be interested? Su Yang's eyes lit up instantly. Heedless of traps or deception, he nodded vigorously. Yes, I'll accompany you. Heir. Zhao Peng had expected hesitation, or at least careful deliberation, not immediate unreserved agreement.
Neither this youth was recklessly naive or supremely confident in his own strength. And Zhao Peng grew even more wary.
With only us, the risk remains high. We must gather a few more companions, and Zhao Peng said.
Agreed. Su Yang nodded.
And please, drop the young friend. It feels strange, and he found it deeply awkward being addressed so formally by a youth whose face still bore the softness of adolescence.
Zhao Peng laughed heartily, his features oddly contorted as he said, young friend, do not be fooled by my youthful appearance.
In truth, I have lived for over 1,000 years. When I was young, I took a beauty-preserving elixir which has kept me looking adolescent. Su Yang blinked and replied, actually, like you, I am 100,000 years old. For some reason, I too retain the guise of a youth.
Zhao Peng fell silent and muttered, you must be joking, young friend.
Su Yang curled his lip inward, wondering ruefully why telling the truth earned him no belief. Ling Qingshu stood impassive, but turmoil roiled in her heart. She knew ancestor Su had lived a very long time, yet 100,000 years was a terrifying span beyond imagining. She watched Su Yang turning over in her mind whether his claim was truth or deception. Amid laughter and light banter, the small group soon crossed into the trees and returned to where people had gathered moments before.
Many eyes regarded Su Yang with probing curiosity.
The white-clad youth once more concealed his cultivation. No one could discern that he stood at the Dongtian stage. What, this person hasn't died?
Intriguing, someone murmured.
Where did those 3 nascent soul cultivators go?
I didn't see them come out.
Are you blind? They're surely dead. If those 3 had come out alive, then the others must be dead.
Did not expect it, there's a hidden powerhouse among them.
It had all ended in scarcely any time at all. It felt like a killing blow executed in an instant. Voices buzzed with speculation as people stepped away warily from Su Yang.
Su Yang rubbed his nose and gave a wry smile.
Zhao Peng said to him, young friend, I've been staking out this place for 2 days and have found no strong cultivators.
Why don't we look elsewhere? Su Yang was indifferent and replied lightly, do as you wish.
Sighing, Zhao Peng said with a melancholy face, one more day and we must enter that place. I've been trying to find companions to go with me, but after camping on this island for days I have not found a single suitable strong cultivator. Su Yang shook his head without saying much and then suggested, there is someone of the Dongtian stage 30 li ahead, you might try your luck with them. Zhao Peng stared at Su Yang in disbelief and asked, young friend, are you telling the truth? He was astonished. As a Dongtian cultivator himself, he had not detected any Dongtian ahead, yet Su Yang had discovered one with ease.
Did that not imply Su Yang's spiritual sense might be stronger than his own? Su Yang said calmly, I'm not lying.
That Dongtian has concealed his cultivation and is barbecuing inside a cave. If you don't believe me, go and see for yourself. Zhao Peng nodded, thinking Su Yang's suggestion reasonable. The only way to know was to go and look. Led by Su Yang, they indeed spotted a cave on the steep slope ahead. Pale smoke curled from its mouth. Waves of roasted aroma drifted out. Su Yang chuckled softly and murmured, this is amusing. While everyone obsesses over Shenhailanqi, a Dongtian cultivator is contentedly barbecuing. They peered into the cave and indeed saw an old man, hair and beard frosted white yet sprightly, turning skewers over the coals. The old man's aura was restrained at first glance. He could have been an ordinary mortal elder save for the occasional brilliant flash in his bright eyes. The old man was named Huang Tian and he was a Dongtian cultivator of the 2nd tier.
May I ask what brings you here?
He inquired. Huang Tian stroked his long silver beard with one hand while flipping the roast with the other. His seemingly clouded eyes flickered with sharp light. A heap of unremarkable wood on the ground emitted faint azure sparks, the heat fearsome to behold. The poultry blistered and turned a lustrous golden brown, releasing an irresistible fragrance that made mouths water. Su Yang shook his head with a smile and said, "Your roasting could use improvement." The old man affronted puffed his beard and glared. "What did you say? You dare claim my roasting is poor?" Su Yang nodded and replied, "It is not lacking in color, aroma or taste, but it lacks soul." "Lacks soul? Ha! I have lived for millennia and roasted for centuries. Do I need a youngster to lecture me?" Huang Tian snapped, displeasure erasing his earlier hungry expression. Gazing at the golden aromatic roast before him, Huang Tian felt an unaccountable tightness in his chest. "Enough. You three have successfully spoiled my appetite. Now then, tell me plainly why you have come." Zhao Peng explained, "You two are seeking Shanhai Lanxin, aren't you? I have a lead suggesting Shanhai Lanxin is in that place, but it is perilous, so I hope to gather a group to go together." Huang Tian listened with an expression of bored indifference. Zhao Peng spoke at length, yet the old man said nothing in response. Growing frustrated, Zhao Peng demanded at last, "I've said so much, are you coming with us or not?" Huang Tian paused in his movements, the wrinkles on his brow gathering as he smiled faintly. "You want me to accompany you? Fine, it's not impossible." He hesitated, then added, "That young man who said my roasting was poor, let him roast one for me. If what he produces can open my eyes, I'll go with you." He turned his gaze to Su Yang with a benevolent smile. A faint pressure emanated from him and bore down upon Su Yang. Crack! Several nearby boulders, unable to withstand the weight of that pressure, exploded into powder with a bang. Su Yang lifted his head coolly, the slant of his eyes flashing with a feral glint. "What do you intend?" he asked. Huang Tian, astonished, muttered that the youth was formidable to actually withstand his pressure and instantly withdrew the force. Su Yang smiled and said, "Very well. I haven't roasted wild game myself in a long time, I'll give it a try." Huang Tian handed Su Yang a creature called a Shi Ming Tu and entrusted all the utensils to him, then stood by with eager anticipation to watch. Su Yang examined the plump rounded rabbit in his hands with some surprise and said, "A Shi Ming Tu." The Shi Ming Tu was an ancient ferocious beast. Though it was not among the most renowned, its fate reduced to becoming a mere ingredient for a roast was pitiful indeed. "You actually recognize it?" Huang Tian remarked, slightly surprised. "This Ming-devouring hare was one I chanced upon and captured only after great effort." "Just a Ming-devouring hare, back in my day I ate them until I couldn't bear the sight of them," Su Yang said nonchalantly. Of course, Su Yang omitted the fact that while he had once eaten them to satiety, he hadn't seen a Ming-devouring hare in ages, and now longed for its exquisite flavor with unbearable nostalgia. "Young man, you certainly know how to spin a tall tale," Huang Tian scoffed. "The Ming-devouring hare is an ancient ferocious beast, one must possess extraordinary fortune even to glimpse one. Moreover, though it appears delicate, it remains an ancient ferocious beast in essence, its speed and flight unmatched, and capturing one nigh impossible." This youth before him was clearly fabricating without restraint, and Huang Tian's thoughts turned toward giving him a lesson. Yet to his astonishment, Su Yang moved with practiced ease, roasting the Ming-devouring hare over the fire, soon its exterior crisped to golden perfection, glistening with amber oil, its aroma instantly rousing primal hunger. Even more astonishing was the faint ripple of spiritual energy emanating from the golden brown hare. How can it radiate spiritual energy?" Huang Tian asked, stunned as drool spilled unbidden from his lips. "That's precisely why your earlier attempt failed. You achieved visual appeal, fragrance and taste, yet neglected the creature's innate medicinal potency. By obsessing over sensory perfection, you utterly dissipated its profound alchemical essence, a classic case of sacrificing substance for superficiality." Su Yang's calm words struck Huang Tian like thunderclaps. Before Huang Tian could utter a reply, Su Yang had already seized the roasted hare and begun devouring it with hearty bites. Huang Tian swallowed hard, eyes wide, and pleaded, "Might I have just a bite?" Su Yang tore off the least desirable portion and tossed it to Huang Tian, then handed half a hind leg to Ling Qingshu before cradling the entire hare and resuming his feast. Huang Tian stared at the meager scrap in his palm, face crumpling as he took a timid nibble. The moment it neared his lips, an intoxicating aroma flooded his senses, gently breaking the crisp golden skin, revealed tender jade-white flesh beneath. One bite unleashed sweetness that dissolved on his tongue, followed by a warm current sliding down his throat into his abdomen, spreading through every vein, filling his body with a sensation of rebirth and radiant ease. Alas, Su Yang had given him far too little, just one bite and it vanished. The venerable immortal cultivating elder Huang Tian, whose bearing bespoke celestial grace, sucked his fingers like a child, gazing helplessly at Su Yang. "Young friend, might I have another morsel?" His tone betrayed no trace of the Tao heavenly elder. He was a realm-level cultivator of the cavity heaven realm. Ling Qingshu watched the ravenous elder with bemused skepticism, then delicately sampled the roasted hare leg Su Yang had prepared. At the first bite her eyes blazed with revelation, as if her entire past life had been hollow, spent beside Su Yang, yet never tasting such transcendent delight. Yet soon something felt amiss. The warmth within her did not fade, it coalesced, converging upon her golden core. Boom! A violent surge of spiritual energy erupted within her golden core, propelling her cultivation straight to the 9th layer of the golden core realm. You've broken through, Su Yang observed coolly, continuing to gnaw on his hair. Ling Qingshu stood momentarily stunned, then her gaze ignited with fervent hope as she implored, Ancestor, may I have more?
And me. Huang Tian chimed in, eyes gleaming with desperate longing.
Su Yang lifted his head, a subtle knowing smile playing upon his lips. Ling Qingshu, this hair's spiritual energy is too volatile for you.
Overindulgence would harm your foundation.
As for you, elder, he turned to Huang Tian, accompany us and handle the hunting. I may at my discretion roast you a portion. Huang Tian beamed like a child gifted a new treasure. Zhao Peng meanwhile stood utterly dumbfounded. He had never imagined mere gustatory desire could captivate a cavity heaven realm master. His gaze upon Su Yang sharpened with quiet scrutiny.
He had never succeeded in sensing Su Yang's true cultivation level, but inwardly he deduced Su Yang must be a cavity heaven realm expert. Otherwise certain phenomena remained inexplicable.
A wry smile tugged at his lips. Such a master truly knew humility, concealing his aura all the way down to the chi refinement realm. Concealing one's realm at the nascent soul or golden core level was common, but to mask it entirely behind the guise of chi refinement. Anyone believing Su Yang was merely a chi refinement cultivator would be nothing short of a fool.
Would you like some? Su Yang asked Zhao Peng with a gentle knowing smile.
No thank you, Zhao Peng declined firmly.
Ah, then no matter.
Su Yang replied indifferently, returning to his meal, though inwardly he felt a flicker of genuine surprise. Zhao Peng was undeniably terrifying, an individual capable of resisting any temptation that might imperil him.
Utterly rational. Utterly unyielding.
Yet Su Yang entertained the thought only briefly, a passing note of respect, nothing more. Zhao Peng held no relevance to him. Should Zhao Peng ever cross him, ending his life would require no more than a single fingertip. Once Su Yang finished the entire Ming-devouring hair, the group convened to plan their next move. Zhao Peng withdrew a scroll from his robes and unfurled it upon the ground, revealing a detailed map. With one finger, Zhao Peng pointed gravely to a cerulean zone on the map. The deep-sea azure heart lies here, but this location harbors a colossal deep-sea vortex.
Within it pulses an overwhelming surge of spiritual energy source unknown. Moreover, I observed numerous ancient ferocious beasts circling the vortex. Danger is assured. Do you dare venture forth? Our objective is clear: descend into the vortex in search of the deep-sea azure heart. And I suspect, beyond that prize, other profound opportunities await. Zhao Peng concluded, voice alight with fervor, scanning Su Yang and Huang Tian. Huang Tian wore an expression of utter indifference, his wrinkled face, slack eyelids half lowered. Su Yang meanwhile studied unrelated sections of the map with quiet absorption, murmuring softly to himself. Zhao Peng fell abruptly silent. It seemed his impassioned speech had fallen on deaf ears. But tell me, what exactly do we seek the deep-sea azure heart for? Although Su Yang and Huang Tian ignored him, Ling Qingshu listened intently to Zhao Peng's words, then raised her own questions. Zhao Peng glanced at Ling Qingshu, feeling a bit speechless. He had already known when Ling Qingshu made her breakthrough that she was merely a low-level golden core cultivator. While golden core cultivators are generally of little use, at least there was someone who listened to him, which brought Zhao Peng some comfort. This time I must obtain the deep-sea blue heart. It is rumored that the leaves of the deep-sea blue heart can restore a person's soul. It is likely my only hope. As Zhao Peng said this, his phoenix eyes narrowed slightly and the sadness in his gaze overflowed uncontrollably. The leaves of the deep-sea blue heart can indeed bring back a soul that is incomplete. Su Yang turned around and asked, what's wrong? Do you need the leaves of the deep-sea blue heart? Exactly. My Dao companion was severely injured while protecting me, and now her soul is incomplete, at risk of vanishing at any moment. The only thing that can save her now is the deep-sea blue heart. As Zhao Peng spoke, his bright eyes gradually filled with tears. Su Yang nodded, understanding the situation. However, Su Yang's brow furrowed deeply and a layer of gloom covered his elongated eyes. Zhao Peng's desire for the deep-sea blue heart would destroy it. Once the deep-sea blue heart was damaged, the soul residing within it would also suffer equally. If his disciple's soul was indeed within the deep-sea blue heart, Su Yang could not allow Zhao Peng to destroy even a single root of it. But looking at Zhao Peng's demeanor, it seemed he was equally determined to obtain the deep-sea blue heart. Eventually Su Yang would have to confront Zhao Peng over this issue. After thinking for a while, Su Yang decided to let go of this thought. They hadn't even found the deep-sea blue heart yet, they would discuss it when they did. I studied the environment around the sea area on the map, and the probability of finding the deep-sea blue heart in that whirlpool is the highest. So when shall we set out? Su Yang said eagerly. His last disciple by Lian Chua had died because of Su Yang's negligence. Su Yang felt a lingering guilt towards her and wished to rush to the deep-sea blue heart immediately to confirm whether his beloved Bai Lian Chua was still alive and well. Zhao Peng smiled slightly and said, as long as you are sure you want to go, the three of us can set off at any time. Then let's go. What are we waiting for? Su Yang replied with a smile. Both he and Zhao Peng tacitly avoided mentioning the issue of the deep-sea blue heart.
By the way, Senior Huang Tian, why do you want to go to that whirlpool, or rather why do you want the deep-sea blue heart?
Suddenly Zhao Peng turned to ask. Huang Tian scoffed and said disdainfully, I have no interest in that deep-sea blue heart at all. Zhao Peng was taken aback, then why are you here? I'm traveling around searching for the world's delicacies. I heard that the prawns of Dongshan Sea are exceptional, so I came to taste them. After hearing this, Zhao Peng was somewhat dumbfounded. Is that it? But looking at Huang Tian's sincere expression, Zhao Peng could only reluctantly believe him. Now I feel that coming to Dongshan Sea is the best decision of my life. Had I not traveled thousands of miles to this place, I would not have met my young friend Su Yang and naturally would not have tasted his culinary skills. Huang Tian spoke with a look of ecstasy. Zhao Peng was left speechless. He truly couldn't imagine how delicious Su Yang's food must be to win the heart of a Dongtian cultivator. Even though this Dongtian cultivator was a foodie. At the center of the turbulent Dongshan Sea there was a terrifyingly large whirlpool. The empty cavity at the center of the whirlpool had a diameter of at least 100 meters, and the rapidly swirling seawater splashed up waves that resembled countless sharp swords. The rumbling sound was deafening like thunder, drowning out all other noises. At that moment dozens of people in black robes hovered in the air above the whirlpool. These individuals emanated an exceptionally powerful aura, all being at the Dongtian stage. The deep blue sea heart is hiding within this whirlpool. It was worth it for our Tianlan Sect to search for 2,000 years. We finally found Bai Lianxue. It is rumored that Bai Lianxue is the most favored disciple of that monster, mastering numerous celestial techniques. Once we capture her, we will search her soul. The techniques obtained may allow me to break through the Dongtian realm and reach the nascent soul realm. As Bai Lianxue's soul is imprisoned within the deep-sea blue heart, we only need to find the deep-sea blue heart and she will be ours. I believe that monster's disciple will not disappoint us. These black-clad figures laughed heartily as they entered the center of the whirlpool. After several minutes, Su Yang and the others also arrived above the whirlpool. Is this the place? Su Yan looked around, his expression growing increasingly somber. No, the spiritual energy here is chaotic. Just now 5 Dongtian cultivators passed through this area. Zhao Peng quickly used his divine sense to probe the surroundings and found that the spiritual energy was indeed very chaotic. However, he could only speculate that a strong cultivator had passed by, disturbing the spiritual energy around them. However, he could not determine the cultivation level of those cultivators or how many there were. Young friend, how did you know that? Zhao Peng frowned. Su Yang smiled and said, isn't it easy to know this? Zhao Peng was left speechless. He was growing increasingly confused by Su Yang, who had remained at the qi refining stage. Moreover, Su Yang claimed that he could not fly and had taken out a dilapidated spirit boat slowly swaying to this place. Zhao Peng, while sitting in Su Yang's spirit boat, was starting to doubt his life choices. Looking at Su Yang's serious expression, it did not seem like he was lying. Furthermore, if he could fly, who would bring along a shabby spirit boat? The flying speed of a Dongtian cultivator is dozens of times faster than that dilapidated spirit boat, right? But to say that Su Yang could not fly as a Dongtian cultivator, how could he not perform such a basic task that even a golden core cultivator could accomplish? Then he could only believe that Su Yang was a qi refining stage dabbler. Given Su Yang's performance all along, Zhao Peng felt that believing Su Yang was at the qi refining stage was an insult to his intelligence. Thus Zhao Peng was torn throughout the journey. Young friend, do you think these cultivators are here to steal our deep-sea blue heart? Zhao Peng asked Su Yang. Su Yang pointed to the hollow of the whirlpool and said, those auras disappeared after entering the whirlpool. They should be coming for the deep-sea blue heart. Is that so? Zhao Peng spoke softly, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his calm eyes. Let's go, we'll enter as well. Zhao Peng's tone turned icy. Su Yang nodded and enveloped Ling Qingshu in spiritual energy, forming a protective layer before diving into the cavity at the center of the vortex. A thunderous roar echoed as if it could shatter eardrums, sending chills down one's spine. Below the cavity of the vortex lay an abyss of pitch blackness, with the surrounding seawater swirling rapidly downward, resembling a torrent of horses galloping, engulfing Su Yang into the depths, then tearing him to shreds with a crackling sound. There is a spiritual artifact beneath this vortex. Su Yang's divine sense probed downwards and he said. Why? Zhao Peng asked, somewhat bewildered. Because the natural conditions here are insufficient to sustain such a massive vortex, Su Yang replied nonchalantly. In fact, Su Yang had already guessed what that spiritual artifact was. He couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Oh, Zhao Peng casually replied, showing no interest. Right now he only wanted the deep-sea blue heart to save his companion's life. Everything else could wait. This vortex was unlike others. Instead of the cavity becoming smaller towards the bottom, it actually widened the deeper one went. Reaching the seabed, the entire cavity was as large as a small city. Although it was the seabed, the surface was dry with not a drop of water, and the arid yellow sand made it feel more like a desert. Above, the dark seawater spun rapidly. Around Su Yang, a few people were watching him with predatory eyes. Who are you and what are you doing here? The speaker was one of the 5 men in black, their formidable aura pressing heavily upon Su Yang. The powerful aura of the 5 Dantian realm cultivators formed sharp white blades encircling Su Yang, yet they could not approach him even a step closer. What are you doing here?
I am here for the same purpose. Su Yang raised his head, a trace of sinister killing intent flickering in his calm black eyes.
One of the black-clad men was holding a translucent spiritual herb that glimmered with a faint blue light. The herb was only the size of a palm with 3 flat leaves extending out, swaying like human hands. Particularly at the moment it saw Su Yang, it swayed even more violently, trembling slightly as if Su Yang could feel its excited and fervent emotions. This spiritual herb was the deep-sea blue heart. Su Yang never expected to find the deep-sea blue heart so quickly. But these few people dared to covet it, they deserved to die. At this moment Zhao Peng's expression was also quite grim. He had indeed found the deep-sea blue heart, but someone else had gotten to it first. What irritated him even more was that the 5 strong adversaries in the Dongtian realm made it seem impossible for him to snatch it away. Thinking of this, he felt a bit regretful. He should have come here alone. Being intimidated by the vortex's pressure led him to seek help. After spending several days searching for allies, someone else had gotten there first. What frustrated him even more was that this vortex posed no real danger. You 5 put down the deep-sea blue heart. Zhao Peng gritted his teeth and spoke in a blustering manner. No matter what, he needed the deep-sea blue heart for his companion. The 5 Dongtian realm cultivators from the Tianlan Sect looked at him as if they had heard a comical joke sneering at him. Just you lot, 2 Dongtian realm, 1 golden core and 1 chi refining trash. Haha, are you out of your mind? Hurry up and scram and I might just pretend I didn't see you. Otherwise I'll show you what cruelty really means. The 5 cultivators from the Tianlan Sect laughed heartily, not taking Su Yang and his companions seriously at all. Hearing this, Zhao Peng felt somewhat powerless. Although Su Yang was not a chi refining trash, 3 Dongtian realm cultivators still couldn't compete against 5 Dongtian realm adversaries. Thinking about how his companion only needed a single leaf, not much at all, Zhao Peng suddenly said, since we all know the location of the deep-sea blue heart, it should naturally be shared. I only need 1 leaf. If you need me for anything in the future, I will comply with your requests. Zhao Peng said with difficulty, believing he was selling his soul for that single leaf of the deep-sea blue heart. However, for his companion who had been by his side for over 1,000 years, he gritted his teeth and said it anyway. He. The 5 Dongtian realm cultivators didn't even regard Zhao Peng as worthy of their attention. These people know we have the deep-sea blue heart, they might know something, we can't allow them to leave. What do you think? Said another person. I agree, another nodded, their eyes filled with killing intent as they looked at Su Yang and his companions. You lot, since you've come down, don't bother going back up. 1 black-clad man sneered coldly and suddenly swung a punch towards Zhao Peng. The punch was enveloped in a faint red mist of blood, the wind from the punch howling. The yellow sand on the ground was whipped up by the fierce wind as if a storm were coming. The Dongtian realm cultivator's expression twisted with malice, his eyes gleaming with a Catan-mas amusement. Zhao Peng was shocked and furious to see him strike directly. Zhao Peng was also a Dongtian realm cultivator. His pride had already made him very uncomfortable in begging others. Now those people were ignoring him completely and attacking it, while causing Zhao Peng to explode in anger as he met the punch. Boom! Suddenly the 2 figures collided, their fists meeting with a blast that sent shockwaves, causing the vortex above to wobble violently. Boom! At that moment another punch came flying from the side. Unprepared, Zhao Peng was directly hit, spitting out a mouthful of blood and swiftly flying backward. He nearly got knocked into the vortex where he would have met his end. You lot, do you want to die or should we kill you? The 5 men approached Su Yang. Chi refining realm. I guess you are not chi refining, but regardless of your cultivation level today you are doomed. The 5 men in black eyed Su Yang, brazenly assessing his cultivation. Then they were dumbfounded, for no matter how they looked, Su Yang only appeared to be in the chi refining realm. I warn you all, you can kill others, but if you dare to harm even a hair on this young friend, I'll make sure you regret it. At that moment the previously silent Huang Tian finally spoke. Su Yang frowned in this situation. If it were anyone else they would likely be terrified, yet Huang Tian still dared to say such things. Either Huang Tian had lost his wits, or he possessed hidden advantages that rendered him utterly unafraid of these 5 cultivators. Another reckless fool who courts death. The black-robed figures exchanged glances and chuckled. Today I shall see precisely what power you wield, power enough to leave us with no recourse but disgrace. As the 5 spoke, one suddenly lunged forward, a fist hurtling towards Su Yang. Su Yang neither dodged nor flinched. Instead his gaze settled calmly upon Huang Tian. Huang Tian bared his yellowed teeth and clucked approvingly, I admire your courage. Since you insist on walking the path to death, I shall reluctantly grant your wish. A flash of white swordlight streaked across the air, and before the Void Heaven Golden Realm cultivator could even register its passage, a crimson aperture bloomed upon his throat. His expression frozen in disbelief, he clutched the wound, then crumpled silently to the ground. gulping audibly. The remaining 4 Void Heaven Realm cultivators stared at Huang Tian, then down at their fallen comrade's corpse.
You are a nascent Soul Realm Master.
Now it was their turn to tremble uncontrollably.
Though the nascent Soul Realm stood merely 1 tier above the Void Heaven Realm, the gulf between them was as vast as heaven and earth. A single nascent soul cultivator could effortlessly subdue 1,000 Void Heaven cultivators without so much as drawing breath.
If Huang Tian truly belonged to that realm, resistance was folly. Suicide would be the most dignified option. Su Yang shook his head. He is not a nascent soul cultivator, he is a Void Heaven Realm cultivator endowed with an extraordinary physique. Huang Tian smiled faintly at Su Yang's words. Young friend, you are indeed exceptional, to perceive my true limits at a glance.
Then he turned his gaze toward the 4 Void Heaven cultivators and said. Did you not hear what the young master just declared? Drop the deep sea azure heart immediately. Otherwise you shall remain buried here, forever. The 4 cultivators were nearly in tears. After 2 millennia of grueling search, they had finally found it, only for fate to intervene with ruthless irony. Their despair was palpable. Though Huang Tian was not a Void Heaven cultivator, he remained a being capable of annihilating them in an instant. Faced with the choice between the deep sea azure heart and their lives, they chose survival without hesitation. They dropped the artifact and fled in abject terror.
Zhao Peng staggered upright, clutching his bruised lower back, and limped unsteadily toward Su Yang.
At that moment, Zhao Peng found himself speechless. He had once believed himself the strongest among them, yet now that belief felt like the naivety of a child.
Su Yang was unfathomable. Huang Tian was unfathomable.
Even Ling Qingshu, a mere golden core cultivator who had stood quietly beside them, radiated an aura of impenetrable depth.
Senior Su Yang, this deep sea azure heart.
Zhao Peng stammered awkwardly, his voice trailing off.
What is it? Is something amiss? Su Yang asked coolly. Well, I'd like just 1 leaf from the deep sea azure heart, if that might be possible. Zhao Peng murmured timidly.
Su Yang wished to aid Zhao Peng, but asking for a leaf of the deep sea azure heart was nothing short of delusion.
Do not waste your thoughts on that. Let me be unequivocal, should you truly intend to claim even a single leaf, I shall ensure you slumber here permanently. Su Yang's words struck Zhao Peng like a thunderclap.
Seeing the utter seriousness in Su Yang's eyes, he knew this was no jest.
Fine.
Zhao Peng's face twisted in silent anguish.
But I know other methods to save your wife's life. If you trust me, allow me to try.
His dimmed eyes reignited with sudden brilliance.
Is that true? Truly, he asked, breathless with hope.
What gain would I reap from deceiving you?
Su Yang replied, calm and incisive. Zhao Peng's extinguished hope flickered anew into flame.
Su Yang ignored him, instead extending his spiritual sense with utmost care, reaching out to commune with the deep sea azure heart. A surge of elation flooded him. Bai Lianshua's soul truly resided within the deep sea azure heart. Yet his heart clenched with anguish. Bai Lianshua's soul was all but gone, fraying at the very edge of dissolution.
Disciple. I have failed you, Su Yang whispered softly, a sigh heavy with sorrow.
Fortunately, her fragmented soul had taken root within the deep sea azure heart itself. So long as the artifact remained unharmed, her essence would endure. Now that we possess the deep sea azure heart, let us ascend.
Su Yang spoke indifferently.
Huang Tian remained unperturbed, but Zhao Peng's face darkened, drawn tight with bitter resentment. Zhao Peng, do not despair, I possess alternative means to save your wife.
Su Yang understood his torment, but surrendering the deep sea azure heart was unthinkable. Comfort then was all he could offer.
Next, the group prepared to ascend from the vortex. Su Yang withdrew a spirit boat, stepped aboard, and began rising steadily upward.
Huang Tian watched, and his lips twitched involuntarily. He simply could not comprehend it. Su Yang was still feigning the cultivation base of a chi condensation realm novice, yet how absurd that pretense had become.
Was this truly the capability of a chi condensation cultivator?
He could not help but question the very nature of reality.
Moments later, they soared clear of the vortex and beheld the boundless azure sky.
At that very instant,
2 Void Heaven Realm cultivators darted from the periphery, seizing Ling Qingshu in a blur of motion. They vanished in a streak of afterimage, none other than the 4 Void Heaven cultivators who had fled beneath the vortex moments earlier.
Su Yang stared at the direction of their retreat, stunned into silence.
Damn it, pursue them now, he roared, panic sharpening his voice. Without pause, he steered the spirit boat in hot pursuit. Though its speed would astonish even nascent soul cultivators, against Void Heaven Realm masters it crawled like a snail. Those 4 Void Heaven cultivators moved even faster than their peers, swift as wind, sharp as lightning. Young friend, Huang Tian interjected, unable to hold back, surely the time for pretense has passed.
Pretend. My sister Sake, I cannot fly. Su Yang snapped, fury blazing. Go chase them down now.
And whatever you wish to eat afterward, I shall prepare it myself. Su Yang's heart hammered wildly. Do not let Ling Qingshu fall, do not let her perish now, not when I have just recovered by Lian Xue's shattered soul after 20,000 years. The moment Huang Tian heard Su Yang's words, he vanished from his spot and gave chase. And you, Zhao Ping, hurry and go after them. If you catch up, I will definitely save your wife. In the next moment, Zhao Ping also disappeared from his spot. Su Yang pursued the lingering aura left by those individuals, slowly trailing behind. In a remote corner of the eastern sea there lay a gigantic island. The island was named Haima Island as a sect named Haima Sect stood tall upon it. Huang Tian and Zhao Ping chased all the way to Haima Sect. Then they discovered that something seemed amiss as they were surrounded by dozens of cultivators at the cave heaven realm.
Oof, weren't you all quite arrogant just now? What's the matter? Not so arrogant anymore.
A cultivator at the cave heaven realm spat ferociously onto the ground. In front of him stood another cultivator at the late stage of cave heaven. With blood-red hair and eyes that gleamed white, many tiny crimson insects spilled from the corners of his eyes. The appearance of this person made one want to vomit at first glance. He was the master of Haima Sect, Ling Xue. He daring to seize what our Haima Sect has set eyes on. You should consider your own worth first. Yiling's raspy voice sounded as if a cat was scratching sharp claws on glass, sending shivers down one's spine and causing extreme discomfort. Zhao Ping struggled to swallow and said softly to Huang Tian, "What should we do now?"
Though Huang Tian felt apprehensive, he maintained a calm demeanor and boasted, "What's there to fear? One comes I kill, one two come I kill two. But there are dozens of them here,"
Zhao Ping said with a bitter smile. He didn't care about his own life, but who would take care of his Dao partner if he died?
Suddenly he remembered that Su Yang was also following them, just not as fast.
At this moment Zhao Ping realized Su Yang's sinister intentions.
Su Yang was deliberately lagging behind, allowing him and Huang Tian to tread the mines in front. Now they had successfully stumbled into the minefield, while Su Yang, upon discovering the danger ahead, would undoubtedly not foolishly venture in.
He must be turning back with the deep-sea blue heart. As for Su Yang's unfortunate disciple, Zhao Ping couldn't help but smile bitterly. For a cultivator at the cave heaven realm, a golden core disciple was insignificant.
Zhao Ping was filled with resentment.
At this moment Ling Xue slowly approached and said, "Hand over the deep-sea blue heart and I can make your deaths a bit more merciful. Otherwise I won't hesitate to turn you to ashes in the soul-cleansing pool of Haima Sect." "The deep-sea blue heart is in Su Yang's hands, not ours," Zhao Ping replied. Ling Xue asked with a hint of confusion, "Who is Su Yang and where is he?" Zhao Ping's face showed a furious expression as he gritted his teeth and said, "Su Yang is behind us. He made us tread the mines while he hid in the back.
He has probably run away by now." Zhao Ping's words were confirmed by the four cultivators at the cave heaven realm.
The master of Haima Sect pondered for a moment and then said, "In that case you two lead the way and welcome Su Yang.
If you perform well I may grant you a chance to live."
Zhao Ping, now blinded by rage, stubbornly believed that Su Yang had used him as a fool. Therefore without hesitation he nodded and said, "All right, follow me." Huang Tian on the other hand remained much calmer and said softly, "Young friend Zhao Ping, you may have misunderstood. I believe Su Yang is a person of integrity, not as you think." Though Ling Qingshu was being tightly held by the two cultivators at the cave heaven realm, she heard the conversation between Zhao Ping and Ling Xue. Ling Qingshu shook her head vigorously, signaling Zhao Ping. She knew that Su Laozu would never abandon her and wanted Zhao Ping to calm down.
Unfortunately Zhao Ping completely failed to notice Ling Qingshu. "All right, I will take you to find Su Yang.
The deep-sea blue heart is in his hands," Zhao Ping said angrily. At that moment a dark spot appeared on the horizon, slowly drifting into the crowd.
Everyone was stunned, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside.
Everyone thought Su Yang had run away with the deep-sea blue heart, but unexpectedly Su Yang hadn't fled yet. This was a huge surprise to everyone.
Moreover, the more crucial point was, didn't Su Yang see the cultivators at the cave heaven realm?
How could he still charge in with such calmness?
Everyone's gaze converged on Su Yang, eager to see what he was up to.
I apologize for keeping everyone waiting," a light cough echoed as a dilapidated spirit boat came to a halt beside Huang Tian. Su Yang cautiously poked his head out of the spirit boat, looking at Huang Tian with an ingratiating expression, and said, "Huang Tian, catch me, I can't fly and it would be awkward if I fall."
Huang Tian's mouth twitched slightly as he cooperatively lifted Su Yang.
Standing on the spirit boat holding onto Huang Tian, Su Yang said with a face full of grievance, "I say, can't we just speak firmly on the ground?
Can't I fly?" Ling Xue looked at the lively Su Yang, slightly furrowing his brows, and asked a nearby cultivator at the cave heaven realm, "Is he Su Yang?"
"That's right," replied the cultivators at the cave heaven realm, wiping the cold sweat from their foreheads.
"Are you fools? How did you let him obtain the deep-sea blue heart?" Hearing the affirmations from the four cultivators at the cave heaven realm, Ling Xue nearly choked to death.
The four cultivators were also frustrated, wondering how the deep-sea blue heart could end up in Su Yang's hands.
Su Yang is not to be feared.
We didn't lose to him, we lost to that old man over there, the 4 cultivators at the cave heaven realm said, pointing at Huang Tian. Yilingxue looked at Huang Tian and slowly approached, saying, so it's you, Huang Tian. Have you decided how to die? Though Huang Tian's heart was pounding, fearing he might meet his end here, he showed no sign of weakness outwardly. I've heard that line countless times, I'm still alive and well. Those who threatened me have all died. I wonder if you will be the next. Su Yang had no intention of listening to these verbal battles. His gaze wandered around and finally spotted Ling Qingshu, who was being held by several people, unable to move, her face full of pain. Su Yang's eyes blazed with fury at the sight. Without uttering a word, he unleashed a flash of white sword light from his palm, a blade surging forward with unstoppable momentum aimed straight at the Dao Heaven cultivating cultivator. The speed of Su Yang's sword light was incomprehensible. Those Dao Heaven level cultivators barely managed rudimentary defenses, feeble desperate gestures utterly insufficient to withstand his strike. His sword light descended like celestial thunder, cleaving through their defenses as effortlessly as slicing through parchment. In the next breath, those Dao Heaven-level cultivators dissolved into crimson mist, vanishing into the heavens and earth. A faint metallic tang of blood hung suspended in the air. Ling Qingshu, I cannot fly, come to me yourself, Su Yang said, his voice edged with urgency, having already severed the restraints binding her, only to find her frozen in place, dazed and unresponsive. Ling Qingshu snapped out of her stupor and shot forward like an arrow, darting to Su Yang's side in a single bound. Yilingxue stood utterly disoriented. Moments earlier he had witnessed Su Yan, a mere Qi condensation level junior, annihilate several Dao Heaven level cultivators in an instant. What the hell? He slaughtered Dao Heaven level cultivators outright. That is impossible for someone at Qi condensation. Yilingxue felt as though he'd been blind, his eyes had failed him, utterly mistaking this peerless sovereign for a feeble novice. Another blow struck the Tianlan Sect, several more Dao Heaven level cultivators lost. The thought alone sent a pang of anguish through him. Kill him. Yilingxue roared, the sound raw, guttural and nauseating like the shriek of a damned soul clawing its way up from the abyss. Kill. At Yilingxue's feral command, the Dao Heaven-level cultivators unleashed a storm of techniques, brilliant, devastating and chaotic, hurling them not at Su Yan but mistakenly toward Yilingxue himself. The heavens convulsed, skies darkened, lightning split the clouds and the ocean below churned violently, waves over 100 meters high erupting from the sheer turbulence of spiritual energy. A handful of Dao Heaven-level cultivators could overturn rivers and shake mountains. Seen your ancestor Su. Ling Qingshu's expression paled at the spectacle. Even Huang Tian's face shifted to twice-thrice in disbelief. Dozens of Dao Heaven-level cultivators. Even a nascent Soul Realm expert would be overwhelmed. Yet Su Yang faced them all, dozens of Dao Heaven-level cultivators, without so much as a flicker of hesitation. His vermilion lips parted and 2 words emerged, calm and deliberate. Remain calm. As if inscribed by the laws of heaven itself, those words struck like a Dao decree. Every Dao Heaven-level cultivator staggered, their aura collapsing by half. Die. Once more his lips moved, and an avalanche of white spiritual energy erupted forth, crashing toward them like a tidal wave of annihilation. Su Yang's spiritual energy was that of the Qi condensation realm, low in purity, but its sheer incalculable volume compensated fully for its lack of refinement. A single drop of water is inconspicuous, yet when countless drops converge into an ocean, they possess the power to shatter worlds. A single thread of Su Yang's Qi was laughably weak, barely perceptible like ambient air, to these Dao Heaven-level masters. But when multiplied beyond reckoning, even they trembled before its overwhelming tide. Thud. Thud. Boom. Amidst the cacophony of clashing energies, Dao Heaven-level cultivators fell one after another, shattered, atomized, reduced to crimson mist beneath Su Yang's relentless assault. Before Su Yang's maelstrom of spiritual energy, not even a single intact corpse remained. In moments, every Dao Heaven-level cultivator lay dead, leaving only Yilingxue standing alone. Yilingxue was now paralyzed, not by battle but by terror. His gaze locked onto Su Yang, disbelief warring with dread. And Su Yang, meeting his stare, sensed something deeply familiar in him. After studying Yilingxue for a long silent moment, Su Yang's memory stirred, and a faint sardonic smile curved his lips. 20,000 years. I never imagined you'd still be alive. I presume your blood god art has reached perfection. At the mention of the blood god art, Yilingxue's pupils contracted in pure horror, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. You are Su Yang. Yilingxue cried out in shock. Though he'd known the youth's name all along, only now did he grasp the true weight behind it. Ah, I see your expression says you remember me, Su Yang observed, his mocking smile deepening. Yilingxue offered a bitter chuckle. He hadn't remembered, he had never forgotten Su Yang, the demon who haunted his every night. Yilingxue considered himself a demon, but before Su Yang he was no more than an infant facing a titan. Every night Su Yang's visage returned to him in dreams. Yet, hadn't Su Yang perished 20,000 years ago? None of that mattered now. All he knew was that today he would die. Senior, you remain as youthful as ever, he murmured, voice laced with grim irony.
Su Yang gave a slight nod. What is it you wish to say?
Yi Lingshu sighed again and asked, Senior, I beg only one question, what is your true cultivation realm?
I know my death is certain today.
Yet this one mystery has tormented me my entire life. Senior, what is your realm?
My realm.
You've known it all along, I am merely at the qi condensation stage.
What is there to question?
Then, even in death I shall never know your true realm.
Yi Lingshu whispered, disappointment heavy in his voice.
Su Yang paid no heed. Raising his hand, he loosed a blade of light straight toward Yi Lingshu. 20,000 years ago I trusted you, yet you betrayed me.
I spared your life then. Today you dare provoke me once more. Prepare to die.
The words had scarcely left his lips before the sword light pierced the air, already upon Yi Lingshu. He made no attempt to resist.
Perhaps he understood against Su Yang resistance was meaningless. Boom.
The blade struck home, Yi Lingshu's head parted from his body, plunging silently into the churning sea.
Dozens of Dao heaven-level cultivators, wiped out, utterly annihilated by a single man. All present stood petrified, mouths agape wide enough to swallow an egg.
Especially Zhao Peng, whose head now spun with dizzying regret over his earlier folly. He desperately hoped Su Yang had not heard or remembered what he'd said or done.
Yet fate, it seemed, delighted in irony.
Su Yang slowly turned his gaze and fixed it upon Zhao Peng. Zhao Peng forced a strained, awkward smile.
Su Yang in turn offered a quiet, knowing smile.
Earlier I heard you say you would bring them to me, am I correct? Zhao Peng's bowels clenched.
The image of Su Yang effortlessly slaying those Dao heaven-level cultivators burned vividly in his mind. He knew explanations would mean nothing.
To Su Yang, killing him would be as effortless as crushing a fledgling chick. This is a misunderstanding, Zhao said, his face strained with an artificial smile. His trembling body betrayed the terror surging within him. Su Yang sighed softly and waved his hand dismissively.
I understand you, there's no need to explain further. I know nothing of this.
His gaze was sincere, revealing not the slightest trace of deception.
Su Yang truly had no intention of holding Zhao Peng accountable.
Though Zhao Peng had mistaken him for an enemy, he was nonetheless a decent man, and such a misjudgment under those circumstances was entirely forgivable. Overwhelmed with relief, Zhao Peng nearly wept with joy and would have knelt in gratitude had Su Yang permitted it. Yet Su Yang paid him no heed, instead fixing his gaze upon the High Mo sect nestled upon the island. At that moment chaos reigned across the High Mo sect. Disciples scattered wildly like ants startled from their nest, frantic, disordered, fleeing in every direction. Moments earlier every disciple of the Tian Mo star had witnessed with their own eyes their revered elder, whom they had long regarded as invincible, struck down in an instant by Su Yang alone.
The High Mo sect was finished.
Those disciples, unwilling to perish alongside it, fled with desperate urgency as if fleeing a harbinger of death himself, Su Yang the slaughterer, who might strike at any moment.
Su Yang descended slowly onto the sect's central plaza aboard his spirit vessel. Within seconds the once bustling square stood utterly deserted. High Mo sect disciples shrank away from Su Yang as though he were a plague incarnate.
Ignoring them entirely, Su Yang turned his gaze and casually seized one disciple by the collar. Where is your sect's treasury? The disciple trembled violently, barely able to speak, and pointed with quivering lips toward a magnificent hall ahead. It's inside that grand hall. Su Yang released the disciple and strode into the hall. As expected, it was indeed the treasury, brimming with valuable treasures. Combined with what I took from those Void Realm cultivators earlier, the hall is substantial. Su Yang idly twirled a spirit blade in his palm, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Yet these spoils were secondary.
What mattered most was that Su Yang had secured the deep sea azure core, and within it the lingering fragment of his disciple by Lianshua's soul. Su Yang combed through the entire High Mo sect, taking every item of value he could carry. Then, ascending to the rear mountains, he discovered numerous spirit beasts kept in enclosures. These should make excellent provisions. A flicker of spiritual energy shimmered across his fingertips, and in that instant every spirit beast fell lifeless. He kindled a fire and roasted the beasts over the flames. Rich savory aromas soon filled the air. Huang Tian, ever attuned to scent, detected the fragrance instantly and rushed over without delay. Heck, heaps of them. At the sight of the towering mound of roasted spirit beasts before him, Huang Tian's mouth watered profusely. Eat your fill, freely and without restraint, Su Yang declared cheerfully, gesturing magnanimously toward Huang Tian and Zhao Peng. At those words Huang Tian's eyes flared with ravenous hunger, as though a lust-driven wretch had just glimpsed a celestial beauty, and he lunged forward without hesitation. Zhao Peng had initially hesitated, but then shook his head, offered a wry smile, and let go of his lingering wariness, mimicking Huang Tian as he devoured the feast with gusto. What use was caution after all? If Su Yang truly intended him harm, vigilance would avail him nothing. Better to set aside suspicion and cultivate familiarity instead.
Though the food was exquisitely flavorful, Zhao Peng remained burdened with sorrow, his meal tasting as bland and hollow as dry chaff. Your wife, I possess the means to restore her.
Master, is this true? Zhao Peng lifted his gaze, eyes shimmering with desperate hope as he searched Su Yang's face.
Let me state it plainly, within the deep-sea azure core resides a fragment of my disciple's soul. Should the core suffer even the slightest injury, she will vanish utterly, reduced to dust and ash. Thus abandon all thought of seizing the core. Whoever dares harm my disciple shall find the entire world paying the price, without my hesitation or remorse. At those words, despair washed over Zhao Peng's features. If the deep-sea azure core meant so much to Su Yang, his own plea for but a single leaf of the core to save his consort was now utterly futile.
I've already told you, I can revive your wife. Rest assured on that count, Su Yang said, gently smiling as he watched Zhao Peng's brow furrow deeply.
Why do you help me? After prolonged hesitation, Zhao Peng finally clenched his teeth and asked, voice trembling with quiet trepidation. Indeed, reflecting carefully upon the past 2 days, Zhao Peng realized he had rendered Su Yang no meaningful aid whatsoever, and thus found himself bewildered by this unexpected benevolence.
Ha!
Because those 3 nascent soul cultivators attempted to rob me, and you, despite being only a void realm cultivator, rushed to my aid without hesitation.
That alone suffices. And let us not forget, you revealed the precise location of the deep-sea azure core. I've yet to properly thank you for that. Su Yang spoke with a light laugh.
Still, master, my wife's injuries are grave, surely not easily healed, Zhao Peng murmured, his brow knitting once more. In truth, her condition was far graver than Zhao Peng admitted. She was not merely injured, she was dead. Her body still warm but her breath long stilled. Yet by some miracle a sliver of her soul had lingered within her form. Then let us depart at once, to see your wife, Su Yang mused briefly, then declared.
This time Su Yang did not accept Zhao Peng's fervent vows of certainty.
What if Zhao Peng were unhinged, and presented him with a corpse long since beyond revival?
Even Su Yang could not resurrect the truly departed.
Soon the roasted spirit beasts were consumed. Next came the urgent task of saving Zhao Peng's wife.
As for Bai Lianxue, her soul fragment remained safely enshrined within the deep-sea azure core unthreatened, for now. Moreover, rescuing Bai Lianxue was impossible at present.
With only a fragile sliver of soul remaining, any reckless intervention risked her total dissolution, her essence scattering forever into the void.
Su Yang possessed neither a physical vessel nor spirit-nourishing elixirs capable of restoring a soul's anchor. For now, Bai Lianxue must remain sheltered within the core. For the moment, his focus lay solely on reviving Zhao Peng's wife. Tell me, where is she now?
How long until we reach her?
Su Yang posed the question suddenly, the answer critical.
If the distance proved great, she might pass beyond salvation before they arrived. Master, she lies in Dongshan Prefecture, no more than 3 days' journey.
Very well. Su Yang nodded.
Yet it would take 20 days, not 3, to reach Dongshan Prefecture. For Zhao Peng's estimate, presumed flight at the speed of a void realm cultivator.
3 days later, at the Tushin Sect's main hall,
Su Yang and his companions had just arrived at the Tushin Sect, only to find themselves surrounded by a throng of powerful cultivators from the sect. Naturally, the leader among them was the white-haired demon. Beside the demon, the chief elder sneered coldly and took a step forward, saying, Zhao Peng, you have finally arrived.
I have been waiting for a long time.
In a fit of rage, Zhao Peng unleashed a powerful palm wind, sending the Tushin Sect elder before Su Yang flying.
How formidable. You few from the outer realms are not to be underestimated.
But it's a pity that daring to wreak havoc in our Tushin Sect means even the King of Heaven must pay with his life here. The white-haired demon suddenly let out a furious roar, and a powerful aura rippled throughout the entire Tushin Sect hall. Soon over a dozen peak nascent soul experts flew out from both inside and outside the hall, all dressed in black robes, all elders practicing the inner sects techniques surrounding Su Yang and his companions. That was just an appetizer. Now that I've seen your true strength, the real slaughter game begins. The white-haired demon sneered coldly, only to be spat in the face by the old man Huang Tian. I say, you white-haired old fool, are you daydreaming here in broad daylight? I hate worthless fools who think they can win by sheer numbers while trying to act tough. Once Huang Tian started speaking, most people couldn't withstand it, let alone the white-haired demon who cared about his reputation.
Humiliated in front of so many subordinates, he could not swallow this anger. Form ranks. Tear apart this ignorant fool.
With the command given, a dozen shadows flashed simultaneously, crimson and black flames igniting underfoot. 3 nascent soul experts rushed towards Su Yang, while Zhao Peng faced an exaggerated 7 or 8, and Huang Tian received the highest honor as the demon himself descended, intending to personally rip apart the old man who insulted him. Finally experiencing the benefits of the chi refinement stage, I can conserve some energy while fighting. Su Yang chuckled lightly, and with a single powerful slap he instantly smashed the young Tushin Sect elder before him into pieces.
What?
The white-haired demon was momentarily stunned. In his understanding, a Qi refinement cultivator could not possess such terrifying explosive power, yet Su Yang's existence had already shattered his comprehension limits.
Zhao Peng, be careful.
These guys have a peculiar technique that can obstruct the circulation of blood and Qi.
Su Yang observed the opponents quietly and quickly discerned the unique characteristics of the Tianlan Sect elders' techniques. It seems you are the core among these three. Interesting. Foolish dog, who told you to let your guard down while fighting me? Smack.
Huang Tian delivered a resounding slap right across the white-haired demon's face, causing the old man to see stars and instinctively fly back for dozens of meters.
Bastard, you dare to hit my face. The bloody palm print on his face looked quite comical.
Huang Tian seemed very pleased with his masterpiece and made a face at the white-haired demon. Looking at you is my honor. If this were in the past, you would be nothing but bone dust by now.
Huang Tian's words were not mere boasting, but the extent of his background was something Su Yang dared not judge lightly. Listen up. Whoever can take the head of any one of these three, I will recommend him as a protector.
Without a doubt, this was the most generous offer the white-haired demon could make. His mind was filled with a single thought: to shred these three individuals into pieces.
Su Yang smiled indifferently.
In his eyes, the white-haired demon was no more than an ant, but he did not kill him so easily, for Su Yang knew there was likely a final boss behind the Tianlan Sect waiting for him.
Then let the game officially begin. As Su Yang's words fell, he waved his hand, unleashing a terrifying and sharp aura. Boom!
In an instant, countless sharp sword lights surged at the entrance of the Tianlan Sect's main hall, exerting immense pressure on the surrounding Tianlan Sect elders. At this moment, it felt as though all the energy in the world was being commanded by Su Yang within his palm. With each different motion he made, there were powerful fluctuations of spiritual energy in the heavens and earth resonating with him.
What?
Is this truly the power possessed by a Qi refinement cultivator?
My heavens!
Seeing Su Yang's series of movements, all the Tianlan Sect elders present were utterly dumbfounded, including the previously self-important white-haired demon, who began to doubt if Su Yang was truly a person from this world.
He was as powerful as a monster. However, that was not the worst part. When they thought this was Su Yang's peak power, an even more formidable aura descended out of nowhere. Ice and snow sealed the heavens.
In an instant, all the spiritual energy in the air turned into icy blue shards. Under Su Yang's manipulation, an irresistible ice and snow seal descended, instantly sealing the techniques of the Tianlan Sect's elders.
Ha, Su Yang, you truly have a way. How did you know that these people's techniques would be completely suppressed by the ice and snow attribute power?
Originally facing immense pressure from the attack, Zhao Peng had now completely relaxed from his tense state.
Su Yang chuckled lightly and said, "It's simple.
The essence of blood is water, and the power of ice sealing is the perfect counter to water attribute techniques. As long as we seal their blood demon power, these people will be as good as true wastes with no ability to resist."
Damn it, our techniques can no longer be used. Protector, what should we do now? Should we call the master out?
The white-haired demon snorted coldly, and a blood-red light immediately filled his pupils as he became the first among the crowd to break through the ice and snow seal. If our Tianlan Sect cannot withstand even these three mixed individuals, how can we maintain our reputation in Dongling?
Activate the soul-severing array.
The demon pressed a finger to his brow, forcibly squeezing out a drop of his true blood, condensing it in his palm, and slammed it toward the ground.
Boom!
The powerful wave of blood light spread out as the white-haired demon lifted the seal on the group of elders in the cave heaven realm. At the same time, due to this infusion of true blood, it seemed that a unique dormant power within the elders had also been activated. And this was the core key to activating the soul-severing array.
Roar, kids, are you really going to play for real? This is getting interesting. Huang Tian casually snacked and joked, seemingly unfazed by the crisis.
Just three individuals facing the siege of over a dozen cave heaven realm experts could still be so calm.
Such unreasonable confidence was truly maddening.
However, this wave of attack by the Tianlan Sect elders led by the white-haired demon was a gamble of their all.
Boom!
A deafening explosion resounded, and a gigantic blood-colored skull several tens of feet in diameter slowly materialized, far stronger than the totem released by the white-haired demon earlier. With my blood soul, I offer a sacrifice to the Azura. A blood-soaked land and rivers of hell forged from piles of bleached bones. As the colossal crimson skull slowly rose into view, the entire battlefield, the grand headquarters of the Tianlan Sect, was utterly drenched in scarlet. Even more terrifying was the fact that every soul who had perished here was now reawakened under the crimson skull's call, resurrecting as wraiths, pale spectral entities surging inward from all directions toward Su Yang and his two companions. Su Yang, handsome and poised, retained the dignified aura of a master. Every gesture, every movement exuded unshaken calm and sovereign composure. He observed the surrounding space with serene detachment. Each tendril of blood-tinged mist swirling in the air seemed to weave an invisible net, one designed to ensnare and devour souls.
So that's it.
A confident smile lifted the corners of Su Yang's lips. Clearly he had uncovered something profound. I believe I've deduced their true purpose in seizing these corpses. Their cultivation art feeds upon the vital essences of diverse physiologies and bloodlines. The greater the variety of blood body types they absorb, the stronger their devouring power grows. I am now virtually certain your wife's physical body lies within the Tianlan Sect. Upon hearing Su Yang's words, Zhao Peng's battle fervor surged manifold. With a thunderous roar piercing the heavens, he charged forward like a maddened lion, tearing headlong into the enemy ranks. Die! Boom! In a single motion, Zhao Peng unleashed twin palms blazing with dazzling spiritual energy, launching a colossal sword beam that cleaved one of the Tianlan Sect's elders clean in two. Yet they soon realized that the bloodline essence flowing from the shattered corpse rapidly replenished the entire formation's spatial matrix, refueling the other cultivators' spiritual reserves. This formation is rather intriguing indeed. It can synthesize disparate bloodline essences and turn them to its own use. Huang Tian clapped lightly, his expression shifting from casual amusement to focused scrutiny. Of the three, Zhao Peng displayed the most volatile emotional fluctuations and the most urgent desire to end this confrontation. He remained hyper-alert, scanning relentlessly for the enemy's weakest opening. Ha ha ha. Regrettably, I must inform you, the Azura power has already been awakened. You have missed your final chance to dismantle this formation. All that awaits you now is the grim fate of having your bloodline essence drained utterly. The white-haired demon lord laughed arrogantly, already assuming the mantle of supreme controller. Poof. Azura. You clearly do not yet grasp this truth. In our Chizhou region, no one venerates the powers of hellish deities. Only the living possess the right to command all things. To place hope in the dead is merely to deepen your own tragedy. The moment Su Yang finished speaking, he ascended skyward in a single stride, placing himself directly at the epicenter of the densest, most violent tide of crimson energy, allowing those fiercely devouring bloodline currents to envelop him completely. Whoa! Brother, what on earth are you doing? Zhao Peng stood utterly dumbfounded, staring at Su Yang in disbelief, never imagining he would deliberately hurl himself into that sea of blood. Only by plunging them into absolute despair can we sever the resonance between these wraiths and their bloodline energies, thereby shattering the formation. Leaving aside raw strength, Su Yang's 10th ascendier lifespan alone conferred a depth of experience unmatched by anyone present. In an instant, his body transformed into a chaotic raging vortex, frenziedly devouring the surrounding bloodline energies, compelling the very lifeblood force upon which the formation depended to converge back upon himself. What? How did he accomplish this? The white-haired demon lord recoiled in panic. He had never encountered a Foundation establishment cultivator so overwhelmingly dominant. Boy, are you courting death? Su Yang smiled. Precisely speaking, it's called courting, but death itself remains far, far away from me. Boom. As the vortex reached its zenith, Su Yang coalesced into a massive crimson orb, drawing through sheer will and mastery the spiritual essences of every wraith bathed in the bloodlight below. Deprived of the endless wraith's replenishment, the bloodline energies naturally flowing from the Tianlan Sect elders proved utterly insufficient to restrain Huang Tian and Zhao Peng. Now, with overwhelming force, Zhao Peng launched a devastating fist blast, shattering two elders simultaneously. At the very moment their nascent souls were obliterated, the bloodlight formation fractured fatally. Ha ha! My turn. With a playful clap, Huang Tian dissolved into a phantasmal blur, materializing instantly before the white-haired demon lord. Friend, your left cheek bears a palm print, but the symmetry's off. Allow me to correct it. Slap. This time Huang Tian struck with full unrestrained force. A colossal hand strike lashed toward the demon lord's face, then in a flash of light his head was violently severed and sent flying, separating from his body and ending his life on the spot. Protector. The elders stood frozen in utter stupefaction. If the formation's earlier breach had not yet shaken their resolve, the sight of their revered Grand Protector decapitated in an instant by this eccentric old man shattered their morale completely, leaving them cold with dread, stripped of all will to fight. Damn it. These three are fiercer than the last. What do we do now? What else? Cease cultivation and flee. What? Three cultivators of wildly uneven realms chasing down 6 or 7 Void Heaven realm masters in panicked flight. Such an inconceivable spectacle had become stark reality, wrought by Su Yang and his companions. You wish to flee. Regrettably, that opportunity no longer exists. The game is over. Su Yang smiled faintly, his entire being wreathed in boundless bloodline essence, compressed by immense arcane power into his palm, before sweeping it downward in a single decisive arc. Boom. A cataclysmic shockwave descended. Within a heartbeat, the 5 or 6 Void Heaven realm masters, scattering in terror, were pulverized into crimson mist, vanishing from sight. Soon after, the oppressive crimson canopy above dissolved entirely. The air grew clear and crisp once more, yet across the entire Tianlan Sect battlefield an icy, deathly silence reigned, chilling to the marrow. Report. Inside the inner sanctum, several Tianlan Sect disciples knelt trembling before the towering back of a man standing over 2 meters tall, his presence radiating sheer awe and terror. Your Eminence, 3 uninvited guests have arrived outside and slain the Grand Protector and all senior elders. What?
The giant whirled around abruptly, his face contorted in stunned disbelief. A jagged scar carved across his left cheek and his left eye blazed with glacial blue light. I knew it, that half-dead woman would prove troublesome. But no matter. Acquiring rare treasures always demands sacrifice. Once I consume her bloodline essence, my Bing Tian demon art shall reach perfection, and I may even transcend the ultimate limit of the Void Heaven realm. Comrade, so soon you're already planning your next lifetime's ambitions.